I've played 200 days of Stardew Valley 1.6 and I have obtained perfection. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome to the very first Stardew Valley 1.6 mega movie. In this video we are going to play through all of the elements of this game in order to achieve perfection. So sit down, relax, have a nice cup of tea and enjoy this super long form compilation of the 100 days and 200 days Stardew Valley 1.6 challenge. We start by picking up 15 pieces of hay. We're not going to get the usual parsnips, not in this challenge. We're going to go check out our coop, check out our chickens to see how they're doing. I also noticed there's blue grass on the ground as well. If the chickens eat that, they do get some extra friendship points. So we're going to feed up our chickens, make sure they're nice and happy. These chickens will mature in a few days and they will give us lovely eggs every single day afterwards. We're going to clear up some space on the farm. I am going to get some crops. I do have 500 gold to spend after all. I'm going to cut down some trees, whack some weeds, make a chest, and prep this fabulous farming ground for lovely crops. Our chickens are Porcini and Portobello, fabulous names. I also noticed we have some additional UI screens. What we see here is a screen that's going to hold all of our usual 1.5 special items, such as the wallet items, but also some books of power that we'll touch off later on in the challenge. We also have new fish types that have been added to the game. Let's see if we can capture every fish in the game within the first year. Let's also see if we can get every single artifact the game has to offer as well, just to set some challenges for ourselves. I noticed Pierre sells an item here called a dehydrator. We can place 5 pieces of fruit or edible mushrooms inside to dry them out. It will give us back an artisan good. I'm going to spend all my money on parsnip seeds because the chickens aren't going to cut it for a few days, so I do want to rely on crops for a while as our base source of money. At the end of day 1 we reach level 1 foraging. I got a cool new text here saying trees sometimes drop seeds. I don't think that was included in the 1.5. Correct me in the comments if I am wrong. It was time to check out the help wanted quests. Demetrius wants us to fish up some carp. He's offered 90 gold. I took this quest because we're going to be fishing up carp regardless, so having some 90 gold on the side is no harm to us. Our first fish of the challenge is a sardine. Let's go have a chat with Willie. He is selling a new item here called a fish smoker. To make it, we need a cave, river and sea jelly and some hardwood. The fish smoker will double the profits of any fish we put into it, including legendary fish. So we will get to absolutely abuse that later on in the challenge and make tons of money. For now, I'm going to purchase a training rod and focus on getting my skill up as fast as I can, just so I can get that larger fishing bar so I can take on the tougher fish. A pop-up appeared there that says you've got new ideas to sleep on. This means you've gained a level in a skill. So we just got our first level there. The Georgia Cola has been enhanced. We now get a +1 speed buff for 21 in-game seconds when we take the Georgia Cola. Very helpful for getting around. I got my first river jelly today. That's a new type of fish added to our fishing collection. 75 energy, 33 health and +30 max energy. I suppose it's alright, but I'm going to sell it to see how much money I get. The next day, our chickens have fully grown up. They're going to pop out eggs every single day now, and we can even turn those eggs into mayonnaise later on. I'm also going to purchase the fiberglass rod off Willie. Now, instead of getting the trout soup, I noticed he has a new item, catfish bait. He does have a huge rotating stock. I was just lucky to get catfish bait today. It dramatically increases the capture rate of catfish. So if I use catfish bait instead of regular bait, most of the time when my fishing bobber goes off, I get to challenge a catfish. And catfish are probably still one of the most profitable fish in spring. He also has deluxe bait. It makes my fishing bar a little bit bigger, and the fish also bite a little bit faster. It does cost 100 gold a piece, so I'm going to hold off on that for now. Later on in the day, I do put down some rice shoots, just because it's extra money for nothing. I don't have to water it at all. And for the rest of the day, I focus on the fishing collection. I pull up the eel there, and I get level 3 fishing at the end of the day, which was nice. Level 4 fishing, though, gives me the worm bin now. That used to be level 7 or 8 fishing, so it's nice to get that early. I still won't be using it, though, because it's just regular bait, and it is quite cheap. It is quite common. Taking a look at the calendar the next day, I noticed that a bookseller comes twice in the season. There's also another event that happens on the 15th, the 16th and the 17th of spring. At that moment in time, I had no clue what that was. I eventually learned that it is an event that takes place in the desert. So the challenge now that I have imposed upon myself is to get to the desert by by day 15 of spring. A lot of you might think to yourselves that is impossible. Let's find out. I am GamerGar after all. It is time to go back to Pierre. I have some money from fish. I'm going to use it all on potatoes. They give really good XP and they also sell for really nice money. 60 potatoes in the bag. We're also going to visit Gunther as well. I was going to keep the ruby for the potential spicy eel when I get to the desert, but I decided to give him in the mineral just to get the ball rolling with his quest line. I got a new fish today. It's called a gobby, or maybe a goby. Let me know in the comments if it's goby or gobby. But it's a new fish, and it's actually worth quite a bit of money. Now, we can't see the cost of the fishies here, because I'm not using any mods on this video because the patch is new, so we're just going into this challenge with no mods. We do get some really cool items that are on though, that will display the cost of items. Level 5 fishing, we're going to get fish worth 25% more because right now, I am all about making as much money as possible to get access to the desert. The gobby here sells for 150 gold and that's just a regular gobby. It'll be interesting to see how an iridium gobby fares up to that. It might be a very, very profitable fish indeed. Marnie visits us the next day with our brand new pet. She asks us, will we adopt a dog? Absolutely. We're going to call our lovely dog Chuck, because that's what my dog is called in real life. We can now have as many pets as we wish on this farm. The only requirement is to max out Chuck's friendship, and we can purchase some really cool pet bowls and off Robin, and then purchase pets off Marnie. It is now day number 5. It is time to do some cave crawling. I want to get down as quickly as possible to the bottom floors, because the gold bars early on sell for some decent money. And if I want to get into the desert, I'm going to have to sell everything that I absolutely can. I do get an early weapon upgrade. I can trade out my rusty sword for the wood club. It is quite the weapon to get early on in the challenge. It will make very short work of most of the starter to mid-tier enemies. I get level 10 and 20. I do get to steal small sword on level 20, but I throw it away because it just doesn't measure up to the power of the wood club that we have here. I do get loads of really cool carrot seeds out of crates. And carrot is basically a new crop that we can grow in spring. Concerned Abe has added a new crop like that to each season. So summer, fall and even winter we get some pretty cool crops that we can grow. I took on another help wanted quest. I noticed that there is a prized ticket for this one. And these tickets are really cool. We can take this prized ticket to Lewis's house. And he has a machine inside that will give us a reward. And you can get quite the potent rewards from that machine. Because it's Saturday, I fixed the bridge. I went over to the tide pool area and I'm going to pick up all of these forageables, sell these for extra money. I did a bit more fishing today. I picked up a sea jelly. This was my very first sea jelly. And what's cool about this is it gives good energy and health, but it also gives a +1 to fishing. That could be handy. I won't use it though. I'm saving all my jellies to make the new artisan equipment. So I completed Mayor Lewis's quest. He gave me my very first prize ticket. I was very excited with this because it was all new. And it's been so long since new updates have hit Stardew Valley. I went to the prize machine here, and the first prize is going to be 12 carrot seeds. So I was really excited to put these carrots down into the farm, grow them up, and see how profitable they were, to see what kind of health and energies they gave. The rest of the day was spent fishing, this time in Cindersap Forest by the waterfall. Really cool aesthetic they're added to the map. I get my first dose of carrots today. Regular carrot, 75 energy, 33 health. It's not bad. It was Mayor Lewis's birthday. I gave him a carrot. He was actually fairly pleased with it, and I got him up to 2 out of 10 hearts, which wasn't bad at all. I went back to Pierre and I sold him the rest of the carrots to see what they were worth. 35 gold each, but they're only regular carrots, so it's not the end of the world. I do purchase 82 whopping kale seeds. I'm going to make a ton of money from these. Of course, it will require a lot of time, a lot of energy to water up that kale, but it'll be worth it. I also got some cauliflower there as a reward for giving Gunther some artifacts. And we're back down in the mines, wiping out some enemies, making some progress. We're on for 28 at the moment. I was hoping for some sneaky ancient seeds off of these bugs, but I don't get that lucky. Made it down to the dark floors and I picked up a dwarf scroll. I actually get very lucky with the dwarf scrolls. I do get a lot very early on, but it does take me quite some time to get the 4th scroll that I need to get the Dwarvish Translations Guide. I made it down to floor 40, I pick up the slingshot. I'm just going to throw that away because I don't use the slingshot. I will however keep the master slingshot. I will need that for Ginger Island later on. That's if I get to Ginger Island, of course. When I get copper ore on the mid-tier floors, I always pick it up because copper is needed for kegs. It's going to be needed for so many things later on in the video to make some decent money. I do get the Tundra Boots, that's extra armor for me. We're going to take all the defense we can get. I just wiped out an elite slime there, I picked up the lead rod. That's a big upgrade from the wood club, I was very happy with that. Managed to get a diamond on floor 56, I was really lucky there. The next day I pulled up more cards from the ground. I will sell those cards for extra money. It was also time to check out a new area just up above the Georgia Mart, and I've never seen this area before, so this has been added with the 1.6 update. There was some forageables up here that I could collect, and I imagine this area would hold many more secrets that we get to uncover later on our fabulous adventure. So we're now in the 9th, and I need to be in the desert by the 15th. I needed more money, so we had to pack in the caves for just a little bit and focus on money. So I do decide to make some furnaces today. Now I made 5 furnaces in total. It did use up most of the copper I had, but it just means I won't have to make furnaces for a long time. Back to the mines, for 55 I got another diamond. They sell for 750 gold a pop, so that's a really good source of money early on. Double diamonds, the next floor, I got a second diamond, I was really happy with that. And on the next floor, floor 57, I got a mystery node with a 3rd diamond. That's 3 diamonds in one day. How can you ask for better luck? The crystal dagger on floor 60. I'm not going to throw the crystal dagger away. I'm going to keep it and sell it to Marlin in the Adventurers Guild for some extra cash. I will get a few hundred gold for that. It does make the difference early on. That's 200 extra gold in the bag. Level 6 fishing gives me a bait maker, and it also gives me a sonar bobber. The bait maker will give you back bait specific to the fish you put in there. That's very helpful. And the sonar bobber attached to a rod will basically tell you what fish you're trying to hook up. Both extremely useful fishing tools. We're now on day 10, and look at all these fabulous potatoes. We still have the kale grown, but we're going to get lots of money from this. We also got a skid up there as well, and because it was raining, we are going to attempt to pull up even more catfish. We're also going to go down to the tide pools to see if there's any other forageables we can get. The reason why I wanted to get some extra forageables is because I wanted to make the bait maker machine. I needed some coral, I needed a sea urchin and some iron bars to make it. I wanted to put in some catfish to get back some catfish bait so I can pull up even more catfish to make a profit. The help wanted quest had a prize ticket as a side reward. I picked it up straight away. It was then back down into the mines. We were wiping out dust sprites. There's a really cool quest indicator on the right hand side of the screen that tells us our progress every time we kill a dust sprite. It was really helpful to have that. Once the dust sprites were dead, I did use up the rest of the day to make some progress in the mines. I then went back to the farm. I created the bait maker. I'll just put it there beside the shipping bin. And any sort of fish that I want to get more of in the future, I can just bop it in there to make bait for that fish. I put in a gold star catfish, but I only got back 5 pieces of catfish bait. I wasn't too impressed with that. I was hoping for a little bit more, but I'll take it nonetheless. I can put that back into my rod and it will dramatically increase the capture rate of catfish. I got a cool cutscene here of Mr. Key flying over Stardew Valley, dropping all of these mystery boxes. And mystery boxes can be found all over the place. You can get them from hoeing up the ground, you can get them from killing enemies, cutting down trees, you can get them from fishing treasure chests. They're everywhere to be found. Demetrius came along. I selected mushrooms because mushrooms are way more profitable than the Batcave. The bookseller also visited Stardew Valley. He had loads of books here. Some books will just give you XP towards a specific profession. Other books will give you actual powerful passive skills like the Way of the Wind here. It was 15,000 gold, but it does make you run a little bit faster permanently. We also had Horse the book, makes your horse run faster. Old Slither Legs, makes you run faster through grass and crops. I mean, they're all really handy. The Woodcutter's Weekly just gives you foraging XP. But then we had the price catalogue. I wanted this the most. I just couldn't afford it right now because I wanted to get to the desert. That means you can see the value of your items in your inventory. So it's time to go to Georgia route. Yes, Georgia for life. Let's thrive together, everyone. 5,000 gold for the Georgia membership. And all I need now is 40,000 gold to get access to the fabulous desert. I had a few days to do it, but I was feeling confident in my money making abilities. The next prize I got from using the prize tickets was an orange sapling. I just put that down in the farm. I was really curious about this iridium tea. At this moment in time, I'm calling it iridium tea because that's what it looked like. It looked like a fabulous cup of iridium tea. The rest of the day again was spent fishing because I needed to prioritize money. I really wanted to get into this desert event. It would be so nice to get to this event in the first year, especially because the 1.6 is so new. I just didn't want to wait a whole year to experience it. I got some mystery boxes too, and Clint can break those open. Level 3 foraging now gives moss soup, and it also gives the cookout kit. It's nice to get the cookout kit earlier rather than later. It was then time to water up our lovely kale, and in the next day or two that kale will fully mature and we can harvest it and get tons of money. I also got Clint to process these mystery boxes to see what they were all about. 10 mixed seeds is actually very impressive. That's 10 crops right there we can grow and sell. I also got 10 quality fertilizers. That's a game changer to get those early. That's going to dramatically increase the quality of my crops, meaning more money for me. I got a complete breakfast out of a trash can, I'll sell that. I also got the master slingshot on floor 70 in the mines. So I'm going to keep the master slingshot. I will need that for Ginger Island later on. For the rest of the day we're just making some regular progress through the mines. I did get a quest off Clint to fetch some iron ores. I decided to take that quest on because I was farming up iron ores anyway, so the extra money was just going to be a handy side project for me. All of these bats were a welcome addition, the bat wings I can sell, plus extra experience. I gave Clint his iron ores, he was over the moon about that, and it was extra money in the bag for me. I got 315 gold for those, and I get to keep the ores as well. Later on I fished up the Neptune's glaive. It has been slightly modified, it now gives a bonus +3 attack. It didn't have that in 1.5, it was really nice to get it. I also got a diamond as well, which was just beautiful. I got the bone sword for killing the skeleton enemies, but I'm going to swap it out now for the Neptune's glaive because it is a far superior weapon. The next day we're sighting up all of our kale. I also got a level up in farming. I believe that's farming level 6 now, so I can make some quality sprinklers going forward. I also got lots of eggs here from my fabulous chickens, and I do make mayonnaise machines very soon, and I'm going to put the eggs inside to make an additional profit going forward. I have 4 mayonnaise machines working there now at the moment. It was time to go to our fabulous Easter event. Now I didn't come here to buy strawberries because I wanted to get into the desert. I came here just to ensure I didn't miss anything that might have been added to this because the 1.6 is new, lots of updates. I didn't find anything new that was added, so it was a bit of a waste. I did get a free straw hat though from whooping the kids at finding the Easter eggs, so I suppose there was that. Before the day ended I did run down to the tide pools, I nabbed up the forageables and I processed some eggs into mayonnaise. Level 5 farming, I'm going to go with tailor crops for 10% more because I suppose I'm using more crops now than I'm using farm animals. I haven't even bought any additional chickens yet. I made lots of money today from selling crops and other bits and bobs. 11,000 gold. That money primarily came from selling the kale. Kale is actually quite a profitable crop. It's a very good spring crop indeed. And I got some money from the mayonnaise, 190 gold each. It wasn't too bad at all. So I'm going up to Robin today. I noticed she had a big chest recipe for 5,000 gold. I actually went up to sell some basic resources just to get my gold up to 40,000. In order to get 40,000 I would have to dig into some of my basic resources such as clay and wood and stone and things like that. The big chest I will purchase later on. It does basically give you much more space than that of a regular chest. I also noticed that she had all of the brazier recipes accessible. You didn't have to buy one, come back out of the menu and go back in to buy another. They were all there for the taking, which was great. So to cap me off at 40,000, I created some spring seeds from all of the forageables I've been getting, and I decided to send them to Pierre. Now you're probably wondering, why on earth am I not making tea saplings? And that's quite simple. Concerned Ape has nerfed the tea saplings. How dare he? He probably thought it would stop me, it would prevent me from getting to the desert to see that event on year 1. But you cannot stop GamerGar, Concerned Ape. I am a 100-day machine. I can make money regardless of tea saplings or not. Anyways, back to the challenge. So we finally unlocked the bus. We're now back in the mines, made it down further, got the firewalker boots, and here is a fabulous scene of Morris working super hard, fixing up the bus so we can get to the desert on day 15. I also got level 8 fish and I can now make a deluxe worm bin. This is actually a very overpowered machine. The next day, we go down to the desert. I'm going to swap in here a diamond for a triple shot espresso and a ruby for a spicy eel. There's tons of events going on here. What we have here now is basically a vendor that we can talk to every few in-game hours, and we can choose either the chicken, the snail or the scorpion to see who's going to win the race. If we choose correctly, we will get the main event resource, which is a calico egg. And the more of those eggs that we get, the more items we can buy from the various vendors around the event. Here's just one of many vendors. He's selling mystery boxes, mummy mask, blue bows, all different types of clothes, mega bombs, lucky lunches. He's also selling a woodcutter's weekly skill book there, which gives us foraging XP. We also had the travelling cart, but she was closed until noon, but that was just a regular travelling cart. We also had a scholar here who will take us on in a quiz. So for the first question, who runs the animal shop in Pelican Town? That was Marnie, simple. The next question though, what season is artichoke grown? I said fall, that was correct. And what season can you catch the squid? That was winter. All extremely simple questions. The last one was where you might catch lava eels. That was easily floor 100 in the mines. As first place, we get 50 calico eggs, which was pretty nice. This guy could send us home for 250 gold. It just doesn't make sense because the bus was literally right down there. Willie had a quest to catch 3 sandfish, and we would get more calico eggs for that. So I do spend some time fishing up the old sandfish here for good old Willie. Now this event spans across 3 whole days, and the quest activities within the event do slightly change over the 3 days. So Willie will get me to catch something different the next day and something different on the 3rd day. I did get very lucky though, and I got a diamond from a treasure chest there, and I can trade that in for another triple shot espresso if I want. There was also a chef that gave you an option to choose foods that he could make into a recipe for you. I chose the rare fruit for the first type, and for the second type I'm going to go with the uncomfortably hot sauce, because I am a huge fan of spicy foods in real life, and as far as I'm concerned, the spicier something is, the better. So I got a really cool cutscene here, and he's making the food for me, and it's actually going to give me a very powerful buff, and I can actually go into Skull Cavern with that. It would help me greatly. The food I got was called Rumpled Fruit Skin, and it gives me a +3 luck and a +1 to speed. That'd be very helpful for Skull Cavern. We also had Shane as a vendor. He was selling pizzas, eggs, pepper poppers, things like that. The vendors change every single day, and sometimes you can actually even buy some of their weapons that were hidden in 1.5. You had to use the item spawner to get them. That was quite cool. There was also a clothes changing stall as well, and I managed to get a full set of free clothes thanks to Emily, so it was a nice change of appearance. I got the camo shirt and the relaxed fit pants. I also came across another NPC called Cactus Man. He says that look in your eyes, it says I need a cactus or I'm gonna burst. Are you ready to welcome a new cactus into your life? I said yes, of course. Great. Let's see. And he gives me a smiley looking cactus. I thought it was hilarious. This one's a little shy, but I know you'll become friends in no time. Well, the shy ones are always the best, aren't they? So it was just a cactus decoration. There was then Skull Cavern quests, treasure hunt and deep dive. I decided to go with deep dive to see if I could reach level 30 of the Skull Cavern. Now, it was 3:40 PM during the day. I was being a bit over optimistic there, but there were these cool statues that were now in Skull Cavern. They only pop up for the event though, and they give you extra perks. Sometimes though, they could give you debuffs, but I got 50 eggs off that one. I managed to grab an auto grabber on floor 13. Talk about lucky. I can put that auto grabber now into my coop. It's going to be a game changer. I also got lots of additional calico eggs down here as well. What's best, I didn't even need a skull key to go in. The event just overrided that. So I got an egg rating of 10. The egg rating all depends on how far you get down. I didn't get down very far. I didn't have an optimal setup. But Gil did give me a prize. He gave me 25 calico eggs for the attempt, which was nice. I also got level 5 mining today, so I'm going to go miner, +1 ore per vein. The next day there was a notice here saying I'm going to the festival today, so Pam wasn't driving the bus. Not to worry though, we can actually drive the bus ourselves. We do still have to pay 500 gold for the ticket though. It was back out to the desert for the second day of the event. This time, Willie tasked me with catching a scorpion carp. That wasn't much of an issue at all. Once I gave the scorpion carp into Willie, he gave me 50 calico eggs, which was great. I was now up on 261 eggs. Spoke to Marlon here as well to see what quests he had for the Skull Cavern dive. He had deep dive again, reached level 30, but he also had monster hunt. Slay 10 serpents. I go with monster hunt straight away because serpents are very common, and before you know it, you're going to have a serpent in your face in Skull Cavern, whether you like it or not. I tried to open up the trash can for more eggs, but Linus was already there before me. You just can't compete with him when it comes to trash cans, can you? The scholar had nothing else to say to me. I would have to wait a whole year before I could take on his quizzes again. We had new NPCs in the stalls. Abigail this time. We could purchase her bow, and we can also purchase her weapon there, which is a level 8 dagger, +4 crit chance. It's not bad, but I just didn't have the eggs for it. Caroline was trying to sell me some tea saplings. I said, no, sorry Caroline, they've been nerfed. I want nothing more to do with you. Thanks for your service while it lasted though, we had fun times indeed. It was back into the Skull Cavern, picked up the dark boots. That's actually an upgrade from the Firewalker boots, especially in the defense department. 1 extra defense, I'll take that straight away. There was also calico nodes on the ground. We could mine these open for additional calico eggs that we could use with many of the merchants around the event area. I got very lucky today on floor 35, picked up a prismatic shard from blowing open an iridium node. Today I got an egg rating of 20. I made it down to maybe floor 30 something, and Marlon was fairly impressed with that, so he gave me 100 calico eggs, and he also gave me an extra reward as well. He gave me a triple shot espresso. Level 4 foraging, I can now make a new item, a mushroom log. I'm telling you right now, these things are insanely overpowered. They're crazy good. I'm also going to get fighter because I got combat level 5. So I made some bombs today, because for the last day I wanted to do pretty well in the Skull Cavern before we went back to our regular spring activities. It was time to go back to the desert and try our hand again at another Skull Cavern run. We're going to go with Monster Hunt again and try to slay 10 serpents. We're also going to get the chef to cook us up the exact same buff food as he done the last 2 times. So it's +1 to speed, +3 to luck. We're off to Skull Cavern. I got a hole here on floor 6. I got down 15 levels. That's the best you can get from a hole. It was very nice to get that. Inside a treasure chest, I picked up another prismatic shard. Super lucky. There was also a statue there as well that would give me a really cool buff. It gave me a speed boost, and that speed boost would last for the duration of the time I was in there. With all of the calico eggs, most of them anyway, I purchased all of the mystery boxes. I also got some strawberry seeds as well, and I got some other bits and bobs, including a skill book. I managed to find the mushroom cave. It was actually kind of hidden. It took me quite the exploration effort to find it. Inside was lots of different types of mushrooms, 4 common mushrooms, 2 red mushrooms. I needed 5 of a mushroom type though to use that dehydrator. That dehydrator will convert fruit into dried fruit. You're going to get big profits from it. And you do get a free one off Demetrius if you choose the mushroom cave. So it's just more perks to choose the mushroom cave. You don't get it if you choose the bat cave. I had 25 mystery boxes for Clint to open. What I got there was a mixed flower seed. When you plant those, depending on the season, you'll get back flowers. So because it's spring, you can get back tulips, for example, or jazzes. I got a book of mystery here. It's actually quite good. A slightly greater chance to find mystery boxes. And that is a book of power. So we can use that now to get a really powerful passive ability that we'll have for the rest of the game. So we just have to right click on the book and we've learned a new power. To check out our powers, we just have to go into this new UI screen. We can highlight over the book and it will tell us what it's all about. A slightly greater chance to find mystery boxes. We also had the forest magic as well, so we could read those Junimo Community Center requests. Back on the farm, we're going to plant down all of the mixed seeds we got from those mystery boxes. It does mean more money for us. Of course, we will have to water up the crops, but not to worry. We will have quality sprinklers very soon. I was plugging away with all of the artifacts and minerals with Gunther because I got a lot of geodes out of the Skull Cavern, which was nice. It's time to go back to the desert today, and we're going to swap in our prismatic shard for a galaxy sword. And to get a galaxy sword this early is a game changer. We don't even have level 120 of the regular mines unlocked. So we're going to go back down to the regular mines now to make progress with a galaxy weapon, which is totally unheard of. But look, with new updates comes new opportunities, and it just makes for really versatile play, which is what I love about this update. I also had some bombs too I was letting off just to make faster progress in the mines. I wanted to get down to floor 120 as quickly as possible to get the skull key so I could start doing Skull Cavern runs. I picked up the obsidian edge there on floor 90. Pales in comparison though to the galaxy sword, so just sell that instead. I made 12,000 gold today, primarily from selling iridium bars that I got in Skull Cavern. They sell for 1,000 gold a pop. Eventually they will sell for 1,500 gold once we get that lovely level 10 mining perk. Floor 100 got the star drop Happy Days, and we're still progressing even further. Came across a load of crates here, was getting more mystery boxes and stuff like that. Got down to floor 120 eventually, picked up the skull key. We can now do Skull Cavern runs, which was nice. The next day I got fined 1,000 gold for passing out before I got to the farm because it was very late when I got the skull key. Not to worry though, sometimes we do have to make sacrifices to make some decent progression. It was time to harvest some cauliflowers now, and I was going to keep 1 gold star cauliflower for the luau in summer for that lovely friendship bonus. And I was going to keep one more for the Jodie side quest, because Jodie will eventually ask me for a cauliflower. It was time to upgrade some tools. We're going to start with the copper pickaxe, because it was just getting to the point now where it was taking too many swings to break open regular nodes in the regular mines. And if I go into Skull Cavern with a regular pickaxe, it's just going to be painful. So Willie has a new bobber machine. It's absolutely amazing. At the moment we have a few bobber styles we can select from. I'm going to go with the duck. I mean, it has to be the duck. It's absolutely one of the coolest bobbers there. For the rest of the challenge, you're going to see me fish with a cool duck bobber. I also purchased a pizza off Gus because I want to dance with someone for the flower dance event, and I feel like the best person now to do that with will be Shane, because his birthday is coming up and I want to give him the pizza to get the bonus friendship points. I wanted to do it with Haley, but I forgot about her during the events over on the desert, so it's going to be Shane now who's going to pick up the pieces. So this is going to get me a lot of friendship points with Shane because he loves pizza, and I just have to give him 1 or 2 more gifts to get him up to 4 hearts, so he'll dance with me during the flower dance event. I'm also going to fill up the farm now with kale, tons of kale, because I'd like to go into summer with some decent money, especially for starfruit and things like that. So I spent the whole day putting down kale, watering it up, and I also put 5 common mushrooms into this dehydrator, and it does take a full day for that dehydrator to work its magic. It is worth it though, you get back some nice profits. Outside of my lovely chicken's coop there were trees and rocks and other debris. I decided to clear away all of the debris. I also decided to clear away the regular grass so the special blue grass would expand itself, because if they eat that, they get bonus friendship. Level 5 foraging, I'm going to go with forester because we're not really using tea saplings at all. Trees drop 25% more wood. That will be needed, especially for kegs and whatnot later on in the video. The next day I picked up dried common mushrooms, 113 energy and 50 health. What I was curious about the most though was how much it was going to sell for, so I do sell it. I gave Shane a beer today, and then I spoke to him, and just by talking to him gave me just enough friendship points to push him up to 4 hearts, which was great. I could now ask him to be my flower dance partner. I also had a look at Marnie's stock. She was selling new decorations here, dog houses, cat trees, even a birdhouse. It was all really cool stuff. I had to buy some hay off Marnie because I didn't have a silo just yet and I was running out of hay. I will prioritise a silo eventually. It's time to get some chickens. Let the naming convention begin, and I'm going to name all the animals off of my channel members. So we have Dara and Pantox and Katie. For the rest of the day I'm just pulling up some fish to get more money. I also want to get my fishing skill to 10 so I can get a go off the legend before the season is finished with. So I got 325 gold from those dried common mushrooms. That is a profit, just so you know, because if I sold those 5 mushrooms without processing them, I would have only got 200 gold. So I'm at 125 gold profit there from that. It was time to smelt some bars, go back in here to the coop, check up on our lovely mayonnaise collection. I was then off to Robin. I was going to get Robin to construct a silo here because hay is just too expensive early on in the game, and the silo is very cheap to make and it will save us tons of money. Got my copper pickaxe off Clint, but we're going to give in the axe now to upgrade to a copper axe because I wanted to get rid of all those tree stumps on the farm, and I also wanted to get my hands on some early hardwood. The bookseller was back in town. I had 6,000 gold. I purchased a skill book here just to get some fishing XP, just to help me get up to level 10 fishing. Then went into the caves. I got the ghost fish, I got the stonefish. It was then off down and I got a cave jelly. That was my first cave jelly. I was trying to get the ice pip, but the cave jelly gives you +1 to luck. That's actually pretty cool. But I'm keeping all the jellies to make those lovely smoking machines that are on so we get the double the value of the fish. I pulled up an ice pip, which was nice, and it was down to floor 100 to try to get lava eels. That wasn't happening today. I needed to get better gear for the lava eel, so I purchased an iridium rod with a trap bobber, and I was finally able to get lava eel then. I was just getting bad luck on the previous day. It just kept escaping me. With the lava eel caught, that was all of the cave fish done, including the cave jelly. I found another book of power here from a fishing treasure chest, Jewels of the Sea. Finding treasure chests has a chance to give you roe, and that roe is specific to what kind of fish you pulled up. So if you pulled up, we'll say a largemouth bass, you could potentially get largemouth bass roe, which is really nice. That means if you were to pull up a lava eel, you could get lava eel roe. That stuff is actually quite profitable. Level 10 fishing, of course, we would get angler. fish worth 50% more, and then it was pulling up lots of chewed ups the next day from our farm, thanks to our new type of flour mix seeds, which is really nice. So we're going to have to water up the crops, and then we are going to the flour dance. We're going to get the tub of flours recipe here, because we will need all of the recipes. We will need to make everything to get perfection. I'm also going to get the rare crow as well, and it was time to boogie on down and show off my skills as the new queen of the flour dancers. The next day it was raining, got some more dried common mushrooms. I also got some coffee beans and some strawberries as well, which was nice. Put up some cauliflowers and we're off to Clint to get our copper axe back. We could now get our hands on some hardwood. It was then time to eat a dish of the seed that gives me +3 to fishing, and it was time to take on the legend fish himself. I actually managed to get it on the first attempt, which was nice. In my opinion, the legend is way easier than the glacier fish. I think truly the glacier fish is the hardest fish to get in the game. Even though the legend does spurt around quite a lot, it is quite contained, it's quite controlled compared to that of the glacier fish. With the legend caught, I wasn't going to sell it straight away. I wanted to smoke this thing up to see if it would actually double the value of that fish. For the rest of the day, I was just getting catfish because they're still quite profitable, and I wanted loads of money going into summer. I went to Clint as well to get my pickaxe upgraded to a steel pickaxe. In my opinion, that's the minimum requirement for a skull cavern run, which would be a steel pickaxe. The next day, it was time to start making some quality sprinklers. For that, I needed some refined quartz. I also needed some iron and gold bars. The kale was ready to be harvested, so I'm going to get loads of money now from all this kale, and I'll be able to set up the farm then with sprinklers for a good summer production. I made lots of quality sprinklers today, 10 in total for now. I do end up making more though, and they're going to make life so much easier going forward. I didn't have the luxury of the UI info suite, so I actually had to focus here, putting down the sprinklers to make sure that they covered all of the spots and that they didn't overlap with each other. I also went to Pierre because it was his birthday. I gave him a kale and he was fairly happy with that. I then sold the rest of the kale to Pierre, bringing me up to 34,000 gold, which was really nice indeed. I decided to treat myself to the last backpack upgrade so I'm not throwing away valuable items. It was then finally time to make the fish smoker. I had all of the cave jellies caught just to make one, and I had some hardwood as well from breaking open some stumps with my copper axe. It actually accepted the legend fish, so it's going to be very interesting to see if it will actually double in value. If it does, then the whole fishing mechanic of Stardew Valley will have dramatically changed, and we'll be able to use that smoking machine to make some serious money later on. For the rest of the day, we're running around the farm, got some unmilled rice there, and I was just collecting some hay as well for my silo to keep my fabulous chickens happy. I try my best to ignore the bluegrass just so that can expand more. And there we have it, a smoked legend. 22,500 gold. It's absolutely incredible. Incredible profits. It was back to Robin now the next day. It was time to construct another building. This time I wanted to go with the big coop. I wanted to expand the animal kingdom on our lovely 1.6 farm. Not only will this give us a population of up to 8 animals, but it can also take ducks. Got my steel pickaxe off Clint. Happy days. It was time then to upgrade our axe to a steel axe. This just means that I can go to a lot more areas now around the map, including the secret woods, where you've got lots of tree stumps inside there. It was time for a skull cavern run. I got 6 spicy eels, and I just spent the whole day in the skull cavern, just blowing up ores and whatnot. Now, I didn't make it down too far today, but you have to start somewhere. I did, however, come across some really nice resources. I got a few bits of iridium ore, not a huge amount. And I got 1 or 2 treasure rooms as well. I picked up a few small bits in those. Nothing major though. The serpents were really nice to kill because they were dropping mystery boxes and things like that. I came to this room here, number 48, and I kid you not, I had to break open almost every single node in this room to finally get an exit. Now, in all fairness, I got a hole that dropped down 11 floors, but it was just a kind of a bad day in the skull cavern. I did get the final dwarf scroll though, so I can now finally get Dwarvish Translations Guide. And that dwarf is really handy because we can buy bombs off him as well if we need bombs going forward. It was time to go back to Morris. I had 21,000 gold. I wanted to unlock the minecarts because the fast travel was just really screwing me over right now, and it's a great time saver. I also picked up a quest here for Clint. He wanted me to mine up 15 coals to aid an understanding of local minerals. I didn't care too much about the coals. What I did care about was that fabulous prize ticket. So it was straight down into the regular mines, killing dust sprites to pick up coal, and it was going to be another lovely prize ticket off Clint. Back to the ticket machine to get another lovely reward. This time, it was going to be 15 of those flower seeds, but I just needed 2 more tickets. I could get that lovely iridium cup of tea to see what it was all about. We were now finally in the season of summer, and as we can see, the bookseller comes twice in the summer. We had the luau event and the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, but there was a new event, the Trout Derby, which took place on the 20th and the 21st. So it's going to be very interesting to see what that event is about and what kind of rewards we can get from it. First things first though, it was back to Clint to get our steel axe, and then it was off to the desert just to buy some starfruit from Sandy. But before that, we had a look around and I got a new item here. Summer squash seeds. And this is basically the equivalent of the carrots we got in spring. Because we're now in summer, we get squash seeds instead. And they take a few days to grow, but they will produce afterwards until the season's over with, so it's really cool. Sandy was also selling mannequins here, male and female, and we could put hats and all sorts of clothes on them, and it's going to make for a really cool decoration item. We can set those up all around the farm. Now, I had some money, so I was able to get 69 starfruit seeds here in total. That wasn't too bad now going into the summer. Obviously, I have done much better in the past, but because there's so many new updates now to experience, I didn't really want this to be a super, money run. I want it to be more of a varied run, just so I get to experience all of the content. It was then time to do more fishing. Summer is here, and all of the new fish need to be picked up for the fishing collection. The super cucumber is a really good fish for profits. I also had to go at the legendary fish of summer, the crimson fish. He didn't give me too much trouble. I will smoke this fish though and get double the profit for this one. It's going to be really nice. I did smoke a few fish. As we can see, the smoked crimson fish, double the value, almost 6,800 gold, and a smoked super cucumber coming in at 1,100 gold. That's not bad at all, and it just goes to show how overpowered this fish smoker is going to be. So I got some other fish goodies today, the tuna, tilapia, the red mullet. I also got the puffer fish as well, all needed for the fishing collection of course. I also decided to go into the secret woods here and have a gander, so I broke away the big tree stump there. And the great thing about the secret woods is that these tree stumps will still spawn every single day, so we're never going to run out of hardwood. I also got the wood skip here too. The wood skip is a fish native to the secret woods, so we need that for the fishing collection. It was time to make a tree farm using acorns because I needed to get oak resins to make kegs down the road. I managed to hoe up a skill book, the Stardew Valley Almanac, and we just had to read this to get some farming XP, which is really nice. So it's just nice to pick up books like that and to get some bonus XP. I think it just makes the game way more fluid. I went to Robin here as well. It was time to construct a fish pond. The reason for this was I was just basically investigating to see if I could put those jellies into the fish pond to get back loads of jellies to make loads of the smokers for the fish. So Willie was selling super cucumber bait today, and I purchased all of this because super cucumber is one of the most profitable fish in summer. So I'm going to put that bait into my rod to see if I can get tons of super cucumbers, and I did. The bait is actually really effective. So Robin is making a fish pond there, but I'd made a mistake. I put the construction beside my orange tree sapling, and now my orange tree sapling is not going to grow, so I'm going to have to move that fish pond when it's fully built. I got Clint to break up more geodes though, because I really wanted to make some more progress here with Gunther, and the progress is coming along quite well. I do have a lot of minerals now and artifacts handed in from doing the skull caverns, getting geodes and fishing. I managed to get to Dorado today, and that's actually a very rare fish to get in Cindersap Forest. There was a quest here to go to the local mines and kill 4 of those crab creatures. I didn't care too much for the quest itself, but when I saw the prize ticket, I just couldn't help myself. It was straight down into the mines on a crab onslaught. The next day was a very weird day. The screen was a bit kind of green, and when I clicked on the weather report, it was just loads of dots on the telly. I went outside to this green strange rain, and I noticed that there was weeds littered all over my farm. Some weeds were small, some were really big, but there was also weird looking trees on my farm as well, and I was very curious about this. I didn't know if it was a super rare event, or if you were guaranteed to get this event on the 5th. I also picked up a mossy seed, and it says this can be planted to grow rare and wild trees. So I was actually quite interested in this. And I always thought that that was going to be some sort of a star drop tree, but no, it's to grow some sort of a rare and wild tree. I was getting loads of moss from wiping out these weeds and whacking the trees, and moss is needed for a few recipes in the game. So I went into the saloon here to talk to a few people, and Mayor Lewis had just got off the phone with the governor. Apparently this rain is supposed to be completely harmless, just an unusual phenomenon of nature. Still, some of the townsfolk are panicking, which is never good. I spoke to a few more people just to get the dialogue. Gus says, I saw their weather report, and he wants to know if there's monsters out there. Willie says, oh, I hope these weird rains don't bother the fish, it could ruin me life. All Willie thinks about is fish, in all fairness. Willie needs to expand these horizons. Pam thinks it's a sign from the Almighty we're doomed. Pam can be so funny at times. Time to speak to someone with a calm mind. Linus says, all these strange trees will be gone tomorrow. It's one of the mysteries of nature. And that confirmed it. I had one day to make the most of this weird weather condition. Demetrius was in a hazmat suit. Don't mind me, Gamer Gar, I'm just collecting some samples. This may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you see my wife, can you tell her I'm okay? I came across another tree here. I cut it down straight away, and I got fiddlehead ferns from it. So interesting. The wizard says, though the unusual rains may be alarming, there's nothing to fear on this day. In fact, it is a day of great joy for many living things. So, that was nice to hear. The wizard would have some knowledge about that as well. The next day, my trees went back to normal. All of the weeds disappeared. I did, however, have 2 new items. I had tons of moss, and I had mossy seeds. And I planted those seeds, and I will put fertilizer on those once I manage to get that from the foraging skill. So this is my current tree farm. Also, I believe that green rain acted as some sort of a fertilizer because some of my trees grew very quickly. So I think the green rain also helps all of your trees grow very fast. It was finally time to get this iridium tea. But in fact, it wasn't called iridium tea, it was called Star Drop tea. At least I was half right. A very special gift that would delight anyone. It's basically a universal loved gift that anybody loves. I also pulled up the octopus today, it was quite the catch. So I tried to see if I could put a jelly into the fishing pond, it wasn't letting me. That was a huge bummer. I really hope there's some sort of a way that we can farm tons of these jellies so we can make loads of fish smoking machines so we can double the price of loads of fish at once. So I just put the octopus in there instead, just to do something with the fish pond. Octopus roe isn't bad when it comes to selling. It was time for another lovely community development project. This time we're going to go with the bridge and travel to the quarry to see if 1.6 added anything new to the quarry. Morris is working super hard here with his co-workers fixing up the bridge. The next day we start by pulling up some lovely coffee beans. We also get our first summer squash, 130 energy and 50 health. I will sell that though to see how profitable it is. It's probably going to be the same as the carrot though. I also went to Robin. I'm going to get her to build a barn so we can put cows and everything else inside it. Linus says, how did the moss harvest go? Hee hee, my bed is a lot softer now. You gotta hand it to Minus, he'll make the best out of any situation. It was then time to smell some bars. I had a chat with the travelling cart lady today. I'm going to purchase a rare seed from her so I can get that star drop in fall. So that's a no-brainer right there. She also sold a retro catalogue for 111,000 gold. I might purchase that later on if I end up with tons of money. I spent a good portion of today just breaking down wood. I finally got level 7 foraging, bring on the tree fertilizer. The quarry had some new nodes. It had some coal nodes. This was a much needed feature of the game. Some sort of a node that gave coal. It was always really hard to get coal, now it's a bit easier. When I went into the quarry cave though, I noticed a massive rock here. And I couldn't actually break it open with my steel pickaxe. What was inside at the time I didn't know. But I got really excited and I just wanted to upgrade my pickaxe as quickly as possible to see what was in there. I tried a bomb, it didn't work. I tried the one just up above as well before I got the golden sight. Wasn't happening. I picked up the golden sight. Now, just in case there's some sort of secret or trick behind it, I equipped the golden sight. I just swung at it just to see if anything would happen. But no, it was an actual rock and I needed a stronger pickaxe to break it open. I went to Gus here now, it was his birthday. I gave him the Star Drop tea and he absolutely loved it. It put him right up to 3 hearts. That was pretty nice indeed. It was then back to Clint. It was time to upgrade my tools. I was going to get the gold pickaxe there as fast as I could, just so I can venture further into that quarry cave. So I made tons of worm bins today. You're probably asking why I'm making worm bins. And the answer is simple, to upgrade them to deluxe worm bins. These deluxe worm bins will now generate deluxe bait every single day, which is absolutely amazing. Deluxe bait is just so good. A bigger fishing bar and fish will bite at a faster rate. What more could you ask for? I finally got level 8 farming. I could now make kegs. Praise Yoba. It was time to make some serious money. But we had to wait for the star fruit to come to fruition first. The next day I got lots of deluxe bait, which was nice. I also made loads of tree fertilizer, just to expedite the growth on all of my ever-growing trees. I also noticed that a lot of my trees had some green texture on them. And if I whack those trees with my sword, I'll actually get back moss, which is going to be really helpful. I also visited the bookseller today, good old Marcelo's Books. I had 17,000 gold, so I wanted to get the price catalogue, which would finally show me what everything is worth, instead of having to sell it and then checking the prices out the next day. It was just a total game changer right there. A new book of power has been learned, and that's the price catalogue. You also notice too that I got another book to the right, that's the Monster Compendium. Just so you know, all that book of power does is sometimes monsters will drop additional loot. I picked up the gold pickaxe off Clint today. It was time to go straight back into the quarry to see what secrets lay ahead. I noticed a new enemy here, some sort of a weird looking skeleton. I'm pretty sure they pop up in the hardened versions of the mines, but he only dropped bone fragments and that was kind of it, didn't drop anything else. There wasn't anything else really in this expanded part of the quarry cave. It was just an expansion with more nodes and whatnot. If anybody has figured out any sort of additional secrets with the quarry cave, please let me know. I have a sneaking suspicion that there's more secrets to be had inside those two rooms. I got extremely lucky today. I managed to get a magic rock candy off a floaty skull. This is something like a 0.1% drop rate chance to get a magic rock candy off a floaty skull. And it actually happened to me and I had footage to show it. I was so happy with that. It's probably one of the rarest things that can happen to you inside this game, is to get a magic rock candy off a floaty skull. My octopuses wanted refined quartz. Who am I to say no? It was back to fabulous Georgia to get another project completed. This time we had a choice between the greenhouse and the panning. We're going to go with the panning. And what's great about this is that we can actually upgrade the pan now to make it better. It was Maru's birthday. She got a battery pack, more friendship points for Maru. We are going for perfection after all, so it is in our best interest to capitalise on those birthdays for the bonus friendship points. Morris surely must be the most hard-working man in Stardew Valley, besides myself of course. It was time for the luau. We finally get to use our ghost, our cauliflower. That's going to give us the best result with the governor, and that is going to give us an absolute ton of friendship points with all of the Stardew Valley NPCs. Mayor Lewis is very happy with it as well. The next day, it was time to put a tapper on this new tree, but the tree wouldn't take the tapper, so we couldn't tap this tree for any sort of resource. But this tree wasn't useless. This tree will occasionally generate moss that we will get to collect, so it's basically a moss tree. Back down into the mines, and we are collecting iron ores. We're gearing up for a big Skull Cavern run, so I wanted coal, I wanted iron ores to make bombs. I went to Gus, I purchased loads of salads, so I can sustain myself for big Skull Cavern runs as well. And I then went to the Dwarf. I wanted to get the Dwarvish Safety Manual Book of Power. Bombs deal 25% less damage to us. That's a game changer right there. But I couldn't afford it because I spent most of my money on salads and whatnot. I do get it later on though. I went back into the quarry just to see if anything new would happen. A new enemy spawned here, but this is just another regular enemy from the hardened versions of the mines. Nothing special going on there. I made more bombs today, 51 in total thanks to all of the iron ores that I gathered in the regular mines. I then took the magic rock candy I got from the floaty skull. It was time to do a serious Skull Cavern run, and what a run it was. So I got down to floor 17, picked up a white turban. It's actually one of my favourite hats and I equipped that straight away, just to kind of change up my style a bit. I got an ambush floor on floor 32. Normally I do skip past the ambush floors, but I really wanted a dinosaur egg, and these dinosaurs also count towards monster eradication goals, so I said, you know what, let's just wipe them all out. I managed to get another auto grabber here when I got close to floor 100. Super lucky. I can put that into the barn when I fill it up with barn animals. I passed out on floor 97. I was so close to get to floor 100. But it was a good run, and I got level 10 mining. We're going to go with blacksmith, metal bars worth 50% more. That'll be a game changer for those iridium bars. The next day I pulled up some starfruit, I also pulled up some melons. All that starfruit now can be converted into starfruit wine. But I wanted to see what else the 1.6 had in store, so instead I'm just going to sell all the starfruit directly to Pierre, because I just wanted to get into Ginger Island. I know I could have made way more money if I just waited a few more days, but I'm very impatient. It was time to unlock the greenhouse, and now I can finally go to Ginger Island and see what updates Concerned Ape has put inside there. I also got the safety manual, Book of Power. I'm also going to pick up the rare crow here as well off the dwarf. We will need all of the rare crows to get the deluxe rare crow, which is needed for perfection. I smelted some iridium bars and did some fishing up beside the Adventurers Guild. Here's a great scene of a raccoon running away from a construction site, but Morris is working hard fixing up my greenhouse. Thank you very much, Morris. The next day was the big celebration day. We have completed all of the current Georgia community developments. We get the soda machine. The soda machine is now actually quite good because the Georgia Cola gives you a speed buff. It's actually not a bad machine at all. The next day, I'm putting down some electrical rods. They're going to give me some battery packs when we get to stormy weather. I'm also going to get some hardwood here. I need to repair the hull of the ship, so I need lots of hardwood. I checked out the mushrooms. I got a few purple mushrooms. I'm actually saving up all those different mushroom types to see how profitable the dried mushroom variant is. Gunther visited me the next day. He's going to give me now the key to the sewers so we can get down to Krobus so we can see if Krobus has any new and exciting items for us since 1.6 released. I'm also going to make some kegs here. I'm just making 9 kegs at the moment, but I do end up making a lot more. I'm just going to put the kegs inside of my coop. I managed to keep a few starfruit aside to put into these kegs, so these starfruit will pay off big time. Starfruit wine is of course one of the most profitable artisan goods in the game. 200 hardwood for the hull repair, 5 battery packs to repair the ticket system, and 5 iridium bars to repair the anchor. So the boat was now fully fixed up. We can now venture forth to Ginger Island. We also unlocked the door to the stores. We had a chat with Krobus here, and he had a few new things. He has a wizard catalogue, butterfly powder, sprinkle on a pet to remove them from your farm and it's permanent. Who would ever want to use butterfly powder? Shame on you if you use it. Shame on you. It was time to get that juicy star drop though and increase our maximum energy. I managed to pull up the decorative trash can out of the fountain here because I just think it's a really cool decoration. I then went back down to the regular mines and was farming some iron ore for the quest for Clint. But the iron ore will come in handy anyway to make kegs and other stuff down the road. So I managed to get a very rare item here from a trash can, and it was the garbage hat. And it's just such a rare hat to get. I just had to show it in my footage. I have opened up hundreds and hundreds of trash cans, and this is something that never comes out. So I was quite fortunate to get that. Here's a cool scene of Robin and Willie fixing up the boats. We can now do Ginger Island runs. I got my iridium pickaxe today, and it couldn't have come a moment sooner because the volcano dungeon is quite a difficult dungeon to do if you don't have an iridium pickaxe. So we're now taking the boat down to Ginger Island. What new mysteries await us? The first thing we need to do anyway is gather all of the golden walnuts so we can make some decent progression on Ginger Island. And these golden walnuts are scattered all over the map. The first one is more or less a freebie given to you just before you get to Leo's house. But we also get 3 tent kits, and tent kits are really useful. If you put down a tent, you can go to sleep straight away. You'll wake up the next day in exactly the spot you put down that tent. It's so good. There's a secret golden walnut just down there to the south of the south pedestal. There's also a golden walnut in the tree there inside Leo's house. We're going to talk to this parrot and open up some of the Ginger Island map. There's golden walnuts that can be hauled up all over the place. I'm just going to show you a few here. It's just basically a quick tactic on how we can get the house the first day we come here. There's also a Georgia parrot here. If we click on him, it wants 1,200,000 gold to find golden walnuts. Now just so you know, that price scales with how many walnuts you've currently found. So the more golden walnuts you find, the less you have to pay that parrot to find the rest. It's actually really handy if you're very close to getting 100 golden walnuts and you just want to get into Key's secret walnut room. If you have a few 100,000 gold on you, you can just pay that. It'll find all of them for you then, and you can just go get on with the rest of the Ginger Island. I do not recommend it for players new to Ginger Island. I would highly recommend that you seek out the walnuts on your own and just don't buy your way to success, because it is quite the experience finding all the golden walnuts the way they're originally meant to be found. So this is just a mini puzzle here. You can hit him with a watering can too if you have an upgraded watering can. So we upgrade the house, which means we don't need to use the tent kits. We can sleep here tonight, wake up the next morning. But we do go back to Stardew Valley because I wanted to look at the books again, and I had some money here. So I purchased the book here that increases my movement speed. That's a new book of power. I go back to Ginger Island. I spent half the day on this cursed minigame. It took me about 20 attempts to get it right. Oh, if Concerned Ape is listening, please make that event easier, please. It was then off doing a volcano run, and there's some really good stuff you can get in the volcano. We do need golden walnuts from here though. There's 5 you can get from killing monsters, there's a few you can get from the chests, there's 5 you can get from mining open ores, and there's 5 from the dwarvish caches. The dwarf vendor on floor 5 sells the Diamond Hunter Book of Power. All stones have a chance to drop a diamond when mined by hand. That means if you're using your pickaxe, not using bombs, you have a chance to get a diamond. It's quite the Book of Power, but you need 10 diamonds to buy it, so we will save up and come back to that later. There was a strong windstorm during the night. Never got that before, didn't really know at the time what it meant, but it does open up a really cool and cute quest line for us that we get to experience soon. So we're just making our way now to the volcano dungeon again. Want to get up to the forge this time, and I have a lot of bombs here on me, so we're getting lots of golden walnuts. We're also getting journal scraps as well, and some of those journal scraps are important to get more golden walnuts. We get a prismatic shard getting up to floor 10, and our first enchant is going to be on our galaxy sword. We get Bug Killer. I was hoping for Crusader, but Bug Killer isn't bad. It does mean we can one-shot those armoured bugs in the Skull Caverns. It's now time to free Professor Snail. This will unlock his archaeology side quests. We have to go and find all of the fossils around Ginger Island to get loads of golden walnuts. We're going to do his survey report. Luckily, Concerned Ape has not changed any of the answers here to the 2 questions that are asked. It's still the exact same answers as before. He did, however, nerf one artifact in particular. It's now super simple to get. It's going to surprise you. But before we get to that, it is time to go back to Stardew Valley. The annual Trout Derby has begun. So we're going to collect our battery packs, pet our dog, and we're going to go down to Cindersap Forest. And basically every time we catch a rainbow trout, we have a chance to get a golden tag. The more golden tags we get, the better prizes we get off the merchant. That's basically the whole event. You could spend the whole day here fishing up rainbow trouts. When we click on get reward, then we're going to get numerous rewards. We can get tents, we can get diamonds, we can get other bits and pieces, but a diamond is probably the best thing you can get. The quality sprinkler isn't bad, but if you're big on farming, by the time you get to the more or less end of summer, you don't really need extra quality sprinklers. Nonetheless though, it was a cool event. I got a bucket hat, which was a new hat item, and so I decided to put it on straight away to see what it looked like, and I think it does look kinda stylish, if I do say so myself. It was then back to the dwarf. It was his birthday. I gave him a lemon stone. He was very happy with that. Get my extra friendship points there. It was then time to check out this new quest line. I noticed when I went back down to Cindersap Forest, there was a question mark above this tree stump. When I clicked on it, it said the old tree is gone. However, with 100 pieces of hardwood, this could be fixed up. I was so excited. I got my axe straight away and it was off, going all through Stardew Valley, getting all of the hardwood I could. When I was finished with all of the stumps, I went over to Ginger Island. There was loads of hardwood over here to be gotten, so getting 100 pieces was super simple because of all the hardwood you can get on Ginger Island. I fixed up the tree stump straight away and I turned it into a small cute little house. It even had a window and a light on inside and a little chimney. It was the cutest thing ever. And I wondered to myself, who's going to move into this house? What's going to happen? I was just so excited. It was then time to get lots of starfruit wine. This was sell for loads of money, but before I sold it, I got level 10 farming. So we're going to go to Artisan, so I get 40% more for the wine. I made some iridium sprinklers today. I'm going to put those down inside the greenhouse. And I'm going to use the greenhouse primarily for bits and bobs. Maybe I'll put some starfruit in here in fall. Might put some other stuff in here as well. But it took me a while to put down those sprinklers because I didn't have the UI Info Suite mod activated. But I think I did a pretty good job. I hoed up the place and then I planted some more starfruit seeds I purchased off Sandy here. I got 102 in total, which wasn't too shabby at all. There was a little bit of a patch left over, but that wasn't a bad thing. I could put other stuff to fill up that patch. A raccoon moved into the house. He says, hungry, need fish, and he was looking for 5 cockles and a smoked tilapia. Not to worry, I was on it straight away. Now I did need 1 or 2 more cockles, so I put down some fishing traps there to get that. I did go back to him though with the tilapia. I got that very easy enough, and that was an iridium quality. Didn't make a difference to him though. I just had to wait for the cockles in the meantime. So it was like a mini community centre, but just doing it with a raccoon instead. I wonder, is he a cousins of Rocket? I wonder, does Concerned Ape like watching Guardians of the Galaxy, and that's where he got inspiration to put a raccoon down there? Who knows? I finally gave in the cockles. He says, thanks Bobo, take this. I was rewarded with 25 broccoli seeds, and I figured these were similar to the carrot seeds and the summer squash seeds, but you just plant these in fall and it would just give you back broccoli, which is really cool. Who doesn't love a good plate of boiled broccoli, am I right? Or steamed broccoli. I got some catfish today. It was Willie's birthday. He loves catfish. More friendship points there for Willie. I then decided to put some of my many coffee beans into the kegs to get back some coffees. I could turn those into the triple shot espressos. I also put down some more tree seeds here as well to get some hardwood in the future. And I put the broccoli inside my greenhouse because I wanted to see if it was going to be the same as the carrots and the summer squash. Level 8 foraging, I can now make the survival burger, but more importantly, the tent kit. I can tell you right now, the tent kit is going to be very important for highly successful Skull Cavern runs in the future. Because it was Thursday, Sandy was selling deluxe speed grow for 80 gold a pop. I purchased loads. I put that down in the greenhouse later. I went to Robin. It was time to construct another farm building. This time, we'll go with the big barn, so I can put even more barn animals inside. I went back to the greenhouse with my deluxe speed grow, and I'm going to put this on everything. It's just going to dramatically speed up the starfruit, because I wanted to convert that into starfruit wine to get more money. The more money I get, the more I can do. I'm going to give Clint my axe upgrade to a gold axe, because I'm cutting down an awful amount of trees. I need wood for so many things. It won't hurt to have a good axe to do that. I'm now on the quest to get all of the artifacts needed for Professor Snail's side quest. I also fished up a blue discus there as well. That's one of the fish needed for the fishing collection. I managed to get the fossilized spine too, which is needed for Professor Snail's quest. Look at this. I managed to get a snake vertebrae from just mining open stone. I actually couldn't believe it when it popped out. Snake vertebrae are now super easy to get. They used to be insanely hard to get back in the day. Back in the 1.5 days, you had to hold up out of the ground. It was just so rare. It's now super easy to get. I also got another golden wallet down there with a pearl, and I also managed to fish up the lionfish too, which is needed for the fishing collection, along with the snake skull for Professor Snail's side quest. So I had enough golden walnuts assembled where I could fish up the beach area here, and now loads of NPCs will come over from Stardew Valley and visit, including Gus. We need Gus to come here to get a recipe off him. I got access to a new area where I fished up a golden walnut. You can hoe up another one just outside there, and there's a sneaky one inside the Pirate's Cove here, just down at the bottom right. Also inside the Pirate's Cove there's a fish we need. It's known as the stingray. We need that for the fishing collection. I also got the mummified frog from whacking open the weeds, and I also started the gembird puzzle as well. We put an aquamarine there because that came off the south gembird, so that aquamarine goes into the south pedestal. The gold pickaxe off Clint. I also got to break open some golden coconuts because I needed the fossilized skull for Professor Snail's side quest, and I got that no problem at all. It was then back to Ginger Island, and I managed to pan up the fossilized tail, and that was the last item needed to complete Professor Snail's archaeology side quest, and I completed it in a record time because of how easy it is now to get those snake vertebrae. I got lots of golden walnuts as reward, along with a banana and a mango sapling. I will need a banana for a special quest later on to give to the gorilla to get more golden walnuts. You can also get up to 5 golden walnuts from doing farming on Ginger Island, and here's one for you. Concerned Ape has now put in a change where if you scythe away crops, you can also get golden walnuts that way as well. You don't have to just pull up crops out of the ground anymore. So it was back to some volcano rungs to get more golden walnuts. I picked up a soul sapper ring there. In all fairness, it's a horrible ring. because by the time you get to Ginger Island, energy just isn't a problem anymore, so I think it's probably one of the most useless rings in the game. I did, however, put 3 rubies into my Galaxy Sword, increasing its damage output. It's now way stronger. We are now approximately halfway through the video, so if you're still watching, consider liking and subscribing to the channel if you like 100-day content. We're now moving into fall. Let's take a look at the calendar. As we can see, we still have the Spirit Eves event, we have the Stardew Valley Fair, but the bookseller will now visit on the 4th and the 12th. And I didn't see any other sort of new events added to fall, except for the bookseller. So I'm going to use all of my money here and purchase 134 pumpkin seeds. Pumpkins, in all fairness, do sell for quite a lot of money. They don't compare to starfruit, but they're still alright. And we spend a good portion of today watering up these pumpkins and planting them. We're also going to visit the raccoon. He says, now maybe I find a wife. Well, I wish you the best of luck there, buddy. You can do it. I went down to the sewers, totally forgot about the mutant carp, so I fished that up straight away. I didn't stop there though. I went inside the mutant bug lair and I fished up the slime jack. I got a first catch on that, which was nice. I also picked up the dark talisman because I wanted to see if the magical ink terminal had some extra items. I also put up the angler as well, which is the fall legendary fish. A new baby lizard has hatched thanks to the dinosaur egg I put into the incubator. We're now going to give it a name. We're going to call it Bonkers Busy, our new fabulous dinosaur. I'm also going to get some gold star mayonnaise because the chickens now produce high quality eggs, and the gold star mayonnaise will sell for quite some money. I smoked the angler and the mutant carp. It was a nice bit of money coming in there now to start the fall. I was really happy with that. 6,300 for the mutant carp and almost 4,800 for the angler. I got the ossified blade here from a mystery box, and that blade wasn't actually introduced in 1.5. It was one of those mythical weapons, you know. You could spawn it in with the item spawner, but you couldn't officially get it. Now we can. It's not a bad weapon. It's a level 6 sword. It would be very overpowered if you got that in early spring, you know, to have such a beast of a weapon in the early days. But I had a Galaxy Sword, so I was just going to sell it off to Marlon. It did look really cool though, the ossified blade. It was now time to get the frog to inspect some crops to get more golden walnuts. He'll give us 5 for the melon and he'll give us 5 for the wheat. I didn't have any garlic on me, and I haven't got any garlic yet for any of the monsters in the Skull Caverns, so we will have to wait to get the final 5 from him down the road. So I gave Penny a sandfish for her birthday, and she was delighted with that. We might consider marrying Penny this time around. It was also time for the community quests. Normally I would jump at community cleanup because I could use it to abuse tea saplings. Because they were nerfed, I'm going with fragments of the past. Because the tea saplings now only sell for 250 gold. They don't sell for 500 gold anymore. I also purchased the big chest recipe off Robin. I'm going to make that now. It's so handy. You can place the big chest directly on your small chest and it will absorb all of the loot in the small chest, so you don't have to take all of the items out of the small chest and then put it into the big chest. It was so handy. Unfortunately, the big chest knocked my small chest away and I couldn't pick it up, and my OCD was just killing me. I do eventually pick it up in the future. One way or another, we will get that small chest. Don't you worry, folks. We'll get it. So the broccoli has fully grown. It's time to harvest it to see what it's all about. The broccoli is quite similar to the carrot and the summer squash in terms of value and how much energy and health it's going to give. It's just something you can hope out of the ground in fall, similar to spring and summer. I made some preserve jars today. I also made some rustic floors and some stone floors because I wanted to do up the farm a little bit. I wanted to put down some sort of a path in the farm just to make it look like a decent looking farm. Aesthetic is important. It was time to experiment with the broccoli. I'm going to put it inside the preserve jars. I'm also going to put it inside the kegs just to see what the value of it is like when it's processed. You know, if it's any good, if it's worth capitalizing on, if it's worth exploiting. So we're back to Ginger Island and I figured out the gem puzzle here. I had 2 gem birds to go, but I just started putting in random gems and I got the combination correct, and I got back 5 golden walnuts there, no problem at all. I also put up an ostrich egg here in the golden walnut, and because I have the ostrich incubator from doing Professor Snail's quest, I could now put ostriches on my farm if I so wished. I went down into the regular mines today just to farm some iron ores because I wanted to make more bombs. I wanted to do another Skull Cavern run. Killing the skeletons isn't bad either because we do have to complete all the monster eradication goals. The book collector has come back. I had 29,000 gold, So I wanted to purchase something now that would really help me along with progression. Way of the Wind Part 2 was 35,000 gold, and it would give me an even greater movement speed forever. I really wanted that. I just needed a few extra thousand gold, so I sold Pierre 999 coffee beans. Like, to be honest with you, I'm not going to use all those. I'm not going to process those into coffee because I can just convert diamonds into triple shot espressos if I want to. So I sold him all the coffee beans. I had 44,000 gold, and I purchased a book of power to further increase my movement speed. Nice one. That was Way of the Wind Part 1 and Way of the Wind Part 2 collected. I gave the henchman here some void mayonnaise, so he would let me into the shack. I just wanted to pick up the magical ink and use it to activate the terminal. I wanted to see if the 1.6 added any new structures to the game. I also noticed a new structure here in the wizard's basement. It says a replica of unknown origins, and I'm wondering now if that has some sort of a function. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments if that has some sort of a function. Looking at the magical ink terminal here, it has the same unusual stuff. It has the obelisks, the gold clock, and the Junimos. The raccoon finally found himself a wife. Congratulations, raccoon. And the wife vendor sells carrot seeds, summer squash seeds, broccoli seeds, and powder melon seeds. What's interesting here is these powder melon seeds can be used in winter, so we can now farm properly in winter. We can use powder melon seeds, and all we need for the powder melon seeds are just 2 pine cones. For one, it's easy to get pine cones. We had a chat with the raccoon. He needed more food. He wanted dried coconuts and blackberry jelly. The coconuts and jelly would be simple. Blackberries are littered all over the ground in fall, and the coconuts, we can just head on off to the desert to get those. I also met some crystallariums, and I purchased some powder melon seeds off of the fabulous raccoon's wife. 32 in total. I'm going to put those down in the greenhouse straight away. For the rest of the day, I was just cutting down trees, getting wood. I was also wanted to get more pine cones because I wanted to get more powder melon seeds. I was getting moss as well, which come in handy later on. The next day I got my dried coconuts, and I just had to wait now for the blackberry jelly. That could take some time to process. I got my octopus roe. I was also collecting my lovely deluxe bait, and I decided to make loads of bombs because I'm gearing up now for another Skull Cavern run. I went back down to the Ginger Island, and I'm trying to get bone fragments here. The reason why I'm getting bone fragments is because I took on a community quest to collect 100 bone fragments for Gunther. So we're just going between the skeletons and the Ginger Island. It was Elliot's birthday. I gave him a lobster because he loves those. That was nice friendship points with Elliot. I purchased the triple shot espresso recipe off Gus as well, so I could convert my hard-earned coffees into triple shot espressos. I'm also giving Robin love gifts. I need to get her the 6 hearts to learn the flute block, so I can get more golden walnuts over on Ginger Island. My sweet gem berry was finally ready. It can be grown in a garden pot, which is nice. That means you can grow it any season of the year indoors. And all of the starfruit was good to go as well. That would all be turned into starfruit wine. I went to the secret woods with my sweet gem berry, and the statue here, he gave me another star drop, which was nice. I'm going to put loads of powder melon seeds now inside the greenhouse to see what they look like and how well they sell for. I gave Gunther his 100 bone fragments. I'm going to get rewarded now at 3,500 gold for that. He'll also send me on the bone mill as well the next day. And I also get a prize ticket. What other goodies can we get from Mayor Lewis's prize machine? I'm going to get a bed today, but the next prize is really good. It's 4 mushroom logs. I was really curious as to what that book was with the love heart on it. I knew it was a book of power, but I didn't know at the time what it actually done. So I picked up another help wanted quest because there was a prize ticket in the mix. I just had to get 15 coal ores, and it was super simple to do because I had the quarry unlocked. It would take me record time to get those 15 coal pieces. I also picked up a book here as well called Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick, and it's a permanent +1 to my defense, which was really nice. Defense is so important in Stardew Valley. The more defense you have, the less damage enemies do. I picked up a trash catalogue here from one of the trash cans, and this will give me access to a huge array of trash decorations we can place in our house and all around the farm. We have the plastic lawn chair, broken television, buried tire, all different kinds of cans and bottles, messy shorts, 6-pack rings, spilled beverages. It was just really cool, you know. We also had really dirty wallpaper recipes as well. I couldn't help myself, and I turned my house into an absolute wreck. This is what a house would look like if Shane and Pam lived together. The main thing was that my dog was still happy, goodbye Chuck, and my cactus was still smiling, so I took those as positives. The next day I swapped the tellies around because I needed a working telly. The broken telly didn't actually work, which speaks for itself. So Gunther sent me on the bone mill the next day. That's handy, we can put bone fragments and other stuff into that to get back speed grows and fertilizers and stuff like that. I also harvested my blackberry jelly, so I can give that now into the raccoon, along with the dried coconuts, and that was another raccoon quest completed. Thanks, Bobo. Take this. I got a raccoon journal. This is a book of power, and it just means that when we destroy weeds, we have a greater chance of getting mixed seeds from those weeds. So it's a really nice perk there to have that permanently. What a nice book of power to get. What more prizes would we get from this lovely raccoon? We can also purchase more of that book of power if we want for 999 fiber. Now obviously we can't reactivate it or increase our chances. It's just for trading with the book merchant when he visits. So it was time now to upgrade our house, make it a little bit bigger for 10,000 gold and some wood. I also purchased some staircases here as well using jades. And I also managed to pull up a sea cucumber as well because I needed that for the fishing collection. I also got the midnight carp too. I came across the weirdest quest the next day. Emily wanted me to say hi to every single person in town, just so everybody would like me a little more. I mean, I've never seen this quest before. It must be a new addition to 1.6. But it was time for another community quest. We had Pierre's Prime Produce, Rock Rejuvenation. Because I was already growing the pumpkins, it made sense to just take Pierre's Prime Produce because I was going to get a lot of Ghost Star vegetables, and you do get some nice money for doing those quests as well. I also pulled up some more catfish today because it was raining, but what I was really looking for was the tiger trout, just for the fishing collection. We didn't stop there though. It was then after the lake area I needed to pull up the walleye here for the fishing collection, and I managed to get that without too much hassle at all. The next day things got a little bit exciting. It was a help wanted quest from Willie. He wanted 4 salmon, but there was a prized ticket in the mix, so I was going to do that straight away and put up those 4 salmon as quickly as possible. I really wanted to get my hands on that book with the love heart to see what it was all about. Willie was super happy with the salmon. I got 300 gold for doing it, but I didn't care too much about that. I just wanted a ticket. So I was back to Ginger Island and I was pulling up taro roots here. I was getting some golden walnuts in the process, which was nice. I was actually getting very close now to entering Key's secret walnut room, but I still needed a few more golden walnuts. So I traded in some bone fragments for some more taro tubers. I'm going to plant all those down. I also planted a lot of mixed seeds as well. Went back to the dwarf on the 5th floor there, and I finally purchased the Diamond Hunter skill book. So I now have a chance to get diamonds every time I mine open a node. I used my watering can to get up to that protection ring, then I realised I didn't need to use the watering can. I could have just walked around the lava. Finally got access to Key's secret walnut room. Let the key quests commence. We had Key's crop and 4 precious stones. There was not a hope I was doing the Key's crop quest. Way too time consuming, way too boring. I selected the 4 precious stones that can just go into the Skull Cavern and get those no problem. I had a look to see if the 1.6 introduced any new items to this key machine, and it did. We had fireworks. We also had blue grass starter. That's the really nice grass, that gives animals friendship bonuses. But we needed moss and mystic syrup to craft it, and I had no idea how to get mystic syrup at this moment in time. I also got Woody's secret from cutting down a tree. Felled trees have a 5% chance now to give double the wood. That's pretty nice, and that was a new book of power added to our lovely repertoire. I made more staircases today. We're gearing up for another Skull Cavern run to see if we can get those prismatic shards. I also made some triple shot espressos with all the coffees I had accumulated as well. So I checked the fortune teller today, and I actually had the best luck possible, which was really nice. So I activated my warp totem straight away, and we're going to go into the Skull Cavern now for a really good run of it. I spammed staircases more or less until I ran out of them, and eventually I got to a treasure floor here where I got a dark cowboy hat, so I'm going to equip that straight away just for a change of style. There's loads of different cowboy hats you can get in the game, but you cannot get the pink one or the prismatic one from the treasure chest. You get those from alternative means. I got to floor 100, I got a special chest, but the reward wasn't so special. It was just another dark cowboy hat, unfortunately. The chest was cool though. I got my first prismatic shard on floor 101. What's interesting is that when you get to floor 200, you'll get awarded with 2 chests, and floor 300, you'll get rewarded with 3 treasure chests. So it's definitely worth making staircases and getting down as deep as possible to maximize on the rewards. I got loads of prismatic shards today, but more importantly, I got absolute tons of iridium ores, and all those ores can be turned into bars. They will sell for 1500 gold a pop, which is just amazing. All of the lovely powder melons now have fully matured, so we're going to harvest those all up. We're going to sell them now to make a pretty good profit. I made more furnaces today because I wanted to output a lot more bars to make bigger profits. I sold all of the powder melons and the broccoli. I even sold starfruit and everything else to our good friend Pierre to get some flash money. I purchased some cave jelly by trading a book there to the bookseller. That jelly will come in handy later on when it comes to making more of those smoke machines. I purchased the horse skill book. I also purchased the Cither-like skill book as well, because I wanted to run faster through crops and grass and things like that. I had a look at the Queen of Sauce cookbook, but I couldn't afford it right now. I will grab it later on. So I used up a lot of money on the books of power and also the skill books as well to get some more really cool passive abilities. I now had a fairly good repertoire of books of power. I also made 3 more fish smokers. So bring on the fish. That means I can smoke a lot more fish a lot faster, meaning a more or less double fishing profits for me. I'm going to get Robin to make a deluxe barn, and I'm going to go back to Ginger Island, put in the 4 prismatic shards, that's 40 key gems in the bag. I'm going to purchase the key to the town. Not only will I be able to enter anywhere I want regardless of the time, but the vendors will also be accessible at earlier and later times as well. Clint will upgrade our axe to the final form, the iridium axe, and we're going to go back into our greenhouse now, collect all this lovely starfruit wine, and we're turning more iridium ores into iridium bars for even more money. Because I had so much iridium got, the money was just flowing. I managed to put a tapper onto that new rare tree there. It was some sort of a fiddlehead fern tree. Let's find out what that tapper will produce. I couldn't use the tapper on any of the other trees. They'll be all moss trees. It was time to purchase more animals. I'm going to get a duck right now. Let the naming conventions begin. This one, we're going to call it Natasha. For next, we have Ashley. That's going to be a duck as well. Another duck. It's going to be Taylor, another member of our channel. It was Abigail's birthday today. I'm going to give her a pufferfish. Lots of friendship points there. I then decided to purchase the mannequin male and female off Sandy. I wanted to see how they worked. I wanted to put lots of clothes on them, see what it looked like. I also purchased 184 starfruit off Sandy as well. So we're going to put the majority of these in the greenhouse. Any ones left over will go over to Ginger Island. And this is what the mannequins look like. I think it's a really cool aesthetic. There's lots you can do with those mannequins in terms of style-wise, you know, to make your farm look a bit more unique. I finally got the warp obelisk unlocked over in Ginger Island. I also gave me a Ginger Island warp totem for free as well. That was a nice added feature. It was time to finish off Pierre's prime produce quest. 2500 gold in the bag. And it was time to replant our second batch of pumpkins. I then collected a dinosaur mayonnaise for the first time, and I got my iridium axe back off Clint. That was another tool fully upgraded. Now we're going to work on our pan. We're going to upgrade the copper pan to a steel pan. I wanted to see how potent these new pan upgrades can be, all the way to the iridium pan, to see how good it gets. I'm going to get my prize ticket now for doing Pierre's questline. And I'm also going to make 2 iridium bands, because I had a lot of solar essences and void essences collected from killing the monsters over the past few seasons. I'm also purchasing 2 ruby rings, and I'm going to combine my iridium bands with my ruby rings for a huge attack power buff. The next day, I had a look at the tapper and it generated a fiddlehead fern, which figures the fiddlehead fern tree would of course generate fiddlehead ferns. It is nice though to get an actual flowing stock of fiddlehead ferns through tappers. So it's a nice adjustment. It was time to purchase more animals. We're going to go to Vice City. Pink Blossom, another cool Gamergar member. Marastic. I was going to purchase a pig, but Marnie just got up and left the store without saying a word. That's what I hate about Marnie. Sometimes it can be just infuriatingly hard to purchase stuff off her because she's never around. I went to Robin. I'm going to upgrade my big coop to a deluxe coop, and it was time to choose another community quest. We had island ingredients, and we had Robin's project. I'm going to go with Robin's project because it's quite easy to get hardwood now, and I just didn't have an optimal setup now to ship 100 pineapples within 14 days, so it made sense to get Robin's project and just farm some hardwood. I'm also going to go with Key's Prismatic Grange here too, because I wasn't going to go with Key's Crop, and it would be easy enough to do that quest, especially now that we can purchase Georgia Colas for the blue item. Got another Soul Sapper ring today, and out of the elite chest, another useless Soul Sapper ring. I was just getting horrendous luck with the chests. I combined my Iridium Band with the Ruby Ring twofold. That is a 40% attack bonus now, so we're going to do way more damage now to enemies. What's better, I got level 10 combat that night ago with Brute. That's 15% additional damage on top of that. That's a 55% damage increase. It was then onto the Stardew Valley Fair. I had quite the nice selection of items there. Definitely going to get first place for that. As a reward, I get the usual 1000 star tokens. With that, I just keep gambling on green until I get enough star tokens to purchase all of the rewards. There was, however, an additional reward to be had. It was a prize token. I absolutely purchased that. After the prize token, I went ahead and got the star drop. I also got the rare crow, because that's needed for the deluxe scarecrow at the end. I went back to Clint the next day. I got back my steel pan. I handed it straight back in again. I got him to upgrade it to a gold pan. It's going to be very interesting to see what the Iridium pan can do. In terms of the Key's Prismatic Grange quest, for the blue items, I just went with 100 Georgia Colas. I had Cherry Bombs, Bug Meat, Fibre, Copper Ores and Sap for the other stuff, so it was easy enough to complete with those items. With the currency I had, I purchased Pierre's missing stock list in the hopes I could access his year 2 crops. I was wrong though. He still just gives you the year 1 crops, but he does allow you to purchase any crop regardless of season, but it has to be a year 1 crop. I gave Pierre his stock list. Happy days. Was off to Robin to give her the 80 hardwood needed to complete her project quest. That was 2000 gold in the bag there from Robin. The next day I was collecting pumpkin juice and harvesting more pumpkins. I gave Marnie a pearl here because it was her birthday. Got her set with 3 hearts. Collected Mayor Lewis's lucky purple shorts. Had a chat with Marnie. She was like, what, hey? I don't know what that is. Gave them to Mayor Lewis. You found them where? Oh, I have no idea how they could have gotten there. You're such a poor liar, Mayor Lewis. Why can't you just be honest? Let everyone know about your love. You shouldn't hide love, Lewis. I did collect another prize ticket and I managed to finally get that Book of Power. Friendship 101. This passive will basically give us extra friendship points whenever we do any sort of activity that generates friendship points, such as giving gifts, completing quests. It's real handy in the long run. I put the mushroom logs down near wild trees so they would generate mushrooms every couple of days, and it's a really nice item to have. I also picked up Linus's berry basket just to get some more friendship points with him. I also put a battery pack into the lockbox here to start Key's quest to get into the casino. You don't actually need the secret note to start that quest. You can start it whenever you wish. Give Linus back his berry basket along with a hazelnut for some extra friendship points with him. Back on Ginger Island, got a few more golden walnuts from harvesting up some crops here, which was nice. And I managed to get some other golden walnuts from opening up the mussels here as well. You can get a total of 5 from when I open the mussels. I also got Robin to build the stables. I wanted to see if any changes were implemented with the 1.6 in terms of how the horse looked. I purchased 2 heaters off Marnie as well, just to make sure the animals are kept nice and warm for winter. I also purchased a pig. We're going to call the pig DJ Guardian. I also purchased a rabbit here. We're going to call it Manya. Our lovely raccoon friend was looking for some dried common mushrooms and 5 cave carrots. We will of course oblige, being the super nice neighbour that we are. For the 5 common mushrooms, it was simple enough. I just got them from the mushroom cave. I also built an ostrich incubator. I'm going to put this inside the barn now because it's now a deluxe barn. And I'm going to put the ostrich egg straight in there just so we have the ostrich as well on the farm. And that will cover more or less all of the farm animals as you have in Stardew Valley. The next day I got the dried common mushrooms along with loads of iridium bars. I already had the cave carrots. So it was time to sort out our lovely, hungry raccoon friend. Let's see what rewards we're going to get this time for completing another raccoon bundle. Thanks, Bobo. Take this. And I got a raccoon hat. Real nice indeed. I, of course, put the raccoon hat on me straight away because I think it's the coolest thing ever. These raccoons are just so nice. And what's more, we can purchase more raccoon hats from the wife because every time we complete a raccoon community quest, the wife gets an expanded shop. It was just 10 mixed seeds to get more raccoon hats if we ever want them in the future. Now the raccoon says we can grow the family bigger. Well, I wish you the best of luck in that endeavour, my friend. It was back to Clint to get the gold pan, but we're not going to stop there. We're going to give that straight back into Clint to get the iridium pan. That'll be ready in a couple of days. I also went back to the witch's swamp and I pulled up the void salmon. I needed that for the fishing collection. I also went to the Pirate's Cove and I managed to play the darts game. Every time we complete the darts game, we get a golden walnut, up to a maximum of 3. If we want to achieve perfection in Stardew Valley, we will have to acquire all of the golden walnuts. Once the dart game was finished with, we were more or less finished with the Pirate's Cove. It was time to leave, go back to the farm and name our horse Katie. We're going to now stroll around the valley with our good friend Katie. We're now going to go back to Robin, give her the midnight carp. She posted that on the bulletin board, and the reason why we took that quest was because we wanted to build up friendship points with Robin. I also gave her spaghetti as well because it was her birthday, and she finally gave me the recipe for the flute block. I'm also going to get Robin to build a shed so I can fill it up with kegs, and I'm also going to put a rainbow shell inside of the box here for Mr. Key. The next quest was to place 10 beets inside Mayor Lewis's fridge, and I've got those beets grown over on Ginger Island. I picked up the prismatic jelly community quest, and I managed to get my iridium pan back off Clint as well. We can now use that iridium pan to see if we can get some real nice stuff. Next up, we're going to upgrade the watering can to its maximum potential. We can also put the iridium pan on our head and use it as a hat. It's just so funny because it's purple. We finally completed the flute block puzzle. Because it was raining over on Ginger Island, we could do that, and the mermaid would give us 10 more golden walnuts. I managed to pan up a fossilized tail with 11 iridium ore, but it gets way better. It's time to pan with Gamer Guard, everybody. Let me show you how it's done. After a while, I finally came across a fishing spot that gave me not just a lucky ring, but a ton of other stuff too. You just cannot beat the iridium pan. It's absolutely amazing. Every time you pan up something with the iridium pan, there's a very good chance that another panning spot will appear straight away, so you can get a really good chain going with the pan. I will of course equip the lucky ring. +1 luck is a really good perk to be walking around with. Luck determines so many things in Stardew Valley. It was time for another key quest here. We're going to go with Skull Cavern Invasion. We just have to make our way down to floor 100. That'll get 40 key gems as well, which will be really nice. So we're just going to spam staircases till we get as close to floor 100 as we can, and then we just utilise our bombs to make the rest of the way there. Upon spamming down staircases, I did come across a treasure floor with 2 iridium sprinklers. That was actually very nice, because I am in the realms now of upgrading my sprinklers to iridium sprinklers so I can put more crops on the ground. If I come across radioactive ores, I will prioritise those. And when I got to floor 100, then I got the really cool treasure chest again. Inside, I got 5 survival burgers, plus 3 foraging is actually pretty nice. It's a nice burger to have. I was also getting lots of prismatic shards from my journeys down here too, which was good. I also got swarmed by tons of iridium bats. I somehow managed to fend them all off. I did get 22 iridium ores from it though. I got another prismatic shard from a treasure room, which was nice as well. The next day, it was time to smelt all of these lovely radioactive ores into radioactive bars. The greenhouse was also ready. And I got another fern tree here. I'm going to put a tapper on it. It's cool that the 2 trees turn different ways. You could almost, just almost, turn into some sort of a cool looking gate to your farm. I got the copper watering can off Clint. I'm going to give that straight back into him to upgrade it to steel watering can. I'm also going to cut down loads of trees here. When I was cutting down trees in Cindersap Forest, I noticed a door. I got very excited by this because I've never noticed this before, and this absolutely wasn't in 1.5. This was new. It says only a master of the 5 ways may enter. 4 out of 5. I knew straight away it was talking about my core skills. My farming, mining, foraging, fishing and combat. My foraging was skill level 9, so I had to get that 1 more level before I could enter that room. I did not know at the time what was inside there, but I was absolutely determined to get into that room as quickly as possible. So I was basically going to prioritise foraging now for the next few days, just cutting down any sort of tree or stump I came across. If I saw any sort of forage around the ground, I would of course pick it up straight away because it all counts towards foraging XP. The radioactive bars yield 4,500 gold a pop. That's absolutely insane. I also got really lucky here in the mines, and getting down to floor 7 for the first time I got the prismatic slime. Killed that, got the prismatic jelly, so we can give that back to the wizard now for some really good money. But the main reason we do this quest is to get the recipe the wizard will send us the next day, the monster musk. That makes monster eradication golds, much easier to achieve, because it will dramatically increase the rate of which monsters spawn in the mines. So I'm getting loads of mushrooms here from the mushroom logs. Each mushroom log can give like up to 4 mushrooms. It's really good. I got purple mushrooms, common mushrooms, red mushrooms. I do plan on putting a lot more mushroom logs out on the farm. Because it was Thursday, I swapped in 3 prismatic shards for the magic rock candy. That'll come in real handy later on. And I spent a great deal of time then cutting down more trees today to try to increase my foraging skill. I went over to Ginger Island and all the beets were ready to be harvested. I'm going to pick them all up. And I cut down even more trees on Ginger Island to increase my foraging skill. I also unlocked the fast travel around Ginger Island by just unlocking the parrot lift. That was more or less all of the Ginger Island upgrades done. The next day, the wizard set me on the recipe for Monster Musk, and this means dungeon crawling now becomes much more interesting. I got another fiddlehead fern today off this tapped tree, so I suppose it's just fiddlehead ferns and moss for the moment. I haven't come across any new trees yet. I'm going to get my prize ticket as well for completing the last community center quest for the wizard, and I'm also going to put some beets inside Merluce's fridge. Now I get another task from Mr. Key to give the sand dragon his last meal. It was time to trade in our prize ticket, and this time we're going to get back a dehydrator. So it's going to be nice having 2 of those instead of 1 because it takes so long to actually dry out fruit in this game. So I put a solar essence into the dragon skeleton, and I had to move my chest here to get the club card, and I actually moved my chest down in between my furnaces. I thought it was so funny. I actually have some job putting that chest back up into its original place. We're going to go back to Clint again, and we're going to get him to upgrade the watering can yet again to a gold watering can. And I spent the rest of the day pulling up some gobies here because I wanted to put these into a new fishing pond to see what kind of items they would generate. It was also time to pull up all of the pumpkins. Our banana tree was finally ready. We got our first mango and our first banana. We can bring the banana back to Ginger Island. Robin will make another fishing pond for us, and I'm also going to purchase the jack-o'-lantern recipe and another rare crow from the Halloween event here as well. We're also going to do the maze and get a golden pumpkin, which will become very handy for the next upcoming birthday for extra friendship points. I found a little secret here behind the Joja Mart. It's a prize ticket, but I needed a copper axe to clear away the tree stump there to get it. And I also found another box just in the room here at the back of the Adventurers Guild with the Mapping Cave Systems Book of Power. And all that Book of Power does is it reduces the cost needed to pay Marilyn to go back in and collect your goods if you ever pass out in the Skull Caverns or regular mines. Gets you a 50% discount for Marilyn's services. So the gorilla is after eating the banana here now, and he will reward me with 3 golden walnuts for that deed. Nice one. There's also a lot more starfruit we can harvest here over in Ginger Island. All this will be converted into starfruit wine for lots and lots of money. We're getting the gold watering can back off Clint, and we're going to give that back into him now for the final upgrade. You'll also notice it's 6 o'clock when I'm handing that back in. That's because I have the key to the town, so I can just go in there anytime I want and primarily get upgrades. So to get the next Book of Power, you need at least a steel axe to clear away that big log. And you also need a steel pickaxe to clear away the big piece of rock. And then there's a gold trash can here that you can open up. And inside, we get a new Book of Power called the Alleyway Buffet. And this Book of Power increases the odds of finding items out of trash cans, which is really cool. So it might make for a decent trash can run later on. I wonder with that Book of Power, how much loot you can get from trash cans in one whole year of the game. So we're now in winter, and it's time to click on this bush and get the magnifying glass off Krobus. That will allow us to pick up secret letters all over Stardew Valley, and some will lead to very powerful rewards indeed. We're also going to pick up a new community quest. We're going to get Juicy Bugs Wanted from Willy here. He just wants 100 pieces. That won't be a problem at all. It's also Krobus' birthday today, and I've been saving this gold star horseradish for him for quite some time. That's going to put him up to 3 stars. I'm also going to purchase the dehydrator recipe off Pierre, so I can make more of those if I want. It was nice seeing all of the NPCs in their new winter clothing. Gus looked really comfy. Pierre, honestly, he looked the part as well with his new green sweater. I also spoke to Marnie. She looked really good. You can tell by looking at the outfits how much love Concerned Abe has for this game. All of the outfits looked amazing. I put the gobies into the fishing pond here in the hopes they'll generate some really cool stuff for me. I was getting quite unlucky with the key quest. It was another choice between Key's Crop, which I'm not going to pick, and another Skull Cavern Invasion. I was getting kind of bored of doing the skull caverns over and over again, but it was the best way to get the key gems. I needed more key gems to get more of the good stuff. So I'm going to purchase more powder melon seeds today. I got 46 in total there off the raccoon's wife, and they will be planted on our regular farm, so it's going to be nice to grow stuff in winter. I had a quick chat with our raccoon friend and he said, thirsty, need juice. So what he was looking for here was a cave carrot juice and a pickled winter root. And that would be very simple to get because you can get both items very commonly around Stardew Valley, and because it's winter, the winter root will be even easier to get. So I'm going to put all of the powder metals down, and a new ostrich finally hatched. Let's give it a name, or we're going to call it Doodle. Doodle isn't a member of our channel, but she's a great friend of mine and a very good YouTube content creator. It's now time to look at all of the farming animals we've collected so far, and we have one of each. It was then time to pull up some winter fish. We just got the squid there, which is really nice. Now I'm going to turn that squid into bait, and that bait will come in super handy for the big event this season. We also get back an iridium watering can, and we're now going to get Clint to start upgrading the hose. I'm also cutting down more trees in the hopes to get my foraging skill to 10, because I still haven't got to 10. And now that all the trees are gone, all that's left for us to do is to slay some enemies, get some bug meat, and complete some more quests. It was then off to try to fish up the hardest fish in the game, in my opinion, the glacier fish. It took me 3 attempts to actually pull this thing from up out of the waters. It was just so hard. It's such a ferociously hard fish. Way, way harder than the legend, in my opinion. And it's only worth 2200 gold, which is unfortunate. I think all the legendary fish should be worth way more than that, you know? Minimum 5-6k gold at least. I finally got my foraging to level 10, and a new gauge appeared called Mastery, 1 out of 10,000. Just so you know, Mastery is a combination of all of our skills. Linus looked really good with his new winter getup, and I decided to give him a birthday present as well as give him a cactus there. Good for you, Linus, my friend. I also fished up a link cod, we need that for the fishing collection as well, and a few other bits and bobs too. So all what was left now for the fishing collection was the 3 fish you get from doing the submarine minigame in winter. So we'll get to that soon, and that will be another star drop then from Willy. So level 10 foraging, we're going to get the lumberjack. All trees have a chance to drop hardwood. When I woke up the next way, I got a pop-up saying, I sense a way has opened up somewhere. I knew it had to be the door. I got my copper hoe off Clint and I went towards the door to open it up. Inside was a room with 5 statues, each having some sort of profession on it. Basically, for every mastery level we get, we can unlock one of those professions and get really good perks from them and very potent tools. So I had to make a decision on what mastery I was going to get first. We will eventually end up with all of the masteries, eventually, but for now I had to choose. Grandpa left a really cool note there as well to say that if I got this far I was ready. To complete the mastery gauge we just have to use all of our regular professions. They all count towards the mastery gauge. Combat mastery, the anvil, allows us to reforge trinkets, randomizing their stats, cost 3 iridium bars each. The mini forge, we can now use a dwarvish forge from the convenience of our home. That was so cool, and the ability to use trinkets. The mystic tree seed sounded awesome, you know, the treasure totem sounded good too, and we can also find golden mystery boxes if we went with the foraging mastery instead of regular mystery boxes. The next up then for the farmer, we had the iridium site. It can now gather crops, statue of blessings, and now we had golden animal crackers, which permanently double a farm animal's produce. For fishing mastery, we had an advanced iridium rod. We can have up to 2 bobbers on that rod. We had challenge bait. A perfect yields triple the catch. However, every time a fish escapes, we lose one. And then we can encounter golden fishing chests. What will we get inside those? And then for the mining, we have statue of the dwarf king, which is mining related perks. A heavy furnace, more efficient regular furnace, 25 pieces of ore and 3 coal per use. And gem bearing rocks now grant twice the gems. They all sounded totally awesome, and it took me ages to kind of decide on which one I was going to select for this challenge. Eventually I just went with the combat mastery, which sounded the most useful because I was really interested in finding out how those trinkets work. So it was back to Clint to break open some more geodes, and it was on to Gunther, and I was trying to finish off all of the artifacts here and the minerals. I then decided to get Clint to upgrade my hoe again. We're going to go for the steel hoe all the way up to the iridium, of course. It was then back down killing bugs. The reason why we're killing bugs is because I still needed 100 bug meat in total to complete Willy's community quest. So once I had that done, it was time to get some really good rewards off Willy. along with 3,000 gold. Wasn't too bad at all. It was time to go back to the lovely book merchant. This time at almost 500,000 gold to pay around with. I purchased a Queen of Sauce cookbook for 50,000. This thing is absolutely amazing. It's not a book of power. Instead, once we activate it, we will learn all of the Queen of Sauce recipes. Now bear in mind, that is just the Queen of Sauce recipes. We do not learn the recipes that we get from the NPCs, from the villagers of Stardew Valley. We still have to butter them up to learn all their secrets. But it's nice to get all the Queen of Saucemen out of the way so we don't have to watch the telly every Sunday or every Wednesday. I'm also going to get some skill books here just to see how effective they are. I have 599 XP at the moment. I activated a mining skill book and it went up to 849. Not really worth it in my opinion. I suppose the best way to fill this mastery gauge is to blow up iridium ores or radioactive ores, or just farm tons and tons of crops. The mushroom logs were giving me some great stuff here. Purple mushrooms, red mushrooms, and of course I could dry all those out. I'm working on Penny now because I want her to marry me, so I'm giving her sandfish because she loves sandfish. I'm also working on Vincent and Jazz because I want to learn the spring onion mastery, just so I can add it to my cool UI. It'd be nice to see it all filled up, looking pretty. So it was time to hand over the resources the raccoon needed to progress his questline. Thanks Bobo, take this. I got 5 fairy dust. That's absolutely amazing. And it's going to come in so handy to speed up production and items in the future. You're a good friend, Bobo. Now we can have more kids. I got dried purple mushrooms today. 2,660 gold. And that is actually a huge profit. Even if you were to sell 5 iridium mushrooms, you would still get more from the dried mushrooms. Just so you know. The dehydrator is a game changer. It was time to get the steel hoe back off Clint. We're going to hand that straight back in for the gold hoe. Because we have so much iridium ores, we can make iridium bars. It's easy now to get money. We also have batches of starfruit wine being made as well. So eventually we're going to end up with millions of gold. I decided to clear out the entirety of the quarry. And I also came across the bear as well. Gave him some maple syrup and he gave me the bear's special knowledge. Salmon berries and blackberries are now worth 3 times the gold, which is nice. I also got access to the casino because I had my casino club card. I played this minigame over and over again until I had enough casino coins to purchase the alien rare crow. And I won a few times, which was nice. And I had to purchase a few coins as well, but all I wanted was a rare crow and I was out of there. I could also purchase a statue of endless fortune for 1,000,000 gold. I might purchase a few of those when I do a continuation run in a week or two. So I wanted to try out the tent. I haven't actually used it yet. I put it down there just outside of the vendor there. And I woke up the next day in exactly the same spot. That tent's going to be a game changer for future Skull Cavern runs. The only downside is that it'll be hard to see if it's going to be a good luck day or not. So I got an auto petter on floor 65. It was just so lucky. And I got another one when I got down to floor 100. That's one for the coop and one for the barn. I mean, you can't really get luckier than that in all fairness. I then kept making my way down. I wanted to see if I could get floor 200 before the day expired. What you see here now is me fighting an army of mummies, and I'm going to blow them all up at the same time, and it's just going to look so satisfying. That's how you do it, folks. Got a prismatic shot as well from one of them, which was not too bad. Eventually I reached a mastery threshold. It says you've reached a new level of understanding. I can now choose one of the advanced perks from the 5. And I'm probably going to go with the combat, because I really wanted to see how those trinkets worked. It just seemed so interesting. And as we can see, it's now more XP to get the next mastery threshold. It's going to be 15,000 instead of 10,000. So it goes up every time you get a level. When I got to floor 200, I got 2 chests instead of 1. And it was very exciting. Unfortunately, I didn't get great things in either chest. Between a red slime egg and wild winter seeds. But the potential is there to get really good things in those 2 chests. And it just adds more incentive to go down and do the Skull Cavern in the future. So I got the last rare crow today. That is the Snowman rare crow. And with that, I'll be able to learn the deluxe rare crow no problem. I also took part in the fishing event. I won it no problem at all. And the prize was the same. The 1.6 didn't change anything here. Not that I saw anyway. It was time to motor on into the next day. And that is the deluxe scarecrow recipe. The deluxe scarecrow covers twice the range of a regular scarecrow or rare crow. So it is something that you do want to save up on tiles. It was now time to select a profession mastery. We're going to go with combat mastery because I wanted to see how the trinkets worked. And boy, I was not disappointed. To make the anvil to rework the trinkets, I just needed 50 iron bars, which wasn't too bad at all. To make the mini forge, so I wouldn't have to go to Ginger Island Volcano anymore, I needed dragon's tooth, iron, gold and iridium bars. That wasn't too bad either, I just needed a few bits and bobs. I got the gold hoe back off Clint, and I'm just going to hand it back into him one more time, just to get the iridium hoe, just so I can say that I've upgraded all of my core tools. It is nice to have iridium versions of everything though. So Morris here wants 500,000 gold for the cinema. I said why not, I had the money on me and I wasn't really using it for anything else right now, so I just got the cinema there while I had the funds. It was also time to do rock rejuvenation with Emily, and it was time to pick up another quest. We had bad luck again, Keys Crop and Skull Cavern Invasion, so it's going to be another Skull Cavern run. I picked up my first trinket here, a parrot egg. Someone's level 1 parrot companion who grants you a low chance to find gold coins when slaying monsters. Just so you know, this parrot trinket is totally overpowered. I can reforge that and try to get level 2, 3, 4 or level 5 parrot. The higher the level the parrot, the more often you'll get money from killing monsters. And most monsters will drop between 250 and 500 gold regardless of what kind of monsters they are. I mean, it could be a bug in the starter caves, it could be a serpent in the Skull Cavern Invasion cave. I also merged some rings together, the Iridium Band with the Lucky Ring, and I also merged an Iridium Band with the Phoenix Ring, and I enchanted some tools. I wanted to get Master on my fishing rod for the increased fishing level, so it's really nice to get that, just makes fishing a little bit easier. So I reworked my parrot egg to a level 3 parrot companion, and now I have a high chance to find gold coins when slaying monsters. That can go up to level 5 I believe, and it just gives you an absurdly high chance to get gold when you're killing monsters, and it's extremely profitable. You can make on average over 100,000 gold per day using that parrot trinket and killing monsters. I also picked up the golden spur. Critical strikes give you a speed boost for 8 seconds. You can rework that trinket to modify how long the buff lasts for. I got an 8-second one there, but I also picked up a 6-second one as well and a 7-second one. I brought Vincent to the cinema to get hearts up with him, and I purchased him a Star Drop sorbet because he actually loves that, but he didn't like the movie, so it's going to kind of even itself out. I won't lose or gain friendship points with him. He just wasn't a fan of The Miracle at Coastal Ranch. I thought it was a kick-ass watch. Vincent said he doesn't get it. What don't you get about a tree growing a fruit? Seriously. But hey, that's Vincent. He does love snails after all. So I finally had all of my core tools upgraded, and because it was Thursday, I purchased another magic rock candy off of the desert merchant. I then went to Emily, gave her the amethyst there that she needed. That was rock rejuvenation completed. It was our time for the squid fest, and it worked more or less the same way as the trout derby. The more squid that you caught, the better prizes you were going to get. Now I caught as few squid before this, and I turned them into squid bait, so I had an increased chance of catching squid no problem. Once you caught up to 8 squid, you would get the maximum amount of prizes. So when I caught 8, there was no point in any more fishing. And when I clicked on him then, there was a load of prizes there to be had, including a new book of power. The book was called The Art of Crabbing. Crab pots have a 25% chance to yield double. That's absolutely amazing. I now had accumulated a lot of books of power, but there was still a good few books left to get. I did the exact same thing the next day. I just fished up squid till I had 8 of them. Then it was time to get more rewards. I got some good stuff. Superstar Expressos, a treasure chest, dish of the sea, mystery box and trap bobber. Not too bad. It was then time to harvest our lovely starfruit wine. I'm going to get so much money for this. It was then back to another Skull Cavern invasion. Picked up another autopetter, which was nice. I now had 2 auto grabbers and 2 autopetters. I picked up a new trinket called the Fairy Box. Summons a level 3 fairy companion that heals you in combat situations. So the fairy will only heal you when you're in combat. It will not heal you outside of combat. Just to make that clear, because I found out the hard way. That is a level 3 fairy. I believe the fairy goes up to level 5, and the higher the level the fairy, the more it heals you. So I made it down to floor 100, and I got the Iridium Snake Juice, and that gave me a permanent health increase of 25, which was nice. I managed to finally hand in all of the minerals to Gunther. Got another magic rock candy back as a reward. That was pretty good. And I got Clint to break open over 40 mystery boxes. I didn't get a whole lot of good stuff, but I did get a mystery hat, which was really cool. I thought it was the coolest hat ever. I put it on straight away. Our raccoon friend was looking for some geodes and a diamond. I had those on hand. I gave him in straight away. Thanks, Bobo, take this. And I got a jungle tank, a really cool fishing tank that I can put fish into. I also had a look to see if his wife got the jungle tank, and she did, and I can get more by just putting in some broken glasses. The things these raccoons find as valuable is just crazy. So it was time for the night market. I gave Penny some flowers so we could become girlfriend and boyfriend, and it was time to take the relationship to the next step. It was then time to pull up the spookfish, followed by the blobfish, followed by the last fish that we needed, the midnight squid, for the master angler achievement. That was all of the fish now caught, and that was going to be a nice star drop off Willy the next day. There was just a small handful of star drops now left to get. We're almost there with the star drop challenge. We still needed one from Gunther, and we also needed one via marriage from whoever our spouse is going to be. So we're going to go with Cave Patrol now with Clint, and we're going to kill some dust sprites. We need dust sprites for the monster eradication goal anyway, and I also wanted to use my new parrot trinket to get lots of money. So there was loads of reasons we could go back in and start killing dust sprites. It was now time to take another key quest. We had Key's Kindness and Extended Family. Now I chose Extended Family because I want to experiment using the new 1.6 updates. I want to see if I can exploit this quest, abuse it, and make hundreds of thousands of gold. And I'm going to show you how to do that right now, using some of the new artisan equipment that we got. For example, the fish smoker. I also had enough key gems to get 3 galaxy souls, and I'm actually going to build myself a mini forge and use that over in Stardew Valley to upgrade my weapon to an infinity weapon instead of going into the volcano and using the big dwarvish forge inside there. The mini forge works the exact same way as the dwarvish forge. You could just use it wherever you want, which is really handy. After 3 galaxy souls, our galaxy weapon turns into an infinity weapon. It becomes way stronger. Now, while the extended fishing quest is active, unless we capture all of the legendary fish, we can pull up as much of the same legendary fish as we wish. The legend too goes for the exact same price as the legend. I pulled up about 5 of these. I'm going to smoke them all, and I'm going to make an absolute ton of money. Fishing has just become totally overpowered in Stardew Valley. It has become the new end game moneymaker in my opinion. I mean, this thing sells for 31,000 gold a pop. I'm going to get 157,000 gold, and that was just a modest day's fishing. I can prep for that way better. I dare say I could probably get 10 of those a day to make some serious cash. When I was finished experimenting, I decided to finish off the quest, so I got the rest of the legendary fish. For some reason I couldn't fish up the Son of the Crimson Fish, and I think it was because there was an event going on, so maybe I had to wait. Look at the amount of money I made here from fishing. I made over 150,000, it was just insane. The next day I pulled up the Son of the Crimson Fish, and it was back down into the mines, and we were killing dust sprites. To be honest, we were killing anything that moved because everything had a chance to drop at least 250 gold on defeat. Getting these ambush rooms was just amazing. I was just getting so much money from killing monsters. It was just absolutely insane. I didn't need to farm anymore. I was just getting so much money from killing stuff. I finally reached a new level of understanding. That is another mastery level. It's 20,000 XP now to get the 3rd one. I also finished off the Cave Patrol quest. That was 6,000 gold in the bag, and Clint will more likely send me on the Geode Crusher the next day. I had to choose another mastery. Which one was going to pick? I was going to go with the foraging. I really wanted to find out how that mystic tree seed worked and how the treasure totem worked, and I think that the golden mystery boxes too would be a game changer because the mystery boxes are just so common, and to get upgraded golden ones sounded like a good way to go. To make the treasure totem I needed hardwood, mystic syrup and moss, and basically says use a diggable terrain to summon a ring of treasure spots. That sounded very interesting. To make the mystic tree seed, I just needed 5 of each tree seed: acorn, maple seed, pinecone and mahogany seed. So I made 3 of these mystic tree seeds. I'm going to plant them down on the farm, and I'm also going to put down some fertilizer so that they grow up really quickly. It was going to be very interesting to see, first of all, what the trees look like, and second of all, when we put tappers on them, if we can put tappers on them, what kind of stuff we're going to get. Clint sent me the recipe for the Geode Crusher the next day. I then had him breaking open artifact troves because I really wanted to finish out the museum before the first year was over. I was down in the mines trying to get some artifacts to finish up the museum quest. I picked up a new trinket here, a blue-green frog egg. Summons a hungry frog companion. Now, I just want to say this frog is absolutely insane. He can one-shot any enemy in the game. The only downfall is that when he eats an enemy, it does take him a good 20 seconds or so to deflate himself before he'll eat some other enemy. Now, when I say he'll eat any enemy, I mean that. He will eat anything. He'll eat bugs, serpents, the big, huge, large serpents. He'll eat mummies. He'll eat mummies when they're regenerating. He'll gobble them all up, no problem. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Speaking of gobble, we finally got some garlic seeds from doing the skull carving runs. That means we're going to get 5 more lovely golden walnuts from our fabulous froggy friend. But we're not just finished there, we only had a few golden walnuts left to get. So we might get to Georgia Parrot to find the rest, just to see what it looks like. I purchased the Book of Stars. It gives us XP towards all core professions. To be honest, I purchased every single skill book here because I had the money to do so. And it would be nice to get more mastery levels. After accessing all these skill books, I had a quick look at my mastery gauge. And to be honest, it didn't fill that fast, you know, it got a little bit of a meter, but we are just better off planting down crops. So because there was only a few golden walnuts left to find, I only had to pay 70,000 gold for this Georgia Parrot to fly around and get the rest of the walnuts for me. Now, it does give a warning here, and it says that it recommends you don't do this if you want to experience the full joint experience. I've experienced it loads of times, so I went ahead and done it. I also got a special charm here by handing in a rabbit's foot, which is a permanent luck increase. And I'm also going to get Robin to upgrade our house to get into the next tier as well. Here is a fabulous cutscene of Morris, relaxed on Ginger Island with a big bag of gold, and all of the golden parrots picking up the walnuts. Oh, it's just hilarious. That is all of the golden walnuts found for this challenge. Nice one, Morris. So I'm getting golden mystery boxes now, which is pretty cool. It'll be exciting to see Clint break those open. We'll see what kind of goodies we get inside. I picked up a new trinket today. I got the magic quiver. And this is quite an interesting trinket. Shoots a magic arrow at nearby enemies every 1.9 seconds, dealing 14 to 19 damage. So it just passively fires out arrows every few seconds, which is really cool. I put it on straight away to see how it done against regular enemies, and it just wasn't doing it for me. I mean, I know it does handy damage, but with the weapons I have now, that bat would have been dead in one hit. So I feel like it's not a great trinket, because by the time you get it, you're taking on enemies with hundreds of HP. It's just not doing the damage that I think it should be doing, you know? So I'm getting Clint to break open more boxes here now. Lovely golden mystical boxes. I got a mystical shirt. That's going to go so nice with my mystical hat. So I'm going to put that on straight away. Other than that, I just got more mixed seeds and other bits and bobs. So this time we're going to go with Robin's Resource Rush. We're going to collect 1,000 pieces of wood in a week. That'll be easy enough to do. There's tons of trees here on Ginger Island that we can cut down. And we also get a lot more friendship points with Robin for that too. We finally got Danger in the Deep. We can now do the hardened versions of the regular cave. So it's going to be interesting now to see how quickly we can get down through that. Raccoon says, help us and I'll give you something nice. No problem at all. The raccoon wanted dried purple mushrooms and 5 cave carrots. I actually had the purple mushrooms and I had the cave carrots, so I was able to do that quest fairly quickly. I also used the fairy dust to speed up the dehydrator because I didn't want to wait a day for the purple mushrooms to process. I went down with my lovely horse Katie and I managed to give him the items on the same day that he asked for them. He says, thanks Bobo, take this. This never gets old. He gave me a milk. It was so disappointing. Why would you give me a milk of all things? I'm after giving him purple mushrooms and cave carrots. I had a look at the extended stock though, and it's interesting to see that I can trade mystic syrup for fairy dust. I'm pretty sure those trees I'm growing would generate mystic syrup. So we're down now in the hardened versions of the mines, and I just want to get down to floor 120 as quickly as possible, just so I can toggle the difficulty on these mines on and off at my leisure. Also to pick up those lovely key gems. If I see radioactive ores, I'll pick them up straight away, because I still need lots of radioactive ores and radioactive bars to make some of the endgame items Stardew Valley has to offer. Slaying all these enemies is just super profitable. Having the bug killer comes in very handy for all bug type enemies. There's a few bug type enemies down here too in the middle there, so just come in handy fighting those, especially the spiders that jump around the place. The last item I needed was the bone flute. I gave that in and that was the whole collection complete. As a reward, Gunther is going to give me another star drop. All I needed now was just one more star drop from the marriage, and that would be all the star drops gotten. So we're back down in the hardened versions of the mines on floor 82 now. We got some hyper speed growth there, that was nice. This is just an example of how hectic things can get down in the bottom floors. Enemies can spawn all over the place. And if you come down here with a monster musk, there's even more enemies. Could you imagine coming down here with a level 5 parrot and a monster musk? Think of the amount of money you would make. It was time for the winter start event, and I had Clint. I gave him a gold bar, which is a loved gift. He was super happy with that. As for my secret Santa, I got Demetrius. And Demetrius, unfortunately, gave me a pumpkin pie. I mean, it was such a letdown, you know. I was hoping for a tea set or something like that, or, you know, some sort of a better item. So our first mystic tree has fully grown, and I put a tap around it straight away. That's going to give us mystic syrup, which is really interesting. And we finally got our way down to the bottom of the mines, got some key gems there as well. And that's a little console there where we can toggle the difficulty on and off. So if you want to farm radioactive ore, for example, we can do just that. I got Clint here to break open some more golden mystery boxes. And I managed to pick up a new Book of Power. And this Book of Power basically allows us to sell artifacts at a higher price, which is fairly cool. You fetch a better price when selling artifacts. It was then back to good old Ginger Island. We're cutting down trees for Robin's resource rush to get 1,000 pieces of wood in total. When I was finished with Ginger Island, I went over to the desert to cut down some trees over there. I picked up a forager's hat from cutting down a tree. It looked pretty cool, but it just didn't beat the mystery hat. I think that mystery hat is one of the coolest hats in the game. When I finished Robin's resource rush, got a few thousand gold, and I then decided to take Penny to the cinema, and I got her cotton candy because that's one of her favourite foods, and we then went to watch The Miracle at Co-Star Ranch yet again. What a movie! Just never gets boring. I finally got Penny up to maximum hearts, so now we can get married. But we won't see it in this video, folks. Let me know if you want to see a 200-day continuation. I'd be very happy to sit down and put hundreds of hours into it. Thanks again everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. I know it was a really long video, but I just got so excited because there was so much new content to show. And I really hope you enjoyed it. Please subscribe to the channel if you made it this far. It really helps me out. I'd love to be a full-time YouTuber again. I'd love to do this every day. We've played through 1 year already, and new NPC has graced the streets of Pelican Town. Kent is his name. We will have to get Kent up a few friendship levels in order to learn his secret recipes. We need to make all of the recipes in order to get perfection. We're back in spring. We are going to use our lovely iridium tools. We're going to hoe up the ground. We're also going to weed away all of the regular grass because we want the special bluegrass to grow. We want it to expand as much as possible so animals get those lovely perks. We're going to purchase a ton of crops off the air. We're going to get at least 5 to 10 of each crop. We're also going to visit our lovely raccoon friend, and I'm going to trade in tons of maple seeds here for carrot seeds because we can grow those in spring. We're also going to continue drying out our mushrooms because we get some good profits that way, and we're going to fill up a shed with lovely starfruit. Starfruit wine will be the main money maker when it comes to getting that lovely gold clock. We're going to get the big stone chest off the dwarf here. We need to make that in order to get perfection, and it's time to pick up a community quest. We have Gus's famous omelette, and we have the aquatic overpopulation. We're going to go up the Gus quest because we have eggs for days. We're also going to pick up a key quest. We have Let's Play a Game and Keys Hungry Challenge. There wasn't a whole lot of gems going for the Hungry Challenge. The resources would be heavy for that. So we're going to go with Let's Play a Game, and we are going to attempt to get the first place in Junimo Kart. Junimo Kart is one of the hardest games there is. Mark my words, people. It took me a lot of attempts to get the 50,000 to get first place. When you play Junimo Kart, especially if you play it on single player mode, time doesn't go forward, so you can play it as much as you want until you get that first place. We got there eventually. It was time to give the raccoon here some eggs and some dried mushrooms, and we get a Book of Stars as a reward, which is really nice. That would help towards our mastery levels. Once we take the book, let's take a look at our mastery setup. We're on level 2 at the moment. We have 3 more mastery levels to get. That means 3 more incredible perks await our character. We always get a prize ticket every time we complete a community quest. That's why they're always worth doing if we've done them already. It's also a great way to get some friendship points. We just picked up a star drop tea there. That can be gifted to an NPC along with an additional gift. Totally overpowered. We're going to grab a house upgrade here with Robin. We're then back on the farm and we are going to cut down all of these mahogany trees. We're going to need tons of hardwood for the mushroom logs that we're going to build in a few seconds. The mushroom logs will generate mushrooms every 4 days. If we get a rainy day, it will take 1 off the cooldown, so you get them every 3 days. And it's really good just to accumulate tons and tons of mushrooms. It just means we can make a better use of the dehydrators as well. Once all the mushroom logs are placed, we're going to the mines. We're going to use our smelters. We need tons of bars for all different sorts of machinations that we're going to be creating over the next couple of weeks and months of this game. We're back in the greenhouse. It's a bit bare at the moment, but we will be filling it up with ancient fruit for this challenge. We're also going to be putting a lot more trees in here as well, so we're going to get access to all the fruits very soon. That is the first 2 ancient seeds put down, but that will very quickly multiply thanks to the seed makers. So we're going to purchase the movie tickets today. It's Ken's birthday. We're going to bring him to the cinema. That's going to get us some friendship points. We're also going to give him a star drop tea. That's more friendship points, getting up to 3 hearts. But we can also give him an additional gift. The rabbit's foot will get him straight up to 6 hearts. And we should be able to pull 1 more heart out of the cinema here as well. We're going to get him popcorn because he loves that. That's even more friendship points with Kent. We went and saw the natural wonders, exploring our vibrant world. Kent liked it, which was good. After we had a chat with him, we now got him up to 7 out of 10 hearts in just 1 day. That is how potent that star drop tea actually is. It is a pure game changer. We're also going to visit the old mariner here. We're going to pay 5,000 gold. He's going to give us the mermaid's pendant, and we are going to marry the new love of our life. That's right, Penny is going to be the wife of this new 1.6 challenge. Penny will make our food, feed our animals, pet our dog, fill his bowl, and more importantly, she will give us a star drop that we so desperately need in order to achieve perfection. We're going to buy some rhubarb today off Sandy, and we're going to get a good stack of starfruit as well. It is time to really open up this Ginger Island farm and make good of all the space that we get. Ginger Island is basically a giant greenhouse. We can use starfruit here for the whole year, no problem at all. We're back on the farm and it's time to get a lovely mystic syrup. These things are incredible. They sell for 1,000 gold, and mystic seeds are pretty easy to make, so I will end up making a huge forest of these mystic trees. So with the syrup, I created a treasure totem. I used it and it's totally overpowered. It generated a huge ring of artifact spots. I did waste it on the farm. You could imagine if you use this up in the mountains, chances are you could very well get a dinosaur egg, for example. You could get a prismatic shard. So those totems can be quite overpowered depending on where you use them. It's also a great way to get artifacts. We're now going to talk to Birdie here. She's going to send us on a massive chain quest in order for us to learn the fairy dust recipe. We have all the golden walnuts gotten already, so she's just going to give us a recipe for completing this quest. Now I have 114 key gems. I'm going to use all these gems to purchase recipes. I will need every single recipe in the game in order to get perfection. With the leftover golden walnuts, I'm able to buy even more key gems, so I can even get more recipes. So we're talking to Kent again today. He's going to give us the tomato salt. We're going to give that to Gus. He'll give us the rose. We'll visit Sandy with the rose, and she's going to give us her remote control. We'll bring that to George, and George's going to give us an Arctic shard. You can probably guess who that goes to. That's right, it's the wizard, and the wizard is going to give us a wriggling worm. We just bring that back to Willy with the pirate's locket, and then we can go straight back to Birdie with that, and she will teach us the lovely fairy dust recipe. That is one less recipe to worry about. I'm also going to make some heavy tappers today. Put these on our lovely mystic trees. It just means I'm going to get that lovely mystic syrup twice as fast, because it does sell for an extraordinary amount of money. The next day, a lot of our crops have fully matured, so we're going to pluck them all up from the ground. I'm going to sell a good few of these because I need to sell at least one of each item in the game in order to achieve perfection. At this moment in time when I placed those mushroom logs, I didn't know how they fully worked. Just so you know, the mushroom logs are way better than what you see there. Depending on what tree they're surrounded by, they can generate different types of mushrooms. So I will make much better use of those during the next challenge. A lot of dehydrators were made. It's a bit of a waste, but I'm new to the 1.6, so we can't have perfect playthroughs just at the moment. So it is time for the wedding. We married Penny. Everyone is celebrating. It's now time for kids, star drops, and all the other good stuff in between. Oak resins are now ready as well. That means more kegs for me. The more kegs we can make, the better. That's the more wine we can produce, the more money we can accumulate. We're also going back into the greenhouse here as well. I got some aged octopus roe. That will be needed for perfection. I just have to sell one of those for the produce shipped. It's Mayor Lewis's birthday today. We're going to give him a gift straight away. So we're going to be doing loads of gift giving in this challenge because we need to get hearts up to learn recipes. We got some staircases and now I can finally get the animal catalogue Book of Power from Marnie. And that can only be accessible when you have a pet on full hearts. Marnie will open up with that lovely catalogue. It's such an amazing Book of Power. Definitely one of the best in the game. It just means we can access Marnie's store whenever she's not around. We all know that Marnie's never around. The heavy tappers are doing a great job. Already 3 more mystic syrups. I will start accumulating those. I can trade those in for fairy dust later on, and that can speed up processing dramatically. I also gathered some spring onions here. Normally I don't really pick up a whole lot of those, but every single bit of XP counts towards mastery. We're going to reforge our foraging. It's just because I want to increase the price of syrups to see how good those mystic syrups can be. I purchased a void egg as well. We'll turn it into a void mayonnaise, because we need to ship off at least one of those too. So we're going to go with biome balance today, and we're going to do some fishing. We're also going to select a new mastery perk because we've got another skill. I was thinking of getting the mining mastery, the heavy furnace, the statue. It all seemed really good, but the farming mastery was also very exciting, and I really want to try out the iridium site. The statue of blessing sounded awesome as well, and those golden animal crackers sounded really good. Imagine combining those with golden chickens. Talk about an overpowered animal. So I got the farming mastery and I was given the iridium site straight away. This means harvesting crops will be much faster now. That's much more time I have in the day. To respec and foraging, we're going to go with forester, and then we're going to take tapper. Syrups are worth 25% more. I just want to experiment with the mystic syrups to see how good they can be. We're getting more mushrooms today, and I'm going to dehydrate a lot of those for loads of money. I'm also going to smelt a ton of copper today now using my furnaces. The Statue of Blessings is going to be very hard to make. The stone, fibre and sap are easy enough, but the moss is going to be incredibly hard. I need 333 moss, 999 sap, fibre and stone. That's very expensive, and I imagine it's going to be quite the powerful statue if the resources are so high. Now I know I will get moss in summer. You are guaranteed one of those green rainy days where moss appears all over the place, so we will have to wait. I got a cursed mannequin today of one of the floaty skulls. These things are very scary indeed. Not for the faint of heart. This is a male cursed mannequin. You can put items on it, and sometimes when you sleep, it moves around, and sometimes it even growls at you. So I'm going to put it here between my 2 regular mannequins, and I'll put some clothes on it later. I made a bridal veil using a pearl, and straight away it reminded me of that cursed demon out of Annabelle Comes Home. I don't know if anybody's seen that, but oh, it just gives me the chills so bad. I do love a good scare though. Biome balance has been completed. 1500 gold, more importantly, friendship points from Demetrius. The next morning, the mannequin moved out 1 slot. It was so frightening. I wonder what else these cursed mannequins can do. We're just going to have to wait and find out. But these mannequins are a bit freaky, and it does make for a really good Halloween setup as well, or a spooky setup if you're going for that sort of theme in your house. So it was Vincent's birthday today. We're going to give him the rabbit's foot. That's Vincent finally maxed out, which is really good. We just have to get Jazz's hearts up now, and we can learn the spring onion mastery. It's time for another construction project. We're going to go with the big shed, because the bigger my sheds, the more cakes I can put inside, the more wines I can make, the more money we can bring in. Starfruit wine is still quite overpowered. A new quest, we have Danger in the Deep and 4 precious stones. We'll take the 4 precious stones because I have tons of prismatic shards at the moment. We're back in the volcano. I picked up a dwarf hammer. Pales in comparison to my infinity weapon though, but the dragon scale boots were a welcome addition. Plus 7 defense. We're going to equip those straight away as I was still using the space boots. So Linus now is going to teach us the wild bait recipe, which is really good for catching fish. It's still one of the best baits in the game in my opinion. And we're getting even more lovely mystic syrups today. But now these mystic syrups will sell for a little bit more. They're now going to sell for 1,250 gold instead of 1,000 gold, thanks to our lovely perks. I'm also going to make an oil maker because I need to turn a truffle into a truffle oil just for perfection. I also got the spring onion mastery as well. I get Jess's hearts up. Spring onions are now worth 5 times the gold, which is nice. The raccoon needs more help. He's going to give us something nice. If we get dried strawberries, that's going to be tough. Well, not tough, maybe just time consuming because we don't have strawberries right now. The cherry jelly will be easy enough once our cherry tree grows inside the greenhouse. I'm going to buy lots of deluxe speed growth today. It is Thursday and Sandy does sell it for super cheap, way cheaper than Pierre. And we're going to bring that down to Ginger Island This is going to dramatically speed up all of our crops for the remainder of the challenge, because as the seasons change, the speed growth will remain, so it's a really good investment to put that down on your Ginger Island farm. We're going to purchase tons of rabbits today. The rabbit foot is a universal loved gift, so it would make sense to get lots of those if I want to maximise hearts on a faster pace. So we're going to get a magic rock candy today. 3 prismatic shards is definitely worth it. It is the best consumable in the game. And we're farming dust sprites for the rest of the day. We need to focus on our monster eradication goals. We need to kill 500 of these little buggers, but because we have the parrot, it does make it worthwhile. Even low level enemies can drop really nice gold. I also picked up a golden animal cracker. This is my first one. Really excited. I can give this to any animal except a pig, and it will double its produce. I accidentally put it inside my octopus pond. I was very displeased with myself. But it is what it is. At least I get double row going forward. It's time to put down more cakes. Our shed is now really big and we're going to fill it up now with cakes. Now we're going to see some real money coming in. So I went to the travelling cart today. I'm going to pick up an albacore. The reason I got this is because I needed it for a quest for the fish stew. I want to start completing all of the journal quests because they get extra friendship points. It was in back down killing dust sprites, accumulating lots and lots of money. Coal is really handy as well in iron ores for making bombs. So we're going to get some strawberry seeds today at the Easter event. Now this is year 2 of the Easter event. I went here more out of curiosity than anything else to see if anything changed. And a few things changed, a few things kind of swapped placements. I didn't notice anything too much with the eggs, to be honest. I don't think the eggs changed at all. I did win the event, but instead of getting 1,000 gold, I got a prize ticket. I was really happy with that. The more prize tickets I can get, the better. It was then time to give Haley a rabbit's foot because it was her birthday. Now I didn't have any star drop tea, so she was just going to have to wait. I just needed one more heart with her though. That'll be easy enough to get over the next couple of weeks. It was back to Robin now. We're going to make another building here. This time I'm going to go for the mill because I have lots and lots of unmilled rice I got from the rice shoots. It'll just save me a little bit of money with Pierre. I just got the monster slayer gold there too for killing dust sprites, which is really good. That would reward me with a burglar ring. It is Sunday, so we will trade in our jades for staircases. The more staircases we can get, the better. It was time for the year 2 desert event. This event spans over 3 days. We're going to go with the monster hunter. Slay 10 serpents, we get 35 calico eggs. We're also going to get the chef to make the rumpled fruit skin. That gives us a speed buff as well as a luck buff. And then it was straight into the scout cavern to see how deep we can get. The deeper that we're going to get here, the more calico eggs we're going to get. We can buy some amazing things with the eggs. For example, we can get skill books. We can get great things as well. Made it down to floor 100, but we didn't stop there. When I got down to the next floor, I got an auto grabber. I was really happy with that. I was also on the lookout for statues that you can click on that give you rank bonuses, and the higher your rank, the more rewards you're going to get. Now when I came across the dinosaur floors, I did stop and kill them because I need to take these into consideration now for the monster eradication goals. These prehistoric floors can be quite rare. I got down to floor 300 and I was rewarded with 3 chests, which was really good. Now, I didn't get anything too exciting in these chests. I mean, sure, the quality sprinklers would be nice if we went back 1 year. The rain totems can be handy, so I kept those. The biggest problem here now was I passed out, and I had a rank of 105. Because I passed out, I'm going to get nothing off guild the next day. I was so irritated by that, I didn't realise. I thought you could bring the rank into the next day and claim the prize before you go back in again, but I was wrong. So make sure when you're doing this event to go back to guild before 2 o'clock so you don't pass out and lose all those precious calico eggs. It was time to get another cactus. It was the cactus man again. This guy's so funny. He says, "Are you ready for a new cactus in your life?" Absolutely. I won't say why, but this one is the perfect match for you. Look how happy the cactus is. Who wouldn't be happy if you get to experience Stardew 1.6 and you can experience the game all over again? Alex was selling the magic hair gel. This was the trinket I actually couldn't find, so it was nice knowing that this is where you actually get it. And now it's not a combat trinket. All it does is give your hair the prismatic colours, similar to the prismatic pants and the prismatic top. The great thing about the travelling cart at the desert event is you can buy an unlimited amount of skill books, provided you have the money to do so. It's an incredible way to get skill points if you have the money to do so. So I bought tons of woodcutter weeklies to get my mastery skill up. That was 27 woodcutter weeklies that I was going to spam here right now. And I had level 3 at the moment for mastery. This would get me straight up into level 4, where we get to choose another powerful mastery perk. The next day, it was the usual gathering of Mystic Syrup. I didn't bother going back into the Skull Cavern. I was just so peed off with the whole rank system, and I felt that I got enough skill books with the Calico eggs. I just went back to the farmer and regular stuff the previous day. But today I found a good old pot of gold. Will you look at that? It is Irish legend that if you do get to the end of a rainbow, you will get a pot of gold and a leprechaun. In this occasion, I got a leprechaun hat. Can't get any more Irish than that. It was time to equip the leprechaun hat. I also had my magic hair jet and I was looking the part. Thank you, Mr. Concerned Ape, for incorporating some Irish lore into your fabulous Stardew Valley game. It was back to the desert event, and Emily put some really cool clothes on me. They're all yellow. I didn't like the hat, so I put back on the leprechaun hat straight away. And as far as I can remember, that hat will be worn throughout the rest of the challenge, so get used to it. Clint was the NPC up today for selling stuff. He was selling coal, copper and iron ores. If I had the Calico eggs, I would have purchased everything. So I spent a great deal of time today trying to win this race. I really wanted to win it before this year was finished. So I went with the Cactus Crawler. I had a good feeling about Cactus Crawler. I also spoke to an NPC over to the west side of the area, and I got him to make sure that the escargot would not win. So it just gave me a 50% win chance instead of a, like a 33% win chance. I won, but I only got 20 Calico eggs, and I thought that was a bit mean, considering that you don't have a great chance to win that event all the time. It happens every hour. So we're going to go with tropical fish today. We're going to go back to Ginger Island and do a little bit of fishing. Now, over on Ginger Island, we also had a massive farm of starfruit to collect. So we're going to pick all that up, and we're going to turn all that into starfruit wine. I also had some rhubarb down there as well. I finished up the 4 prismatic shard quests, and that was more key gems added to my lovely inventory. It was time to pick up a new quest. I went with Let's Play a Game again, but it didn't go too well this time. Now, I'm not going to show footage of it. Let's just say I didn't get the 50,000 I was hoping for, and after a few hours of trying, I just gave up with it. So I gave Pam a parsnip for her birthday. Pam actually loves parsnips. It's a nice, easy, loved gift for Pam early on. It was also time to convert all of our unmilled rice into regular rice. We will need rice to make some dishes later on when we're cooking up all the dishes for perfection. It was then back to Sandy to purchase another huge stack of starfruit, and all of that is going to turn into huge profits in a couple of days. We're going to put that on Ginger Island. Now we do end up making the Ginger Island farm bigger. For now though, I'm just saving up resources. I will make more iridium sprinklers as time goes on. So I'm going to get some more recipes today. We're going to get the banana pudding, and we'll also get the deluxe retaining soil. I paid a visit to the greenhouse today. I picked up another ancient fruit. That's going to go straight into the seed maker, and hopefully we'll get back maybe 2 or 3 seeds so we can fill up the greenhouse even more. I'm also going to get some rice here back from our lovely mill. It's 153 rice in total. That's more than enough to sort out any of the cooking recipes that need rice. We're going to give Pam another parsnip today as well, just to get our friendship up. And we're going to go back to the Statue of Uncertainty, and this time we're going to respec our fishing skill. The reason why we're respecing fishing is because I want to go with some slightly different perks for different strategies. I got a void egg today off Krobus, but I only got that to give it back to him to get his friendship points up because he loves void eggs. So we're going to go to Willy today. I'm going to buy some crab pots. And the reason why I'm accumulating crab pots is because it's a great way to get some loved gifts for some of the NPCs. I also need some of the crab pot fish in order to make certain recipes. It was time to go back to the Mastery Cave. We're going to get Fishing Mastery this time. The advanced iridium rod is really good. We can now equip up to 2 bobbers at the same time, which is game breaking. We also get access to golden treasure chests, and there's some amazing things you can get in those treasure chests. The rest of the day we're just fishing up Ginger Island fish to get the community quest done. So we're going to go with Lore Master now. Crab pots no longer require bait, because it's a pain to having to put bait into them every single day. So we're going to visit the forge today. We're going to enchant our advanced iridium rod. I just want to get the master enchant, which gives me a +1 to fishing skill, which makes my bar a bit bigger. I think it's the best enchant you can get. The auto hook is handy, for the less challenging fish. But when you're doing endgame fishing, you're going to be going for hard fish. There's no point getting an auto hook, to be honest. And efficient is a waste, because by the time you're endgame fishing, energy just won't be a problem for you. So in my opinion, go with master. It's the pro choice. So we are going to get all of the lovely auto grabber animal products today. We have a mountain of eggs inside here. I do attempt to process some into mayonnaise, but then I said to myself, it's very time consuming because I had so many eggs, so I just end up selling the rest of them to make loads of money. Leo is going to move into town. The parrots have prepared his house, which is nice. So I sold the void mayonnaise there too, because I need that for perfection. You have to sell at least one of those. And I just sold all the unprocessed eggs as well, just to make extra funds. Willie sent me on a deluxe fish tank this morning. That was nice of him. We can put some fish in that. We can also put anchors now and treasure chests inside the fish tanks too, to make them look even way nicer. The strawberries were also fully matured. I'm going to use my iridium scythe here to harvest them all up. And I can now make some dried strawberries to give to the raccoon. That'll take a whole day though. I now have even more mystic trees set up, so I'm getting more mystic syrups. All of the periwinkles, the snails, the crayfish, they'll be put to good use now, especially when it comes to making those recipes later on. I got a prize ticket for completing the Ginger Island fishing quest. We're going to go to Pierre today. We're going to send him all these mushrooms. Now I could put some in the dehydrator, but I was a bit lazy. I just wanted money because the book merchant was in town and I wanted to purchase skill books off him. Now I didn't realise that I was very close to getting the last mastery level. So when I took this combat quarterly, it said you've reached a new level of understanding, and that was the last mastery level needed. That was now level 5 mastery, so I'd maxed out everything, and it was time to get the final perk. We're going to go with the mining mastery, of course. Statue of the Dwarf King, the heavy furnace, and gem-bearing rocks now grant twice the resources, which is amazing. I also got a really cool image here of Grandpa's hat that appeared, and I thought it was really cool, you know. It's just kind of another gesture that Grandpa is really proud of you for the hard work you're doing around Stardew Valley. The statue of the Dwarf King requires 20 iridium bars to make. I can tell you right now, it is absolutely worth it. You get some amazing perks off it. Statue of Blessings will be made eventually, and you can get some really good perks off that too. My advice, if you have the resources, make those 2 statues immediately. So we're back down to the regular mines. We're farming up slimes today because I want to get that slime charmer ring. We're focusing more now on monster eradication goals. Having the parrot there is really helpful. It's just an extra incentive to go down and start killing monsters because you're making really good profits at the same time. There's also a chance we can get golden mystery boxes and animal crackers off killing these enemies, so it's definitely worth going down and wiping them out. We get the dried strawberries today. It's actually worth a nice bit of money, almost 1300 gold. I'm going to put in some bananas and some mangoes into these dehydrators. I want to see how profitable they can be. I'm also going to pick up another community quest. We're going to go with a curious substance. I actually haven't completed that quest yet, and upon completion I will get the mini obelisks, which I don't have just yet. We're then going to go back into Key's secret walnut room. We're going to pick up the extended family quest, and I'm now going to show you an absolutely crazy exploit to make tons of gold in this game using the extended family quest. We all know you can pull up an unlimited amount of legend 2s with that quest, but I'm going to show you using the new fishing mastery skills just how broken it is. For now, we're going to make a statue of the Dwarf King. That's going to have some really good perks now, so going down into the mines will be even more lucrative for us. We're going to pick up all these iridium bars. We're going to keep a lot of those now for crafting stuff in the future. Today we have a choice of greater chances to find ladders and shafts in the mines, or a greater chance to find coal. Any one of those perks, while doing a good skull cavern run, is going to give you way better rewards. So I look forward to utilising those perks for future skull cavern runs indeed. So we're doing some fishing today. After putting up a legend 2 here, it was quite the battle. But you see, we can smoke this, and we can get an unlimited amount of legend 2s while the extended family quest is active. Because I'm using the quality bobber, I get an iridium star legend 2 now. It's only worth 10,000 gold, but it will be worth 15,000 when I respec my fishing. I also pulled up a star drop tea from a golden fishing chest, which is absolutely amazing, so fishing has never been better. Using wild bait, I pulled up 2 legend 2s later on. I ended up getting 10 or 11 of these legends by the end of the day, which is really good. I'm not going to smoke them and send them straight away. We're going to get the angler here, fish worth 50% more. We're now going to smoke all these up, and we are going to make some serious money. 210,000 gold there, just for a handful of smoked legend 2s. One was sell for 42,000 gold, because you get 2 perks from that fish. You get the artisan perk, which increases its worth by 40% because it's smoked. We also benefit from the angler perk, which is a 50% increase in value. That's a 90% increase in value right there, which is just totally broken altogether. I can definitely see that being nerfed though. I think it's a bit too broken. Penny wants a baby. Who am I to say no? Of course, Penny. Let's bang one out. So let's move on and look at the money we get here for selling these legends. 882,000 gold from 2 days of fishing up these Legend 2s. It's absolutely amazing. It's just totally broken. Fishing is now officially broken in Stardew Valley. You want to make some money? Just do some fishing. Early game, mid game, end game fishing is extremely profitable. I had a dance with the wife today. We gotta keep the wife happy, especially if she's pregnant, because those hormones can go straight through you. Trust me on that. I finally got a star drop for being a good husband off Penny. That is the last star drop we needed in order to achieve perfection. It is time for another strawberry harvest. This will be the last harvest of strawberries. We'll sell all those directly, and we're going to get even more starfruit wine today from all these lovely kegs. I just got more fairy dust inside a golden fishing treasure chest. Those golden fishing treasure chests are absolutely amazing. I cannot say this enough, but fishing is just broken right now. I got Clint to break open a ton of gold mystery boxes. I got some really good stuff inside, including a nice book of stars. I got some golden pumpkins, triple shot espressos, bombs, cool wallpaper, just nice stuff all around. So we're back in the mines today to get the ectoplasm to complete the community quest for the wizard. I just got it off Ghost there, and I'm going to kill more dust sprites soon to get some coal and what have you. After gifting the wizard the ectoplasm, we're not finished there. I did bring some solar essences with me just to get some extra friendship points as well. It was then time to sell a load of crops and make some nice hefty money. So as we can see, I made 346,000 gold just from selling some starfruit wine today. It's still extremely profitable. I made some caviar as well because we need that for the produce achievement. I got the mini obelisk the next day off our lovely Rasmodius. Then it's time to visit Pierre, but we're going to gift him a rabbit's foot today because it's his birthday. This brings him straight up to almost 10 out of 10 hearts. The star drop tea finishes him off. We now officially don't have to talk to Pierre anymore. Let's all thrive with Joja. Let's make some heavy furnaces today. We're also going to make a big stone chest as well, because it's just bigger than a regular chest, more space. These heavy furnaces are just so good. Not only you're saving coal, but you're saving tons of time, because these furnaces will take 25 ores for every single big heavy furnace that you have. So we now only need a handful of these heavy furnaces, and the hundreds and hundreds of ores that we have will quickly be whittled down into stacks and stacks of bars within seconds. Just such a great furnace, and it was something that was needed so badly. Days of making hundreds of furnaces are now over thanks to the heavy furnace. We're back over on Ginger Island. We'll get more starfruits, of course. That will all be converted into starfruit wine. This is the main method that we will be using to get the gold clock. Starfruit is still extremely potent. There are other money makers in the game, but it's just very hard to beat the sheer volumes of money that starfruit can bring in. We're going to purchase more stacks of starfruit seeds now off Sandy today, and then we're going to visit Desert Trader. Because it's Sunday, that means it's staircase time. I had a lot of jades assembled. I got some more down in the mines as well. That's 71 more staircases for me. We're going to go to Robin and we're going to build a slime hutch. Slime hutches are now much smaller and they offer the same perks, so it was a no-brainer to get that. Back down into the regular mines, I finally got the Monster Slayer achievement for those Void Spirits. I was almost there now with the Monster Slayer hero. All I needed was just some mummies, some magma sprites, and some serpents. So a few visits to the Volcano Dungeon, a few visits to Skull Caverns, and we more or less have that achievement in the bag. We could also get some very powerful rings for some of the goals we've completed so far. The Burglar Ring is really good. Monsters have a chance to drop an extra loot. The Savage Ring is a magnificent ring, speed buff for killing monsters. And the Slime Charmer Ring will nullify damage from any slime. So they're all magnificent rings. We're now in summer. It is time to abuse the starfruits yet again. Now, we don't have a whole lot of crop space on our farm, but not to worry, we can rely on Ginger Island for that. So we're going to donate the strawberry fruit, and we're going to donate the cherry jelly to the raccoon. He's going to give us a star drop tea, and as we can see, the raccoon now has a family of little mini raccoons. It's just so cute. Time for another community quest. We'll go with aquatic overpopulation. I just don't want to be growing radishes on the farm, don't have a whole lot of space. So I got a magic rock candy today for doing the prize tickets. I also picked up another star drop tea. Those prize tickets are just insanely powerful. You know, they're definitely worth seeking out. We're going to go with 4 precious stones again because it's 40 easy key gems because I have so many prismatic shards now. I quickly ran back to my farm, picked up the prismatic shards, went back into the secret walnut room, and it was quest complete on the same day. No hassle at all. 62 key gems ready to be spent. We're going to go with the blue grass starter recipe. It's such an overpowered grass. We are then back to gift giving. Evelyn is going to get a rabbit's foot today. We're working on friendship points. She's 6 out of 10 hearts. We're not going to stop there though. We're going to go straight down here now to Maru. We're going to give her a rabbit's foot. And then we're going to go straight up to our lovely Harvey, Doctor of the Year of course. And we're going to give him a pearl. This is something I should have focused more on in the first year. It would save me a lot of time for 200 days. But it has to be done. If we want to learn all of the recipes, we need to get friendship up with all of these NPCs. The rest of the day we just spend fishing up some rainbow trout to do that aquatic overpopulation quest. If any NPCs cross my path that haven't been gifted, I just give them a gift straight away for that extra friendship points. I got some money for the aquatic overpopulation, but more importantly, I got a prize ticket. And the more prize tickets I can get, the better. Linus also got a rabbit's foot today, and it was back then converting more starfruit into starfruit wine. Story of my life. You're going to see lots of scenes of me converting starfruit into starfruit wine. Here is a lovely line of NPCs coming back from Ginger Island, and I've got lots of gifts lined up to give to all these NPCs. Even went to Jodie's house, and I thrown a largemouth bass on the ground for a quest, and they were very happy with that. I never actually done this quest with Kent in the house, so it was good to see some dialogue from Kent as well. Nice one, Kent. He caught his own fish. Kent needs a whole fish to himself. We were doing the volcano dungeon today, and I was doing it just to get the kill count up on these magma sparklers and magma sprites. I needed to kill about 50 of these in total. I got a basilisk paw dropped there as a trinket. It just makes you immune to any debuffs. I don't think it's worth it though. There's not a whole lot of debuffs that go around in the game. Might be good for certain parts. Penny wanted to impress and do up my room. I said go with the forest and moon, you know, the peaceful blue. What I didn't take into consideration at this moment in time is that Penny would get rid of all of my mannequins, all of the items I had on the ground, all of the paintings I had on my wall. She would get rid of everything. She did say at the end, in all fairness, if I have stuff lying around to put it in the chest, I should have taken that seriously. The slime hutch was built. I had one slime roaming around at the moment. I put a red slime egg I got from Skull Cavern into it, so that'll hatch in a few days and hopefully they'll start making little slime babies. Now I went to the quarry. I'm going to clear this whole section. We'll start by mining up all of the ores, then we'll move on to the trees, knock them all down, and then I'm going to fill up this whole area with seeds because I need a lot more wood to make a lot more kegs. I could buy wood off Robin, but I prefer to save my money. I'm going to buy a portrait of Penny. What better way can you honour your wife by getting a portrait of her and just putting it in the house? I had a chat with the raccoons today and they're doing great. I thought all of the little raccoon babies were just so cute. So nice to see the cute raccoon family all happy and cozy. So I'm going to make some ginger ales today using key seasoning. That's more luck for me. I was going to make more staircases as well. I was on my way to Skull Cavern, but I got the green rain, so we're not going to do a Skull Cavern run today. Instead, we are going to harvest every single piece of moss that Stardew Valley has to offer today. So we're going to run around with our scythe and our sword, and we are just going to take up all of this lovely, lovely moss. With the amount of moss I get today, I'll easily be able to make that statue of blessings. I had a chat with Linus too, and he said he's really happy with all the moss he got. I thought if I gifted him moss he'd appreciate it, but he said this doesn't really do much for me. And I don't understand that, because he just told me a few seconds earlier that he loves moss. I went up to the bathhouse area as well, get rid of all the weeds up here. I was really hoping to find a secret today with the moss, so I ended up going to literally every zone the game had to offer to see if this green rain activated any sort of special cutscenes, or if any sort of special monsters spawned or special NPCs. But as far as I can tell, it was just that there's loads of grass around, there's loads of moss around. So I made a statue of blessings. I'm going to put that down straight away. When I clicked on it, I got a very powerful buff. I got a +1 to luck. That is absolutely amazing. And if you combine that with the statue of the Dwarf King, you're going to get some serious results in the Skull Cavern. I woke up the next day to a nice cozy room that Penny had made. She even handcrafted the moon and the stars. I loved the bed, I loved the floor, I loved everything about the room. What I didn't like is that she got rid of all of the other stuff that was lying around the place. Little did I know though at the time that she packed it all away in a chest. I thought it was gone forever. So today we're going to get some perks from our statues, +1 to luck again, and +1 to ores. We're now going to go down into the Skull Caverns. I have my magic rock candy, I have my key seasoned ginger ale, I've got staircases. It is time for a serious Skull Cavern run. I was literally down a few levels, already picked up an Iridium Sprinkler, it was really nice. I got the Monster Slayer Gold for the mummies, super happy with that. When I made it down to floor 100, I got some farmer's lunches, wow. That was a joke. I wasn't too impressed with that, to be honest. I just ended up selling those, actually. I did whack open all the barrels, hoping for a lucky ring. I don't actually end up getting a lucky ring out of a chest in this challenge, but I do get more than a handful by panning. I got a golden animal cracker. These are actually quite rare, so I was very excited to get that. I do hope they become more common though. Today was a really good run. I got tons of resources, tons of iridium ore, tons of monster loot. Taking the frog with me was a mistake, because every time he swallowed up a serpent, it didn't count towards the monster eradication goal. So my advice, only use the frog if you're not working on monster eradication goals, and if you really don't like combat, he's handy that way, he just gobble them up. But you don't get monster loot. So I gave a rabbit the golden animal cracker in the hopes that I'll get 2 rabbit limbs now instead of 1. And I'm also going to give Gus a rabbit's foot today because it was his birthday. This maximizes his friendship. We're then back to Ginger Island. We're going to harvest even more starfruit. And this process is rinsed and repeated until I basically have 10 million gold to get a gold clock. I probably would have had it by now if I had a lot more crop space on the regular farm. But I didn't realise how little crop space you would have on the Meadowlands farm. I know you get the blue grass, but I don't think the farm is that powerful compared to the other farm types. I still think the standard farm is one of the most potent farms in the game for making money. So I finally picked up the quest today from Linus to pull up some trash to learn the fiber seeds. That's what I spend my whole evening doing here. I also got the ornate necklace. Now you can give that to either Abigail or Caroline, depending on who you want to get friendship points with. We end up giving it to Caroline because I needed to get more friendship points with her to max her out. If you can believe it, I still did not learn the tea saplings from Caroline. I haven't been to her sunroom yet. If this was any other challenge before 1.6, I would have had that learnt a long time ago. It was time for another shed upgrade and we're back to fishing up trash. Once all of the trash has been accumulated, I'm going to put all that into a bin and get the fiber seeds. We're also going to stock up on more starfruit wine. And during the night, Penny gave birth to a baby girl. And I'm going to go with a good Irish name here. I'm going to go with Fia. It's actually a very common Irish name at the moment, and I think it's quite cute. So our new baby is going to be called Fia. We love you, Fia. For those of you who are wondering what a baby crit is, you will see that very soon. But for now, Fia is sleeping, so we're going to let her rest. The heavy furnaces are a godsend. 72 iridium bars, just like that, and it didn't take days to produce. They're going to sell for some serious money. I gave Maru rabbit's foot today because it was her birthday. That's Maru maxed out, 8 out of 8 hearts. I'm also going to pick up some raisins today, and I got these from Drying Out Grapes. Junimos love these. If you put these into a Junimo hut, they will gather extra crops for you, which is really cool. I also figured out a secret by reading the wiki. If you put a staircase in Mayor Lewis's bedroom, you go down into this maze here, and you have to make your way through the maze to get his lucky purple shards. Now you can still get them from Marnie by going into Marnie's room. This is just another way you can get them if you don't like the whole friendship mechanic of Stardew Valley. Once I picked up the lucky purple shards, I started to get attacked by these floating purple shards. I thought it was the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. Thankfully, you can actually parry these shards, just so you know. You can't fight them, don't bother, but you can parry them. So when it gets close, if you have a sword weapon, just right click, parry, and you'll deflect the shards so you won't take damage. It was then time for another secret. I put an ancient doll into floor 100 here of the regular mines. This really cool skeletal dragon popped up and I got a stone here called a faraway stone. I knew straight away what to do with this because I found a new structure during my 100-day challenge with the wizard. So I went straight over to the wizard's tower with this to see what would happen. Before I went to the wizard's tower, I was going to check up on the raccoons to see if they needed anything. And of course, our lovely raccoon friend did. The raccoon wanted a radish juice and a pickled tomato. They'll be easy enough to make, and we'll have those in just a few days. It was also really nice to see all of the baby raccoons again. It was just so cute. The wizard gave me a quest ages ago, looking for the white essence. I gave him one for the quest, I gave him a second one then for the friendship points. That got him up to 8 out of 10 hearts, which is really nice. We're almost there with the wizard. So I put the faraway stone into this pedestal here, down in the basement of the wizard's tower, and a portal popped up and a cat came out. Now, I've never played Terraria, so I don't really know what this means, but apparently I read that it was a collaboration between Stardew Valley and Terraria. I got a sword called the Meowmere. I absolutely loved the name of it. The wizard came down, he said, "Don't touch that." Well, it's too late. I already have the sword. I checked out the stats on the sword, and I mean, it's not the strongest sword in the world, but by God, it is probably one of the coolest swords I've seen in Stardew Valley. It just looks so awesome. Having a look at the stats, it has 20 to 20 damage, plus 4 speed and plus 2 weight. It's a really nice starter weapon. Unfortunately, by the time you get to 100 in the mines, you already have the obsidian edge, so it's not really, it doesn't really have a function combat-wise. So I went to the luau today, and a few things have changed. The potluck has changed locations, and I'm pretty sure some of the NPCs have different dialogue as well. I did have a gold star cauliflower. We're going to put that straight into the soup, and I'm going to get tons of friendship points now. I just got the beloved farmer there, which is really nice. That's going to help me in my quest to max out all of the friendships of all of the Stardew Valley NPCs. There was a help wanted quest, but one of the prizes was a prized ticket. They have become quite rare. I do check the help wanted quests all the time, and the prize tickets never pop up. Such a rarity. I spent a good deal of time today pulling up carps because I really wanted to get that prize ticket. Handed the carps over to Willie. He was super happy. More friendship points with Willie, but more importantly, a prized ticket for me that I can bring into Mary Lewis's house and get lovely more prizes. The food at Georgia Mart might not be the healthiest for my family, but with such low prices you'd be crazy to shop anywhere else. Thank you, Georgia, for the win, everyone. So we're back in the Volcano Dungeon today, and we're farming up Magma Sprites and Magma Sparklers. I took away the frog because I do not want him to gobble them up. I need to get the kill counts. Even if I wasn't going for monster eradication goals, it's still worth my time to come in here because I can still get some really nice stuff from the chests. I got some golden coconuts there. They're not too bad. You can get some nice things from them like saplings. The blessing today was 10% increased crit rate. That's absolutely amazing, especially for high crit builds. The first batch of starfruit was ready, so we're going to harvest all that up now, and that will all be converted into starfruit wine for even more money. So we're up on 2.4 million gold at the moment. We're going to start by purchasing a big shed here from Robin. This is just pennies to us now at the moment. We're also going to go to Ginger Island. A lot of the summer crops are ready. Radishes, wheat, blueberries, summer spangles, hot peppers. A lot of these will be saved for recipes, and a lot will also be sold so we can get them 100% on the produce shipments. I also got a lot of ancient fruits today. They're going to be converted back into ancient fruit seeds. As we can see, we're now getting a multiplier effect. Soon enough, that greenhouse will be filled up to the top with ancient fruit. We're going to make 75 cakes today. They're going to be going into the big shed. I'm going to blow away all the trees here now up in the quarry so I can get tons of wood so I can make even more cakes. I also get bits of moss there as well, which is really nice. It's just so satisfying having a good magnetism ring, sucking up all the resources so we can blow it all down. So we're going to go with another community quest today. We finally get island ingredients. We're going to take this one straight away because we still haven't learned the solar panels, and we need that in order to get perfection. Jody wants a coconut 300 gold, but we're taking it because it makes Jody happy, and I want to max her out soon enough. Krobus loves wild horseradishes. We're going to give him the horseradish, and we're also going to give him a star drop tea. You put him up to 9 out of 10 hearts, which is very nice. Just one more heart to go with good old Krobus. Jody was chilling over on Ginger Island today, so I gave her the coconut, put her on 8 out of 10 hearts. It was then time to start pulling up these gingers. I needed to farm and sell 100 of these in total, so I would have to go to Ginger Island every single day and hunt down these gingers. There's a good few places where they can grow, but the dig site area here is a great place for them. It's time for another key quest. I was looking at Key's crop. I said no, I need the space for starfruits. We'll go with Key's kindness. I'm working on friendship anyway, so it was just extra motivation for me to give love gifts to the NPCs. So another big shed has now been installed. We're going to fill it up with kegs, and then we're going to fill those kegs up with starfruit. I had tons of starfruit ready to be processed, and there was still more room for more kegs because I just hundreds and hundreds of starfruit assembled. I got a new blessing today, Blessing of the Butterfly. It says a prismatic butterfly is waiting for you somewhere. I also got a weird looking truffle here. It was basically a truffle crab, quite rare. I killed it and I got 2 truffles, so that was a cool little secret there that the pig found. Another cool change added to 1.6. I gave Linus a prismatic shard today that maxed him out. I spent the rest of the day looking for this prismatic butterfly. I couldn't find it anywhere. I ended up gifting a ton of gifts today for all of the NPCs that came out of Ginger Island. I noticed Gus was with them, and I was just kicking myself in the foot because I really need to chop a curry. I still haven't gotten that off Gus. The rest of the day was just spent giving NPCs more gifts. I had lots of rabbit's foots. I had other bits and bobs too. For example, I had coffee to give to Harvey. I had peaches to give to Robin. I had oranges here that I can give to Gus as well. Getting friendship up is very important because you also get gifts in the mail, which is cool. I finally entered Caroline's secret sunroom. She said, "What do you think?" I said, "Not as good as my farm." And I never really said that before. I just wanted to see how she'd react. And then she said, "Oh, but you're a professional. This is just a hobby." No excuses, Caroline. No excuses. We're back farming up starfruit, converting it back into starfruit wine. And finally the next day we learn the tea sapling. And if you're wondering why I haven't abused tea saplings, it's because they got nerfed. They got nerfed bad. They were 500 gold a pop, another 250 gold. Hardly worth the effort. I'm getting fairy dust here now from helping out the raccoon. 7, which was really nice. I will keep those. I'll use them eventually. I had a look to see if the raccoon's wife had any extra items in stock, and she didn't. I think that's the extent now of her stock. We're pulling up more ginger today. I do need 100, so it's going to be quite the farm to get that, and it will take the bones of a whole month. I'm using some fairy dust here to speed up the production so I can get some pale ales. I'm going to sell a few. I'm going to keep one to give to Pam because I have a quest to give Pam a pale ale. She's been asking for it now since summer year 1, so it's about time I make good on my promise. I'm going to purchase all of the obelisks today. The island obelisk, the earth, the desert obelisk, and the mountain obelisk. I have the funds, I have the resources, and we do need them for perfection. It will use up most of our money, but it can't be helped. We have to get the obelisks. So I'm now going to start setting up fridges. I'm going to start storing items so I can assemble all of the recipes. This is going to be the fruit fridge. And all of the stuff here came from primarily my fruit trees inside the greenhouse. I'm also going to get all of the animal products here out of the auto grabber. Quite a number of items have been assembled. I'll sell a lot of those to make money and I'll keep some for recipes. We're back in the volcano dungeon again. I'm almost there now with the kill count for those magma enemies. I just have to kill a few more and we will have the Monster Slayer goal achieved. And there we have it. Monster Slayer goal done. We can now see Gil to get some extra perks for item retrieval. I also got a note here saying, "I heard you working on a very special challenge. I have the perfect solution to help you out. Meet me in the watery cave on Ginger Island, Fizz, George's Special Services Division." So Fizz will basically give us perfection waivers for 500,000 gold each. Each waiver will count towards 1% of perfection. Those waivers can be quite handy if you're very close to perfection, but you just don't want to either purchase the golden clock, or you don't want to get an obelisk, or you just don't want to cook all the recipes. So it is a nice way to just pay yourself to perfection. I'm saying no at the moment because I don't think I'll need the waivers. I think they'll be more or less good to get everything I need without getting them, but it's good that it's there if you get stuck down the road. I'm also going to pay 500,000 gold now to upgrade Pam's trailer because I am married to her daughter and I do want my wife's family to have a more comfortable life. And I can't imagine it would be too comfortable living in the trailer all the time, especially during winter time. I now had some mini fridges set up. I had one for fish, one for fruit, one for crops, and I had one then for kind of miscellaneous items. And the main fridge then had just regular items that you could buy from Pierre's shop. You know, it had rice, it had sugar, vinegar, oil, things like that. They're needed for quite a lot of recipes. It was then back to Ginger Island and I was hoeing up even more ginger because I really needed to learn that solar panel. For perfection, you needed to craft every item in the game to contribute towards perfection. It was then time to go down into Skull Caverns, but I wasn't really focused on getting down to the floors to get resources. I was more focused on killing serpents, so I also took a monster musk to increase the spawn rate of monsters, and I had a great time. I had the parrot with me as well, so I was getting lots of gold from killing monsters. It was time to look at the auto grabber here inside one of our big barns, and there was tons of milk in here. I needed to convert the milk into cheese. Cheese was needed to sell all of the items in the game at least once. It was also needed for some of the recipes. It was then back to Ginger Island to pull up some more ginger. I also had to look at the key quests, and I decided to do a Skull Cavern invasion because I still needed to kill more serpents for the monster eradication goals, so I might as well hit 2 birds with 1 stone. I also gave the dwarf a rabbit's foot. That was the lovely dwarf maxed out. And we're also going to take Cave Patrol here with Clint. He wants me to kill 50 dust sprites. And dust sprites are now even way more fun to kill because now I'm getting lots of golden mystery boxes, I'm getting coffee beans, I'm getting coal off them, there's lots of iron ore down here as well, and I'm getting money from killing them. So combat is just so much fun now, the trinkets. 6,000 gold for doing that quest, and it was now time to look at the ginger. I'd 75 harvested at the moment. I just had to harvest 25 more and then sell it all to get that solar panel. I got blessings of waters today. The first 3 fish you hook today will be much easier. That is actually quite potent if you pair it up on a day that you can do some hardcore fishing. So I had a chat with Robin today. She finished off the house upgrade. The trailer was gone and a beautiful new house was now put in its place, and Robin felt pretty good about it. She then said, "Why didn't you tell your wife about this, Gamer Gar?" Because I love surprises, Robin. I love surprising my wife. Gamer Gar came up with this idea and paid for the whole thing. To be honest, this is kind of embarrassing. How can I ever repay you for this? And then I said, "You're my mum, no repayment needed." And it's absolutely true. The mother of my wife is my mother. Especially when she gives me 2 to 3 dinners per week. Can't complain. It was time to do more gift giving. George got rabbit's foot there as well. And it was off with the iridium scythe, getting more ancient fruit. 15 in total. All that will be turned back into ancient fruit seeds. And this is going to fill up the greenhouse even more. Eventually we will start to profit very nicely from all of this ancient fruit, but for now we're still better off to just keep multiplying it by putting it into seed makers. I just needed a few more kills now on these serpents and I would have another monster eradication goal done. I picked up a fairy box trinket there as well. That just summons a fairy that occasionally heals you when you're in combat. It's worth noting that it does not heal you when you're outside of combat. So I just got the monster eradication goals there for both the Rexes and the serpents. That was more or less all of the monster eradication goals completed. DJ Guardian gave birth to a baby pig. Well done, DJ Guardian. I knew you had it in you. It was then time to process more starfruit into starfruit wine. And now I'm going to accumulate all this wine and sell it in one huge batch in the next week or 2. It was time to change up the bobber style. I'm going to go with the golden cow cracker here in the hopes that it would increase my odds to get more cow crackers. Just so you know it doesn't. It was also time to enchant my iridium pan. There's loads of enchants you can put on this. Let's have a look at some of them. Fisher is one of them. With this, you have a chance to pull up a fish. It is quite rare, and if you don't have that fish caught already, it still won't count towards the capture of that fish. Archaeologist is cool. That would be very handy if you're still going for the museum quests. Generous is probably the best one there in my opinion, because you just get more bang for your buck. Just look at that right there. A lucky ring straight off the bat, even with a houseplant. Can't say no to a houseplant. But let's look at that lucky ring. +1 to luck. That is the second lucky ring of this challenge. Lucky rings are now common with the iridium pan. It is just so good, so overpowered. More ancient fruit seeds today are being planted, and we're back into Sandy. We're going to get a full stack of starfruit seeds to go back to Ginger Island with. So I kind of messed up the bee houses here. I should have swapped them around. I put the fair roses to the right and then the bee houses to the left. That was my bad. It was a noobish mistake. My excuse. I haven't properly played Stardew Valley in quite some time because I was waiting for the 1.6 to come out. I was with other games like Pal World and Hollow Knight and things like that. So there's my excuse for that. Just take it easy on me in the comments, please. We have 87 key gems now. We're going to purchase some pressure nozzles. This will dramatically increase the range of our iridium sprinklers, meaning a lot more space on our Ginger Island farm. So I reworked the Ginger Island farm. I'm also going to put down speed grow as well. All of our sprinklers now are set up with pressure nozzles, so we have way more space now to put down starfruit. It just means more money for us, because I really want to speed things up now when it comes to making the 10 million gold to get the gold clock. I didn't have enough time last night to plant all of the starfruit. I eventually just passed out. So I'm going to finish off the work today. Not to worry though, there was just a few spots I had to hoe and I was good to go. Back in the farm, we're collecting jades, collecting bait. We're also pulling up tons of new starfruit. This is the last batch of starfruit now before we head into fall. We're also going to talk to the raccoon here as well. We're going to give him the items he wants. Now he's looking for 5 crayfish and he's looking for a smoked salmon. Now I wanted to test this. It said smoked salmon, but I wanted to see would he take any sort of smoked fish. And he will. I tried giving him a smoked crayfish and that actually substituted as a smoked salmon. So as long as you have a smoked anything, it would work for now, but that could be patched out in the future. I finally completed the Island Ingredients quest. I was so excited about this. 3000 gold, but we do get the recipe for the solar panels. It was now time to show you how the baby crate works. So you just keep throwing the baby up in the air and it's a certain chance it will activate. Eventually you'll get a critical throw and you'll toss the baby straight up into the ceiling and the baby will come back down. Do not attempt this in real life, especially with a newborn baby. Take it from me, folks. The solar panel recipe was out the next day. That can auto-generate batteries, and the best place to put that is out in the desert because you don't get rainy days out in the desert. We were then in fall. We're going to hoe up the ground and prepare the land for new fall crops. I do need to ship off at least one of each fall crop in order to get the achievement for shipping off all of the produce the game has to offer. So we're going to have to ship off the eggplant, artichoke. I've already shipped off a few pumpkins, but we will need the other stuff as well. We're then going to water up the crops, and it's just so nice having the iridium tools because it just saves you so much time. Finally maxed out Caroline's hearts by giving her enough rabbit's limbs. We also maxed out George as well, and we maxed out Marnie, so we're really getting there now with the gift giving. It was time for another key quest. We're going extended family again, and we will absolutely abuse this by pulling up legend 2s. Now there was a gold fishing chest right there. I managed to nab that. And I also managed a legend, so I'm just going to speed it up here to show you how difficult it is to actually pull up a legend 2. The good thing is that time stands still, but if you were doing this in co-op mode, half the day would be gone by the time you capture one of these. They're just so hard to capture. It is quite doable though, especially with the new advanced rods. I got a woodcutter's weekly inside it as well, which was nice. And we're going to smoke up all those legends to make tons of money. 42,000 gold a piece, it's 500,000 gold. Right there from just fishing for one day. We maxed out Sebastian today by giving him a rabbit's foot, and we're getting some radioactive bars and iridium bars from our Skull Cavern Invasions run, which is nice. I'm going to keep those because I need radioactive bars to make some of the stuff. For perfection, we need to craft all items in the game. Now Clint gave me a quest here to kill grubs. That's what we're doing today, we're wiping out grubs, but I do have the parrot, so I do get extra money for that as well. So I managed to get an owl statue today. They're quite rare, so it was nice to pick that up. We're also going to talk to the wizard today, give him a rabbit's foot, and I also had a chat with him, 8 out of 10 hearts with the wizard. We will have him maxed out in the next couple of weeks. All of the kegs I have down at the Ginger Island farm is a pure game changer. I actually don't have a bed inside the Ginger Island farm, I just use it as a big storage shed. The workbench for 2,000 gold is absolutely worth it. Any chest connected to that workbench shares its inventory. So if you have 3 or 4 chests attached to that workbench, you can fill up all those chests with items and then you can just access the workbench to craft instead of pulling items directly into your inventory. So when it comes to crafting all the items in the game, I cannot recommend the workbench enough. As we can see, I have 3 big chests connected to my workbench. I have one for mining materials, one for wood and forageables and other bits and bobs, another one for monster loot and miscellaneous materials. So I will fill them up now tonight, and the next day I'm going to craft one of each item. I believe I do have all of the recipes assembled. I do sell most of the stuff, or bin most stuff I do craft. I keep a few bits and bobs, because I'm not going to use any of that stuff and it would just take up precious space. I do keep the big stone chest though, because I have use for that. Once I make the glowstone ring, I do get the Craft Master achievement. I already had a lot of stuff from that list already created, and if you're not too sure on what you've crafted and what you haven't, you can always open up the options menu and you can get it to show how many times you've crafted an item, and it'll also show if you haven't crafted an item. So it's just a nice handy way to kind of remind yourself what you haven't crafted. I've now maxed out every single Stardew Valley NPC's friendship, excluding my baby, but we'll work on that as time progresses. It was time to harvest more ancient fruit today. This was going to be enough now to max out the greenhouse finally. I will get rid of the summer squash and also get rid of the broccoli as well to make way for the ancient fruits. Having a greenhouse filled up with ancient fruits is a great way to make easy money every week because it regrows all the time. It's probably still the most overpowered crop in the game. I also made a lot more mystic trees and I'm getting a lot more mystic syrups now. All these syrups sell for over 1,000 gold. The raccoon needs more help. He's now looking for a dried cactus fruit and a wild plum jelly. Who am I to say no? So I'm still working towards making all the recipes in the game. So I'm going to put down some cheese presses here because I need a good few pieces of cheese in order to make that happen, I also need to sell a goat's cheese and a cow's cheese in order to get the achievement for shipping of one of each item off in the game. So the first 2 cheeses there would be for that purpose. The next few cheeses would be for recipes. We're also going to go back to Robin and we're going to make another shed because I just need a lot more wine outputs. I now have every single recipe assembled in the game. I don't have all recipes made yet, but I still need a tropical curry and Gus will just not go to the beach for me. You need to encounter Gus over on Ginger Island to buy that recipe. There's no other way you can get it, as far as I know. He won't sell it to you in Stardew Valley, which is a right pain. But I do hope that he will sell it next few weeks, because I won't be able to get perfection otherwise. So we're back to putting up fish now. The smallmouth bass can be used as a sashimi. I also need to get some eels as well to make some spicy eels, and I get some other bits and bobs too for the fishing recipes. The next day, I'm just looking at what I need to ship now to ship all the items, and I just need the cheeses. So I'll have that done by the end of the day. I just need some fall crops as well, like the bok choy, the artichoke, the eggplants, etc. So I will have that achievement got now very soon. I'm going to buy a full stack of starfruit seeds today. I'm also going to buy another few hundred, because I keep having to go back to Sandy to buy more. I can now harvest hundreds of starfruit over on Ginger Island. So I got my lovely dried cactus fruit today. The raccoon will be pleased. We're going to harvest more starfruit wine. I'm also going to make a lot more kegs as well. And these kegs are actually going to go up to the top left hand side of our farm, just beside of our slime hutch. I'm in a really nice area out there, using the rustic flooring. It's one of my favourite floor types. And I'm going to put on all these kegs outside. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm getting a bit bored of the sheds and I just want to add a little bit more structure to my farm, because my farm is still pretty much bare. We're going to go back to Robin now and we're going to upgrade that newly built shed to a big shed, and we will fill that one up with kegs as well. So we're going to end up with so many kegs, it'll just be very simple to get to the 10 million gold, because I still have lots of excess starfruit that's just lying around in chests. We're going to pick up Gus's famous omelette today, and I'm not really doing it for the money or for the friendship, I'm just doing it for the prize tickets because they're still awesome. And you can still get some nice prizes like magic rock candies and things like that from doing it. I'm going to buy more starfruit again today. As we can see, we're just kind of redoing the same process over and over. It still is one of the best ways to get up to 10 million gold and get that gold clock. It's a lot of money. So that's why I'm not really switching up tactics. All of the new masteries are really nice, but you still can't beat starfruit when it comes to making the big money in this game. It's still going to boil down to crops. It is a farming game after all. That evening, a lot of the fall crops are ready. So we're going to get hay, wheat, we're going to get eggplants as well, which is nice. We're also going to get some bok choy, we're going to get some cranberries. All of these items can be sold off now, which will help towards perfection. I get artichokes the next day, which can also be sold off to get perfection. I'm pretty sure that's the last item I needed in order to ship off all of the items in the game. Not including the cheese, of course, that we're going to pick up right now. So that's the goat cheese and the regular cow's cheese, and that should basically be it. I'm also going to get more goat's milk here now, and I'm going to get some cow's milk and convert it into more cheese, because we need cheese for a couple of the recipes that we learned from the NPCs. So I created all of the recipes that I could, which was basically every recipe in the game, except for the tropical curry, because we still do not have that. Gus refuses to go to the beach to sell me that recipe. Let's have a look at the perfection tracker. We're on 89%. What we're missing out on here now is tropical curry. That gives us 3%. I also need to get the gold clock. That would give 10%. So they're just the last two things I need for perfection. So I'm waiting for money, and we're working on that now to starfruit wine. And I'm also waiting for Gus to show up at the beach so I can learn that tropical curry. If Concerned Ape watches this video, please let there be another way you can get tropical curry from Gus, because he's not guaranteed to turn up to the beach ever. It's pure RNG. You could play through a whole year of this game and not have Gus turn up at the beach to sell tropical curry. So we're going to get a big coop now today. That'll be a nice upgrade. Our baby is now grown. Via can now crawl around the place, which is great. And we're going to process even more starfruit into starfruit wine. Collect the starfruit wine we already have, and we're going to accumulate that now for a couple of weeks and then sell it all in one big fell swoop, and hopefully that'll be enough to get the gold clock. We now have lots of sheds, lots of kegs, and we now have a greenhouse built up to the top with ancient fruit. We're also going to give the raccoon here as well these dried goods he's been asking for. and we are going to get a nice reward. 7 more fairy dust, which is really nice. I'm also going to make some casks here as well. I'm going to put down loads of these. I might do aged fruit wine and then I can put it into these casks and get tons of money then after about a month. Or I could stock up on fairy dust and I could just make it all happen in the space of a day. We'll see as we progress. So I'm getting more mystic syrups now today. I can trade these in for even more fairy dust if I want. Now, they do sell for the 1,000 gold a pop, but fairy dust is quite overpowered, especially if you're aging wines. It is time to up the ante. I made more mystic seeds. I'm going to plant those, put 3 fertilizer on them, and then I will equip them with heavy tappers when they're fully grown. That's going to be a real nice money maker now in the next week or so when I have all those mystic juices. So I'm starting to go through the journal now today. I've got tons of quests that have accumulated over the past year and a half. I figured there might be some new secrets if I complete all the quests, because who knows what kind of secrets Concerned Abe has put into 1.6. So I figured while I'm waiting for all my star fruit to get processed, I would just complete all of these quests one by one by giving all these NPCs their items. I didn't need friendship points, I didn't need the little bits of money you get from the quests. I just wanted to have all of these quests done and dusted, just in case there was something that I was missing out on. I'm also processing fire quartz here. I'm going to turn them into refined quartz. And there's a method for my madness. I was going to use the refined quartz and make an absolute ton of solar panels. I'm also combining rings here to make the ultimate cave crawler setup. The hot java ring combined with the napalm ring, the savage ring combined with the burglar ring. It was time for a lot of fun down in the mines. I'm also going to take a monster musk as well, and I'm going to take a triple shot espresso and a spicy eel for tons of speed. So now when I kill monsters with the power deck equipped, I'm going to get money, I'm going to get golden mystery boxes, I'm going to get either a coffee or triple shot espresso. Monsters will explode, they will destroy nodes around them. I'm also going to get additional loot drops because of the burglar ring. I picked up a magic rock candy from a floaty skull, but I get even luckier. I get, believe it or not, 2 magic rock candies in a row. Now I wasn't recording at the time, I don't have footage showing the actual kill, but I swear on my life, I got 2 magic rock candies in a row from these floaty skulls. It's just so unfortunate I wasn't recording at the time. Would have made for such a great shot. I did get another cursed mannequin, which is really nice. So I'm going to set that up in the farm now in a few hours when I go back home. I decided to kill more of these floaty skulls. I mean, what are the odds I'd get 3 magical candies in one day? Alas, it wasn't meant to be. But we're back down in the mines. The savage ring is so good. I get an additional speed buff every time I kill enemies. So after kill enemies for the full day, I got 2 cursed mannequins, 2 magic rock candies, I got diamonds, amethysts, I got tons of ores. It's just so fun now to go into the caves and just kill stuff because of the amount of stuff that they actually drop. I got lots of refined quartz today. I decided to keep them for now. I won't make solar panels because I might need more iron bars for kegs depending on how things were going to go. I will trade in all my jades though and get more staircases. That's 170 staircases right there if I want to do more Skull Cavern runs down the road. I do have 2.5 million gold, but I will need 10 million for the gold clock. So what you're going to see now is just me primarily harvesting starfruit and starfruit wine until we have the gold clock. I'm going to sell all of my rings to Marlon now because I'm never going to use those rings, and all of the rings I'm currently using I don't think I'm going to swap them out because they're just so good. I do complete Gus's Flameless Omni quest yet again just to pick up that prize ticket, and we're back farming mystic syrups. Now we're going to do Cave Patrol 50 dust sprites. Now we're in the hardened version of the mines, but these enemies here count as dust sprites, which is really good. I also picked up a magic quiver there that just fires a magic arrow every few seconds. It does a little bit of damage. It's not too great. The ice rod though is pretty good for freezing enemies in their place. Because of my ring setup, I just had so much fun down here. I could spend days just running through these levels and just wiping out enemies. Look at all of the dust sprites. The only thing I regret is not taking a monster musk. If I did, there would have been even more enemies. Look at all the speed buffs I have in the top right hand corner of my screen. One is from the triple shot espresso, one is from the spicy eel, and one is from the savage ring. I would have had another one if I got lucky from the Statue of Blessings. So you can now have a super fast character in this game if you spec properly for it. I also got really lucky here on a random floor and I got tons of radioactive ore to farm. 6,000 gold for Cave Patrol, that'd be another prize ticket. So I decided to have a bit of fun today, and I had a spare copy of The lucky purple shorts. Mayor Lewis wasn't impressed. To keep my mouth shut, he gave me 750 star tokens. Now I can't get the star fruit from this event because I already got it last year, but I can purchase a prize ticket with the star tokens that I've assembled. So I'm going to gamble some of my star tokens, get up to 1,000, and then I'm just going to go and I'm going to get the prize ticket and then leave. It's just so funny watching Mayor Lewis's expression there when he sees his shorts up on display. So I'm going to give Kent a star fruit here now. He wanted one for Jody, and that's going to make Kent super happy. And that's one less quest I have to worry about in my journal. Emily gets an apricot. She's been asking for that for quite some time. And Clint gets an iron bar. He's been requesting that for ages too. Willie gets a squid. He wanted that last winter, so he's getting it now. Just had a few quests left. Pierre's going to get a sashimi. He said it's about time I was starting to get the shakes. Pierre needs sashimi for his withdrawal symptoms because we all know what he has stored away in his bedroom. So it was time to harvest even more starfruit. Now at this moment in time, I had kegs set up on Ginger Island. I had about 3 or 4 sheds over on the farm, all filled up with kegs. I had kegs outside the slime hutch. I had hundreds and hundreds of kegs. So you're now going to see this 10 million come a lot faster than you'd expect. 4.5 million made there. And that was just a few weeks of farming up starfruits. A full batch plus 426. Crazy money. But that doesn't get me to the 10 million. That just gets me up to 7.1. I decided to farm lava eels for the whole day and smoke them up to see just how profitable it was. 2100 gold for an iridium lava eel. I do have the quality bobber, just so you know, combined with the trap bobber. And I also have artisan as well, so I'm going to get over 5,000 gold for each smoked lava eel I pull up. So I made 217,000 gold. That's 2 days of just fishing up lava eels and smoking them. So we're off to Clint here now. He's going to process some geodes. Not geodes really, mystery boxes. But I had tons of mystery boxes accumulated now for just killing stuff. And you get some real nice stuff out of the golden ones. Prismatic shards, life elixirs, crops, quality fertilizers. And I'm going to sell most of these just for money. There's no point using them now because we're at the end of the challenge. I also got the ossified blade. It's quite the rare weapon. If you can get that early, consider yourself incredibly lucky. I had 7 prize tickets here to use. Getting the star drop tea was nice, but I did have all of the friendships maxed out. It was still nice to get it though. It's such a unique and rare item. The treasure chest is really nice. That is now a universal loved gift, just so y'all know. The treasure chest is. Getting more starfruit wines today. We're very close to the 10 million gold. The problem here now isn't money. The problem here is the fact that we still do not have the tropical curry from Gus. And believe you me, I am checking Ginger Island every single day, and it's just not happening. I got the super rare diamond quest. Willie wanted it. 2,200 gold there for the diamond. 2,250 gold to be exact. I'm also using fairy dust to speed up the production time on those starfruits. I had a look at the key quests today. I'm going to go with Key's Hungry Challenge. I'll just quickly staircase down to the bottom and pick up a nice, easy couple of key gems there as well. So, the Statue of Blessings today gave me infinite energy, which was nice, and the Statue of the Dwarf King gave me an increased chance of stairs and shafts. Got the floor 100, got the iridium sprinklers. I'll just sell those because I don't really need sprinklers anymore. I did get a golden animal cracker though, down to for 168. I was very happy with that. I am all about those golden animal crackers right now. They're just so overpowered. They have so much potential. Another auto grabber, we'll keep that, because we do have a good few animal buildings down there at the moment. It happened again. The mannequins, they all moved around. It was just so freaky. One mannequin moved just up to the stairs. The other one moved into the room where the baby sleeps. Wasn't too comfortable with that. I still don't know if that's all the mannequins do, if they just move around and occasionally growl at you. They might have other hidden mechanics. If you know, please let me know in the comments, because those cursed mannequins, they're just so freaky. So we're getting more starfruit wines today. I'm also got a lot of iridium bars, and I'm going to sell all those iridium bars now. That's 112,000 gold. I almost have 10 million gold. I spend the rest of the day just going into the first floor of the mines, back out again, rinse and repeat, farming up radioactive ores, because radioactive bars sell for tons of money, and I end up getting tons of radioactive ores today. It's also time to finally collect all of these ancient fruits. I left them all grow together because I don't want to come in every day or 2 days to get different parts of ancient fruits, so I left it a few extra days so I could harvest them all in one fell swoop. It was raining today in Ginger Island. Gus is just not giving us his tropical curry. It's very frustrating. Today I made huge amounts of money, 170,000 gold. Primarily from the star fruit though, I got 85,000 gold from that. And the reason why I'm selling raw star fruit and not processing it is because I'm very close to 10 million gold. I don't need to process it. I now had 10 million gold. It was finally time to go and get this gold clock. We're almost there now to perfection. 10 million gold. Prevents debris from appearing on your farm. Is it worth it? It's not. It's just a flex really. It's just a wall that has been implemented so people don't get perfection too fast. Because after you get perfection, you can't get your hands on golden eggs. They just break the game entirely. They're probably the most game-broken item around there. I tried to have a chat with Gus today. I thought he might give me a recipe maybe because that's the only thing that's holding me back now from getting perfection. I checked his inventory just in case. He's not selling it. I had every recipe crafted in the game. And this tropical curry was just not coming my way. I had 99% perfection done. All golden walnuts found, all fish caught, all craft recipes made, everything cooked except the tropical curry. I had all the obelisks, I had the gold clock. There was only one thing to do, folks, and that's to use the powers of Joja and get this perfection waiver. 500,000 gold will get me 1%. I sold almost everything I had, including all of the new starfruit I pulled up. But before I get the waiver, I wanted to go to the Halloween event to see if anything had changed. I had a quick chat with Gus just to tell him that his tropical curry would not contribute towards perfection, that he would not contribute towards perfection of Stardew Valley. To my surprise, the maze has dramatically changed. It is now bigger, much harder. Now I'm sure if you go through it a few times, just be like all the other mazes, you won't have much problems, but I'm not going to lie. I was a good 20 minutes in real life trying to figure out this maze. It was quite challenging to figure out for the first time. And I wasn't going to put up any wikis. I wanted to do this myself for the first time. So it was a really nice surprise. And at the end of the maze, I didn't get a golden pumpkin because I got that last year. I got a prize ticket. I was really happy with that. There was even a minecart there as well to fast travel back, which was a much needed addition. We are now nearing the end of this massive 1.6 challenge. To get perfection on 1.6 is just going to be awesome. I do start the day with getting some mystic syrups. They do sell for an awesome amount of money. I will pick up all of the starfruit wine. I will sell it. I don't need to sell it anymore in order to get perfection, but I want to have the extra funds there just in case something happens after perfection. Because Concerned Ape has added new things. God only knows what he has added after perfection has been attained. 500,000 gold for one perfection waiver. This will give me 1%, and because I have 99%, this puts me up to 100. I was just praying that this actually worked and it wasn't some sort of Joja scam. But because I paid so much money, I'm sure it was absolutely legit. So I went to the perfection tracker and it said total complete 99% plus one waiver. The only way to find out if it worked was to go to sleep, and hopefully the next day the boulder would have removed itself and we can get up to the pair to get perfection. Mr. Key says keep working hard, the usual story there, nothing changed. So I woke up the next day and I got the pop-up. You feel it in your heart. Somewhere, somehow, Grandpa is beaming with pride. The legacy of 1.6 farm is eternal, so that was a good sign. I went outside, I was greeted by loads of parrots. It was also the first day of winter. So I was now sure that I was able to go up and claim perfection. So I got on my horse Chuck and we went up to the pair together. Now I did read if you try to cheat perfection you get a different cutscene, and I was really hoping that wasn't the cutscene I was going to get. So it wasn't, and I do get the original perfection cutscene. My wife is waiting at the top of the pair, Penny, and she just says how proud she is and how far we've come. It's really nice, it's really cozy, it's really wholesome, and we all get to enjoy perfection together. What a challenge this was. I had so much fun playing through the game again with the 1.6 updates. I have to say, Concerned Ape is just a master developer. If all developers were like him, we would live in a world where we just wouldn't leave our houses. We would just play games 24/7. So it was just real nice fun playing this. After perfection, I went back up to the volcano. We get the usual Concerned Ape mask, which is the question mark mask. But we don't stop there. We also venture forth into Key's secret walnut room, and we pick up the statue of true perfection as well. This thing generates prismatic shards every day. which is really nice. Maybe one day we will get the tropical curry off Gus, and we will have the true perfection, we could call it, you know, not the perfection waivers. I spent 1,000,000 gold inside the casino and I picked up the statue of Endless Fortune, and this is very good. This generates an NPC's loved gift on their birthday. Any other day generates diamonds and things like that, so it's a really nice statue to have. So I purchased a full stack of coal off Clint today, 999. I got it for one reason, and one reason alone. And that was to go to the Desert Trader and get the Dark Piano. I also got the Georgia Furniture Catalogue, because I was just really curious in terms of what items you can get from that. The Dark Piano cost a full stack of coal. I was just very curious about this item, because every time I went to the Desert Trader to either get prismatic shards or staircases or anything in between, I always saw it at the bottom of the list. So for the whole challenge I was just curious. When I opened up the Georgia catalogue here, it said by activating this item, the user hereby agrees not to hold Georgia Co responsible for any damage to life or property resulting from the use of Georgia Tri furniture. I just thought it was the funniest thing ever. But don't let that message hold you back, it's just a joke. As far as I know, the furniture won't damage any of your items inside your house. There's some real nice items here, Georgia Cola ornaments, paintings, there's even a fireplace, there's a fridge, there's couches, there's a safe, there's wallpaper, there's flooring, there's large Georgia crates, there's plastic plants, you can even get the Georgia trolley, you can even get the Georgia shelves that have all the products on it. You can basically turn your house into a Georgia Mart if you wanted to. During the night, Vice City gave birth to a baby cow. Congratulations, Vice City. We're going to call the cow Fallon, which is our newest channel member. So, if you've been watching my videos and you're on the bench about it, become a member and you will be included in one of my videos one way or another. Also, if you made it this far, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's look at the Georgia room. It looks absolutely amazing. I know a lot of people don't like Georgia, but you have to admit, the Georgia furniture does look unbelievably cool. Even the picture of Morris there adds some wholesomeness to the room, because we all know Morris is such a wholesome fella. I'll tell you one thing, he's way more wholesome than Pierre will ever be. I am going to now more than likely do more 100-day challenges. I may do 100 days again, but this time do the remix bundles and just go the community center route. Let me know in the comments if that is something you want to see. I made 100 days of Stardew Valley, but as a forager. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome to a 100 days Stardew Valley challenge. For the purpose of this video, we are going to play through one whole year of Stardew Valley, primarily using the foraging skill sets. Let's see how much money we can make using the foraging skill. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, hit that subscribe button. We're now on 20,000 subscribers. I'd love to see the channel grow a bit more. It is day number 1. We start by collecting our free parsnip seeds given to us by Mayor Lewis. We're now going to cut down some trees. We're going to get rid of all the debris so it doesn't get in our way. And we're going to plant those parsnips and water them up for the rest of the day. Once we make our chest, we're going to run around the entirety of the map and look for as many forageables as possible. This is a foraging challenge after all. Now, we will be using all of the professions, of course. We do need to max out every skill in order for us to get foraging mastery. So you will be seeing lots of mining, combat and farming, but later on in the video you will primarily see just endgame foraging, and I'm going to show you in this video how overpowered foraging actually is now after the 1.6 update. I'm also going to get all of those lovely wild spring onions because they also give foraging XP, but more importantly they will give a lot of energy so I can cut down even more trees before I go to bed. I get 12 XP per tree, and all the mods that I use in this video will be listed in the description just so you know. What you see here is the UI info suite too, because a lot of people ask that in the comments. Now, I'm not trying to make a whole lot of money in spring. Primarily what I want to do is get as many skill ups as possible so I can start breaking into the mastery territory. We will do all of the help wanted quests we can get. Robin is looking for the parsnip. Not too sure if that will be ready on time for Robin though, but we'll see. We're picking up more forageables today. It is day number 2. Normally I spend the whole of day number 2 just fishing, but this is a foraging challenge. Now we will do a fair bit of fishing because we have to get that to level 10, but once we get fishing to level 10, you don't really see any more fishing after that. So we will do some fishing today just for the sake of skill ups. The more perfect catches I get, the more XP I'm going to get, and that means the more time I have doing foraging rather than doing other stuff. Now I managed to get some pretty decent loot today from fishing, and what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to sell all this fish, and I'm going to try to buy as much crops as possible to push farming up to level 10 as quickly as possible. I went up to the lake earlier on and I managed to get bubbles up here, and I got a huge amount of fish from the bubbles, which was nice. I also got some really good rewards from the treasure chests. For example, I got lots of coal. The next day we have the rain. Now we always get rain on day number 3, but the first thing I'm going to do is go down here and pick up all of these lovely spring onions. We're then going to go to Willy here. We have 1800 gold. We will purchase the fiberglass rod because it does make fishing a little bit more lucrative because the fiberglass rod gives you a much better loot pool. I am aiming to get tons of catfish today. Not only do they sell for lots of gold, they give you lots of fishing XP. We're doing even more fishing today as well. So basically the current tactic is we're collecting forageables and we're fishing. We're trying to power up fishing as quickly as possible. It's time to get our dog. We're going to call it after one of our newest members, Fluffy Fish. Welcome to the GamerGar membership. So we're going to make sure that we're on very good terms with Fluffy Fish for this whole challenge, because once we max out Fluffy Fish's friendship, he will start bringing us lovely gifts every couple of days, which is really nice. So we're going to pick up our parsnips today. We're now on day number 5. We're collecting even more forageables. I'm getting leeks, daffodils. I'm also going to pick up more spring onions today as well, because every single bit of XP will count towards getting those lovely mastery levels. We're also going to visit the mines today, and we're going to blow up all of those lovely copper ores. That gives us lots of XP, lots of copper. We get our first pair of boots, which is the leather boots plus 1 defense, which is nice. I got really lucky with the copper that day, and the next day I'm going to make lots of furnaces. Now, I could have kept the majority of that copper and I could have went for 2 upgrades, but I feel like if I just prioritise furnaces now and copper later, I'll end up being able to smelt way more bars. I managed to get an ancient seed off of one of the flies, so that's going to be an early ancient fruit, which is nice farming XP for us. Now I'm going to sell the diamond, amethyst, emeralds all to Clint because I need more money. I could have given them to Gunther, but money is more important at the moment. I'm also going to sell the cookies and the parsnips, put me up to 8800 gold. We will get the first backpack upgrade. It's only 2000 gold, but I do get double the backpack slots. Definitely worth it. I'm now going to use all my money and purchase 98 pieces of kale. The reason why I'm getting kale is because it's super fast to harvest it. You just need a scythe and you have it done within 1 in-game hour, no problem at all. We're going to plant all of the kale. It is going to take quite some time to water all this up, but it's going to pay off, because this is how we max out our farming level as early as possible. We just have to spam the crops. After all the trees I've cut down, I managed to get enough wood to fix the bridge, and because today is Saturday, we're going to get the maximum benefits of going to the tide pool here, picking up all of the forageables before it resets on Sunday. The next day starts with me watering the crops, and a lot of days will start this way unfortunately, but it's got to be done. I'm now going to donate some spring forageables here to the community centre. The reward, 30 spring seeds ready to be planted. I also gave Demetrius a carp as part of a help wanted quest. The reward was 90 gold, but the only reason we're doing these help wanted quests are to get prize tickets, because we can get star drop teas from those, and star drop teas are an absolute game changer. We're going to spend the rest of the day pulling up more fish to see if we can max out this fishing skill as quickly as possible. We're also going to visit Clint, and we're going to upgrade our pickaxe just to a copper pickaxe so we can make more progress in the mines without using up too much energy and valuable time. We're getting more spring onions today, more forageables, and we are doing more fishing. We're now on fishing level 7, so we are getting it up quite quickly, but the last few fishing levels always take ages to get up, because every time you get a skill up, you need more and more XP to get the next professional level. I got a bone flute today. Now I'm not going to give that to Gunther. I'm just going to sell that for money, because money is just so important right now. Let's have a look at the next help wanted quest. It's Demetrius again. He's looking for a quartz. That's not a problem at all. Quartz are very common inside the mines. I'm going to cut down more trees today on the farm, because I need to accumulate thousands upon thousands of wood for the future of our foraging farm. I also want to get foraging maxed out as quickly as possible. It is a very tough profession to max out. Even if we pull up thousands of forageables from the ground, you don't get a whole lot of XP like you used to pre 1.6. The rest of the day was spent cutting down trees. I just wanted to go until my character basically passed out. Now I had to be careful because I had 6,300 gold, so if I did pass out I could lose up to 1,000 gold, so I gotta watch out here and I need to make sure to go to bed on time. I just wanted to nab that last foraging level before I woke up the next day, so I'd wake up with maximum energy. Because watering up all of these crops, all of these forageables, it does take enormous amounts of energy and time. I now get my copper pickaxe off Clint so we can go back into the mines, but first I'm going to give him the regular axe to upgrade to a copper axe. It just means less swings to take those trees out, and I can also start cutting down the regular tree stumps as well to get hardwood. Later on in the challenge I do want to make thousands of mushroom logs. The mushroom logs require hardwood as one of the base materials, so we need to start getting our hands on hardwood much earlier rather than later. After watering up all the crops, my character is almost near exhaustion. Not to worry though, there will be stuff we can pick up along the way that will give us energy, for example the spring onions. I gave Demetrius his quartz, he's super happy with that. Going back into the mines, I'm making some good progression. I managed to get a diamond today on floor 31. That was extremely satisfying. They sell for 750 gold. Marcelo visited Stardew Valley today. Let's have a look at his books. He's got skill up books such as Mining Monthly, Combat Quarterly. We can't really afford those right now though, but they are books we will get later on. He's also got books of power that will give us permanent speed increases. We can also purchase those later on too when we have more money. For now we need to focus on tool upgrades and we need to focus on crops. When I got down to floor 40 I picked up the regular slingshot here, so we made really nice progression today. Now it was 9 o'clock so I do push for a few more floors. I got the copper axe off Clint the next day. Now I have 7,600 gold and I do have some iron bars, so we are going to go straight into a steel pickaxe upgrade before we go any further in the regular mines. Now normally I don't bother getting the steel pickaxe until I have the mines cleared, but I figured if I get the steel pickaxe now I can make even faster progression. With the axe upgraded to a copper axe, just north of the Georgia Mart I can get up into a little secret area here, clear away the tree stump and get a free prized ticket. I also did a quest for Gus here too. He was looking for a flounder. It says 300 more gold in the bag. There's lots of tree stumps on the farm, so I'm going to spend the day cutting down all trees. I get 25 foraging XP per stump. I also get hardwood, so the sooner I erase all those the better. The next day was a very satisfying day. I get to harvest all of the kale. I'm going to get tons of XP for that. I made one mistake though. I thought I could sell the kale tip here at the Easter event, but I can't. I did however have some money to buy 32 strawberry seeds. I was hoping to buy a lot more, but 32 will have to do for now. I did win the Easter event and I'm going to get the straw hat and I'll equip that straight away. Before the day is finished I ran back down to the beach and I collected all of the forageables in the beach area because today was Saturday. It was the last accumulation before everything was set. Now I got extremely lucky tonight. I got visited by a fairy and she blessed my strawberries with her fairy magic. These strawberries are now going to fully grow, which means I can get multiple harvests before summer. Demetrius also visited me the next day. He gave me a choice between mushrooms and bats. I'm going to go with mushrooms because it's a foraging challenge. Having the ability to harvest mushrooms every 2 days, it's going to be a game changer. So we now have level 5 of farming. We're doing really nice with farming. It would be nice to get that to 10 before summer. We're going to upgrade our axe to a steel axe right now. That means we can start clearing up the large tree stumps. It just means more hardwood for us. It also means early access to the secret woods so we can start farming the tree stumps every single day to accumulate as much hardwood as possible. After giving Haley a birthday gift, I went back into the mines. I managed to grab another diamond. I would absolutely sell that for even more money. And we're trying to make some progress here. We can one-shot all the nodes on this floor, so it's really handy. I also picked up a monster compendium, and that gives me a small chance for monsters to drop double loot, which is absolutely amazing. On floor 60 I picked up the crystal dagger. It's actually a very nice weapon. It's got a very nice crit chance, so we are going to use it for the time being because we don't have anything better for now. The crystal dagger is a very nice weapon early on. It has a nice crit chance. When it crits, it has a lot of quick power, so it will pack in a lot of early to mid-tier enemies in just a few swings. The problem with the crystal dagger, and this problem kind of goes towards most daggers, is that it's simply a dagger. doesn't have a great attack arc. I managed to get a breakfast chair off one of the grubs. I thought that was just hilarious, so I left it in here for the footage, just to show you now that monsters post 1.6 have a chance of dropping random bits of furniture. I also got the insect head as well from slaying tons of enemies. This is a huge upgrade from the crystal dagger. It's a level 6 weapon and it will decimate enemies in the regular versions of the mines. The next day I get my first batch of forageables. I'm going to pick them up, harvest more, plant them right back onto the farm, and this process will just be looped around until we have hundreds and thousands of forageables. Now, we can collect salmon berries today. We also get a very small amount of XP too for collecting salmon berries, so it's just an added perk to 1.6. We're going to visit Pierre today. I've got 11,000 gold. You guessed it, we're going to blow the whole thing on kale. Now, this is going to make our lives quite miserable for the next couple of days, but it's going to pay off when we harvest all this kale in just 6 days. I'm hoping at this moment in time when I do harvest that kale, it's going to max out my farming skill, but we're going to have to wait and see. For the rest of the day, it was back to farm management. I was mining up ores, cutting down trees, any sort of debris that I could clear off the farm. I was doing that with my advanced tools. I now got the steel axe, so I now have a steel axe and a steel pickaxe. There's a lot of places I could go, including a secret area just to the right of Clint's shop, where you need a steel axe to get rid of the large tree stump and a steel pickaxe to get rid of the big large stone. I can now access a hidden item here called the golden trash can. This gives me a book of power called the Alleyway Buffet, and it's an amazing book of power. You now have a greater chance to find items in the trash cans, so it just makes looting those trash cans a little bit more exciting. You can get some really good stuff from trash cans, including diamonds. So I completed a quest for Robin here, gathering stone. She was super happy with that. I'm also giving Caroline, you guessed it, we're giving her daffodils. Reason being, we want to get her the 2 hearts, we want to learn the tea saplings. We will be using tea saplings in this challenge, but we're going to be using them in a way that you never seen me use them before. We're actually going to plant them in the ground, and we are going to harvest them at the end of each season. I picked up a wood mallet today. It's a level 3 club. It's a lovely weapon, but we're going to keep the insect head for now. The insect head is such a fabulous weapon. I got lots of iron ore today. More skill ups in the mining perk as well. Any sort of iron cluster like this, I just make a cherry bomb. It saves a ton of energy, it saves a ton of time. If I was to mine all that up manually, I don't think I would have had the time to do so, considering it was almost 2 o'clock, almost time to pass out. Before we pass out though, I made it to floor 80, picked up the firewalker boots. We just have a few floors to go before we can nab that skull key. Level 5 mining will take miner plus 1 ore per vein. The more ores we get, the better. I also have a dehydrator here as well, so I just dried some salmon berries there. And the dried salmon berries are pretty nice, plus 75 energy. The only problem with a dehydrator is that it takes almost a whole day for it to dry goods, which is unfortunate. So if you want to make the most of the dehydrator, you really have to stack up on them. A good portion of today is spent just picking up forageables, getting as many salmon berries as I can, going back down into the mines. Despite the fact that it was a rainy day, I could have got catfish. I was more interested in general progression than anything else, because I don't really need money that much right now. Foraging is a profession where you don't need a whole lot of money to invest in it. What I really needed was skill ups, and all of these monsters slain is valuable combat XP for me. When I got to floor 90, I picked up the obsidian edge. Now this is actually a slight weapon upgrade, so we will swap over to that. Another diamond today, which was so nice, 150 mining XP. Made it down to floor 100, picked up the first star drop of the challenge, and we do get a lot of star drops during our foraging challenge, which is nice. More forageables can be collected today. Look at the amount of crops though we have to water on the farm. It's no mean feat. This will take huge amount of in-game hours to do. Getting all those common mushrooms in the farm cave is a game changer because it's extra energy for me to water up the crops. Now on floor 108 in the mines, and we're steadily making progress. We're almost down to the bottom. When we get to floor 110, we pick up the spacewalker boots. When we go to sleep, we're going to get the fighter perk. That is, all attacks do 10% additional damage. The next day, we're going to go straight back into the mines. I found some really good stuff today, including a couple of rubies. which can be converted into triple shot espressos when we start doing Skull Cavern runs. Speaking of which, we just made it to floor 120, we picked up the Skull Key. That will enable us to enter the Skull Caverns, but first we have to unlock the bus. With the prize tickets we've currently accumulated, I'm going to get some extra goodies here, some carrot seeds, I'm going to get a peach sapling, and some mixed seeds will go a long way early on in the challenge. Now I'm going to sell just a couple of items to Pierre to get our gold up to 10,000 so I can get the last backpack upgrade. This is all of the inventory slots unlocked, so the sooner we get that done, the better. The rest of the day is just spent fishing. I'm level 8 fishing at the moment. Because I've unlocked over 2 prize tickets using Help Wanted quests, I now get the key cutscene where we can now collect mystery boxes all over Stardew Valley. So the minimum requirement for that is 2 prize tickets via Help Wanted quests. Today was going to be a banger of a day. Look at all of the strawberries we get to harvest, but look at all of the kale we get to sight the way. We're going to get some serious farming XP for this. We've already jumped over level 6, which means we can now make quality sprinklers. We're currently on farming level 7, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to bop us up to farming level 10. We will need to harvest a lot more crops to maximize farming. But if we sell all of our strawberries and all of our kale, we get our gold up to 28,000. We will immediately spend 5,000 of that gold to unlock the Georgia membership. That's right, folks. We are going the Georgia route. It's about time we went to Georgia route again. So we're going to go to the shop here now and we're going to sell minerals to Clint because I need more money to get more upgrades done. We're also going to get Clint to process all of the geodes that we have accumulated so far. And what we can do with these geodes is we can just give them into Gunther to make some progress there with the artifacts. With my steel axe, I'm going to access the secret woods here, and we can access this area every single day, and we can start cutting down those tree stumps, which is really good foraging XP, and it's also hardwood. We're also going to clear all of the large tree stumps and regular tree stumps off the farm today, just to get more hardwood and more foraging XP. So we passed out today because it got to 2 o'clock. We reached farming level 6. We can now make the quality sprinkler. We got farming level 7 and we even got foraging level 5. Now we could take forester. Trees drop 25% more wood, but we need more foraging XP, so we're going to go with gatherer. A chance at a double harvest. A double harvest means double XP for us. So I'm at 140 spring seeds today. They're going to go a long way. I also made 26 quality sprinklers, and because today was raining, we can set up this kale quite nicely indeed. We're going to spend a huge amount of our money now on kale. I'm going to get 200 seeds in total, which is a bit overkill for spring, but I just want to max out these skills as quickly as I can. We got a super rare event here known as a catfish frenzy. Now you can have all different types of fish frenzy, but it was very nice to get a catfish frenzy today. It was a rainy day, and it just means that we can pull up loads of catfish in a very small time frame. So we're going to get lots of fishing XP, we're going to get lots of money from this. It was just a really nice mini event to come across. Because our fishing skill is so high, we have a pretty good sized fishing bar. The catfish are much easier to pull up now. After pulling up catfish for the whole day, I made lots of money. The next day I didn't have to do a whole lot of watering because I had invested in a pickaxe upgrade earlier rather than later. I had lots of resources to make lots of quality sprinklers. It was just a game changer right there. We're still visiting Caroline. We are still giving her gifts. Gold star daffodils if possible. Once we get her the 2 hearts, we can get the tea saplings. I hold up Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick from the ground. It is a book of power and it gives a permanent increase to our defense, which is a defense +1, and that goes a long way, especially because it can stack amongst other defense items such as our boots and food buffs. Before the day is out, we're going to go back into Secret Woods and we're going to collect all this hardwood. We also get fishing level 10 today, so we're just going to take angler for now. All fish worth 50% more, and that is the fishing skill maxed out. So the only time that we're kind of going to fish now is that if we get a quest that requires us to fish, or if we need to fish as a loved gift. We're not really going to be using fishing anymore to make money. What we're trying to do now is accelerate the rest of our skills, and that is going to start by cutting down some trees. We're also going to go to the flower dance event today, and we're going to pick up a couple of recipes along with the flower dance rare crow. Now unfortunately we didn't have a whole lot of friendship points accumulated with any of the NPCs, so we don't get to become the flower dance king today, we're going to have to sit that one out. During the night though, before I went to bed, I had a lot of energy, so I used it and cut down more trees. The next day, a lot of the strawberries had regrown, so we're going to pick all those up, and we finally get into Caroline's sunroom. She's going to teach us the recipe to make tea saplings, and we are going to fill up our farm with tea saplings over the next couple of seasons. Today is going to be another day of just cutting down trees here. We're going to cut down as many trees as the day allows. We have lots of items for energy on us as well. The current tactic is to try to accelerate foraging to level 7 as quickly as possible, so we can make tree fertilizers, so we can start amassing huge tree farms. I made an absolute ton of tea saplings today thanks to the recipe Caroline sent me in the mail. Now we're not going to plant those tea saplings out on our farm. Instead we're going to sell those to Pierre because we need to get some more powerful perks off the lovely Morris. We will pick up a quest for Clint for him to inspect some coal, so we can do that in the next few days. I'm now up to almost 50,000 gold. We are going to get another Georgia development project on the way here, and this is going to be the greenhouse. A lot of you would have been expecting the desert, but the greenhouse makes more sense because we can fill that up with spring forageables and we can harvest those over and over again for additional foraging XP. So now that we have fixed the greenhouse, we also get access to the raccoon, so hopefully in the next few days we get a quest to fix up the raccoon's tree stump, and we can get some really nice prizes from the raccoon and his future wife. We're collecting more mushrooms today from our mushroom cave, and we're cutting down even more trees. There's still a lot of trees on the farm that have to be cut down. I've no problem doing it though because I'm getting tons of wood in return and I'm getting tons of foraging XP. So we are going to plant all of our accumulated tree seeds today. And what you're going to see now are tons of little miniature tree farms on our little farm here, and each farm will serve a purpose. Right now though, I'm in the process of thinking up what that process is going to be. Some will have tappers, some we're just going to cut them down to get wood and replant again. We're also going to go back into the secret woods. We're going to cut down the usual stumps again to get even more foraging XP and to get hardwood. Finally, it is the last day of spring, and look at all this magnificent kale we get to harvest with our scythe. This has pushed us straight into farming level 8. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to max out the farming skill. We did get quite close though. I'm also going to purchase the rare seed today because Evelyn is going to give me a garden pot and I can grow the rare seed inside the garden pot in my lovely cozy house. I sold a pile of kale today to Pierre. I made back a ton of gold. It's now time for another Georgia community development project. This time it will be the bus, so we can do some skull carving runs to try to max out our combat and mining skills over the next couple of weeks in order to reach foraging mastery. The rest of the day we are doing what any good foraging farmer would do, and that's cutting down trees. The more trees I cut down, the more I realised that I actually missed a lot of tree stumps, so it was extra hardwood, extra foraging XP for me. Any sort of stones that were left lingering on the farm, they were picked up very quickly with a pickaxe. So what I'm aiming for here is just a huge farm that I can fill up with trees and forage items such as mushroom logs. Here is a magnificent cutscene of Morris working super hard with his team and fixing up the bus. Level 8 farming, we can now make the cake. We also got level 9 farming, we can make iridium sprinklers, so doing early skull carving runs will be worth it. And we also got the level 7 foraging, so we can now make tree fertilizers. So we're off to a very good start in summer. It's time to prep up the farm and get it ready for new forageables. We also have access to the summer squash, which is quite similar to the carrot, it's just the summer variant. We're going to talk to Sandy now today, and we're going to spend what little money we have on starfruit. We can only get 16 pieces, and the reason why I'm purchasing starfruit is because you get a lot of XP for putting that up out of the ground. While we're in the desert, we might as well cut down all of the trees, pick up all of the forageables, and just take the desert for everything it's got. We got a quest from the wizard Rasmodius to come down here and slay a squid kid, so we've just done that there, and the squid kids can be quite rare sometimes. You could transverse a lot of floors and not see them. So just before the day ended, I found the wizard here stuck in the side of a cliff. I spoke to him, 700 gold in the bag, one step closer to another prize ticket. We're back in the secret woods and we're cutting down more large tree stumps. I'm also going to make more furnaces because there's going to be a lot more minerals now coming into the farm very soon, and I want to be able to make quality sprinklers and iridium sprinklers on a very large scale. So it's time for another help wanted quest. This time, Demetrius wants us to fish up some pike. The reward this time though, because it is the third help wanted quest that we're going to complete in a row, is going to be a lovely prize ticket that we can hand into Merluce's ticket machine. I'm also going to purchase some melon seeds today as well, just to ensure I get that farming up to level 10 as quickly as possible. I fished up the pike, spoke to Demetrius, 300 gold in the bag, and another prize ticket in the pocket. We're going to go back to our cozy little farm. We're going to plant all of our melons down now on the ground. I'm also going to make some lightning rods so I can start amassing battery packs. These batteries will be needed for quests down the road. They'll also be needed for the more advanced structures we can make later on, once we start maxing out all of our skills. I also spent a great deal of that day collecting fibre, because we are going to need tons of fibre for tree fertilizers and tea saplings and everything in between. So we're putting forageables up there into the greenhouse right now, and that's going to pay off dramatically over the next couple of seasons. We got a rainy day today, which was nice. Anytime we get a rainy day, it just makes it a lot easier to work with sprinklers and to make our farming patches a lot bigger. By the end of this challenge, you're going to see huge farming patches just filled up with all sorts of mutated crops and forageable items. We're back down into the mines today. We're farming floor 81 primarily for fibre, but if we do see big gold clusters like that, we will grab them straight away. So I have amassed now enough fibre and stone to make lots of tree fertilizers. I'm at 75 in total, but that's not enough to grow all of the trees I have on my farm. I will need a lot more. The reason why we have so many trees on our farm is because we want to make use of the mushroom log. And the more trees a mushroom log is connected to, the more mushrooms it is going to give. It is now time to fix up the big stump here by giving it 100 hardwood. We now just have to wait a couple of days and our lovely raccoon neighbour will move straight on in and give us really cool quests to do every week. We're back into the secret woods. We're farming up more mahogany seeds and hardwood. We're now going to go to Ghost and we're going to purchase 50 salads to get ready for the Skull Cavern run. We're also going to visit Desert Trader and we are going to purchase a couple of goodies here, such as the warp totem to the desert. With these warp totems we can now enter Skull Cavern at 6 o'clock in the morning instead of waiting at 10 o'clock for Pam to come along with the bus. For the rest of the day we are going to clear up more areas of the farm and we're going to cut down loads of trees in Cinderzet Forest. It is now time for our very first Skull Cavern run. Now we're not coming in here to make great progress, we're coming in here primarily for the combat and mining XP. It is true that if we blow open iridium nodes we do get tons of XP, but we also want to slay as many enemies as possible to push our combat skill up to 10. The sooner we can get our first mastery skill in foraging, the better. We're also going to aim for mastery in several professions, just to make the most out of this run. Now we picked up an autopetter here on floor number 28, it was super lucky. Unfortunately, we're not going to use any animals during this run, so the autopetter is just going to go back into a chest on the farm and stay there for the rest of the year. I do pick up 4 quality sprinklers though when I got down to floor 100. That was super lucky. Those quality sprinklers will be put to use no problem at all. We are going to get a ton of mining levels today because of the sheer amount of iridium ores that we get to detonate. We also get super lucky as well and we managed to find a prismatic shard so we can upgrade that to a galaxy weapon later on. That's going to make life a lot easier for us. The next day we are going to explore some new areas around Stardew Valley. The bathhouse area is now open. There's lots of trees, fibre and goodies up there that can be collected every few days. Our lovely raccoon neighbour has also moved in. He's looking for the smoked shed and some periwinkles. It's worth noting that he will take a smoked anything. As long as it's smoked, he won't complain. It doesn't have to be a shed at all. We're going to go down to the tidal area, collect all those forageables, and we're going to put some focus on our farm here now as well, and try to fill it up with as many summer wild seeds as possible. We're also smelting iridium ores into iridium bars, and we also get 10,000 gold from Mr. Key the next day, because we made it past floor 25 in the Skull Caverns. With all that money, we are going to purchase the fish smoker recipe. We need that for the raccoon quests. I'm also going to purchase some crab pots because I need those to collect some periwinkles and other bits and bobs the raccoon may ask me to get him later on down the road. I'm also going to visit the desert today. It is Sunday. Primarily, we want to trade in our accumulated jades for staircases, so the next Skull Cavern run will be more successful. We're also going to swap in our prismatic shard for a galaxy sword. This will also unlock the Galaxy series inside the Adventurers Guild. So if we want later on, we can also get the Galaxy Hammer or the Galaxy Dagger, depending on our combat playstyle. So what I'm looking for today are cave jellies so I can make the fish smoker. After a good few in-game hours of fishing, I managed to get my very first cave jelly. I was super happy with that. I can now go ahead and make the fish smoker. I also went to the Joja Mart and I got the minecart upgrade, so we can now fast travel all around Stardew Valley, no problem at all. Today I got lots of battery packs. I'm going to save those for future iridium sprinklers. I also completed a help wanted quest for Pam. She was looking for the sandfish. We obliged, of course. The reward was a prize ticket. So we do have a lot of prize tickets accumulated. We should be getting our very first Star Drop tea very soon. It's going to be really nice. We're going to give Gus a diamond today because it's his birthday. Even though we're not really going for 100% on the first year, it is worth our time getting friendship points up with these NPCs if we can, because they can send us very nice things in the mail every couple of days. I'm also going to purchase all of the recipes off Gus as well, because we might need them in the future. I went back to the regular mines today, to the starter levels, to farm copper ore, because I need to make hundreds of tappers, and if I want that to happen, I need hundreds of copper bars. So I'm going to spend the whole day here mining up as much copper as possible. But if I also see enemies, I will slay those because they do count towards monster eradication goals, and you get some good rings that way as well. I also made more tree fertilizers today because I want all of the tree farms to be done as quickly as possible. Now the tree fertilizer I have right now will make a good dent, but it is not going to complete the tree farm project that I have set up on this farm. We're going to need a lot more tree fertilizers, but it is going to dramatically pay off in the next few in-game weeks when you see this farm transform into a fully fledged foraging farm. So I'm at 19 tappers today. That's all I could make. I need more copper bars to make more. I've got the wood, just need the copper. I do have 15,000 gold. I was tempted to go to Clint and purchase copper ores, but I said it was a waste of money. Keep the gold, focus on upgrades, and just grind out the copper in the mines. I'm going to go back to Clint right now and I'm going to get the gold axe. This is going to make cutting down trees way easier because it's going to require a lot less swings. I'm now going to go ahead and upgrade my steel pickaxe to a gold one, and I will try to upgrade that to an iridium one eventually so I can one-shot the nodes inside the skull caverns. Now, I met a seed maker there, and the tactic we're going to use here with the seed makers primarily is to just put common mushrooms into them and we're going to get back fall wild seeds. If we start accumulating fall wild seeds right now, we're going to have tons of them come fall in this game. I also got a level up today in foraging. We're now foraging level 8. It is going to be quite a grind though to get foraging level 10, but when we do get 10, we will get botanist, and that is going to make everything so much simpler, especially when it comes to using dehydrators, because you can only put one quality type of item into that if you want to dehydrate it, which is unfortunate, but botanist will make it a lot easier. We're collecting crab pot items today. Primarily we're hoping for periwinkles so we can complete the first raccoon quest. We are now on the 10th day of summer, so we are actually getting through the challenge fairly well. This is our first good batch of summer forageables. I'm going to convert those back into summer wild seeds. The great thing about summer forageables, you only need 3 summer forageables to make summer seeds, which is absolutely amazing. So we're going to end up with thousands upon thousands of summer forageables within the next week or two. We're going to visit the raccoon today and we're going to give him the periwinkles. I also gave him a smoked goldfish. He didn't want a smoked shad, but he doesn't care. Any sort of smoked fish will sort him out, no problem at all. As long as it's smoked, you're good. We are trying to collect more forageables today. If we see trees, we're going to cut them down because we really need to get our foraging up to level 10. If we want that mastery, we need to grind it out. There's no other shortcuts. It was Maru's birthday today. She actually loves battery packs. I had a few lying around, so I gave her one just to get those extra friendship points with Maru. I'm still undecided as to who I'm going to marry in this challenge, but you're going to find out very soon who that prime candidate will be. Because we can combine a birthday loved gift with the Star Drop tea, we can very quickly accumulate friendship points and marry any of the bachelors or bachelorettes at a moment's notice. So I'm putting more spring seeds into the greenhouse here, and eventually that greenhouse will be filled up to the top with spring seeds, and those spring seeds will come in super handy later on, especially for giving gifts to people. I also put a gold star sturgeon into the luau soup here, and that's going to give me back the best results here with the governor, and this is going to give me tons of friendship points with a lot of the Stardew Valley NPCs. I'm also going to visit Robin and I'm going to purchase the big chest recipe, because the chests I have back in the farm at the moment are almost full with just bits and bobs that I'm saving for future projects. I'm also going to purchase a ton of path recipes off Rabbit. I'm going to leave the lamp and the blazer recipes for now, but I can always come back later to get those. I got my gold pickaxe off Clint today. I'm now going to get into process a ton of mystery boxes, regular geodes, and omni geodes to see if I can get any goodies. A lot of those artifacts will now be given to Gunther, because we need to make some progress when it comes to getting into the stores, befriending Krobus, and getting some of the goodies that will help our foraging farm. So we're doing floor 81 today in the mines primarily to farm fibre. The next day it was raining, but look at all of these lovely summer forageries we get to collect. It's also worth noting that if we dehydrate the grapes, we get back raisins and they sell for tons of money. And here's a super tip for you too if you made this far in the video. If you put raisins inside a Junimo hut, you're going to give your Junimos some extra perks, and I'm going to make a video about that very soon, and how you can abuse Junimos in this game after patch 1.6. Now I made 81 tea saplings. I also made some big chests today as well, so I'm going to swap out my current chests with the big ones, and I don't have to take all my items out. I can literally just overwrite my small chests by putting the big chests over them. I'm also going to make more tappers, and I'm going to make tons of rustic plank floors. I'm also going to make stone walkways. So we're going to put some proper structure now on our foraging farm. We're going to make it look really good. Now I do spend almost the whole day decorating up this farm, putting down paths, organising things, but it does pay off, because an organised farm is going to be a moneymaker farm. I'm also going to put down all of these tea saplings over here to the left hand side of the farm, because it's just a big empty space here at the moment. There is a lot of grass, but we can just get rid of that with our sword or our scythe. We're going to get more battery packs today. Look at all of the pine tar that we now get to collect. We also get to sell that for tons of money because there's just so much tar to collect. I'm also picking up our first batch of starfruit. I do get quite a lot of farming XP for that. Our farming skill is currently 9, so we're going to have that on 10 very soon indeed. Once we collect all of the pine tar, we're going to quickly visit Pierre here. We're going to purchase melon seeds. They take 12 days. Reason being, I just want to get my farming skill up to 10. The melons will surely do it. Leah was looking for a starfruit as part of a help wanted quest. The reward was magnificent, 2,250 gold. It also makes Leah happy, and it's one step closer to another prize ticket for us. So we're still on the grind to get as many prize tickets as possible to get those lovely star drop teas. Now I decided to put some mega bombs down at the ground here just to speed things up when it comes to hoeing, because I still only have the regular hoe. Sometimes it just makes life much easier if you have the space. Just put down some bombs and blow your farm to pieces. It'll save you tons of time hoeing up the ground. Today was the green rain day, and this is the only time we're going to get it in the whole year. So I spent the whole day accumulating as much moss, fibre and tree seeds as possible to make the most out of today. So what you see here now is basically what I do for the whole day. If I see weeds, I'm going to whack them straight away. I want to accumulate hundreds of moss. Moss is needed for the mushroom logs, so we can now start making those, so I'm super excited. You also need moss for a lot of the new items added in 1.6, especially the Statue of Blessings that we get later on. One of, if not the best days in the whole year to focus on forage skill as well, because so many additional trees pop up and you can cut them down no problem. Because we have our gold axe, we can cut down trees with just a few swings, and as you can see, we just get another skill up there because we cut down a merciful amount of trees. We get foraging level 9. I'm going to make 41 more tree fertilizers today. I'm also going to plant those 7 mossy seeds. There's a chance they can grow into 2 different types of trees. The first is a tree that can generate fiddlehead ferns if you tap it, and the second is a tree that generates lots of moss. I'm also going to make our first batch of mushroom logs. Only 20 for now, but you're going to see a lot more of these over the next couple of weeks. We will end up with hundreds upon hundreds of mushroom logs. I do have 60,000 gold. It is time to get another Georgia development project underway. We're going to go with the bridge this time for 25,000 gold, so we can access the quarry cave, and all of the resources within. We're also going to go to Mayor Lewis's ticket machine. We now have enough prize tickets to get that lovely star drop tea. We will save that for an NPC's birthday, because we can combine that with the loved gift for double the friendship points. It is absolutely amazing. I'm also picking up 4 quality sprinklers they'll go a long way as well. Just 2 more prize tickets and we can get the Friendship 101 Book of Power, and that makes getting friendship points with NPCs a lot easier. So I gave Gus a ripe star fruit today, another almost 2300 gold in the bag. I'm also cutting down mahogany trees here. The reason why I'm cutting these down and regrowing these so much is because I need mahogany seeds to make those mystic tree seeds when we get to foraging mastery. To make a mystic tree seed, you need 5 of every seed in the game bar the mossy seeds, so it's quite expensive to make, but it's so worth it. Putting paths between all the trees is going to make life much easier for us to traverse these little mini forests and collect all of the items within. Not only can we put tappers on these trees, but eventually they will start generating moss and we can whack the trees with our sword and collect tons of moss every couple of days, so we can make even more mushroom logs, so we don't have to wait for another green rain event. So Morris just repaired the bridge there, thank you very much Morris. We're now on the 17th of summer and look at all these lovely foragers. I'm also whacking all the trees here to get even more moss, and if I do this every couple of days, I'll end up with thousands upon thousands of moss. It's also worth noting too that a mushroom log takes 4 days to produce mushrooms, but if we get a rainy day, that will shave 1 day off of the mushroom log timer. So we're going to get mushrooms a lot faster. I'm also making more tea saplings today, not to sell directly though. We are going to plant those down on our farm. We are going to end up with an absolute ton of tea leaves. Not by the end of this season, but by the end of fall, you're going to see the power of tea saplings. Of course, they're not as good as they were in the 1.5, but they're still quite profitable if you plant tons down on your farm. So I visited the raccoon today. He's hungry, he needs fruit, and he also has a wife. Congratulations. He's just looking for the usual dehydrator goods and spice jelly goods as well, so we're going to have those very quickly. So I made some dried hot peppers here for him, and I'm also going to put something into the preserve jar as well to make a jelly. That little quest done. Marcelo paid a visit to Stardew Valley today. We're going to get the woodcutters weekly and the mining monthly just to get some XP for the foraging and mining professions. We're also going to pay 15,000 gold and get Way of the Wind Part 1, and we're also going to pick up the price catalogue. Now I don't really need the price catalogue, I do have the UI info suite too. I got it just for the book collection because I do want to get as many book of powers that I possibly can in this playthrough. So I'm going to talk to the dwarf here now today. He has another book of power which is extremely handy. It's going to minimize damage I take from bombs. It's called a Dwarvish Safety Manual, and I take 25% less damage from bombs. It is a real nice book of power to have, especially if you play like me and you like to use bombs all the time in the Skull Caverns. I also purchased the Dwarf Rarecrow as well. That'll make for a really nice decoration on the farm later on. So today I am going to the mid-level of the mines. I'm farming dust sprites for the monster eradication goal. I'm farming iron ore so I can make bombs. I also got my sweet gem berry today. I had that grown inside a garden pot inside my house for quite some time, so I can now bring that to the secret woods for a star drop. I'm also collecting coffee beans today, and I do eventually will put those into kegs, and I'll get back lots of coffee that I can turn into triple shot espressos. I'm also going to get tons of mushrooms here from the mushroom logs. Now as you can see, I'm mostly getting chanterelles. That is because most of my trees near the mushroom logs are pine trees, and the more pine trees you have, the higher odds you are of getting a chanterelle. I'm also going to get the dehydrator recipe, 10,000 gold. I'm going to make tons of these, and the dehydrator is a new 1.6 artisan item. It is absolutely amazing. Elliot a diamond, another quest complete, another prize ticket in the bank. So we're doing really well with daily quests in this playthrough. We're getting lots of money from them as well, lots of friendship points. I'm going to bring my sweet gem berry to the secret woods here now. We're going to speak to this statue, and that is another star drop in the bag for us. Our maximum energy has now been increased that little bit more. I'm going to make a few dehydrators today. I ran out of fire quartz, so I was only able to make 15. That is still quite a lot though. I'm going to fill these up with chanterelles and other mushrooms that my mushroom logs generate, and I'm going to get tons of money back for those. I'm also going to make lots of bombs because I want to prep myself for another Skull Cavern run. So I've got 28 bombs there ready to go. I'm also going to visit the quarry today. There's lots of resources here to get, lots of XP to be had. You can also farm coal here on a daily basis, which is really nice. So if you're struggling on coal, just visit the quarry. You will get it every single day, especially inside the quarry cave. There's areas over there to the right hand side that spawn coal nodes every single day for you. So it's definitely worth coming in here, especially farming those floaty skulls. There's a chance they can drop magic rock candies. We can also pick up the golden sight here as well. Now this does not compare to the iridium sight that you get from the farming mastery, but it's still a nice sight to have. It does give more range than the regular sight, and it's just good all around for whacking those trees for moss. So I'm going to use some bombs now in the quarry, blow up all these stone ores trying to get some more XP. I'm getting dried chanterelles today and some dried common mushrooms, but look at what these dried chanterelles sell for. Crazy money. 1,225 gold for a dried chanterelle. That is why I've made so many pine trees, because of the amount of chanterelles we get from the mushroom logs. So foraging is now going to start bringing in some serious money. We also get another batch of summer forageables. We're going to pick up all these. That's going to get us tons of foraging XP. We're now going to talk to the raccoon. We're going to give him dried hot peppers, and we're going to give him some jelly, and that is another quest complete. As a reward, we get the new Book of Power, the Raccoon Journal, and this will give us the ability so that when we whack weeds, there's going to be a slightly higher chance that we're going to get items from weeds. And those items can be mixed seeds, they can be other goodies too, like hats and things like that. We're going to go into the secret woods too, and we're going to farm more hardwood. Just so you know, we go into the secret woods almost every single day to harvest those tree stumps to get the hardwood, because we need hardwood to make the mushroom logs. Now today was the Trout Derby. Now the prizes aren't great for the challenge that we're doing, so I just didn't bother doing the Trout Derby. I just spent the whole day cutting down trees. Our new foraging patch at the bottom left hand side of our farm is already. Look at all of these lovely forageables we get to harvest. We're going to get tons of foraging XP from this. We're also going to get hundreds of forageables. We're going to convert all those back into summer wild seeds. Look at the amount of wild seeds we get here, 730 in total. Now, those wild seeds do take a few days to mature, but we have enough time left in this season for one more batch, so we are going to replant all these back down, and we can harvest all those then towards the end of the season, no problem. We're going to the secret woods again. What I'm primarily looking for now though in the secret woods are mahogany seeds. It's worth noting that if you kill slimes in the secret woods, they have a chance of dropping mahogany seeds as well. We finally got level 10 farming. I chose the artisan perk, so now all of these dried goods are worth even more. The dried chanterelles are going for 1,700 gold, which is ridiculous. What you're now going to see very soon is how overpowered the foraging skill tree actually is. If you use the mushroom logs, the dehydrators, the tappers, combine it with some of the farming perks such as artisan, you're going to see some serious cash flowing into this farm. We're going to go back to Morris. It's time for the final upgrade, which is panning. That's only 20,000 gold. We can now access Ginger Island and get our hands on all of the lovely resources over there. We just have to fix up Winnie's boat first. We will need some resources for that. We'll need some iridium bars, battery packs, and hardwood. Thankfully, we do have lots of hardwood from all the trees we've been growing on the farm and all of the visits we've made to the secret woods. We also got a skill up there in mining, which was great. Our mining skill is now maxed out, so we can now choose another very powerful perk that's going to bring even more money into the farm for us. It was also the dwarf's birthday today, so we gave him a topaz just to get some friendship points up with the dwarf. And here is a cool scene of Morris doing the last upgrade first in Stardew Valley, and then unlocks the ability to pan. So level 10 mining, we will take blacksmith metal bars worth 50% more. Let's just take a look at how much some of these dried goods are going for. Raisins, 840 gold. Dried chanterelles, 1700 gold. Even the common dried mushrooms, 450 gold isn't too bad. But with raisins and chanterelles, you can make some serious money, and it is very, very easy to amass those if you choose very specific setups, especially the chanterelles. If you just start spamming pine trees, you're going to have so much money you won't know what to do with it. So I went back to Clint today. We are going to upgrade our new pan we got off Willy to a steel pan. We're going to upgrade that all the way. We're back in Skull Caverns today, but not to get down far to get iridium ores. We are in here to get combat XP, so we are on the hunt for enemies. All of these enemies give really nice XP. Of course, if we had very specific setups, we could mow down these enemies way faster, but we don't. Once we get the enchants though, life will be a lot easier. Level 8 and 9 combat were achieved today, so we get some nice HP upgrades. We can also make the iridium band, which is a very nice ring upgrade indeed. Unfortunately, we do need 50 solar and void essence to make that iridium band, along with some iridium bars. So it will take some grinding to make it, but it is worth it, especially for early combat builds at 10% attack the magnetism, the light. It's 3 buffs in 1. It's a good ring all round. A lot of mahogany trees have grown today thanks to our tree fertilizers. So we're going to cut all these down, collect those mahogany seeds, collect up the hardwood. It'll all be put to good use. And here is a nice cutscene of Morris just showing his appreciation. He is going to give me a machine that generates 1 Joja Cola every day. And that machine is now much more valuable because the Joja Cola now gives you a buff. As of patch 1.6, it will give you a short little speed buff. Very handy if you need to get somewhere fast. I also gave Willie a catfish because it was his birthday. It's just more friendship points there for us. Back down into the Skull Cavern, we're grinding up our combat skill. I mean, it really is hitting 2 birds with 1 stone because this all counts towards monster eradication goals as well. You get some real kick-ass rings from doing some of these monster eradication goals. So I'm going to make an Iridium Band today. I slayed enough monsters to get the resources to make one. So that is an increase in my attack by 10%. My second ring isn't great, it's just a regular glow ring. So we do swap there eventually with something much better. It's also worth noting too that you're getting foraging XP every time you harvest a mushroom log. So if you feel like you're struggling at foraging and if you're just sick of cutting down trees and pulling up forageables on the ground, just spam mushroom logs, because you get some really nice XP from harvesting some of the mushrooms on those. We're also going to use our dehydrators again today. We're going to convert all those chanterelles into dried chanterelles, bring on the money. We're also going to fix up the boat. 5 iridium bars, 5 battery packs, and 200 pieces of hardwood, so we can now access Ginger Island every single day, no problem at all. We're also going to go back into the regular mines here as well. Reason for this: we were looking for gold because I want to make iridium sprinklers. I also picked up a prismatic shard in the regular mines as well, which was incredibly lucky. I'm smelting more bars, copper bars especially, to make more tappers, and that's just a cool cutscene of Willie and Robin there fixing up the boat. We finally got level 10 foraging. We're going to get botanist. This is going to make item organization, especially for the forageables, way easier because every time you pick up a foraging item now, it's going to be of iridium quality. I'm also picking up some melons here as well. Now we've maxed out our farming, so we're not really going to do much with these melons. We're just going to sell them off. What you're going to see now going forward is that we're just going to plant a huge amount of forageables instead of farming goods on our lovely cozy farm. We're going to go for another pan upgrade with Clint. Reason being, I want to test out the true potential of this pan. Because of the 1.6 update, the pan can now be upgraded all the way to iridium, and you can pan up some amazing things in this game, including Lucky Ring. But even if you don't get Lucky Ring, you can still pan up bone fragments, you can pan up all manner of ores in great quantities, including iridium ores. Additionally, the more your pan is upgraded, the higher chance you have of activating another panning node once you harvest the first one. This sets up chain panning, and I'm telling you right now, if you get lucky and you end up getting 4 or 5 panning spots within the space of a few minutes, it is extremely profitable. The pan is not to be underestimated. The next day, let's take a look at our new farm setup. What you see here is wheat, so I don't have to re-hoe the ground in fall. Wheat is really cheap and it doesn't expire when you transition from summer to fall, so it's a great crop just to retain all that valuable ground that you've hoed up. I'm also getting tons of iridium quality spring forageables now. They're going to come in super handy later. So our raccoon friend wants a dried chanterelle and some cave carrots. It's a simple request. We've got cave carrots and we've got dried chanterelles to burn. I also got a quest to kill 10 red slimes there. So we're just going to take a stroll down into the regular versions of the mines here, and we're going to complete that quest no problem at all. Combat XP is still needed if we're going to get that mastery in foraging, so all those kill quests are worth it. I spoke to Mayor Lewis, who's very happy with our progress. For that quest we get 1,250 gold plus some friendship points with Lewis. So I'm going to sell all of these weapons now to Marlon because I'm never going to use them and they're just using up valuable space in my chests, and it's just a little bit of extra gold for me. I'm also going to spend 5,000 gold on a ruby ring. This will increase my attack power by 10%. So that combined with the iridium band is a 20% increase in attack power, and you can see the difference right here. The numbers are much higher. When I attack enemies, they will die much faster. When we get level 10 combat, we can upgrade our attack even more, and that means the Skull Cavern becomes a lot easier. So we got 88 chanterelles today. We're also got lots of common mushrooms. We're going to put all those into the seed makers to make fall wild seeds. And this is the last harvest now of all of the summer forageables. All of these summer forageables will be converted back into summer wild seeds, but they will be used. We can use them at the greenhouse. We can also use them over at Ginger Island if we want, so there's lots of utility still left with those. I'm also going to keep a couple of the grapes so I can convert those into raisins because they sell for great money. I'm also going to buy more wheat off Pierre just to make sure I don't have to re-hoe the ground, cut down all these mahogany trees, and I have some fiddlehead fern trees there too from the mossy seeds. We'll tap those very soon. I spent a great deal of day today reorganising the farm. I also decided to get rid of the fruit tree I had up here, and I'm just going to put it inside the greenhouse. It will have to regrow, it does take quite some time, but I don't really need the fruit right now, and I just think it'll be better in the future to have all of the fruit trees just in one place inside the greenhouse. I made some kegs today, but I didn't really make kegs for the purpose of wine, I just made kegs for the purposes of general utility. So I can put coffee beans in here to make coffee, upgrade them to triple shot espressos for example. So we're now finished summer. If you've made it this far in the video, which just hit that subscribe button for me. I only have 20,000 subscribers at the moment, and I must have made at least 50 of these 100-day videos. Some of them take months to make. So if you're still watching and you enjoy my content, just consider hitting the subscribe button. It's free and it really helps me out. Back to the challenge. Look at all these lovely dried chanterelles. We're now in fall. I'm going to make a little batch here now on the farm for more tree saplings, because I want to show you how potent these actually can be if you just put tons of them on your farm. Of course, you can throw in the argument that you can put valuable crops down there instead, but you don't have to play the game using crops. I just want to show people that with the 1.6 you can play this game whatever way you want with all of the new additions. Linus was looking for an emerald. Why that man wants an emerald I don't know, but he was offered up a price ticket. I wasn't asking any more questions. Because I had slayed over 1,000 monsters, I was able to access the back room here in the Adventurers Guild for the Mapping Cave Systems Book of Power. This would give us a 50% discount on Marlin's item recovery service, which is absolutely amazing. It is real handy if you need Marlin to recover essential items if you die in the regular mines or Skull Cavern. It's always nice to get a big discount on that. Back into the regular mines today. We're just wiping out slimes. We're trying to get our combat skill up to 10. We're very close, and this is the kill that does it. We now have all of our skills maxed out. We can now go for the first skill in Mastery. The great thing about Mastery is that you gain Mastery XP by doing any of the above professions. Now we're going to take Brute. 15% more damage is a no-brainer for us right there. We're going to convert these coffee beans into coffee, and then we can convert those into triple shot espresso. Harvesting all this wheat will also count towards mastery because it's farming XP, so farming, mining, foraging, fishing and combat will all go towards our mastery meter. It's also worth noting that every time we get a mastery level, more XP will be required to get future levels. I'm going to buy some lava eel bait today. I'm also going to treat myself to a trap bobber. I'm also going to get some iridium rod. It's just in case if some help wanted quests pop up and the fish are difficult, I'll have a proper setup to get the job done. Now I'm going to select Cave Patrol today. I want to kill some dust sprites. Clint does give a lot of gold for that, but also if we kill 500 dust sprites in total, we're going to get the burglar ring, and that ring is absolutely amazing. I pulled up a sandfish today, gold quality. We're going to give it to Penny because it was her birthday. That pushed her straight up into the yellow for us, which was really nice. Her dialogue is really nice because she gets upset because she never gets loved gifts. Just goes to show how shitty Pam is to her as a mother. Today we are collecting raisins. As you can see in the bottom left, the background is blue. That means an item is worth over 500 gold, if you're ever wondering that. These raisins are worth over 800 gold a pop, so we are going to get tons of money from those. I'm also going to site away all of this wheat to make room for even more fall forageables. You are going to see thousands of fall forageables in this season. We're really going to up the ante now with the foraging. We're going all in. I also visited the Georgia Mart and I decided to purchase some pumpkins. And the reason why I'm purchasing pumpkins is because I want to get my master skill up as quickly as possible, and pumpkins are a great way to do it. I didn't have enough fall seeds to fill the whole farm up with forageables, so I'm just going to use pumpkins for now to get more XP. Those pumpkins can also mutate, so it can make for some great decorations down the road. So Shane was looking for the topaz. I obliged, of course. It was more friendship points for us. And this is just some footage of me whacking the trees. I do this every couple of days, just so you know. It's a great way to accumulate moss to make more mushroom logs. That's what we're going to do right now. 18 more mushroom logs, we're going to put those down. That's even more money for us. The next day we are harvesting even more mushrooms. We get the odd purple mushroom there as well, which is nice, but we want the chanterelles to make the big money. We're getting even more false seeds today from the common mushrooms. We're going to pay Willie 1000 gold, and he is going to give us a nice lift over to Ginger Island. Ginger Island is full of mystery. It is also full of valuable resources, and I know exactly where to go to get all those resources because I've been over here so many times. I know this island like the back of my hand. Very subtle changes were made to Ginger Island with the 1.6 update, especially when it comes to the archaeology side quests that you do for Professor Snail. But for now, I just want to get enough golden walnuts assembled so I can move into my farm and I can sleep here, wake up the next day and start farming this island for real. There's golden walnuts littered all over this place. You have to hold them up, fish them up, you have to use combat, you can farm them up. Every single profession we have can be used to get golden walnuts. There's a total of 130 golden walnuts we can collect. We just need 100 to get access to Key's secret walnut room. From there, we can take on the challenging Key quests, but we get some pretty decent rewards as a result of that. For now, we're just focusing on getting 20 here so we can fix up the house and sleep in it. If we kill all of the tiger slimes here, they will drop a golden walnut, which is really nice. A lot of players seem to have trouble finding that one. All of the location of golden walnuts between patch 1.5 and 1.6 remain the same. The only big difference is the snake vertebrae used to be infamously difficult to get. It's now simple to get. If you just mine open the rocks on your farm there, you'll pull it up no problem at all. This makes Professor Snail's archaeology side quest way easier to do. You can do it way faster. I'm also going to get rid of all of the debris on my farm here just to make room for forageables and other goodies that we can plant. The Ginger Island farm works the exact same way as a greenhouse. You can plant anything you want on the farm regardless of season, it won't expire. Also, there's no crows on Ginger Island. The parrots have eradicated them, we should say. So you don't need any scarecrows or rare crows to defend your crops. We will be going into the volcano dungeon a lot to farm cinder shards and other goodies so we can enchant our weapons to make farming a lot more accessible. You can also get some really good minerals inside here as well, along with some really good weapons and boots that you can't get in the base game. Now when we reach floor 5, we do come across another dwarf. He sells a book of power called the Diamond Hunter. All regular nodes have a chance to drop a diamond if you hit them with a pickaxe. I need 10 diamonds to get that, so I will save up for that. Try to get it as quickly as possible. He also sells bombs, but more importantly the recipes for the ginger ale, which will substitute the triple shot espresso. It gives you a +1 luck. If you cook it up with a key seasoning, it's a +2 luck. It's absolutely incredible. And it also gives you the recipe for the warp totems, so you can warp on over to Ginger Island anytime you wish. So there's tons of golden walnuts we can get in this volcano dungeon. 5 from mining, 5 from combat. We can get a few from the chests. You can also get 5 from those dwarven caches that you can break open. So we need all those golden walnuts if we are to get into Key's secret walnut room and start doing his quests. The elite chest is always on floor number 9. Unfortunately, we only got some tarot tubers from that. When we get up to the summit though, we get a free prismatic shard. Now that is the only free shard we will get. So for the first enchant, we're going to try it out on our weapon. I was hoping for Crusader. Unfortunately, I got Bug Killer. It's not the end of the world. Extra damage against bugs. Also, it one-shots the invincible bugs in the Skull Cavern, so it's alright. Crusader, in my opinion, is way better because of the ghosts and the mummies that can just eradicate those so fast. We did free Professor Snail today. This will activate his archaeology side quest, and that's quite easy to do if you know where to go, if you know where to look. And I know where every single one of these artifacts are located, so it's going to be a nice, handy-dandy, huge array of golden walnuts for us, one step closer to Key's secret walnut room. I went back to the regular farm today. It was time to harvest all of our lovely summer forageables. We will convert these back into wild seeds. The rest though, we can put into our dehydrators to make even more money. Eventually I might upgrade those quality sprinklers to iridium sprinklers to make more space. It was another beautiful day in our lovely cozy foraging farm. We got more chanterelles. We're also going to complete a quest here too for Evelyn. She's looking for a wild plum. We had hundreds to spare. Another prize ticket in the bag. We had 3 prize tickets in total. That is enough to get the next book of power, which is called The Friendship 101. And what an amazing book it is. You become friends a little bit faster with people. So this is going to come in real handy now for pushing up those friendship points in the future. We're also going to go to Robin. We're going to pay 10,000 gold, 450 pieces of wood, and upgrade our house to the next tier. This will give us the ability to cook. We also receive an iridium pan off Clint, but we're not going to stop there. We're now going to hand in the watering can just to get that upgraded a little bit to make our volcano dungeon runs a little bit easier. With the iridium pan, we can now pan up some really good stuff. We just got lots of gold ores and omni-geodes there from that one panning spot. Lots of mahogany trees have now regrown back in our farm. We're going to chop them all down, collect those mahogany seeds, and we're going to get tons of hardwood. We're getting dried spice berries today, so what I'm doing here now is I'm experimenting with different items to see what's profitable and what isn't. 875 gold for spice berries, which is absolutely amazing. Marcelo has visited the valley again, so we're going to buy more skill books to see if we can get that mastery tier. We're also going to purchase Way Up the Wind Part 2, which is a further increase to our movement speed. We're going to get the All Stellar Legs Book of Power as well. That means our character will run faster if we're going through crops or any sort of grass debris. The faster our character can move, the more we can get done in a day. It also makes combat a little bit easier as well. So we have a lot of books of power assembled now at the moment. There's just a few left to get. So we're back in the mines today and we're wiping out dust sprites. We're also collecting iron ores. We're also killing slimes just to get those monster eradication goals done. The main reason we're down here though is to just kill dust sprites just to complete some additional quests. We're also getting lots of combat XP. Despite the fact that these enemies are quite easy to kill, they do drop some decent XP. The Cave Patrol quest gives us 6,000 gold from Clint, which is really nice. He also gives us a recipe called the Geode Crusher, and this has been updated in 1.6. It no longer requires coal, making the Geode Crusher a little bit more lucrative. So we get our lovely watering can back off Clint. We're now going to upgrade our axe to an iridium axe. This means it'll only take 3 swings to fully destroy a tree, including its stump. A curious substance was on the community quest board this week. We have to go find an extremely rare resource known as an ectoplasm. Now it took me a good few days to get this. The ghosts were just not dropping it for me. Despite the fact that I did go into this cave sometimes on good luck days, it just wasn't happening. I do eventually get the drop, but it took a lot of ghost kills to get. Going forward, I think if I did that quest, it might be working related to Skull Cavern. I believe the carbon ghosts have a higher drop rate. We're now on the 9th of fall. Look at all these lovely fall forageables. There are thousands to pick up, and all of these forageables are of iridium quality, so it's only going to take up at max 4 inventory slots. We also get the first level in Mastery, so we can now enter the Mastery Cave, and we can finally unlock the Foraging Mastery and the powerful perks it comes with. You'll also notice that some of the sprinklers are a little bit off on the farm. I do fix that later on in the challenge. I also make more tea saplings, and I'm just going to put them down here in the middle patch. The farm is now coming on really nice. So we're back in the mines today looking for this electroplasm off the ghost. I'm hoping to get it today so I can finish off this quest. The reward will be worth it for doing this quest. The wizard will give us some really cool mini warp obelisks. Harvey is looking for a frozen tear. I had those from doing the mid-levels of the mines, so you can pick them up a lot. I get my iridium axe back today off Clint, so we're going to go all in, and then we're going to now finalise the pickaxe. That will upgrade in just a few days, and with that iridium pickaxe we can one-shot nodes in the Skull Cavern. We're also visiting the quarry today, and we're just going to cut down trees and mine open any of the rocks that are around. The raccoon is thirsty. He's looking for the broccoli juice and a pickled bok choy. It'll be easy enough to get. It doesn't have to be broccoli juice, it can be any sort of juice, and for the pickled bok choy it can be any sort of pickled good, which is absolutely amazing. So we're going to visit the Master Cave today. We have 5 professions to choose from, but because this is a foraging challenge, the first mastery would be the foraging mastery. We're now going to find golden mystery boxes which contain superior items. We can now make mystic tree seeds. We can tap those, we can get mystic syrup, and we can use that mystic syrup if we want to make those really cool treasure totems. And those totems are really good for finding artifacts all over Stardew Valley. Now to make a Mystic Tree Seed, we do need 5 of each seed, so it's quite expensive. We also picked up the Woody Secret Book of Power. This means that felled trees have a 5% chance to drop double the wood, which is absolutely amazing, and that buff can stack with other perks such as the foraging perk, which makes it really good. So it's now blackberry season, and all of these blackberries can be dehydrated and the profits are really good. We also get some little pieces of XP every time we harvest a blackberry bush as well. So we're just going to go back into the secret woods as well and get even more hardwood so we can make more mushroom logs. So we're now filling up the rest of our farm with fall seeds. What you're going to see now in the next few days is an absolute huge amount of forageables. Our little farming patch down here on the bottom left hand side of the farm, we're going to get rid of all of the hay and the wheat here, and we're going to fill this up with more forageables as well. So we are going to get absolutely mountain loads of forageables by the time we're finished. So I managed to make just 3 Mystic Tree Seeds today. What's letting me down here are the mahogany seeds. Now I do have a lot of mahogany seeds in the ground. They will grow in the next few days to be full-fledged mahogany trees, so we'll be able to cut those down and make even more Mystic Tree Seeds as time progresses. So we're back down in the regular mines today. We're still looking for that Alactoplasm. The ghosts have yet to drop one. Not to worry though, we will get one eventually and we can hand that into the wizard, no problem at all. Eventually we do get one, we hand it in, and now we're going to get some pretty good money. We're also going to get a really nice recipe the next day that we will use. 2500 gold in the bag. We're also getting dried blackberries here. This is just an experiment. These don't sell for that much, but you're still making a profit. You're guaranteed to make a profit with the dehydrator, regardless of what you put into it. So I made 2 mini obelisks today, and this is just going to make for a more accessible farm, as we can warp from the front of our farmhouse right down to the south of the farm if we want quick access to Marnie's Ranch or other places like Cindersap Forest. I also picked up the basket there for Linus just to get more friendship points, and I started the quest for Mr. Key to get into his casino. I also picked up a prize ticket there by doing the quest for the wizard, and I visited Clint as well. I picked up my iridium pickaxe. I went back to Clint now and I'm going to give him the hoe to upgrade to a copper hoe. It's just going to make life a little bit easier for future farming patches. I also made some more bombs today just to get those ready for future Scott Cavern runs. I gave Linus his berry basket, he was really happy with that. It's just more friendship points with Linus. I also gave him a gift just to get some additional friendship points. I spent almost the whole day on Ginger Island just panning up spots in the hopes to get a lucky ring, but I didn't get one today. Now, if I took extra love buffs, it would have increased my odds of getting one, but I just didn't want to use up my spicy eels at the moment. It was still a good day of resource gathering though, using the iridium pan. The next day is just the usual gathering of tons of chanterelles. I have a second batch of mushroom logs here between the oak trees and the maple trees, so they're generating extra mushrooms as well. Now there's nothing I can do with the red mushrooms, but the more trees I place down, the more I can manipulate what those mushroom logs will generate. So I'm just going to give in some pickled and juiced goods to the raccoon here. This completes his quest. 5 fairy dust is really nice, especially if you want an artisan equipment to finish something straight away. So it's always good to get early fairy dust. So it was Abigail's birthday today, and I gave her an amethyst and she was super happy with that. But I was meant to give her the star drop tea as well, so I had to go back to the farm, get the star drop tea, and then go back into Pierre's and give her that item just to get her up to 7 out of 8 hearts. We're actually going to marry Abigail in this challenge. And we're only marrying her because we just picked up the star drop tea and she was the next birthday to happen. So, way, good luck to you, Abigail. She's going to move into the farm in no time. We also finished off at Professor Snail's archaeology quests because Clint broke open the last archaeology fossil for us. And we're just doing the island survey reports as well. If you're not too sure on what the survey reports are, the results remain the same regardless of how many times you set up a new file. So just Google the results if you don't want to count the number of, flowers or the number of starfish on the island. So we now have tons of golden walnuts. We're very close to getting into Key's secret walnut room. Anytime I see panning spots on Ginger Island I go from, that one was really good. 11 iridium ore, some omni geodes and some rubies. I got some gold ore off that one. It's just another day of just panning because I really wanted a lucky ring, but it just wasn't happening for me. I thought from that one for sure because I got the diamond, but no, it wasn't meant to be. I got lots of fossilized tails. You can throw those into the bone mills and you can get back some great things such as fertilizers, tree fertilizers, crop fertilizers, speed grows, things like that. I needed to boost Robin up to 6 hearts so she would teach me the drum block and the flute block recipes, so I purchased some spaghetti off Gus there, as that's a loved gift for Robin. I'm also back in the greenhouse on a regular farm, and there's tons of summer forageables I get to pick up here. I'm going to reconvert all those back into regular forageables now. We can give an NPC a maximum of 2 gifts per week, so if we keep giving Robin the spaghettis, if we do quests that help Robin, we can very quickly get her friendship points up to 6 hearts in no time at all. We also have Robin's birthday coming up, so we will get bonus friendship points from that event also. So we are going to cut down a lot more trees today in Cindersap Forest, and a lot more trees have grown back. We're also going to go back into Secret Woods, and we're going to get even more hardwood. All of this grinding will pay off eventually, especially when you see the amount of mushroom logs we are going to end up with on the farm towards the end of this challenge. If I see panning spots, I will of course grab them, so I do walk around everywhere now with the iridium pan. Treasure troves, iron ores, gold ores, even iridium ores are all up for grabs. We are getting close to level 2 mastery. When that is achieved, we will select farming. We will be getting ourselves the Statue of Blessings and the iridium site and some other goodies. But if we want to make the Statue of Blessings, we will need an absurd amount of moss and other basic resources. So it's worth whacking those trees every couple of days and accumulating as much moss as possible. All of this extra hardwood right now is going to go into more mushroom logs, 24 in total. So we're going to plant those mushroom logs just down here by our little miniature lake. It's going to look really nice when it's finished, because we're also going to plant some trees around that as well. And we also have our mini obelisk set up, so we can teleport right down here in the morning time and collect those mushrooms, no problem at all. It is also worth noting that you can get panning spots down here as well, and because we have the iridium pan, there's a good chance we can chain up anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 panning spots within the space of a few seconds. It is now the 16th, it's time for the big Stardew Valley Fair. Before we go into the event and claim our star drop though, let's take a look at all of the forageables. Let's take a look at all of these pumpkins that are ready to be harvested. Because we're using iridium sprinklers, we even got some mutated pumpkins which look absolutely amazing, and because they're mutated, they cannot be destroyed. You can only use an axe to actually destroy them yourself, so you can't actually pull them up out of the ground by accident, and it doesn't matter what season it is, you won't actually lose a mutated crop. So we use a vast array of iridium quality forageables and we get a really good rating of 93. We're going to gamble all of our star tokens and we are going to get the star drop of the Stardew Valley Fair. We're also going to pick up the rare crow and we're also going to pick up the prize ticket as well. With the release of patch 1.6, you can now get prize tickets at a lot of the events, which makes these events worth going to. So let's have a look at the community quest board. We have island ingredients, 100 pineapples, but because we want more friendship points with Robin so we can learn the drum block and the flute block, we're going to take Robin's project and assemble 80 hardwood for her. That shouldn't be too much of an issue considering that lots of mahogany trees also grow on Ginger Island. Willie wanted a Joja Cola, we obliged of course. Because our melon now is fully ripe and because our wheat is ready, we're going to get 5 golden walnuts from the frog for each type of crop we have on the farm. If we had the garlic crop, we could have got 5 additional golden walnuts, but I wasn't lucky enough to get those inside Skull Cavern. It is a year 2 crop after all. I went back to Clint, I picked up my copper hoe. We can now go back to Ginger Island and get a few more golden walnuts. We're now very close to getting 100, so we can get into Key's secret walnut room. I also went inside the Pirates Cove area here, which is a sneaky little golden walnut just hidden right down the bottom right hand corner. There's also tons of trees we can cut down in Ginger Island, including lots of mahogany trees for additional hardwood that will help us with the Robin's Project community quest. Once all of these trees have been wiped out, we're going to unlock the Ginger Island trader. We can get some amazing things from that trader, especially towards the end of the season. We can even get radioactive bars. Now we have reached level 2 mastery, so we're going to go ahead now and get the farming mastery, the iridium site, Statue of Blessings, and we can even find golden animal crackers, which doubles a farm animal's produce. Doesn't work on pigs of course, because they're still way overpowered. That perk won't really matter to us because we're not using animals, but the iridium site is a game changer because that will work on forageables. It was Marnie's birthday, so I gave her a diamond just to get some extra friendship points. Because I had 3 hearts now with Marnie, I think you just need more than 2. We can enter her room, pick up Mayor Lewis's lucky purple shorts. But I also popped the staircase in Mayor Lewis's house to get the secret lucky purple shorts. I just wanted to see, would he take the 2 pairs of shorts off you, or would he just take one pair of shorts? Now it's worth noting that when you take the hidden pair of shorts, some sort of short NPC enemy will attack you. You can parry this enemy no problem, but if it does hit you, it will take a ton of HP off you, so just be very careful. I found Mayor Lewis working super hard on Ginger Island, as if give him the lucky shorts. Quest complete, which was nice. That was 750 gold in the bag. I tried to give him the second pair of shorts, but it said wrong person. So I'm wondering now, did Concerned Abe add any more secrets to the game? Is there something else we can do with these lucky shorts, except put them into a sewing machine or try to put them onto your character? It's now Thursday, so we're going to get the magic rock candy, which is really nice. We can use that now for a future Skull Cavern run. The next day we're cutting down more mahogany trees. We need all the mahogany seeds we can get so we can make more mystic tree seeds. I also accumulated 80 hardwood for Robin, so we're going to complete that quest. 2,000 gold in the bag right there, and that's more friendship points for Robin. I tried giving her a spaghetti, but I already gave her 2 gifts this week, so I'm going to have to wait for her birthday, which is going to happen very soon, and that should bring us straight up to 6 hearts. I was doing the Gembird puzzle on Ginger Island, so this is the South Gembird, which drops the Amethyst. My advice, once you have obtained 2 gems, just guess the last 2, because you can only put a total of 5 gems into those pedestals, and it's a nice handy dandy 5 golden walnuts in your pocket. The iridium scythe is super handy for harvesting crops, and for harvesting forageables, it is going to save us a ton of time for future harvests. I went back into the volcano in the attempts to get the last few golden walnuts needed to enter Key's secret walnut room. I got super lucky and managed to get 2 out of some dwarven caches, so we can now enter Key's secret walnut room. I got a super rare floor as well. This is called a mushroom floor, but these floors can be quite hazardous, as sometimes the mushrooms are actual enemies, and if you get close they will attack you, so be careful. You can farm the Ginger Island volcano dungeon every single day. It is a fabulous place to go for combat XP, mining and all manner of resources. Now you won't find a whole lot of iridium here, but what you will find is a ton of stone, and you could find a lot of coal as well, so it's worth going to if you're looking for specific gear or just specific resources in general. It was Robin's birthday today. We gave her a spaghetti. We got her friendship up to 6 hearts, so this unlocks the cutscene where Robin will teach us the drum block and the flute block. We can make lots of flute blocks then, bring it over to Ginger Island, and we can get 5 more golden walnuts on a rainy day from the mermaid that pops up on the beach. We gave the raccoon there some sea urchins and some other bits and bobs, and we got a jungle tank back as a reward, which was really nice. And because we've unlocked the jungle tank, we can now purchase it off his wife. All we have to give is just some trash items, and we can get as many jungle tanks as we want. The raccoon's wife sells some awesome items altogether. Because I had over 500,000 gold, it was time to get the cinema set up in Stardew Valley, so we're going to give good old Morris here 500,000 gold to get that project done. We're now going to visit the desert trader because it's Sunday. We are going to trade in all of our hard-earned jades for staircases. Now I didn't have a whole lot of jades at the time, only 20, because I'm not really focusing on dungeon runs or mining runs or crystallariums, but those 20 staircases will come in super handy. For the rest of the day, I'm just going to farm floor 81 for fibre and other bits and bobs. And here is a super cool cutscene of our lovely Morris that's going to put a lovely cinema into Stardew Valley for us. The next day we're doing a Skull Cavern run. We get some good luck, get some prismatic shards. The red slime egg can be sold for quite a lot of money. I also get lots of iridium ores that I can turn into iridium bars to make some pretty cool items. Any additional prismatic shards I pick up, I can trade those in for magic rock candies. I can also keep a few as well for some tool enchants in the future. So today I made it down past floor 100. When I got down to floor 100, I got cinder shards inside a treasure chest. I never actually got cinder shards before, so I just thought I'd show that because I thought it was quite rare to get cinder shards in one of those chests. I've gotten many things in these treasure chests, but never cinder shards. But those cinder shards will come in real handy later on, because we need those for enchantments. At the end of the day, we came out with 4 prismatic shards, 327 iridium ores and other goodies. We got some slime eggs there as well. We got lots of iron ores, so we can make more bombs. We got a dinosaur egg. We got lots of artifacts we can give to Gunther. All in all, it was a very good Skull Cavern run. The next day, we are using our fabulous iridium scythe to quickly pick up all of these forageables. We're going to have this done in no time at all, thanks to the power of the farming mastery iridium scythe. We're also getting lots of common mushrooms down here by our little mini lake. We're also getting lots of red mushrooms as well, and some purple mushrooms. They can all be dehydrated, bar the red ones, and we can get some serious profits from those. We also have the final harvest here on the bottom left hand side of our farm, where we get even more forageables. And we now get to harvest our lovely tea saplings. Look at all of these tea leaves we get to accumulate. Now it's worth noting that if we were to put all these into preserve jars, we would get a lot more money, but we're not going to use up the resources. We're just going to sell the tea leaves as they are, and we're going to get lots of money from those because we have so many. And we get to harvest those tea saplings every single day, each season on the final week. So you're going to end up with thousands upon thousands of tea leaves. It's nice passive money, and that's what you want when you play a game like this. You just want to be able to go away, explore, and let your farm do all the work. So most of our money makers are passive, which is really nice. With all of the seeds we have now, we can make thousands upon thousands of more forageables. We can even move a lot of these seeds off to Ginger Island if we want, because it doesn't matter what season it is over there, we can plant any sort of forageables we like. Let's take a look at the community quest board for this week. We have fragments of the past. It would be nice to get a bone mill, so we will take Gunther up on his request there. I try to collect 100 bone of fragments, and that is quite simple to do if you have access to Ginger Island. You just have to go to the dig site here every couple of days, and you can harvest all of those lovely bone nodes to get tons of bone fragments. If you're lucky, you can even pan them up out of the water. I just got some iridium ore there, but you can pan up tons of bone fragments as well. I just got 12 extra bone fragments there, and that also counts towards the quest. So there's a nice little tip for you as well. You don't actually have to go into the mines and fight skeletons if you don't want to. You can just head on over to Ginger Island instead. It was George's birthday. I gave him an iridium quality leak. I got tons of friendship points with George, straight up to 5 out of 10 hearts. I got Clint to break open some golden mystery boxes here to see if I can get some superior items like the box says. I didn't get super lucky today, but you can get some pretty crazy things from those boxes, including magic rock candies. I did get a mining skill book, which gives 250 skill XP, so it was nice to get that. All of the artifacts now and minerals are going towards Gunther. I do want to get into the sewers as quickly as possible so I can make friends with Krobus, purchase all of his cool wares. I have tons of Omni Geodes here now that I got doing Skull Cavern runs. We're going to break open all those, and we're going to hand them into Gunther as well to see if we can get that key to the sewers. Another day means another tea leaf harvest. It's just so satisfying to run along and harvest all of these fabulous tea leaves. I could have used the iridium scythe, but it's just something about spamming the OK button when you're passing all those lovely tea leaves to just collect them all up. I did get a whole upgrade off Clint, which is really nice. We're going to go back to Ginger Island. That is the East Gem Bird, which dropped a topaz. So because I had 2 gems out of the 4, I just guessed the final 2 combinations, and I got 5 more golden walnuts, no problem at all. I also put down some fuel blocks, and I completed the mermaid puzzle, which is quite easy to do. That was 5 more golden walnuts on top of that. Because it was Thursday, I went back to the desert. I purchased another magic rock candy, and I'm also going to make some more tappers here now, and I put them on our mystic trees to get some mystic syrups, and those mystic syrups sell for really nice money. Eventually I will try to upgrade the tappers to heavy tappers because they produce syrups at a much faster rate. So it was time to go to the cinema with Abigail because I wanted to max out her hearts so that we can get married. I purchased a rock candy, which is her favourite treat, and we also went to see her favourite movie, which is Mysterium. So this would have been lots more friendship points to gain. The cinema worked out in our favour. We got Abigail to maximum friendship, which is 8 out of 8 hearts. We can now go to Pierre, purchase some flowers, and Abigail will become our girlfriend. All we have to do after that is get her to 10 hearts, and then we can get married. Our house has been upgraded as well, so she'll move in with us, no problem at all. I also went to the Halloween event and I purchased some recipes along with the witch rare crow, and that make for a cool decoration on our farm. It's worth noting that you don't need scarecrows or rare crows to protect your forageables. You only need them to protect crops, but they still make for some pretty good decorations. I picked up the golden pumpkin and I took the shortcut back to the entrance. The next day I got my steel hoe back off Clint. It was time to hand it straight back in again and upgrade it to the gold hoe. If all my tools are of iridium quality, it's just going to make life way easier for us. A lot more time can be saved when it comes to putting down crops or putting down forageables in the future videos. If you've made it this far into the video, consider hitting the subscribe button. Also, just let me know if you want to see 200 days of the foraging challenge. So we completed fragments of the past, more money in our pocket, but more importantly, a cool recipe from Gunther the next day. We now have enough price tickets to get yet another Star Drop tea, so we can use that to maximum effect if we use it on someone's birthday. So the raccoon wanted some bug meat and some sea urchins. We obliged, of course. The reward was a very nice book of stars, and this gives us an XP gain to all our professions. It is the perfect book to try and increase your mastery skills. All of our mahogany trees had now fully regrown again, and they also dropped some extra seeds. So we're going to get all of these seeds. We're going to make tons more mystic tree seeds. We're going to plant those down on our farm. We're also going to make a lot more, and we're going to bring them over to Ginger Island as well. It was the final day of fall. We have 1 month to go, so it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of a farm we end up with when we're finished with this foraging challenge. I decided to take up all of the tree saplings here and just make a big line of mystic trees instead. The first day of winter, I'm going to get rid of all my quality sprinklers. I had enough resources to make iridium sprinklers, so we're going to put those down straight away. I'm also going to get the prismatic jelly quest here as well. Upon completion, I will get the monster musk. That makes monster eradication goes way easier to do because it greatly increases the spawn rate of monsters. I got Abigail up to maximum friendship, which was really nice, so we can now get married. Unfortunately, in winter, you don't get rainy days, but that won't stop us. You can actually activate a rain totem in winter, and if the next day isn't an event day, it will absolutely rain, which means we can still absolutely get married in winter. After almost a whole day of searching, we finally found the prismatic slime. We wiped that out, got the prismatic jelly. We can now take that back to the wizard for a real nice reward. So I also went to Clint. I'm going to pick up the gold hoe off Clint, but we're going to hand that straight back in because we have the funds, and we'll just upgrade it to the iridium hoe. We're now going to go to the old marina here because I popped the rain totem yesterday, and I'm going to purchase the mermaid's pendant for 5,000 gold. I can now give this to Abigail, and we can get married in just a couple of days. The reason why you have to get married in this game for good progression is because your spouse will give you a star drop when you have accumulated a certain amount of friendship points. So we do absolutely want that star drop, and Abigail is going to be the lucky bride of this challenge. We're now going to pay the wizard a visit. We're going to give him the prismatic jelly, but while we're here, we're also going to give him a few extra gifts too, just for some extra friendship points. The wizard loves purple mushrooms. He also loves solar essences and void essences, so he's real easy to get loved gifts for, because if you go down to the mines, you're going to get your hands on tons of those. Back into the secret woods to farm even more hardwood. We get the monster musk the next day from the wizard, which was really nice, so I will end up making a few of those, and we'll do some monster eradication goes later. All of our fruit trees in the greenhouse are now ready to be harvested, so we've got tons of fruit there. We've got apples, peaches, oranges, cherries, apricots, and pomegranates. Everything we need to make things like fruit salads and everything else. So we're now going to put more fall seeds down in our greenhouse, and the greenhouse is really paying off in this challenge. It's always worth your time to get it earlier rather than later. That is the major advantage of going the Joja route. You can choose when to get your upgrades. I paid a visit to the desert today, primarily just to get all of the wood it had to offer, and I also picked up any cactus fruits or coconuts that I could find as well. And there was a lot of stuff here to get, which was good. After cutting out all of the trees in the desert, it was Linus's birthday, so I paid him a visit, gave him an iridium quality coconut, and I got tons of friendship points with Linus. This is just a botanist perk all over again from the foraging skill. It is such an overpowered perk. We then played hide and seek with Krobus. We found him hiding behind a bush there. He is going to give us the magnifying glass, and this will allow us to get secret notes, and some of those secret notes will yield very potent items indeed. So we're fishing up squid today for the Help Wanted quest. It's been a while since we got a fishing quest to do for the Help Wanted. Demetrius, of course, wanted squid, so we done that for him, and that was more friendship points with Demetrius in the bag. Went back to Clint, and we finally got our iridium hoe. All primary tools have now been fully upgraded, bar the watering can. But we can't forget about our trash can either. It's something I rarely upgrade. Back down to the beach today and just getting more forageables. Went over to the tide pool area. I'm looking for winter roots. I'm looking for snow yams because I need those to make more winter wild seeds, and I didn't have a whole lot of winter wild seeds at the moment. Now it is worth noting that you can put winter roots into the seed makers, similar to how you put common mushrooms in, and you can get back wild seeds that way for winter. But because we didn't go into the mines that much, we didn't have a whole lot of winter roots to play around with. Having the iridium hoe was a game changer. We could hoe up huge amounts of ground within seconds. The next day started with a beautiful wedding. Myself and Abigail were now married. We could now start a family and live happily ever after. But first, she's going to have to cough up some star drops for me. Abigail now moved into the farm, but our honeymoon had to be cut short because we had to go off to Ginger Island and make sure this farm is up to scratch. At the moment it wasn't. I have more or less abandoned it. I've been focusing too much on the foraging farm. As a result, we were in winter and I still did not have access to Key's secret walnut room. I thought I had access when I got those few golden walnuts from doing the mermaid quest and the other ones in the volcano, but I was short 3, so I had to do a few more things to get those. I could have done the pirate minigame, the darts, and I will do that later on, but I could have also went back into the volcano dungeon, which I do right now, to try to get the last few remaining golden walnuts that are hiding inside here. I got another rare mushroom floor today. These enemy mushrooms are just adorable. They do hit hard though, so you have to watch out. When you kill them, they can drop magma caps, which is nice. I got another golden walnut and a rare ostrich egg inside one of the elite chests today. That was really nice. I also managed to get another golden walnut from a mussel node, which is quite rare. You can get up to 5 golden walnuts from those mussel nodes. It was then time to enter Key's secret walnut room. We had a choice here of extended family and Key's hungry challenge. I decided to go with the hungry challenge, and we'll go back into Skull Cavern without using any sort of buffs or food items. Can we get down to floor 100? I also played the dart game here, and you can play it up to 3 times. Every time you win it gets harder, you get less darts to try to get enough points to win. I'd done that 3 times in a row, won it 3 times in a row. That was 3 additional walnuts I was up, which was really nice. Between the farming, the foraging, the combat and everything in between, I managed to gain another mastery level. This time I was going to take the mining mastery. The statue of the Dwarf King has some amazing perks along with the heavy furnace, and don't forget, gem bearing rocks can give twice the minerals, which is absolutely amazing. I decided to make 2 statues at once, the statue of blessings and the statue of the Dwarf King. It's worth noting now that there's no point making a second statue unless you want decorations. You can only get 1 statue perk per day from each of those statues. So for the Bomb King, we made ourselves impervious to bomb damage, which is going to come in really handy for Key's hungry challenge. Unfortunately, I was hoping for a luck buff, a combat buff, or even a speed buff off of the statue of blessings, but I got a fishing buff instead. I did have a few staircases, not enough to spam my way to floor 100, so I'm going to have to be really careful navigating the Skull Cavern here. Now the big giant slimes do have hearts inside them, so there is a way you can regain health, but they are quite rare to come across. So I had to use my staircases wisely. I also had to watch out going down holes, because if a hole goes deep, I will lose health. The holes cannot kill you, just so you know. If you have 1 HP and you go down a hole, even if you transcend it down 15 levels, the hole cannot actually make your character go unconscious. You would just remain at 1 HP. Now the mummies, the serpents, everything inside the Skull Caverns hits like an absolute truck. So I was now at a stage where my health was so low, if anything at all touched off me, I was going to go unconscious and the challenge would have been failed. Fortunately, there was a handful of slimes here with hearts inside them, so I took the risk and I tried to take them on. It was good that I had the perk from the statue of the Dwarf King, because technically I could have used my bombs to damage slimes as well. I could have used hit and run tactics, but I just had to take a deep breath, take out my galaxy weapon and wipe those slimes from the face of the earth to get some health back. Any health I accumulated quickly evaporated thanks to the holes. I got down 8 levels there, put my HP right back to 1. I was on floor 70, I did have some staircases, I just needed a few more holes or lucky staircases to get down to floor 100 before my character met certain doom. So I had to be super careful when it came to combat. I had to watch out for all manner of enemies, especially iridium crabs. I really had to watch out for those, so I had to be really careful on getting too close to any sort of iridium nodes. Eventually I made it down to floor 100. My reward was nice key gems. I also got an iridium sprinkler, which was nice too. When I got to floor 100, I didn't go home straight away. I decided to make the most of it. I took a ginger ale and a magic rock candy, and it turned out to be a really good Skull Cavern run. The next day was the Festival of Ice, so we pulled up some fishies, won first place. We got some cool stuff, a magnet, barbed hook, dress spinner, and a sailor's cap, which is a pretty good head item. I do prefer the straw hat myself, so I'm going to keep that on. It was time for another community quest, Robin's Resource Rush. She was looking for 100 pieces of stone. I prefer to do that rather than do a fishing quest for Demetrius, so I went with the Robin quest straight away. For Key's quests, we had Danger in the Deep. This will unlock the hardened versions of the mines for us. That means we can start farming up radioactive ore as well and make some of the really good endgame items. For the perks, I went with additional geodes, and I also got a speed buff off the Statue of Blessings, so I went into the hardened versions of the mines with some really nice buffs. I also took some luck buffs as well, just so that these staircases would show themselves more often than not. The enemies in the hardened versions of the mines do hit quite hard, so we have to be careful. I made it down to the midsection here. I managed to get a coffee bean off of what I can only describe as an upgraded dust sprite. Coffee beans are still super rare, so it's always nice to get one from a dust sprite or any sort of a mushroom sprite. The next day, we are continuing on with our Danger in the Deep quest. We're now down on the floor 80s. This means new enemy types. They're quite similar to that of their original forms, but they have more HP, they're a bit faster, and they do hit much harder, so we have to be super careful. But they can also drop some pretty amazing items, including pressure nozzles, galaxy souls, and other bits and pieces. They're also really good for combat XP as well. So this is the place we need to be. Floor 120. Not only do we complete Danger in the Deep, we also complete Robin's Resource Rush, because we were detonating so much ores down in the mines. We managed to collect 1,000 stone, no problem at all. Because it's Thursday, we also go back to the desert to get the magic rock candy, and the next day we get a pretty nice harvest here of winter forageables, and we're going to put all these back into the farm by making more winter wild seeds. We've got 250 there in total, so that is going to rapidly multiply, and before you know it, especially when we get to the end of this challenge now in a few days, you're going to see this absolutely amazing farm filled up with cool winter forageables. So today we done the Squid Fest. We just needed 8 squid to get all the prizes. The big prize I wanted most of all was the Art of Crabbing Book of Power. It has a pretty decent chance that your crab pots will give you double loot, a 25% chance, which is really nice. That's one more Book of Power added to the collection. So now our raccoon friend was looking for a dried powder melon and a coconut jelly. Any sort of jelly item would do, and I do have powder melons grown on the farm, but I decided to trade in some pine cones and get even more powder melons. I really wanted to see some mutated powder melons before the challenge was finished, because it's just something I haven't experienced yet, and I already had some mutated pumpkins, so the powder melons would be a great addition to that. For the rest of the day, we just spend it planting those powder melons. I'm also taking up all of the regular furnaces. We're going to upgrade those to heavy furnaces. We just need the regular furnace, some iron bars, and some other bits and bobs, and these heavy furnaces are a game changer. These furnaces will take huge amounts of ore. We can burn through hundreds of ore, no problem with these, to get back tons of bars. I'm now up 40 iridium bars. I can use those for upgrades, quality sprinklers, you name it, crystallariums. Those bars will be put to great use. We also did a quest here for Demetrius. He wanted a cactus fruit, so we just handed that over. We're also going to pick up the prize ticket there for completing that Robin's Resource Community quest. And I'm going to go back to Mayor Lewis's ticket machine now. I'm going to get some more goodies here. The 5 diamonds is really nice, but in my experience, by the time you've reached that kind of, prize tier, you don't really need diamonds anymore, because you're kind of in the end game when you're doing all those quests. I traded in most of my on the geodes for artifact troves. I really wanted to get the Book of Power that increases the price of artifacts, because I wanted to add it to my collection. I got really lucky after several attempts breaking open these treasure troves. I finally got the treasure appraisal guide, and it is an absolutely magnificent Book of Power. We will now fetch better prices when selling artifacts. It basically doubles the prices of artifacts. So it's really nice to have, especially if you have an overabundance of artifacts. Gunther already has them. At least you'll get more bang now for your buck when you're selling those artifacts that you don't need anymore. Some of the strange dolls sell for crazy money. Some of them will now sell for 5,000 gold. There's a strange doll down here in the desert. It now sells for 3,000 gold from 1,500, which is absolutely amazing. We finally get the visit from Gunther the next day. He is going to give us the key to the sewers. We can finally get down to our good bro Krobus and purchase all of his really cool wares. We're also going to go to Robin, and it is time for us to get a stables. This just means we can get around the farm a little bit faster, but it's more of a decoration than anything else, because we're at the end of the challenge. So we might as well max out all the tools, so we'll upgrade the watering can now again to a steel one. We'll pick up the community cleanup quest here for lions, because fiber seeds are just so overpowered. If I do decide to do a 200-day challenge, the fiber seeds are going to come in super handy for that. 20,000 gold for a star drop off Krobus, that is absolutely worth it. Maximum energy has further been increased, which is nice. We're also going to go to the night markets here as well, and we're going to purchase one of the paintings here from Lupini. This one is the Red Eagle. The next day, it was primarily just fishing up trash. I also searched all of the trash cans because I had the Alleyway Buffet Book of Power. I did get some trash items from the trash cans, which was really nice, but most of the trash does come from fishing. What better place to fish? My own farm. Once all of the trash items had been collected, I just had to go up to the batters area, put 20 trash items in, and the quest was complete. The reward, it's always going to be 500 measly gold, but the real prize will come tomorrow when Linus teaches us the fiber seeds. It's absolutely amazing. With this, we can more or less have unlimited fiber. Our pet Fluffy Fish now loves us. We have taken great care of Fluffy Fish in this video. We've got his hearts up to max, so now Fluffy Fish will start to find items around the farm and gift us those items every couple of days. I'm also going to name our horse Tanisha, which is another GamerGuard channel member, so welcome to the GamerGuard members, Tanisha. Glad to have you here. Me and Tanisha are going to ride around Stardew Valley and explore all of the secrets it has to offer. But first, we're going to go to Clint and get our watering can upgraded. And then we are going to go into the Mutant Bug Lair, and we're going to get that Dark Talisman, just so we can get our hands on that lovely magical ink. It's just another item added to our collection, but it means we can also access the Wizard's Terminal if you want to get any juicy warp obelisks or anything like that. But first, we have to go in here, fish up a Void Mayonnaise, which took quite some time actually. ConcernedApe has made this much more rare to get. The henchman will take that for us, and we can now access the Witch's Hut and get that lovely magical ink, give that to the wizard and access his terminal. And the wizard has some real nice stuff for us to access. All of the warp obelisks, the golden clock for example. It was time to pay a visit back over to Ginger Island. I made a huge amount of mystic trees over here and mushroom logs, and those mystic trees will eventually cover the entirety of the island. You're going to see some serious purple mushroom collection, but not in this video, perhaps in the next if people want to see a continuation. If you really want to see a continuation, just like the video. So I'm giving Abigail amethysts on a daily basis and giving her nice smooches before I leave the house just to accumulate more friendship points. Eventually she will hand over that star drop. We're going to give the gold watering can back to Clint. We'll upgrade it all the way now to the iridium watering can. That'll be all of the primary tools upgraded in the game, bar the trash can of course. Now we're going into the hardened versions of the mines with some luck buffs. I'm going to spam the first floor over and over again to farm radioactive ores. I didn't get a whole lot of ores today, so we're going to go back to the house. We're going to get some buffs, +1 luck and +1 additional ore per vein, back into the hardened versions of the mines, and now we're getting a lot more radioactive ore. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to turn it into radioactive bars, and then we can start making some heavy tappers, and we are going to make way more money when we have heavy tappers on all those trees. So I got some fried mushrooms off Abigail today. That's actually a pretty nice buff food. Does give some pretty good stats. Let's take a look at all of our winter forageables so far. There's quite a lot of winter forageables. We also have some mutated powder melons as well, which is really nice. I won't harvest the rest of the powder melons because there's a chance a lot of those may also mutate. It just means for some extra decorations before the challenge is over. I will however use the iridium site and I'll pull up all of these winter forageables because there is enough time in winter to put down a whole new batch before we go into year 2 of January. So I've made over 500 winter forageables. Now we're going to plant all these back down on the farm. It is going to look absolutely amazing towards the end of the challenge. I'm also going to put some winter forageables down in the bottom left hand side of the farm as well, where we have most of our tea saplings planted. So I got my dried powder melon today. I can now finish off that raccoon quest. Let's see what kind of gifts I'm going to get. So let's take Tanisha right down to the raccoon family and hand in the items. We've got the dried powder melons, and I also had a cactus fruit jelly as well. The reward was 25 card seeds. I could either put those over in Ginger Island, put them in the greenhouse, or wait until spring year 2 to grow them up. I also got my iridium watering can, so I decided to now start upgrading my trash can. And an upgraded trash can is actually a pretty nice item to have. I also gave Haley an emerald for the prize ticket because I keep doing the help wanted quests. The more prize tickets the better. Look at all of the mushrooms we're going to get over here. As you can see, there's more purple mushrooms than any other type, especially the mushroom logs closest to the mystic trees. That's because the more mystic trees we have, the more purple mushrooms we are going to get. I've got 77 key gems, so I'm going to purchase the recipe for the heavy tapper. To make heavy tappers, I need hardwood and radioactive bars. Now, I have been accumulating radioactive bars, so I should be able to make a good few heavy tappers. I'm also going to get the key to the town. That means I can enter any building I want, regardless of time. And for the rest, I'm going to pick up some mushroom tree seeds. We can also tap those, and they're going to generate mushrooms every couple of days as well. So it's going to be a great addition to our foraging farm. Now, we're not really going to get to see that in action in the first year, but I know I sound like a broken record player. If you really want to see a continuation, you need to put it into the comments. The more comments I see about it, the higher chance there is that I'll actually do a continuation video on this. So we're now on the final stretch of the challenge. We're on the 22nd. Let's start by picking up all of these dried purple mushrooms. These sell for huge amounts of money. We're going to go back into our greenhouse. It looks amazing. We've now got bananas in here as well. We've also got mango. The time had finally arrived. I gave Abigail another amethyst today, and I then met the threshold for her to give me a star drop. That's one more star drop in the bag. It was time for another community quest. This will be the last one of the challenge. We have Juicy Bugs Wanted or Rock Rejuvenation. I'm going to go with Juicy Bugs Wanted. I decided to just go and wipe out some harmless bugs. There was also some key quests here. We had Keys Cuisine. I wasn't really set up for that, so I decided to do Let's Play a Game and try for the 50,000 points in Junimo Kart. I'm going to show you my best attempt on Junimo Kart. I'm not going to show you the 5 hours of attempts that I tried to beat the score 50,000. This was by far the best. I so close to getting 50,000 on this attempt. I believe this was the 4th level. This was the final jump to get 50,000, but I jumped just too soon, missed the steps, and I died. 46,000 points. I had all the fruits collected. I would have easily got over 50,000. When that happened, I gave it a few more tries and I just gave up after that. Junimo Kart is just such a hard game, and it's one of the few things in Stardew Valley that I haven't mastered. It was time to cheer up with the Diamond Hunter Book of Power. It costs 10 whopping diamonds. I had them though in a chest, so I purchased it. It means if I mine open a regular node, now you have to mine it open, not blow it open, there is a chance you will get a diamond. What's more, you can actually combine that with some of your mining perks, especially perks that will make you get double minerals. It actually works with the diamonds as well. So it's an absolutely amazing Book of Power to have. So we're wiping out lots of bugs today for Clint's quest. We're also getting lots of diamonds too from just hitting open those regular rocks with our iridium pickaxe. So it was a great day all in all. Once I got the 100 bug meat, I put it into Willie's bin. 3,000 gold in the bag for us and more friendship points with Willie. It was time for the Christmas event, the Feast of the Winter Star. I got Shane. I just gave him a bear that I bought from Gus the other day. He was happy with that. My secret gift giver was Sebastian, and I was dying to know what he was going to give me for all my efforts this year, and it was an emerald. It was so lackluster. You can get way better stuff. I did decide to buy some decorations though, so for the next couple of days, because we're more or less at the end of our challenge now, we're going to be putting some serious decorations into our foraging farm. We're going to make our farm look absolutely awesome. But first, we're going to upgrade our trash can yet again to a steel trash can. The next few days is just spent getting decorations. I'm going to get the Junimo catalogue here off the Travelling Cart Merchant. It was very expensive, but it does give us lots of really cool Junimo furniture related items. I also went to Krobus and I'm going to purchase the Wizard catalogue off him. It does cost 150,000 gold, but again, just like the Junimo catalogue, it's got some real good stuff. When you open the Wizard catalogue, it said, my ex-wife took all the furniture. Fortunately, I had the good sense to make material copies. The Wizard is just so funny. Looking through the catalogue, there's some real cool stuff here, and a lot of this stuff can be put outside of the farm as well. It's not all indoors. I also went to the cinema, and I decided to do the crane game a few times to get some extra decorations here too. You can get some real cool stuff in the cinema, including Christmas trees, all different manner of plants. You can get cool little Junimos and posters. I also got a duck mayonnaise off the Travelling Cart, and I swapped it in here for the Pinky Lemon statue, which is a really cool decoration. I swapped a Super Cucumber for the HMTGF decoration as well, that we can put outside our farm. I also gave a rabbit's foot to the Georgia truck driver here too, just to get the special charm to permanently increase my luck, because I managed to get a secret letter for that, so that was really nice. And finally, I went into Vincent's room and I put a strange bunt into his toy crate to get back the Furagumon decoration. This is what the house looks like on the final day. It's a combination of Junimo and wizard decorations. I really love the cauldron as well. I really love the mats. There's just so many cool things. My last main 100 video I went for the Georgia catalog, which is pretty cool as well. But for this video I wanted to show off the wizard collection and Junimo collection. I also put some wizard and Junimo decorations outside the farm too. And I have to say, I think this is probably one of the most entertaining challenges I have done. I loved this foraging challenge so much. The mushroom logs, the trees, the tappers, the dehydrators, it was just so much fun. The tea saplings, harvesting all the tea leaves, the new 1.6 mystic trees and all the tree syrups, all of the forageables I get to scythe up with the iridium scythe. It was just an amazing challenge. I had great fun. If you've made it this far into the video, consider subscribing to the channel. If you like Stardew Valley content, if you like 100 day or 100% content, most of the time that's what you're going to see here. I do release small form videos too, but I love making the big videos as well. I played one whole year of Stardew Valley 1.6, but I used the community center route. That's right everybody, we are going the community center route in this challenge. Let's play through one whole year of Stardew Valley 1.6. Let's see how much money we can get at the end of the year, and let's see how much of the game we can complete. It is day number 1. We are playing on our usual standard farm. We are going to pick up our 15 free parsnip seeds. We're going to scythe away some weeds here to make some space on the farm. I'm then going to cut down just a couple of trees, enough to make one chest so I can store all of my tools in. We're going to water up our parsnips, and then we are going to venture forth and try to find as many forageables as possible. Despite the fact that tea saplings have been nerfed in this game, they're still worth a bit of money, and we do need to get our foraging up to max skill as quickly as possible to get all the masteries, so we're going to forge ahead with that. I get an anchor on the beach today. We can give that straight into Gunther for some nice early money. There's also lots of beach forageables that I get to pick up as well. So we're going to go to Gunther here now. We're going to hand in the anchor to him, and this is going to be a nice 250 gold in the bag. It's then off to Pierre. Because we're going the community center and the bundles are also remixed, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to purchase one of every single crop because I don't know what the community center has in store for me right now. I'm also going to start gifting Caroline some daffodils there as well to get up to 2 hearts so we can learn tea sapling recipe. Having unlimited inventory space at the moment does hurt quite a bit because there's so many things I need to buy. But not to worry, we do get there eventually. I spent the rest of the day just talking to the NPCs, getting to know them all. We do get level 1 foraging, so we do get some pretty powerful perks there from that. I sold a few things to the beach as well. I made a small bit of gold. The next day we get some mail from Willie. He wants us to visit him, so we get a fishing rod. The first thing we're going to do though is water up our fabulous crops. I'm going to take a nice stroll into town, and it is time to look at the help wanted quests. Pam is looking for a Georgia Cola. We will oblige of course, because the more quests we do, the more prize tickets we are going to get. We're also going to spend a great portion of today pulling up fish because it's a great money maker, and the more money we can make, the more progress we can make. Now I ended up reaching level 2 fishing and it was only 440, so if I have enough money I could have purchased the fiberglass rod, but I didn't actually have enough money. I needed 1800 gold, I only had 1500, so I will have to wait until tomorrow to get my hands on that rod. I did get super lucky though, and I managed to get a diamond out of a fishing treasure chest today, which was absolutely amazing. I will sell that diamond because 750 gold early on is an absolute game changer. I could keep it for a triple shot espresso, I could give it to Gunther, but trust me folks, if you do get diamonds that early in the game, just sell it and buy more crops off Pierre and get yourself a nice fishing rod. So the rest of the day I'm going to go up to the lake area and do more fishing. Day 3 we have the rainy day, so I will try to get as many catfish as possible today, as they are one of the best fish you can sell for spring. Now I do get 5 levels of fish, which was great. We take Fisher, fish for 25% more. Main plan for spring right now is to obtain level 10 fishing, pull up the legend and smoke it. And if you don't know what a smoker is, then you're in for the big treat because it's totally overpowered. I got 4 rubies in a fishing treasure chest today. I've never got so many rubies before out of a treasure chest, so I just thought I'd show it there because it was pretty cool. I also got Jewels of the Sea. This is a skill book. It basically increases the odds of getting raw inside a fishing treasure chest, and that raw will relate to what kind of fish you pulled up. So it was another help wanted quest. Haley wanted a large mouth bass. We will oblige, of course. I also used up all my money and I purchased a whopping 198 kale seeds. Now, the reason why I'm getting kale is because it doesn't take a whole lot of time to site that up and you do get a lot of XP for it. You also get really nice money for selling kale as well. It's a great money maker for spring. So today I'm going to spend a good portion cutting down trees, and what I'm doing here now is I'm collecting seeds. I'm going to combine all these seeds to make field snacks. This will allow me to cut down trees for most of the day. I'm going to need thousands upon thousands of wood if I want to make some serious money in this playthrough. I got lots of stuff from fishing, so we're going to give it all to Gunther, including an ancient seed, so I can now put that down on the farm. It's always nice to get an early ancient seed, because you can get ancient wine then later on, and that sells for lots of money. So we're giving Caroline more gifts, and we're pulling up more fish. Today is day number 6, it was a rainy day, so I decided to just keep away from the mines and just fish, try to get catfish. Before I go into the mines, I'm going to treat myself to a backpack upgrade. It's always nice to go into the mines with 2 backpack slots instead of 1. So I'm pushing farming hard now at the moment, because the faster I can max out my farming skill, the faster I can get those lovely powerful farming perks. I managed to get a wooden club on level 3 here in the mines. This was so lucky. The wooden club is a magnificent weapon early on. Because of the ground slam ability, you can bring this straight down into the endgame sections of the regular mines, and it'll make short work of enemies no problem at all. Now, today wasn't a super great day. I didn't get too far in the mines, I just didn't get great luck and I wasn't getting the ladders. But the next day is going to be a rainy day, so that means we can spend all day in the mines. We can make some really good progress. The reason why we want to start hitting the mines now hard is because we want to get our hands on the gold ore to make gold bars so we can make quality sprinklers. And we just need farming level 6 for those, and with all the kale that we now have on the farm, there's a very good chance we will get level 6 farming a lot sooner rather than later. I also had to make some scarecrows because the crows are picking away at my valuable crops. So we made it down to floor 10 here. The mines got the leather boots. Floor 20 gives us the steel small sword, but I'm not going to swap out my wood club. I'm going to keep that and we'll just put the steel small sword in a chest for now. So I decided to complete a help wanted quest today. We gave Willie a chub and he is super happy with that. The rewards aren't great, but we're just doing this for the prize tickets because you can get some pretty decent stuff from Mayor Lewis's ticket machine, especially if you start accumulating prize tickets earlier rather than later. Demetrius is going to give us an option now between the mushroom or the bat cave. We're going to select the bat cave because I am going the community center route, and the bat cave is super handy, especially to get pomegranates and oranges and things like that you need for most of the bundles. I spoke with Harvey today, completing the introductions quest. I then got a quest to give someone a gift. I just gave Harvey Georgia Cola. He didn't like it, but we'll get over that. We still get money for completing the quest, and I'm sure Harvey will get over that gift in a couple of days. So we're doing more fishing today, and I had to get some herrings because it was on help wanted quest 4 in total. And I'm only doing this again because I want prize tickets. Normally I wouldn't bother with these quests because most of the help wanted quests aren't worth doing unless you want to get perfection as quickly as possible, because it is nice to get the friendship points, you know. But those prize tickets are just so overpowered. So I'm going to make some bug steak today. It's really nice to make that early on. You just need some bug meat to make it, and it's great for energy and health, especially energy. Before the day is out, I'm going to use up the rest of my energy because it was only 20 past 8 in-game time, so there was no point going to bed right now. So we're going to cut down trees, and we're just going to wait until our energy goes to 0, and then we go to bed. So it's all about maximising those days. I'm getting really lucky with rainy days. It's going to rain tomorrow again, which is great. So we're scourging the map today to see if we get some more forage mix. I really want to make more spring wild seeds. I'm having a look at the bundles here as well, and because it's remixed, it's asking for a wild spring onion instead of the other regular forageables it asks for. So I obliged, of course. 30 wild seeds in the bag as a reward. Before I go back to my farm, I'm going to site away all those weeds. I'm going to have a quick look around here to see if I can pick up any more forageables. I really want to get my foraging skill to 7 so I can get the tree fertilizer. The sooner I can get that, the sooner I can make some tree farms. Then I can tap up the trees. I can start getting oak resins. If I can get those early, I'll be able to make lots of cakes when the time comes to start processing starfruit or pumpkins or what have you. Another help wanted quest today, we need to slay some crabs out of the mines, no bother at all. I also checked some of the trash cans. They're actually worth checking occasionally if you do walk past them. You never know what you might get out of them. I've gotten some pretty good things out of trash cans in the past. So we're back down at the mines. We're going through the dark floors at the moment, and I'm on floor 36 right now. The wooden club still serves me well. Now, what happened here was I kind of ran out of energy, so I sacrificed some copper ores to make cherry bombs, and I got lucky enough where the cherry bombs were able to get me down to floor 40 before the day was over, so it was nice to grab that early checkpoint. We get the slingshot now on floor 40, but I just threw that away. I don't use the slingshot at all. I will keep the master slingshot though for when we get to Ginger Island, because you need that to get a golden walnut. Before I headed back to the farm, I got some nice forageables there, some leeks and wild horse radishes. The next day was a sight to behold. Look at all this fabulous kale we get to harvest. I also got the first batch of my forageables as well. Daffodils, dandelions, wild horse radishes and leeks. And I will convert all those back into spring wild seeds, and we're going to plant those straight back into the farm. Because in 1.6 update, when I'm pulling up all these forageables, I also get small XP towards farming as well, so it's a nice added perk. We're going to make some furnaces. It is time to start smelting some bars. I picked up a coffee bean today from a dust sprite. It was just so lucky. That's an early coffee bean for us. I can plant that on the farm now. We can start banging out some coffee when we get into summer. That's lots of coffees, triple shot espressos for us down the road. Level 50, we get the Tundra boots. It's a nice boot upgrade, extra defense speeds, less damage for me when I get hit, so we'll take it. Level 5 farming, we're going to go with tiller. Crops were 10% more, and we also got level 6 farm, so the kale really paid off. You can now make quality sprinklers. But the problem now is we can't actually make them right now. We need gold bars, we need refined quartz, we need iron bars. Now the refined quartz is easy enough. The iron and the gold bars are easy too, but we have to make more progress at the mines. Before I can even touch off the mines though, I need to water up all the crops. It does take quite a number of in-game hours, but it will be worth it. We're going to get Clint to upgrade our axe to a copper axe. Now the reason why I'm going with an axe and not my pickaxe is because wood is that important when it comes to making lots of money in the first year of Stardew Valley. There's another reason I'm upgrading my axe to a copper axe, and I will get to that in just a few in-game Stardew Valley days. My opinion, it doesn't matter if you're in Skull Cavern or if you're in the bottom levels of the mines. If you see copper, do yourself a favour and just grab it, because you will need copper for kegs. You're going to need copper for so many things in this game. It's just one of those resources where you always need it. So I will accumulate as much copper as possible. Getting the wood mallet today out of crate was just magnificent. Huge upgrade there from the wood club. More or less the same weapon type, but it can do exceptionally more damage, and that's what we want. We get the master slingshot on floor 70. We keep that for Ginger Island later on in the video. We're now down into the floor 70s, and we have a new enemy type here, the skeletons. Now these skeletons can drop bone shards, and they come in real handy later on in the game, especially when you get the bone mill. They can also drop the bone sword, and it is a really nice weapon to get early on in the game, especially if you find yourself struggling with combat. Sometimes I just farm those skeletons before I go into the floor 80s if I don't have a decent weapon, but because I have the wood mallet, I don't have too much to worry about. That mallet will pack in most of the enemies in these mines, no problems at all. If I see iron ores, I do grab them. Some people like to just ignore all the ores and get down as quickly as possible. I play a little bit differently. If I see ores, I do normally grab them. Not only do I get valuable mining XP, but I'm also getting early resources. The next day, the rest of the kale has come to fruition. We're going to harvest all that, and then we're just going to go along, and we're going to do the nice Easter egg event here as well. We will of course win the Easter event because I've done it so many times. But I like the straw hat, and I think it just breaks up the air a little bit if I incorporate the events. Of course, we could have just ignored all the events and make more money, but that wouldn't be a whole lot of fun now, would it? So the next day, we start with watering up all the crops. It is a chore and a half, let me tell you, but sprinklers are on the horizon. When we do get our hands on those quality sprinklers, we can start getting hundreds and thousands of crops and putting them on our farm. So we're going to upgrade our tool today. We're going to go with the copper pickaxe, because when you get down to the floor 80s and you start getting those gold ores, it takes a lot of swings at a regular pickaxe. Because we have our copper axe, I managed to just get a cool price ticket up here, just to north of Judgment. We're also going to complete our spring crops bundle as well. We're going to get 20 speed growth for that, which is really nice. We're also going to have a look at the boiler room. Now, we did get unlucky here. We got the engineers bundle, The iridium ore isn't so much of a problem. You can just break open nodes until you get that. Refined quartz is easy enough, but that battery pack is going to break me because they're so rare starting off in the game. You could go for an early skull cavern if you save up hard. You could try to get one from the enemies. You might get lucky and get one from the traveling cart. Other than that, you're kind of waiting to summer for the storms to hit, and you have to make those lightning rods. But we'll see. We'll check the traveling cart every time she spawns, and hopefully she will have a battery pack for us so we can complete that boiler room. Completing that boiler room does give us the fast jump, so it's something we want as quickly as possible. Level 4 foraging. Enter the mushroom log. It's so fun to use it, and we will be using mushroom logs in this playthrough, of course. We'll be using all of the new 1.6 stuff, to be honest. We'll be using everything. It's a variety playthrough. Let's have a look at the help wanted quest today. Another largemouth bass, 200 gold, but we get to keep the fish, which is nice, so that's going to be some extra gold besides the 200. We get the copper pickaxe off Clint, which is nice, but we're going to talk to Clint again. This time, we're going to upgrade our axe to a steel axe. This will give us access to the secret woods. And getting access to the secret woods in spring is nice because you have a chance to get even more forageables, and you can accumulate hardwood early in the game rather than later. We are going to need tons of hardwood. I've got lots of money here. I was going to save up and I was going to unlock the desert, do the desert event, but then I decided not to, and I decided to go a different route. We're going the kale route. 461 pieces of kale. Now, it's a bit mad, I'll be honest with you, but I am going to make so much money from that kale. I got a mushroom floor today, which was really lucky. I'm going to keep those purple mushrooms. I will need them to plant that kale and to water it up. Now, I'm not going to plant all the kale in one day. That's impossible, even for Game Regard. It's too much, and I don't have sprinklers. Not yet, anyway. So I'm going to wait until I make sprinklers, and then I'm going to plant the kale. Because if I was to hoe up over 500 spots or 460 spots at the farm and attempt to plant that kale, disaster awaits. So we need to wait. For now though, we will get loads of lovely mining materials. The more gold ores we get, the more gold bars we can make, the more quantity sprinklers we can make. Once I have enough quantity sprinklers made, we can then let loose with the kale. So I completed some bundles today. That's the blacksmith bundle done. I'm also going to complete the geologist bundle as well. I just need that battery pack to complete the engineer's bundle, and we get the fast travel. It's also worth noting as well that I'm thinking ahead here. That's why I bought so much kale. Because if I harvest all that kale, I will surely amass level 10 farming. I can stack artisan, combine that with level 10 fishing, and I can smoke up some serious fish and get some serious money. So there's a reason why I'm pushing farming really hard in spring. So we did more fishing today because it was raining. And the next day I gave the beaches that largemouth bass that he wanted as well. That's another quest completed. So I made 10 quantity sprinklers today. That's all I could make. I have to get more resources to make more sprinklers, but it's a good start. So the more sprinklers I can make, the more kale I can put down. And when we get into summer, then we don't have to worry about water crops anymore. We can just use the power of the quantity sprinkler. So I got an elite slime kill today. It dropped a weapon called the Slammer. It's a level 7 club. A decent upgrade from the wood mallet, and it's also a decent upgrade from the tempered broadsword that I had as well. And we are going to take that straight down into Skull Caverns with us later on. It is an incredible weapon, let me tell you. So today was a great day. I woke up to a ton of forageables. We're going to get all of the forageables, and then we are going to plant our lovely kale seeds. Now, I'm not going to plant all of the kale straight away, but I will plant a good portion of the kale. And every time I make more quantity sprinklers, I'll plant more kale and more kale. It's only the 18th of spring, so I have loads of time to get through all of that kale that I purchased. And by the time I harvest up all of that kale, I am going to have some serious money going into summer. So just, if you're watching this video, when it comes to making money, I'm just going to use one word, that's scale. It doesn't have to be kale. As long as you plant hundreds of crops and harvest them, you're going to get lots of money. Period. So we made it to floor 100 in the mines. That is our first star drop of the challenge, and that increases our maximum energy. It also fills up our energy too, which is nice. This is what our farm looks like at the moment, so it's getting there. A help wanted quest today was from George. He wanted a carp to rub on his sore toe. Sometimes I just don't understand these Stardew Valley NPCs. So with my steel axe, I managed to break open the big log, but I couldn't get at the gold trash can to get a book of power because I needed a steel pickaxe, so we're going to go back to that. We are down at the mid-floors today, and the reason why I'm not going all the way down to get the skull key is because I needed to farm iron ores in order to make more quality sprinklers. I had lots of gold bars, but I needed more iron bars. I also picked up the Monster Compendium Book of Power. Monsters now have a small chance to drop double the loot. It's a small chance, but it is really nice when that perk activates. So that's one more Book of Power added to our lovely repertoire. Today is a day of farm expansion, so I made more quality sprinklers thanks to all the iron ores I got the day previous. I'm also going to hoe up more spots, water up the crops, rinse and repeat. The more quality sprinklers I can make, the better. Even though this is very time consuming, this tactic is going to really save me a lot of time for the rest of the challenge, because I can leave those quality sprinklers there for the whole year and I would never have to worry about watering crops again. Because we go into summer, we could push hard, we can get star fruits. We already have the sprinklers there, no hassle at all. I went to Mayor Lewis's house today and I put some prize tickets into his ticket machine. I got back some nice prizes. You're always guaranteed the Star Drop Tea when you put in the 5th prize ticket, and the Star Drop Tea is something I want to get my hands on as quickly as possible, because I can combine that with a love gift on someone's birthday and accumulate tons of friendship points with them, and it would be nice to get married in the game much earlier rather than later. So it was time to complete the crab pot bundle today. The reward, of course, will be some crab pots. Be nice to get those put down early. Even if the crab pots generate trash, I can use that. Because I've collected a total of 2 prize tickets now, using the help wanted quests, that activates the Mr. Key scene there, and he's going to drop mystery boxes. I can now get mystery boxes through fishing, through hoeing some up the ground and other methods. And the mystery boxes come in really handy, especially early game, because you get a lot of big seeds from mystery boxes and other goodies as well. So I planted some coffee beans over here by the greenhouse. We're going to make a little coffee farm over there. And I also got some carrot seeds too from the ground as well. Carrots are really nice to give lots of energy. I'm going to sell all of the weapons I'm never going to use against Marlin because it's just extra money, and it's also going to free up some slots too in my chests back in my farm. I'm also going to go to Clint and upgrade my pickaxe to a steel pickaxe, and that's going to give me access now to that gold trash can so I can get a really good book of power. I finally got Caroline the 2 hearts, so we're going to enter her lovely sunroom, and she is going to teach us the recipe for tea saplings the next day. We can also go into this sunroom and harvest that tea plant at the end of the season and get a free tea leaf, and we grab that every single day during the last week of any season. And the tea leaf is a nice bit of money. We can also cake it for green tea if we want, or turn it into pickled tea leaf if we put it into a preserve jar. So there's lots of uses for it. Some people say the tea saplings have been buffed. Some people say they've been nerfed. And the reason why some people are saying they've been buffed is you can plant them in the ground, wait until the end of the season, then you can harvest the tea leaf from it. You can pull it back up out of the ground and sell it along with the tea leaf. So I'm telling you right now, the tea sapling has been nerfed. That is not a buff, because you have to wait. You see, you have to wait for it to give you a tea leaf. And that's the problem. You're in spring year 1, you want to make as much money as possible. You don't have the luxury of waiting around. Now, I didn't know I had to wait. I made 62 tea saplings, and I planted them like the noob that I am, thinking I'd be able to harvest tea leaves off this the next day. And I just want to point it out now so I don't get bombarded by comments from people saying you have to wait a couple of weeks before you can get the tea leaves off them. So there you go. I made a mistake, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's done. But I did learn a valuable lesson. So I made some artisan machines, some preserve jars, recycling machines, and because it's raining today, because I really wanted money, I decided to go catfish fishing. So I am going to the flower dance today, and I'm going to purchase that lovely rare crow along with the tub of flowers recipe, because if this video does well, I will go for perfection. I will make it 200 days in a movie. I decided to choose Shane as my dancing partner because it's just very easy to get him up to the hearts that you need for him to dance with you, because he'll just take bear and you can buy that from Gus, no problem. Today, look at all the kale growing on my farm. There's just so much of it. I cannot wait to harvest all that kale with my scythe. The next day we're doing more fishing. It's always nice to get coal from the treasure chests. I also pulled up the halibut, and I actually hadn't got that yet. And I want to get all of the fish during year 1 to get that star drop off Willy. So we are going to go for all of the fish. Hopefully we'll get them all. I went back up to the lake area today just to do some more fishing so I can make some more money. And I also went into Caroline's sunroom and I picked up another tea leaf as well. So I'm going to sell one tea leaf and turn another one into green tea, because to get perfection you have to sell one of each type of item, and that includes a tea leaf and a green tea. So I'm upgrading my hoe today to a copper hoe, and normally the hoe isn't something I upgrade a whole lot, but I decided to upgrade it because I'm going to be doing a lot of hoeing in summer and especially fall. Went back into the mines. I really wanted to grab that skull key now because we're almost gone into summer, and I wanted to have at least one skull cavern run done before summer landed. I got really lucky today, got a mushroom floor again, and this time there was lots of mushrooms, lots of purple mushrooms, which was really nice, and I do keep all those purple mushrooms for energy. I got an iridium bar off a void shaman today. That was extremely lucky. And sometimes those void shamans can also drop prismatic shards as well, just so you know. It was one mushroom floor after the next. It was just insane luck today when it was coming to the mushrooms. Would not believe what I encountered on the next floor. That's right, it was another mushroom floor. 3 mushroom floors in a row. That has never happened to me before. I know changes were made in 1.6, but 3 mushroom floors in a row? Thank you very much. All those red mushrooms I will be selling. And you do get a bit of money for it, especially when you accumulate tons of red mushrooms. We also got level 10 fishing, so I'm going to get the angler fish worth 50% more. And I got level 5 combat, so we'll take the fighter for increased attack damage. Level 6 mining means I can now make the regular bombs. And in my opinion, that is the minimum requirement for a skull cavern run. I'm also going to harvest all of this kale and wait until you see the amount of money I am going to get for selling this. Let's sell it right now to Pierre, and it boosts us right up to 71,000 gold, and we're just in spring. So we're going to go to Woody now, and we're going to get the fish smoker recipe. It does cost 10,000 gold, but we will get our money back when we smoke up the legend fish. We're also going to get some trout soup to increase our fishing skill so that our fishing bar is bigger. We're going to get a trap bobber because we need that if we're going to pull up the legend. I'm always going to go to the community centre, and with the rest of my money I'm going to buy all of the fall bundles. Getting an early crystallarium is super handy because I can put a jade into that, and that's going to be staircases for me if I want to go to the desert trader every Sunday and trade those in. So this was the second attempt with the legend today. It gave me a real bad beating the first time because I wasn't expecting it, but I got it the second time and it wasn't too bad compared to the first. Sometimes, in my opinion, you just get a really bad, I don't know, call it luck or an algorithm or something, and it's just, you know you're not going to pull it up. But we'll smoke that now once we get level 10 farming and we get the artisan perk, because the artisan perk combines with the angler perk and you get lots of money for the smoked fish. I also pulled up the eel too because I needed that for the fishing collection, and I also grabbed the last axe here for Robin. It's not really the money I'm after with Robin, it's just the extra friendship points, because we will need Robin to teach us the flute block for ginger ale later on. I also got the goby today, and that's a new fish added with 1.6, and we also need that for the fishing collection. The lovely Junimos are hard at work. We're going to fix up the bus, give Pam a job, and we can then do some skull cavern runs. Level 8 farming, we can make the keg, which is nice. We also get level 9 farming, we can make iridium sprinklers if we want, but unfortunately we don't get level 10 farming. I was shy by, I think it was just a handful of XP, but because I have my sealed pickaxe, I can get the alleyway buffet book of power, and this increases the chances that you get items from trash cans. And let me tell you something, this is one of the most underestimated books of power around. I went to do a skull cavern run today and I realised I didn't finish the regular mines. I have once again made a terrible mistake. First it was with the tea saplings and now it was skull cavern runs. I don't know what was up. I'm just gonna boil it down to sleep deprivation because I have 2 kids, so there you go. I was very tired doing this challenge, so I had to go back into the regular mines, make it down to floor 120, grab the skull key. I wanted to get to level 25 in the skull caverns today to get the 10,000 gold off Mr. Key, so I'm just going to use staircases to quickly get down to floor 120, but I will grab that copper ore first before I do anything else. When I get down to floor 120, I do grab the skull key and I literally run straight back to the desert and attempt a skull cavern run. and it honestly, it didn't end up too bad. It's now 1:50 in game time, so most of the day is gone. But when you do go to Skull Cavern on a single player run, time does go that little bit slower. I did get very lucky with holes, I'm not going to lie. I got extremely lucky, and I managed to get down to 425 with ease. I just had a small handful of bombs because I had a few iron ores. I dropped down a hole here, I got it down to 11 levels. It's currently 3:40 in game time. I was on floor 20, so I was feeling really good about this run, and I knew come hell or high water I was going to get down to floor 25 before the day was out. No problem at all. I noticed that Stardew added a few additional levels here to the regular mines and to the Skull Caverns and other variations of the mines, because I've never had this level before. And trust me when I say this, I have done a lot of Skull Cavern runs, I've never encountered this level. So this must be a new addition to 1.6. It did take me by surprise, but I did get really excited when I saw this level because it was new. And when it comes to playing Stardew Valley, you cannot beat a first experience when it comes to this game, because I'm so used to everything else. So it's really nice to experience that floor. And I did make it past for 25, that's extra money from Mr. Key. We go to Clint the next day, we get our copper hoe. I've got 16,000 gold out in the tank, but I would like a little bit more money for Starfruit come summer. I also got a battery pack because I killed a few enemies down in the Skull Cavern as well. So I was able to complete the engineer bundle, and that was the boiler room now fully done. So the Junimos will now fix up those mining carts, and we can use those to get around Stardew Valley very quickly, very efficiently. So I got some bits of iridium ores, and then I decided to pull up all of these tea saplings because of the noob that I am. Didn't realise I had to wait so long for them to produce tea leaves. I will sell these tea saplings. Now, they're not going to sell for 500 gold a pop, they're going to sell for 250 gold, but they still yield a profit. It's still better to sell tea saplings rather than sell the wild seeds. I'm not going to make a huge profit, but I will get some money, and that will help towards Starfruit. So it is worth it in the end. And foraging still has to be done, because if you want to max out your foraging skill, the best way to do it is still just planting tons of forageables on your farm and pull them out of the ground. We got level 6 foraging today, that was really nice. I just need one more foraging level to get the tree fertilizer, and it will be nice to get that early summer. I made 27,000 gold today, and if we go into the other category, a lot of that came from the 62 tea saplings that I sold. If this was done back in 1.5, I would have made over 30,000 gold, and this is why Stardew nerfed the tea saplings, not buff them, he nerfed them. I did get 10,000 gold off Mr. Key, which was nice. We were now in summer. It is now day 1 of summer, and we're off to a really good start. We've got 54,000 gold ready to go on Starfruit. We're going to go to Pierre. Now, hear me out. I smoked up the legend, I sold it. I know I do not have level 10 farming, I don't have the artisan perk, but I didn't want to wait. I figured, get the extra 22,000 gold now instead of waiting for the last farming level, because I now have 75,000 gold to purchase Starfruit. I just didn't want to wait, you know, for that extra couple of thousand gold. 22,000 gold is still pretty good. So I smoked it, I sold it, and there you go. Pierre's a happy man, I'm a happy farmer, we're all happy Starfruit winemakers. So today is going to be a day of hoeing up the ground, planting the Starfruit. We're going to water up the crops too, because I don't want to wait an additional day before I start pulling them all up. So I will take the time and energy out of my day and water these up, no problem. But before the day is out, I will go for a very sneaky crimson fish catch, and I will also smoke that up and sell it. I can also get super cucumbers as well over the summer, and they sell for really nice money. We can also smoke those up too. And when we do get the artisan perk, these fish will sell for a lot more, which is really nice. So we have our Starfruit farm set up. We're also smelting bars. I'm still making more gold bars because I would like to make more quantity sprinklers. It just means I can put down more crops on the farm if I want. I will need a lot more money though if I am to get a lot more Starfruit on the farm. But thanks to the 1.6 update, there is a lot of opportunity now besides farming to make lots of money in this game. Getting the diamonds and the emeralds is still really nice. They do sell for nice money. Now I will keep a handful of diamonds for triple shot expresses. I just completed the Help Wanted quest there as well by killing some red slimes. So that's going to make someone very happy now in Stardew Valley, and that's going to be more prize tickets for me. I do want to get my hands on that Star Drop Tea as quickly as possible. I got the Squire's helmet today from defeating a metalhead, and it's one of my favourite headpieces in the game. I spoke to Mayor Lewis. He's very happy about the monster eradication that I done. 500 gold in the bag, but more importantly, one step closer to that lovely prize ticket. Now, I do spend a lot of time on the farm today, just clearing out all of the rest of the resources on the farm. So I want to get rid of all the trees, I want to get rid of all the stone, basically just want to get rid of everything, so I have lots of space to work with. I did get a good bit of money from the smoked crimson fish, so that was really nice as well. The bat house area opened up today, so we're going to get all of the weeds and resources up there. I got a quest here to kill a squid kid. The reward is a prize ticket, and that is worth going into the mines and pursuing. So we finally picked up all of our summer forageables today. We're going to make some summer wild seeds, plant those down, and we are going to get lots and lots of summer forageables, because you only need 3 summer forageables to make wild seeds in summer, which is really nice. Sebastian wanted a red mushroom there for a Help Wanted quest. I obliged, of course. I finally managed to come across a squid kid. Now, it was on an ambush floor, and this floor was exceptionally bad. There were slimes all over the place, and I almost died a few times, so I had to focus a bit, eat a couple of salads, but I do eventually end up killing up all those enemies, and I do get a lot of combat XP for that. So I spoke to the wizard. He was happy that I beat the squid kid. I also gave him a void essence too, because he loves those, and while I was down here, I might as well just talk to him and give him a love gift, because you also have to get hearts up for him too in order to get perfection. I did have a warp totem to the beach, which saved me quite a bit of time, so I activated that, picked up a rainbow shell, and then we paid Gunther a visit, and we're going to give him tons of minerals here and artifacts. We do want to get access to the stores and talk to our good friend Krobus. To get that done, we will need to accumulate tons of minerals and artifacts, so I got Clint to break open tons of geodes so we can make some progress on that. Getting the melons actually would come in really handy. I can plant those at the farm. And it was also time to complete the Helpers bundle. I was lucky enough to get this for the remix bundle. The reward is a Star Drop Tea. I'm going to keep that Star Drop Tea, and I'm very close to getting the one from Mayor Lewis's ticket machine. That's going to be 2 Star Drop Teas. So there's a very good chance I'll be able to get married in summer if I play my cards right. I got lucky today and I picked up a strange doll and a broken trident out of a treasure chest. Now, the broken trident, I mean, if I got that in spring, it would have been great, it would have been a game changer. But I do have better weapons now, so I don't really need the broken trident. But the strange doll is quite rare, and we give it to the Gunther no problem. So I'm going to purchase a pink cake today. It does cost 960 gold, but it was Jass's birthday, and I just really wanted to give her a love gift. Because if I am going for perfection, I'm going to save myself a lot of time and hassle if I focus more on birthdays this year, instead of trying to maximise all of the friendships next year. I do go to the Secret Woods almost every day, and I cut down these tree stumps because it's just getting me access to hardwood, and lots of hardwood will be needed later on. I do need hardwood for lots of stuff, especially to get on the Ginger Island. You need a few hundred pieces of hardwood to fix up the boat. I finally got level 7 foraging, so I bagged out the tree fertilizer straight away, and we are going to start making some tree farms. This will be for maple syrups, and the other tree farm will be for oak resins. I also went into my bat cave, picked up loads of forageables in there, made a few summer wild seeds as well, and it was time for another Help Wanted quest, the Art of Fishing. Willie wanted me to fish up 5 sunfish. We will of course do this because we're now very close to getting that second Star Drop Tea from Mayor Lewis's ticket machine, and it just needed a handful of sunfish to get that prize ticket, and we are well on our way to get married really early. I'm not going to spoil it right now and tell you who I'm going to marry. Basically, it all comes down to, who has a birthday. So it's going to be someone that has a birthday in summer. I'm going to go back to the mines today. I am gathering copper for multiple reasons. The main reason is I need hundreds of copper bars if I want to make hundreds of cakes. I managed to get the green moss rain today, so I literally spent the whole day just farming moss and farming fiber. This is the best time of the whole year to get moss. I need moss for loads of stuff. I need moss for mushroom blocks. I also need moss. I wanted to make those lovely deluxe worm bins. So moss is extremely valuable. There's also these fiddlehead fern trees you can cut down, and you get fiddlehead ferns off them. You can even grow your own fiddlehead fern trees on your farm, and you can tap them to get a good supply of fiddlehead ferns, which is pretty cool. It's nice to see Demetrius in his hazmat suit. I just think it's hilarious. I got a few Woody's secrets today, which is really nice. So that is a new book of power. And Woody's secret basically gives you a chance to get double resources when you cut down a tree. Now it's a very small chance, but because we're going to be cutting down so many trees, it is going to come in real handy for us. I'm going to purchase the big chest recipe of Robin today. That's going to give me a lot more inventory slots to work with. It's going to save me a lot of space on the farm. I'm also going to purchase just a few floor recipes so I can make the farm look nice. But I also want to put a pathway along this tree farm so when I'm gathering oak resins in the future, my character won't get stuck by debris that might spawn between the trees. So a great tip here is that if you do make a big chest, you can simply just stick it down where your regular chest is, and all of the loot from your original chest will automatically go into your big chest. So you don't have to take all of the loot out, swap the chests around, and then put all the loot back in. So I had 3 prize tickets. It was time to get that lovely Star Drop tea, and that's 2 Star Drop teas we have now in the bag. We just have to wait now for someone's birthday, and if we can marry up, I'll just give them a loved gift. If I can get a loved gift for them with the 2 Star Drop teas, that will more or less max them out for marriage, hopefully. I'm also giving Gunther a lot more artifacts today. I just need 1 more dwarf scroll. That will give me the dwarven translation guide. We need that to talk to the dwarf, to make friends with the dwarf, and to get really cool items that the dwarf can sell, including a book of power, bombs, and other really cool stuff. So we're back down into the mid section of the mines today. I do come here a lot because, number 1, the dust sprites will drop coal, and coal is something I need all the time to smelt the ores into bars. I also need coal to smoke fish, so coal is more important than ever. I also need to get more iron ores to make iron bars, to make more, you guessed it, quality sprinklers. But we also need iron bars to make kegs. So to make kegs we need copper bars and iron bars. To make sprinklers we need iron bars and gold bars. So iron is something that is needed a lot. So I do go to the midsection of the mines quite a lot so I can make those things. As we can see, I now have a lot more quality sprinklers down on my farm. I also have a barn put on the farm as well. Because we're going the community centre route, I need lots of animal products. So animals are something you're going to see a lot of now over the next couple of days in this file. So we are going to attempt to marry Maru, and it was her birthday today, so I gave her the cauliflower because she loves those. I did save one from spring, and I also gave her 2 Star Drop teas, maxing her out at 8 hearts. So I can now go to Pierre's, I can get the flowers for her, and then she become my girlfriend. Then I just have to get 2 more hearts for her and we can get married. Picked up a pomegranate today. They're quite rare and I need those for community centre bundles. I'm also doing some cave fishing today with the fishing collection. So we got the ghost fish there and the stonefish. Went down to floor 60 and I picked up the ice pip. That's actually quite a difficult fish to catch. Not as hard as the lava eel though. I got that after a good few attempts on floor 100. So I'm going to put down lots of seeds today I got from the moss rain, and hopefully some of those will grow into fiddlehead fern trees and we can tap those for fiddlehead ferns, which should be really nice. I also went to the luau today. I had a gold star cauliflower. That's one of the best things you can put in the luau. Now if you don't have cauliflowers, you can always just get yourself a sturgeon too, because you can fish those up in summer, and that's a really nice thing you can put into the luau as well for maximum effect. So we got some mystery boxes today. They're really nice. We're also going to spend a great deal of time today fishing. Now this is just an attempt. I'm trying to get an octopus. They're extraordinarily hard to get, but we got there eventually and we pulled that up. And I probably won't attempt that again because they're just so hard, and I don't think they're worth the effort. So I'm going to buy a bouquet off Pierre today, and we're going to give that to Maru so she'll become our girlfriend. The book vendor also visited Stardew Valley today, and I did have 26,000 gold. So I wanted to buy Way of the Wind Part 1. This increases my movement speed slightly, but the faster my character can move now, the easier. But for now, I'm just going to get the price catalogue and Way of the Wind Part 1. The reason why I want the price catalogue is so I can see the price of items. It just makes it easier for me to manage my items, especially if I want to work out what I need to sell you know, to meet a certain threshold if I want to buy something. The travelling cart sold the pomegranate today. That was very lucky. I purchased that straight away. I also finished the wild medicine bundle because I had some fiddlehead ferns. I got some cookout kits for that, which was nice. I also went up to the pantry and I completed the rare crops bundle by putting in an aged fruit there, which was really nice. As a reward, I got back a preserve jar. I'll take that any day. And then for the bastard fishers bundle, I put in the lava eel and the octopus that I caught. But I got back some dish of the seas. They're going to come in very handy later on for the harder fish. Went back down to the mines today, and it's just our usual coal farming, iron ore farming, because we need those for kegs, for sprinklers, for smelting bars, for smoking fish. So many reasons why we have to go in there and do that. I also got a lot of crops today: summer spangles, tomatoes, poppies, hops, hot peppers. There's sunflower there as well. So we need some of those for community centre bundles, and I'm going to sell the rest then, which will go towards perfection. Went for another help wanted quest today, whereas Bodius wanted us to go to the mines and slay another squid kid. Went back to the pantry. It was time to complete the summer crops bundle. So another bundle in the bag. A reward was a quality sprinkler. I was very happy with that now, to be honest. For the chef's bundle I had a few stuff. I had the poppy. And I'm going to have to wait now for the truffle. The truffle is going to be the decider on if we complete the community centre this year or not. Sometimes you get lucky, the travelling cart has a truffle, but to play it safe, I recommend you just spend the money, upgrade the barn, get yourself a pig if you want to do this in year 1. If you want to guarantee your chances in year 1, instead of relying on the travelling cart. I also got the red snapper today because it was rain. You could only get the red snapper on a rainy day in summer. So we went to the ocean fish bundle and we put in the sardine, the tuna, the tilapia and the red snapper. I got a few warp totems to the beach, which was really nice. I also done the lake fish bundle because I managed to pull up the sturgeon there. The reward was a dress spinner. I don't actually use that, I'm just going to sell that. So we're back into the mines and I went down here to look for the squid kid. I do find one eventually. I do get a lot more mushroom floors, which is good. More foraging XP for me. Eventually, I do find the squid kid. I eliminate it. I'm going to speak to the wizard here, and he's really happy about that. I'm also going to give him some loved gifts too, like a vine essence. That'll make him even happier. 350 gold in the bag. The wizard is happy, and it's one step closer to that lovely prized ticket. Today, all of the oak resins came to fruition, and I also got a battery pack too for my lightning rod, so I was really happy about that. I can now make kegs because I got those oak resins. To make a keg, you just need some wood, you need an iron bar, a copper bar, and oak resin. So all of the starfruit I picked up, I decided to put most of it back into seed makers to get back some more starfruit seeds. This is going to come in fierce hand later because I didn't have a whole lot of kegs made right now, and the starfruit was just going to stay there in the chest. So I decided to just rinse and repeat this, fill back up with my starfruit, and the remainder of the starfruit that I couldn't fit down at the farm, I will process that into starfruit wine. I'm also going to upgrade my pickaxe to a gold pickaxe. It's just going to make life in future Skull Cavern runs a lot easier for me. When all of this starfruit now is planted, the next time I harvest it, I will convert all that into starfruit wine. It's just going to save me a lot of money. I made 12 kegs today. What's let me down is wood, and it's always wood, to be honest. Not the bars, not the oak resins, it's wood. Now I could buy wood off Robin if I want, you know, and I could make a lot more kegs, but I wanted to keep that money for other projects, especially building upgrades. We do get level 10 farming though. We're going to select artisan. That means all artisan goods like wine for example and smoked fish are worth 40% more. It was time to cut down every single tree Stardew Valley had to offer. And when you start going on a tree cutting rampage like me, you'll notice very quickly there isn't a whole lot of trees in Stardew Valley. Well, there is, but once you have them all cut down, it takes a very long time for them to regrow. And then you have a couple of options that are available to you. You could buy one off Robin, and it's very cheap in year 1. That is a viable option. Or you could just wait for the trees to grow back, or you can make a tree farm because you have tree fertilizers. So I got a pale ale today. I need to sell one for perfection. I also need to give one to Pam for a quest. I'm going to put more hops into the kegs there now to make more pale ales. And it's actually quite profitable. Hop farming is actually very profitable because when the hops fully mature, you get to harvest the hop every single day until summer runs out. It's a really nice way to make money. So we just gave Jodie there a quartz for a help wanted quest. We're now going to give Pam that pale ale that she's been so desperately asking for. It's going to be a lot of friendship points with Pam, which is nice. I'm going to make some tappers here. I was lucky enough to get 3 fiddlehead fern trees, and because I've tapped all these up now, they're going to produce fiddlehead ferns every couple of days, which is nice. I also made 16 mushroom logs. I'm going to put over here now to the left of the farm on their own. Eventually I will surround them with mystic trees, and they will generate purple mushrooms then all of the time. It becomes a great money maker later on in the video. So I pulled up the wood skip today because I need that for the fishing collection. I also gave Robin her last axe because I totally forgot about it and I realised it was in my chest. So I said, why not? I need friendship points with Robin. I also gave Jodie here the cauliflower because she's been asking that since spring, and I just wanted to get more friendship points with all of the Stardew Valley NPCs. Best way to do that is by completing quests and giving up gifts. A smoked super cucumber with artisan comes in at 15, almost 1600 gold. So it is nice to smoke those up for some extra money. The next day it was time to harvest all of the lovely summer forageables, where we get grapes, spice berries and sweet peas. I will turn all of those back into wild seeds, and just look at the sheer amount I get, 510 in total, which is a huge amount. I'm also going to make more quantity sprinklers, because the more sprinklers I can make now, the more summer wild seeds I can plant. If I want to marry the lovely Maru, I will have to upgrade my house. Unfortunately, the bachelorettes and bachelors of Stardew Valley will not move in with you unless you have a bigger house. So we're going to upgrade the house, but it's not all bad. We do get a fabulous wife, and we also get access to cooking, so it's all good. Steel hoe upgrade from Clint, and then it's off to Marty to purchase some animals. And we're going to start with Dairy Cow, and I will be naming all of the animals after my members, so if you want to be included in my videos, get the membership, it's quite cheap. Duck Pineapple will be the first Dairy Cow, and the Awkward Brib will be our first goat. We are then back to money making, so we're just putting up more super cucumbers here. And normally what I'm doing is I'm pulling one up, I'm going to smoke it, I continue fishing, rinse and repeat. So I just kind of need the one smoker, and I can accumulate lots of smoked fish that way, instead of trying to make 4 or 5 smokers, because they're quite hard to make, because you need the jellies to make them, and the jellies are quite rare. So I'm getting maple syrups today. Now you need maple syrups to make beehives, but I'm also going to sell one as well, just for the perfection, just to sell one of everything. I'm going to cut down all of my mahogany trees now today, the ones that have grown, to get lots of hardwood. So today we are putting up more fish. I got the rainbow trout today, which we need for the fishing collection. I also got the elusive dorado, and that is quite rare. It's probably one of the rarest summer fish that you can pull up. But I do need that if I want to get the star drop off Willy. It was time for another help wanted quest, and Sebastian wanted a sunfish. So I gave him a sunfish and I got back a prize ticket, which was really nice. Who cares about the 90 gold? It was then back down to the midsections of the mines yet again to get the resources. Now killing the dust sprites is still a real good way to get early monster eradication goals done, because if I kill 500 dust sprites, I would get a burglary. And in my opinion, in terms of loot, in terms of money making when it comes to doing dungeon crawls, the burger ring is one of the best rings in the game. So I am going to get all of these mushrooms now and turn them into fall seeds, and I get to use those in fall. The seed makers are a magnificent machine that can turn your regular common mushrooms into fall seeds. It's such a great way to make money. I'm going to make 4 bee houses, and I'm going to try to set them up now in fall with the fairy roses to get fairy rose honey. So we'll start making bee houses now to get that set up for the real nice money maker later on. So I've accumulated quite a number of mystery boxes, and we're going to get Clint to break open lots of those. I'm also going to donate even more minerals now and artifacts to Gunther in the hopes that he gives me the key to the source soon, and we can talk to Chromus and access his lovely wares. So I gave Maru a battery pack today, got her up to 9 out of 10 hearts. I just have to get one more heart now with Maru, and then we can get married. So today I got 4 quantity sprinklers for a prize ticket. What I really want though is that book of friendship. That's a game changer. The house got a little bit bigger today, which was nice. We now have access to cooking, but it also means when we get married to Max Heart, we can get married. Marty will move in with us. I'm also going to Robin And this time we're going to upgrade our barn to a deluxe barn. I do need to get the pig now, because it takes a good couple of weeks for the pig to mature, and then I can get the truffle, so I don't have to worry about community center completion in year 1. So today was the trout derby, and a great tactic now for this is to get the first trout, put it into the bait maker, and then put that bait into your rod. That will dramatically increase the odds that when you get a hook, it's going to be a rainbow trout and not some other randomer fish. Every time you put up a rainbow trout, there's a very high chance you'll get a golden tag, and the more golden tags we get, the more rewards we are going to get. So we're getting crab pots, cookout kits, mystery boxes. We're also going to get diamonds as well. You get some really good rewards from this. The mounted trout is a really good aesthetic you can put inside your house. Triple shot espressos are really nice for skull cavern runs, and the bucket hat is one of my new favourite hats. Just look at me go, I am styling right now. I'm going to make more cakes. That means more money because I can convert more starfruit into starfruit wine. I'm going to take all these cakes up. It's time to move them into the barn. I'm sure the cows and the pigs and the goats won't mind. Clint wanted a pufferfish as part of a help wanted quest, so I gave him one of those, and Clint was happy out, of course. I got 600 gold for doing that quest, which wasn't too bad. I'm also going back to Pierre here now, and I'm going to purchase some rice because I needed to make a mackie roll. And to make a mackie roll, you just need any sort of fish, you need some rice, and you need some seaweed, so it's quite easy to make. And I needed that for one of the community center bundles. I also got rid of the rest of the debris on my farm here, and what I have now is a huge, giant, almost empty farm. But the great thing about this is that the grass is now going to regrow exponentially, and I can also make some tree farms. That tree farm that I made, I'm going to cut down all those trees. It's going to give me back thousands of wood. So I give Maru another love gift today. That maximizes her friendship. Now I just have to wait for a rainy day, and I'll be able to get that mermaid pendant for Maru, and we can get married. So I tried to go to Marley today to buy more animals. I really wanted to buy the pig, but she wasn't at her counter. I did go back up to Robin though, and I purchased a coop, so we get some chickens, we get some ducks, we get some rabbits. I also went up to the lake area today. Haley wanted a carp, so I just put one of those, and that's going to be more friendship points with Haley there as well. But we're just doing it for the prize tickets because I really wanted to get the Book of Power. So I'm going to buy some salads today off Gus. It is time. We're actually way overdue to do a decent skull cavern run. The iridium bars, especially when we maximize mining to get that to level 10, get the blacksmithing perk. Those iridium bars will sell for 1500 gold a pop. Despite the fact that Concerned Ape has brought in lots of money makers with professions in 1.6, iridium bars are still a great way to make money. While we're in the desert though, we're going to get the sandfish and the scorpion carp, which we need for our fishing collection. So we're getting there now with the fishing collection. For the artisan bundle, I had the apple, the pomegranate, the cloth, the orange, the peach, and I also had some honey for putting down some bee houses. So that was on a bundle completed. All that was left now was the animal bundle and the fall crops bundle. In terms of the chef bundle, the egg will be easy enough to get, just have to get chickens for that. But the truffle, I needed to get a pig, and I really needed Mary now to make a move so I could buy some animals off her. Today we'll do a skull cavern run, and I got a few treasure rooms, which was nice. Artifact troves are nice to get out of treasure chests. I got lucky though, and I finally got my first prismatic shard. Now it did take almost 2 months for me to get this. So normally I get this in spring, but the prismatic shard has been slightly nerfed. It is a bit harder to get. The next day though, just take a nice look at this. All of these lovely summer forageables ready to be collected. We're going to get a lot of forageable XP from this. But look at all the wild seeds I get to make here. 780 wild seeds in total. Now this is 25th of summer, so I can't replant those. Instead, I'll convert some into tea saplings maybe, and I'll just sell the rest. So I'm going to buy lots and lots of wheat because I don't want to have to re-hoe the ground in fall. So all of the free farming spots I have now will be filled up with wheat. And I'll get a mill then off Robin soon. We can convert the meat into flour. We can turn that into bread. We can make some nice big profits. The mushroom logs are really good. Every couple of days they'll generate mushrooms. I can just sell those, or I can just convert them. I'm going to go back to the desert with my prismatic shard, convert that into a galaxy sword, and that will also unlock the galaxy series with Marlin. So if I want to get a galaxy hammer, I can. A train passed through Stardew Valley, so I ran up in the hopes I get something nice. And I got a few bits and bobs. I got some iron, copper, some stone. That was it though. Sebastian came up too to take a look at the train, so it was nice to see him up there. I got a chipped amphora today, poured it off the ground. I can give that to Gunther. I also purchased a combat quantity just to get some more skill ups there for my combat. In order to get mastery and to get the really good items, I need to max out all of my skills, and combat was severely lacking right now, so that's why I purchased that skill book. It was time for another help wanted quest. This time the reward was a prize ticket. Just had to kill 3 of those crabs down at the mines. Today was raided, so I went to the old marina here, paid 5,000 gold, got the mermaid's pendant, and then I went to Gunther and gave him a few more things I got from Skull Cavern. So I got some bones there for killing the dinosaurs, got a strange dog, got a few other bits and bobs. And I'm hoping now that will be enough to get the key to the source. I also wasn't finished there though, there was still more stuff for Clint to break open. So I got to break open all the artifact troves that I got, the Omni Geodes, the regular Geodes. I wanted to talk to Gunther and ask him for permission to marry Maru. He was a bit confused, that was good enough for me. I was off into Maru's room to ask the big question. She accepted. Fabulous. Maru was going to be my new wife. I spent the rest of the day cutting down tons of trees on my farm. The tree fertilizer really came through for me, and I had lots of trees here now I get to cut down. This was going to give me hundreds upon hundreds of wood. I can use all this wood now to make even more kegs. That means more starfruit wine and a lot more money for me. I also had some mahogany trees that grew as well, so I cut those down for extra hardwood. So I got some goat milk and I got some regular cow's milk today, and I'm just going to convert that into cheese. And it's just a couple of reasons I want to do that. Cheese is actually a great food to bring into these Skull Caverns. Gunther visited me the next day. He gave me the rusty key. I can now go down to the source of Acrobus. My starfruits have now fully grown. It is the 27th of summer though, so this would be the last harvest of starfruit we're going to see for a while, unfortunately. But not to worry, we get to turn all that into starfruit wine for some serious money. We're going to go to Robin now, and we're going to upgrade our coop to a big coop, and we're also going to go to Barney and we're going to purchase a pig. Shout out to next channel member, Alexandria gets to be our lovely Stardew Valley 1.6 pig. Big shout out to Alexandria there. We're also going to follow up with a lot more animals, so here comes a huge list of member shoutouts. Fallon, you get to be a sheep. DJ Guardian gets to be a white chicken. Katie Potati gets to be a white chicken. Mania Iliana gets to be a white chicken. Valiant Chicken gets to be a white chicken. You'll be the boss of the white chickens. Pink Blossom, Marastic and Sabrina all get to be cows. Vice City gets to be a brown cow. Taylor H gets to be a white cow. Ashley Harris also gets to be a white cow. And Bonkers Busy gets to be a brown cow. Following up, Dara, guess what? You get to be a white cow. Now, let's pet our lovely animals. And I just want to take this opportunity to tell my channel members, thanks so much for supporting me. The least I can do is make sure that your animal counterparts remain happy and safe on our lovely Stardew Valley 1.6 farm. So we're going back into the secret woods. We're going to cut down some hardwood stumps and we're going to call it a day. If we click on the moon there, it turns into an angry face moon. Who knew the moon was angry? The next day we get our ancient fruit. We also get a lot of oak resins. This means we can make more cakes. So today I'm getting wild plums, cherries, spice berries, and I also got an apple, which was really nice because I need that for the community center bundle. I went back to the desert today, but this time I went back just to get some coconuts, cactus fruits, and staircases. I had a lot of jades accumulated, so I'm going to train those in for staircases. I'm going to get lots of mushrooms now from these mushroom blogs, and the common mushrooms can be converted into fall wild seeds. I'm going to sell all of my weapons and boots I don't need anymore to Marlin, just to get some more money. And we're going to go back down into the regular versions of the mines here, and I'm just going to farm some iron ores. Now this iron ore primarily will be used to make bombs for an upcoming Skull Cavern run. We're finishing off summer now, me and the wife Maru. We have the lovely event here of the Moonlight Jellies. I made 90,000 gold today. Primarily that was just selling the first batch of starfruit wine. And we're kicking off fall with our fabulous wedding, and everybody has assembled in town to wish us well. So in fall now, we can't really plant a whole lot of crops at the moment because wheat is grown, but that's only going to take a few days. And when that wheat is harvested, I can then just put down some pumpkins and other bits and bobs. Not to worry though, our main source of money this season will come from starfruit wine because we have so much starfruit now accumulated, and we're going to make more and more kegs every couple of days. We're going to see the big money roll in very quickly. So we're going to pay Pierre a visit. We're going to purchase a huge array of different types of crops. I'm also going to get a good handful of fairy roses. We can combine those with the bee houses to make some really nice honey. I'm also going to make some worm mints and upgrade those to deluxe worm mints now that I have moss. That's possible, and these will generate deluxe bait every single day. I'm going to cut down more mahogany trees here now as well because I desperately need the hardwood, and I also really want to max out my foraging skill to get that to level 10. Having a look at the help wanted quest, George is looking for an eggplant. That is impossible to do because it takes a good few days to grow an eggplant, and I'm not going to have it grown in time. So we just have to wait. I gave Penny a sandfish for her birthday. She was really happy with that, and she also complimented me on the wedding I had with Mario, so I thought that was a nice touch. I went down to Chrobus to say hi. Chrobus is going to be our new best friend, and I purchased a star job off him. Since I was down here, I also pulled up the mutant carp, which is another legendary fish, and we'll get to smoke that up as well. We now have access to the community boards, and we got some really cool quests here we can do with this. The first quest we're going to go with is aquatic outpopulation because I want to get the farm computer recipe off Demetrius there. But the smoked mutant carp, I got almost 6,300 gold, and that's alright, you know, for the legendary fish. The next day, all of our lovely wheat is well on the way. One more day and I should be able to harvest that. I hold up a new book of power called Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick, and this will give me a permanent increase to my defense of +1. That's a game changer right there. We're pulling up more fish today for the fishing collection. Just got the albacore there, which was nice. We spent the rest of the night just fishing. So for aquatic overpopulation, I actually had to get albacores, so that was nice as well. The next day, Demetrius tells me about the recipe for the farm computer. So another help wanted quest, it was another squid kid. I don't know what the people of Stardew Valley have against squid kids, but that must have been the 3rd or 4th time I've received that quest to go and murder a helpless squid kid living down in the mines. So I do more fishing today. I got the salmon, that's needed for the fishing collection. I also pulled up the angler, which is the big fall legendary fish, and we can smoke that up as well and sell it. So I'm going to go ahead now and purchase a ton of pumpkin seeds. I'm going to plant these at the farm because I'm going to get rid of all the hay very soon. I'm also going to go to Robin, and we are going to get a silo because a silo is something I haven't invested in yet, and because I have so many animals, I feel like I should have at least one silo just in case I get a rainy day and the animals don't get cranky. So today I'm going to fill up the farm with fabulous pumpkins, and then that night I pull up my very first midnight carp, which is also needed for the fishing collection. If I see trees, I do tend to cut them down straight away because not only do I need lots of wood, but I really want to get level 10 foraging. I got extraordinarily lucky today. I managed to hoe up a dinosaur egg. I was so happy about that. I will now go ahead and incubate that, and I'll have a dinosaur on the farm. The next dinosaur egg that he generates, I will then give that to Gunther. I also got the walleye, so I can now finish off the fish tank, and that is another community center room completed. So the Junimos are going to fix up the fish tank. They're also going to get rid of the boulder that was blocking water flow from the mines, and that will give us the ability to pan. So I got a gold bar for killing the squid kid, which was nice. I just have to talk to the wizard again, get some more nice friendship points, and a prize ticket. So I believe I now have enough prize tickets to get that nice book of power, which is the friendship book, and that will increase the friendship points I get by doing quests, talking to the NPCs around Stardew Valley. So it just makes it a little bit easier to reach perfection. So today we got lots of wild honey. Soon that will be fair rose honey. That sells for a lot more. I also made some mushroom logs. I'm just going to increase my little mushroom log farm here as well. I'm going to incubate that dinosaur egg, and I'm going to pick up all of the regular eggs that my chickens have laid. We're then going to pay Robin a visit, and we are going to construct another building here. We're going to upgrade our big coop to a deluxe coop. This way we can now get our hands on rabbits, and rabbits are really good for getting friendship up with people because they can give you the rabbit's foot. I'm also going to get ducks as well. I'm going to call this duck Pantox. That is another Gamergar channel member. Thank you so much for supporting me. So I completed the fall bundle now for the forageables, and I got back some fall seeds there, which is nice. Because I have been putting common mushrooms into the seed makers, I actually have a huge amount of fall wild seeds ready to be deployed. And that's going to come in so handy now very soon. So I get lots of starfruit wines today. I also had a look at the travelling cart to see if she had anything good, and she had stuffing. And the reason why I purchased stuffing is because I need it for one of the community center bundles. It was included in one of the remix bundles. So today I had a quest to take out 2 ghosts, so it was back down into the mines to do some ghost slaying activities. But if I saw regular slimes or dust sprites or iron deposits, I would grab those as well, as all those would be needed to get perfection. Once the ghosts were taken care of, it was time to go back to the lovely wizard, have a nice chat with him, and get that lovely reward. I'm also going to give the wizard a solar essence as well, because that's another item that he loves. 500 gold for beating the ghosts, which was alright. I made over 85,000 gold today from selling starfruit wine. The next day it was blackberry season, so I spent a good portion of today getting blackberries, and if I saw trees I just cut them down to get the wood as well. I also went to Robin too, and it was time to get a mill, because I wanted to convert all of that lovely wheat that I sowed into flour, and then I could turn the flour into bread to make a pretty good profit. Because there was so much wheat there, I would make some decent money from it. The book vendor came back to Stardew Valley, so I purchased the Book of Stars, and I also purchased Combat Quarterly, because I really wanted to reach mastery, and I needed to really sort out my combat, needed to get that up to 10 as quickly as possible. I also purchased Way of the Wind Part 2, and I also got the Woodcutter Weekly for Forging XP, and the Oscillator Legs, so I move faster when I go through debris or when I go through crops. So all of these books of power will greatly help me achieve perfection. It's also noting too that when the text says you've learned a new power, that means you've learned an actual skill that you get to keep for the rest of the game through that book. But if it says, you know, you've learned something about combat or you know something about foraging, it doesn't mean you get a level up. You only get a level up with a skill when it says that you have to sleep on something. Just to kind of clarify that for people. So I now had enough prize tickets gathered to get this magnificent Book of Power, the Friendship 101, and this means future interactions with NPCs now will get me more friendship points, so it just makes maximising the friendships with NPCs a little bit easier. So we had Rock Rejuvenation and a Curious Substance. We'll take the Curious Substance quest here for the wizard, because if we complete this quest, he will teach us the mini warp obelisk, which is really handy to have at the farm. I managed to get the ectoplasm there for the first ghost fought today, which is really lucky. I also got level 10 foraging, so I'm now going to select botanist. When I got level 10 mining, normally I go with blacksmith, because the 50% increase for bars is a game changer. But I was really struggling with coal, because I was smoking a lot of fish for money, so I decided to go with prospector, which increases the odds of me getting coal. And that actually helps me greatly. I can always just accumulate bars and leave them in my chest, and when I want to sell them later on, I can just respec using the statue down at the source. So I completed the Curious Substance, that makes the wizard happy. We're then going to harvest all of these lovely fall forageables on our farm, and I get to turn all those back into fall wild seeds so we can replant them. For the bulletin board, I finally had the blackberries, and I had the wild plums gathered. So that was 3 tappers in the bag for me. I then went down and made over 370 fall wild seeds, like they can go right back into the farm for more glorious foraging XP. And even though we're not going to get any extra forage XP right now, when we unlock mastery and I start pulling up all these forageables, it will count towards mastery. I just hope I can get mastery before I have to pull these up out of the ground. The next day, it was time, finally, for a skull cavern run. I had lots of bombs assembled, I had staircases, I had buff food. I was ready to go with a good, decent run. I got tons upon tons of iridium ores today. But I didn't come into skull caverns to get iridium ores. I came in specifically to slay monsters to increase my combat level. I did get a combat quality down here, which is really nice. But I really wanted to maximize my combat skill so I could get the lovely endgame mastery items. All of the mastery perks are absolutely insane. It doesn't matter what profession you go with, they're all fantastic money makers. I got lots of prismatic shards today as well. I got lots of resources all around. Copper, iron, gold, iridium. I got level 9 combat plus 5 HP. I can now make iridium bands, which is really nice. I just needed one more level in combat, and I could then start attempting to get mastery levels so I can get the most powerful perks in the game. It was time to think about more ways I could make money, and because I had the auto petter now, and I was going to get an auto grabber very soon, I decided to put down some mayonnaise machines and start converting all my eggs into mayonnaise. That would also benefit from the artisan profession as well. So I put all of the hay I got into the mill. That's going to give back flour now the next day. And I finally got some truffles here off the lovely pig Alexandra. Thank you very much. So we can now go to the chef's bundle. We're going to put in the truffle there as well and the fried egg. And that is the chef's bundle completed. The reward was a pig cake. Not bad. It is a nice item for health and energy. For the enchanter's bundle, I just needed a pomegranate. So hopefully I'll get that inside my back cave. For the winter star bundle, I need either 5 holly, a plum pudding, or some powder melons. I will get those in winter eventually. The holly will be simple enough, or the powder melons. We're going to pay Robin a visit today. We're going together to build this slime hutch, and the reason for the slime hutch isn't because I want to raise slimes. I just want the possibility of a slain slime to potentially drop a slime egg, because the slime eggs sell for really nice money. So I sold a lot of stuff today. The Fair Rose honey with artisan is selling for 952 gold, which is amazing. I got back over 500 wheat flour today. So I'm going to bring that straight into my house, and I'm going to cook that up. I'm going to make tons of bread. The bread is a little bit more profitable than the wheat flour, so I'm going to sell all that bread now, and that's going to make me tons of money. I had a look at the Help Wanted quest today. Leah was looking for an extra cactus fruit laying around, and I had cactuses to burn. It's going to be an easy quest there with Leah. Another bundle complete there, that was the animal bundle. I got a cheese press, which was nice. So I'm going back down to the mines today, and I'm looking for gold. The reason why I want gold is because I want to make some more sprinklers. I want to see if I can just fill out the farm with sprinklers, so come here too, I can make some serious money. I also wanted to focus on some of the monster eradication goals, and when enemies like this drop iridium bars, it's always just so nice. I also wanted to max out my combat skill, so I figured if I killed a few more enemies, I might get it to level 10, and sure enough I did. I got over 30,000 gold for the bread, which is amazing. I also maxed out my combat, which means I can now start going for mastery levels. That's going to be very exciting indeed. Now when you unlock mastery, you cannot select an endgame perk straight away. You have to obtain the first mastery level. In order to get a mastery level, you simply just have to use all your professions the same way that you'd use them if you're trying to level them up. The great thing about mastery is that you can fish, forage, mine, kill monsters, and that will all count towards mastery levels. So it's quite easy to get mastery levels. So we're going to buy some rabbits today, and it's time for some more member shoutouts. The only thing is that I've run out of members, so I couldn't do a member shoutout there. So if you've made it this far into the video, consider becoming a GamerGar member, and I'll shout you out then in the future when I punch the video if I'm using animals. If I'm not using animals, I'll figure out some other way to shout you out. I might call you after with a weapon or some sort of a mod or something like that. But consider membership anyway, it's only a few euro per month. So I finished the fall bundle now today. I get a bee house as a reward. That was really nice. And that now is the pantry fully done. This one unlocked the greenhouse for us. And the greenhouse is absolutely amazing. We can put anything we want into the greenhouse. Doesn't matter what season it is. So for example, starfruit. And we can go to sanding anytime we want now in the desert. We can buy starfruit if we want. Put that into the greenhouse. And that's going to be even more money for us going forward. When we get to Ginger Island, that's more or less another giant greenhouse, so we can have starfruit going over there all year round. No hassle at all. So what we're doing here now is basically monster eradication goals, but also trying to increase mastery skills too by slaying monsters. At the end of the day, we have our lovely Junimos working hard to fix up the greenhouse. And you might notice too that the raccoon there ran out of the broken greenhouse, and we're going to have to try to make a home for him very soon and help him grow a huge, big, loving family. So I went down to the Statue of Uncertainty today, and I'm just going to respec a couple of skills there. I want to get some more money, so I'm going to respec into the blacksmith perk, and I'm just going to sell my iridium bars to get tons more money for those, because bars will increase from 1,000 gold to 1,500 gold, and that's a game changer right there. So we're still harvesting our starfruit wine, and we're putting more regular starfruit back into the kegs to make even more money. We're going to get tons of money from this. I also had some cheese presses today because the cows and the goats are starting to accumulate a lot of cheese now on a daily and every 2 days basis. So it's time to make us some decent cheese. I also respec'd into blacksmith right there as well. And at the end of the day, I made 345,000 gold, primarily from selling starfruit wine, of course, with a few other bits and bobs. But starfruit wine is still probably one of the best money makers in the game. Very hard to compare it to other methods. And there are a lot of other methods you can use to make money, but starfruit wine is just a bit broken. So today we are getting cheese, we're getting mushrooms, we're getting fall forageables. It's just a great day for collecting stuff, selling stuff, making even more money. I made over 900 fall seeds today, which is just insane. We also have the Stardew Valley Fair. So we got a prismatic shard, we got a iridium bar, Superset espresso, we got a super cucumber, the diamond, the starfruit wine, we got a regular starfruit, and we've got some milk as well. We got a rating of first place of 107. That's 1,000 star tokens right there. We'll gamble those until we have enough star tokens to buy up all the goodies. Now, because we have the 1.6, there's also a prize ticket you can buy off that vendor as well, just really nice. But the first thing we're going to get is the star drop. The next day, the pumpkins came to fruition, so we're going to harvest up all the pumpkins, and now it's time to select the mastery. I'm going to go with the foraging mastery because I really want to try out those mystic trees. I want to see if I can abuse those, because the mystic syrup, if you tap those trees, it says for 1,000 gold a pop. We also get a chance to get gold mystery boxes. You can get some very good things inside those. To make a mystic tree seed, I need acorns, maple seeds, pine cones, and mahogany seeds, but we need a few of each type of seed. So despite the fact that I have been saving up seeds, I was only able to make 11 of these, which isn't bad, but I would have liked to make more. I didn't process any pumpkins today. I just sold them as they are because I still have a lot of starfruit to process, and the pumpkins would have just been left in the chest, and it would have been a long time before I got to them. So I decided to just get huge amounts of money now rather than process the pumpkins later. I went to Clint today. He's going to break open some mystery boxes for us. I was hoping for the Book of Power that increases the odds of getting more mystery boxes, but for some reason it's very rare for me in this playthrough. I got it no problem at all on my first 100 day video, but I don't know if concerned it made a few tweaks, but it is very hard to get now in my opinion. I just completed the Enchanter's bundle there. As a reward, I'm going to get 5 gold bars, which isn't too bad. It was just the Winter Star bundle now that was left. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to pay Robin a visit. We're going to get Robin to build us a shed so we can put all of our kegs inside there, because I feel bad about the cows and the pigs and everything else that are in the barns. Also, it just makes it a little bit easier to harvest all of the starfruit because the shed isn't going to have any animals inside it. And then decided to go back down to the mines, and we're going to do the community quest here for Clint, and we're going to try to accumulate bug meat. So we just have to sell loads of bugs for that. But these bugs will now occasionally drop golden mystery boxes. You get some good things in those. I'm also getting Pharaoh's honey today as well. That's going to be a nice money maker right there. And we're back into the mines getting even more bug meat to see if we can get this quest done and dusted. We're also going to get nice money for this once we submit all the bug meat. The reward is a whopping 3,000 gold, which isn't bad for killing bugs. The next day, our mushroom logs are ready. Once those mystic trees are fully grown, there's a very good chance a lot of those mushroom logs will generate purple mushrooms, and we can then get some dehydrators and we can dehydrate the purple mushrooms to make some really good money that way as well. We're now going to upgrade our shed to a big shed, and then we're going to pop into Pierre's here and we're going to purchase the dehydrator recipe. Now, it does cost 10,000 gold, but any combination of mushrooms or any sort of fruit you put into that and you dehydrate it, you're guaranteed to get back a profit. Now, the only thing about these machines is that they take almost a whole day to process an item for you. So if you really want to profit greatly from dehydrators, you're better off to make maybe 5 or 10 of them and just line them all up. So it was time to fix up to Tree Stump today so we can help our raccoon friend get set up in Stardew Valley. I just needed 100 pieces of hardwood, and because I've been growing mahogany trees and going to the secret woods all the time to accumulate hardwood, that was easy enough to do. A few days from now, our raccoon will move in and he'll give us some cool quests to do. Today started with a collection of oak resins, our lovely aged fruit. And because we're now on the 21st of fall, I wasn't really going to plant any more crops. I decided to plant a ton of wheat. That would just take a few days to grow. We can then put that into the mill, where we can turn it into flour and then turn it into bread. The bookshop vendor came back to Stardew Valley. This time, we're going to purchase Horse the Book for 25,000 gold. I had lots of money, so why not? It was another book of power added to our lovely skill tree. I'm also going to get some skill books here too, just to speed up the whole mastery gains. So we're going to get the Woodcutters Weekly, we're going to get the Mining Monthly, we're going to get the Bait Bobber. They will all go towards mastery. Every single mastery tier I unlock from now on is going to be a great moneymaker for me. I'm just not too sure right now which mastery tier I'm going to go for, but I still had a long way to go to reach level 2 mastery. For now, we'll just take another quest, and Fragments of the Past seems like the perfect quest for us. We needed 100 pieces of bone. Without access to Ginger Island, that can be quite grindy because we have to kill the skellies on floor 70. But for now, let's talk to this lovely raccoon. He wants a smoked bullhead, and he wants 5 of those beach forageables, the cockles. Now, it doesn't have to be a smoked bullhead. You can give that raccoon any smoked fish you want to complete that slot. But we will have to pick up 5 of these cockles, alright. To speed up progression of the cockles, we can just get some crab pots, put them down at the beach, and there's a good chance that those crab pots then will nab a nice cockle for us. I'm also going to put a few crab pots down by the river as well, just so I can get the other fish I need for the fishing collection. And then, while we're waiting for the crab pots to secure those nice fishies for us, we're going to go down to the mines and we're going to kill some skeletons here, get some bone fragments. We need 100 in total to complete that quest with the wizard. But the reward will be worth it. The bone mill is very good for farmers. It gives speed grows, it gives fertilizers, it gives tree fertilizers, it gives amazing things. So I went back to the raccoon the next day. I'm going to give him a smoked chub. I know he wants a smoked bullfish, but he's starving. He won't mind what fish you give him as long as it's smoked. Give him the 5 cockles as well. He's going to give me some powder melon seeds. And what I love about this is the fact that we're in fall. The raccoon is smart enough to know that if he was to give me, we'll say, broccoli seeds, I'm not going to have enough time to grow those in fall. That's why he's giving me powder melon seeds. The raccoon is smart enough to know that winter is just around the corner, so he will give you items that will, suit you depending on what season you're in. That's the great thing about the raccoon. The raccoon can also give you things like star drop teas and other great stuff, so it's always worth doing the raccoon quests. And the more quests you do, the more amazing perks you're going to unlock with that raccoon. So take my advice, if you've unlocked the raccoon, just do all the quests. It's going to pay off greatly by the time you get to all of the lovely end game quests with that raccoon. So we're going to get Robin to make a fish pot for us today. It just takes 2 days, but I wanted to add some more variety to my farm, and I thought a few fish ponds would be the way to go. I then went to the barn here. I'm going to pickaxe up all these kegs. I'm going to move them into the big shed. I figured my animals would appreciate the space if I just cleaned up the barn a little bit and moved all these kegs away. The next day, Gunther rewarded me with the bone mill for getting me all those bone fragments. I'm also picking up dried common mushrooms here, and they will sell for more than what 5 common mushrooms are worth. And that's 5 Iridium Star common mushrooms as well, so it's a really nice machine, the dehydrator. So I'm going to do some lava eel fishing today, and I also came down here with a bait maker as well. So I'm going to put the first lava eel into the bait maker to get back lava eel bait. That will dramatically increase the odds of me getting lava eels in the future over trash. Now, I did make a video recently talking about the best fishing setups, and going forward, if I come down here to fish, I will also bring down a recycling machine. So if I pull up trash, I can just put that straight into the recycling machine, and I might get back coal as well. I can always bring down a fish smoker with me as well. So I'm going to make some iridium bands today, 2 in total. That is going to increase my attack power by 20%. It's going to give me some light, but it's also going to give me some magnetism. And magnetism is always so handy to, go into dungeons with, or even just going around Stardew Valley for cutting down trees or stuff. It's just nice to have those items float towards you. So I'm going to do a few quests today. I'm going to pick up Linus's berry basket, give that to him. I'm also going to put a battery into this little switch here, and this activates a key quest chain. So you don't actually need the secret letter to activate that quest chain. You can get to the casino way earlier in the game if you want, just so you know. I'm also going to cut down some trees here if I see them, and then we are going to go to the Halloween event. We're going to purchase the rare crow there as well, and we're going to do the maze. Now the maze stays the same in year 1, but it does dramatically change in year 2, just so you know. It was quite a surprise when I saw it there a few months ago. So I'm giving Mara some gifts today. I need to accumulate more stars in my wife in order for her to give me a star drop. So we're going to continually work on Maru, make sure she's super happy. Today it's another beautiful day because we're getting Fairy Rose Honey. I'm also going to purchase the Snowman Rare Crow here from the Travelling Cart because I need to get all of the Rare Crows to learn the Deluxe Rare Crow. That's needed for perfection. I also did the Secret Woods with my Sweet Chef Berry. I gave that to the statue for another star drop, which was nice. We're going to visit the Desert Trader today. I'm going to give her tons of jades so I get back staircases so we can do another Skull Cavern run soon enough. It's the last day of fall, so I'm going to harvest up all of this wheat. And we get to convert this now to make a pretty good profit. So we're actually very close to 1 billion gold. So before the year is out, we might treat ourselves to a couple of warm obelisks if we can afford those. The only reason I didn't make more money up until this point is because I didn't go to Jojo route. If I went to Jojo route, I would have had a ginger island farm set up with starfruit. We would have made way more money. But we already done the Jojo route. We have to now get perfection using the community center route. That's just the way it goes. So I went into the greenhouse today, and I'm going to set up a really cool I don't know what this is, to be honest with you. It was a new moment, okay? I thought for a second that I could put bee houses in here and fairy roses and have fairy rose honey all year round. I was wrong. Do not repeat what I did. Do not put your bee house inside your greenhouse. It will not work. So I'm just going to blame that on sleep deprivation because I have 2 kids. I just made a doobie mistake there. Just ignore it. Never happened. So I finally got a star drop off my wife. Thank you very much, Maru. Good luck to you. We are now on the first day of winter, so we're now going through the last stretch of the challenge, but there's still a lot of stuff to cover, so buckle up. I'm going to make lots of bread today. We're going to sell this, make lots of money. We have over 1 million gold. We're going to play hide and seek with Crocus here. He's going to give us the magnifying glass. This will give us access to all of the secret notes, and some of those secret notes are extremely powerful. They give some real good perks. It's time to choose another community quest. We are going to go with Cave Patrol, and we're going to murder some innocent dust sprites because we want coal. We also want that burglar ring. We also get an iridium pickaxe off Clint. Thank you very much. We can now one-shot nodes in the Skull Cavern. We're also picking up forage mills here now as well because I need to get the forage mills to complete the community centre. I also need either 5 powder melons or 5 pieces of holly so we can finally get to Ginger Island and access the powerful perks within. We're also going to the secret woods and we're accumulating more hardwood because we need lots of hardwood to fix up the boat. So I needed a snow yam to finish off the winter foraging bundle. Didn't get any snow yams today, but I will have a gander tomorrow to see if I can hoe any up from the ground. I planted some powder melons, move on to the next day. I managed to hoe up a snow yam, which was great. We can bring that straight up to the community centre to finish out another bundle. The reward for that now is going to be some winter wild seeds, which is really nice. We can plant those on the farm and we get some winter forageables going as well. So that is another room complete. The Junimos are super happy. That's going to unlock the bridge for us, which is nice. We're also going to complete the bulletin board as well, and that is going to complete the entirety of the community centre. So we basically have the whole month of winter now to get into Ginger Island and see how well we can do over there. We can also access the Quarry Cave as well, and we get some cool stuff in there too. My mystic trees have now fully grown. I'm going to tap these up. Every couple of days they give me mystic startups. We're now going to speak to the raccoon. He wants a dried powder melon and he wants cactus fruit jelly. The jelly will be easy enough, but he's going to have to wait for the powder melons because they're grown at the moment on the farm. We're also going to attempt the glacier fish. In my opinion, I think it's the hardest fish in the game. Way harder than the legend. It took me 2 goals to get that, so I was happy I got it on the second attempt. We now get the great cutscene here of the completion of the remixed community center. We're going to get a cool trophy. Not as good as the judge machine, but hey, it's a trophy, it's a nice decoration, right? Time for another wanted quest. Robin wants 35 pieces of wood. Easy enough. We're also going to pull up some fish here too to see if we can complete the fishing collection. So Willie will give us that star drop. We're quite close to that now. We're going to smoke up the glacier fish to get some extra money. We're also going to smoke up some link cards, other bits and bobs as well. I also put up a squid that night. We also need that for the fishing collection. The next day, I got a lot of purple mushrooms because of the mystic trees. But there's still a lot more mystic trees I could plant to increase the odds of those mushroom logs generate purple mushrooms. We're now doing some cave runs. We're eliminating some dust sprites to see if we can complete the community quest. Once all the dust sprites have been eliminated, we get 6,000 gold for that quest completion. Thanks so much, Clint. We're now going to go to the quarry because the bridge is fixed, and the quarry now is a great place to get coal because there's lots of coal nodes over here. If you exhaust all of the resources outside, you can go to an area here and this spawns coal every single day. So if you're really stuck on coal, you come here and get coal all of the time. We're now going to grab our golden scythe. It's a little bit better than the regular scythe. It hits for a little bit more damage and it does have better harvesting rates on it, and it also has much greater range. But hopefully, sooner rather than later, we can get our hands on the iridium scythe. But for now, we're going to go with combat mastery because I want the trinkets. I also want those heavy furnaces because they're just amazing, and we have lots of ores we need to smelt. I made a huge amount of money today, primarily from selling starfruit wine, over 240,000 gold. The next day, for completing the community quest for Clint for killing dust sprites, he gave me a Jewel Crusher. Jewel Crusher can now be used without the use of coal. So you can now spam Jewel Crushers if you really want to bang out those artifacts and minerals. You don't want to wait around for Clint to do it. We also fixed up the boat. We need iridium bars, battery packs, and hardwood. So we can now go to Ginger Island tomorrow if we want to. We're also going to get Clint to open up some artifact troves, golden mystery boxes, and a huge array of different types of geodes as well. And I'm hoping now this is going to get very close to get the lovely magic rock candy and star drop off of Gunther. I also threw a strange doll into the magma here and a weird serpent appeared. Gave me this crystal here called the Faraway Stone. And this is just a cool secret here that can sort of add it to 1.6. It's basically a Terraria crossover. I never played Terraria myself, but apparently that's what it is. But in order to see the secret to completion, we need to delve into the endgame a little bit. We have to go to the cave here. Now I tried to fish up a void mayonnaise, but Concerned Ape has made the capture rate of a void mayonnaise to be extremely difficult. It took me the whole day to get a void mayonnaise. I didn't even get it on the 6th of winter. I had to wait till the 7th to get it. But that night, we had a cool cutscene of Robin and Willie fixing up the boat here so we can now go to Ginger Island and explore. So I'm going to purchase a few void eggs off Krobus. I needed 1 void egg to sell for item completion. I need the 2nd void egg to turn into a void mayonnaise so that I can get past this goblin. And I needed the 3rd void egg to turn into another void mayonnaise so I can sell that for item completion. Once I got the magic ink, I could stand on the teleporter and that would bring me to the basement of the wizard's house. And now I can use the Faraway Stone on this pedestal, and a really cool scene happens where this cat will come out of the world of Terraria, and the cat will give me a fearsome weapon known as the Meowmere. The only thing is that the weapon isn't that fearsome. But what we can do is we can use item transmogrification once we get to the Forge of Ginger Island, and we can put the Meowmere onto a very powerful weapon. And that's something we might do in the next video. So I used the staircase in Mary Lewis's house, and this is just another secret to show you here in case you missed the last video. And once you pick up his lucky purple shorts, you get chased by the other shorts, so you have to escape from them or they can kill you. I feel like if you get his lucky purple shorts from his basement and not Barney's bedroom, his dialogue should change. So, on the off chance if Concerned Ape has made this far into my video, Would you consider adding some special dialogue there if you get his lucky purple shorts from his basement? Back to the video. I pulled up a slime jack, that's it for the fishing collection. It was time for another community quest. We had Robin's Project or Gus's famous omelette. I'm going to go with Robin's Project for one main reason, and that is we get friendship points with Robin up on that quest completion, and I wanted to get her to 6 or 7 hearts so she'd give me the flute block for the Ginger Island mermaid puzzle. So we did the fishing event today for winter. I won that, and I'm going to get some really cool prizes there. I'm going to get a magnet, barbed hook, we're going to get the dress spinner and the sailor's cap. So that was nice. Abigail had a help wanted quest here as well. She just wanted an iron bar. I of course obliged because I'm still collecting prize tickets because there's still really nice stuff you get from those prize tickets, including additional Star Drop teas and magic rock candies. So we're going to make our way to Ginger Island, and this is probably the first time I've seen the winter islands, because I never really go to Ginger Island during the winter. Normally I go there during the spring or the summer, so I don't see the white snow-covered islands. So I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know if that was added in 1.6 or if it was always in 1.5. So if someone is listening, if anybody knows, just to confirm if that little change was there in 1.5 or not. Now, I could have paid that Georgia pirate to find all the golden walnuts, but all my money would be gone, and I have over 1 million gold. The more golden walnuts I find, the less money I'll have to give to that Georgia pirate, which is kind of cool. So my advice, if you're really wanting to get into Key's Secret Walnut Room, but you're struggling to find the last couple of golden walnuts, you can always consider giving the parrots some money then. There was a total of 5 golden walnuts you can accumulate from fishing. And I've done this so many times, I more or less know where all of the golden walnuts are without looking at any sort of guide. The plan was simple, to accumulate enough golden walnuts to get the parrots to fix up the house for me so I could sleep over on Ginger Island, so I could wake up the next day on Ginger Island and use all of that precious time to make some serious progression over here. Ginger Island is the place to go if you want to make tons of money. This whole farm is basically a giant greenhouse. We want to get access to Key's Secret Walnut Room as quickly as possible. We also completed a monster snare goal there as well by selling one of those duggies. And the duggies are just amazing loot tools, because normally when you kill a duggie at the volcano cave, they drop really cool bombs. I'm picking up trinkets here too. I had the fairy there for a while. I swapped it out for the magic quiver. The magic quiver is actually pretty good because it continuously fires arrows. And it's a great way to keep those magma sprites and magma sparklers away from you, especially if you need to take out the water you can, you need to make a bridge across to get to some sort of island, or if you just want to mine some stuff but you don't want to fight any of the magma sprites. So it's a real handy trinket to have to keep those monsters away. It's also really handy to keep the serpents away from you too, as well as go caverns, and it will eventually kill stuff too. So it's not like a weak trinket, it's just good all around. So I freed Professor Snail today. That opens up his archaeology quest line, and we will try our best to get all of the archaeology items for him as quickly as possible. So I got a protection ring today, which is not great, but you can get really good stuff inside those chests. I made it to the top of the volcano today, and it always gives you a prismatic shard the first time you get up there, which is nice. So I enchanted my pickaxe and I got efficient. I wasn't overly excited about that. I was hoping for powerful or swift, but I did get Crusader on my Galaxy Sword, and I think Crusader is probably one of the best enchants you get for a weapon because it packs in the mummies very quickly, and there's lots of undead enemies in this game, so Crusader will do additional damage to those. So I decided to go back to Stardew Valley today, and there was a Squid Fest tournament on, and every time I caught a squid I'd get a point, and if you catch a total of 8 squids, you'll get all the prizes of today. And the reason why you want to catch squids is because you get a really cool book of power called the Art of Crabbing, and it just means that you have a chance to get double loot from crab pot, so it just makes the crab pots a bit handier to use. And we'll use the bait maker again to our advantage. We'll put in the squid, get back squid bait. That way then it'll be really easy to pull up loads of squids during the day. So that is another book of power added, which is the Art of Crab, which is pretty cool. We're heading back over to Ginger Island the next day. We just picked up the fossilized leg there that we need. I also managed to pan up the fossilized tail, which was nice. And I also managed to home a prismatic shirt. And I thought this was hilarious. Because to make a prismatic shirt you need cloth and a prismatic shard. And just to hold it up from the ground, I thought it was quite rare. So there we go. A prismatic shirt for us. For the rest of the day, I just went around Ginger Island getting more gold walnuts. There's a few I could haul up here. And across the bridge there to the right, there's 2 more I could pick up as well. I managed to fish up the fossilized spine there as well, which is needed. I managed to fish up the skull there from the beach. That was the snake skull. Just outside Leo's house, if you whack away all the weeds here, there's a good chance you get the mummified frog. That's also needed. And if you get Clint to break open a couple of golden coconuts, there's a good chance you get the fossilized skull there as well. So it was time to complete Robin's quest for the hardwood. And she's going to give me 2,000 gold for that. We're also going to get friendship points with that as well. We also had help on the quest with Robin. She wanted a bream, and that was going to be even more friendship points. So I'm going to give her the bream straight away. And I'm now hoping that I have enough friendship points accumulated with Robin so that it will activate the cutscene where she'll teach me the flute block and the drum block. And voila, there we go. It was perfect timing. So if we get a ready day now over on Ginger Island, we can attempt the mermaid puzzle. But first we have to unlock that area. I also got a star drop tea here for putting in the prize tickets. I'm going to give that to Harvey along with a loved gift that puts him straight up to 8 out of 8 hearts. We're also going to get our first batch of mystic syrups today. Each of these syrups will sell for 1,000 gold. So the more mystic trees we can put on the farm now, the more money we're going to get. Those mystic syrups are just amazing. We're also going to have a look at our auto grabbers, and there's quite a lot of animal products we can get. I could process these and make more money, but that would take a lot of time, especially the milk there from the cows. There's a lot of milk there. Instead, I'm just going to sell it all raw. I went back to Ginger Island today and I hauled up the fossilized ribs there, which was nice. Now we're going to do the island survey. It's the same answer every time. For the purple flowers, it's 22. And then for the purple starfishes, it's always going to be 18. And that never changes, which is nice. So it's 2 handy golden walnuts there. I'm now going to donate all of the artifacts here to Professor Snail. And that is going to reward me with tons of golden walnuts. This is going to be a big progression boost. We also get the banana sapling, which is very important because we need to give the gorilla a banana who's located just outside Leo's house to get a few more golden walnuts down the road. So I decided to upgrade the warp obelisk so I can get back to Stardew Valley fairly fast, and we're now going to take the community cleanup quest for Linus so he teaches us the fiber seeds. All I need now for the fishing collection is that manta ray, so I just have to unlock the beach area there now on Ginger Island so I can get at that. I also hold up a strange dot today. We can give it to Gunther. In order to get perfection, we need to give Gunther all of the minerals and artifacts. I did some panning today too. I managed to get some gold ore and a diamond. Panning is now way more fun. You can even upgrade the pan and get way more goodies. So I'm back doing volcano runs today in the hopes to get better enchants from my gear, power up my weapons and get better stuff from the chests. So I'm putting some rubies into my galaxy sword to increase its attack power. The more attack power I have, the more fun I'm going to have doing what's called cavern runs. I finally got the dried powder melons for the raccoon. It took a while. I got the raccoon journal back as a reward. This is an amazing book of power. This greatly increased the chances of getting items from weeds when you destroy them. It's really nice. So as we can see here, weeds have a greater chance to yield the mixed seeds. And mixed seeds are going to be something you're always going to need. Even if you have millions of gold, you can trade in the mixed seeds in a raccoon's way for some pretty cool stuff. We're going to get Robin to make a stables, and now we're going to visit Sandy, and we are going to purchase a full batch, 999 pieces of starfruit seeds. And we're going to put those over at Ginger Island, so we will prep Ginger Island for that, and that is going to make us a lot of money. With the money I had left over, I decided to get the desert obelisk. Now I don't have to worry about Pam and the bus. I can just click on the obelisk and away I go to the desert. I'm also going to visit the Statue of Uncertainty, and I'm going to change up my farming professions. I'm going to sacrifice my artisan, and I'm just going to get the perk where crops grow 10% faster, so the starfruit will grow way faster. I can also combine that with some decent speed grows to really speed up the growth rate of crops. We're we're doing this called cavern run today, and I got some pretty good rewards. I got lots of prismatic shards, I got lots of iridium ores, and auto pedders, auto grabbers. It was just a great run all around. So it was time for the book vendor today. I purchased the usual skill books to try to increase my mastery level as quickly as possible. I had all of the books of power that you can get from the book vendor already got, so it was just getting skill books for now. I pulled up a larger bass today because it was just another help wanted quest, and I was given that to Demetrius here. That was another prize ticket for me, which was nice. I really wanted to get the magic rock candy from our Lewis's ticket machine for future Skull Cavern runs. So we're going to go with mining mastery today because I really wanted the heavy furnace. And I just make a few of these heavy furnaces now, and this is going to come in so handy for mass producing iridium bars. And I can sell those bars then and make an absolute truckload of money. I decided to do Linus's quest, the community cleanup down here in level 100 of the mines, because if I get trash, good, that's good towards the quest. But if I get lava eel, I could smoke that for lots of money. So it just made it a bit more fun. You only get 500 gold for completing that quest. Linus doesn't have a whole lot of money, but the fiber seed is really good. So I have a good few monster eradication goals done right there, so I get lots of rewards. Let's have a quick look at the goals. We still have a lot of slimes left to kill, a lot of void spirits. We have just a few dust sprites. In terms of mummies, we have to kill a lot of those because we have Crusader. That speed up dramatically. Pepper Rexes, serpents, and magma sprites. But because we killed over 1,000 monsters, we can go into the back room here of the Adventurers Guild and get the mapping cave systems. And this book is amazing. This will give us a 50% discount on Barland's item retrieval service. So if you lose a very important item in Skull Caverns or regular mines or wherever you are, Barland can now retrieve that at a big discounted rate for you. We're also going to visit the regular dwarf. We're going to purchase the Dwarvish Safety Guide, and that's going to reduce bomb damage to us, which is a game changer as well, because I'm always blowing myself up with Skull Caverns. So we got the fiber seed today off Linus. We're also using our heavy furnaces to make lots of iron bars, and we're now going to go to Clint to start upgrading our tools. We're going to upgrade our hoe to a gold hoe. I'm also going to get Clint to break open all of these mystery boxes in the hopes to get something good. I was really hoping for the mystery box book of power, but it just wasn't meant to be. I made fiber seeds today, and we're going to plant all these now at the farm, so I'm going to have tons of fiber for next year to make whatever I want with it. I sold 77 iridium bars today. I'm at 150,000 gold. I also took a nice stroll through the quarry cave. I was hoping for the magic rock candy from the floaty skulls, but it wasn't meant to be. I then decided to take on another community quest. This time we're going to go for the prismatic jelly. If we complete this quest, the wizard will give us the recipe for the monster musk, and that makes monster eradication goals super simple because it dramatically increases the spawn rate of monsters. So after a few detours of coming in and out of the mines, I got the prismatic jelly, killed it, gave it to the wizard, and he was super happy with that. I also gave Emily a squid because that was just a help wanted quest for her. That was a nice 240 gold into the pocket there as well, and some more friendship points with Emily. I got a rare event tonight. The witch came along, but she spewed her magic on my slime hutch. This is going to turn all my slimes into black slimes, and if you kill them you get coal, which is kind of cool. So I got the monster musk off the wizard. I also got my gold hoe off Clint, which was nice. Now, since I have the money, we're just going to give that back to Clint, and we might as well upgrade it on the way to the iridium hoe. We're also going to give Clint the purple mushroom, because that was just another help-wanted quest there for Clint. Good old George refined quartz. I like George, you know, I think he's a good NPC, he's got a good backstory, good character development. George is cool. I finally get the magic rock candy and another star drop tea. These prize tickets are just so overpowered. I just can't recommend doing those help wanted quests enough. So it was Leah's birthday today. She got a salad. She also got a star drop tea, boosting her right up to 7 out of 8 hearts. I mean, those star drop teas are just insanely overpowered. I had a lot of Omni Geodes from doing this called Cavern Run, so we're going to get Clint to break open all those. It's time to introduce our newest channel member, Kenzie. You get to be the horse of Gamergar's Stardew Valley 1.6 farm. It is time to collect all of these lovely mystic syrups, and now me and Kenzie are going to go for a nice stroll and see if this train would give us anything decent. It didn't. We're now going to go back to the farm and we're going to make a statue of the Dwarf King. And this statue can give us some really cool perks, including increased chances of staircases in the mines or caverns, extra coal, extra ore per veins, bombs don't do any damage to us. It's just an amazing statue all around. And it's one of the great things that comes with the mining mastery. So we just completed a monster slayer goal there, and that was actually for killing dust sprites, so we can now get the burglar ring. It's now Christmas time, and we get to give Pierre a secret gift. I get my prismatic shard because I have loads of them right now. Pierre was really happy about that. My gift giver was Robin. She gave me 99 pieces of wood. You know what? It's not bad. That's a cake right there, provided I have the rest of the mats. The raccoon was looking for some dried mushrooms and cave cards. It was really simple, so we'll have that in no time. It was Clint's birthday today, and it was just so depressing seeing him buying his own in the boiler room. I really hope Concerned Ape adds in some sort of event where Clint can get with Emily and they can have a family and kids and live happily ever after, you know? It was time to get some secrets today, so I'm going to get the HMTGF by putting a super cucumber into that chest there just north of Clint's house. I also got the further Goomon by putting a strange bun into Vincent's toy box, and I get the pinky lemon there by putting the duck mayonnaise into a container there inside Gus's saloon. So we're going to get 15 golden walnuts in total now today, because we have the melon, we have the wheat, and we have the onion. And the frog is going to give us 5 golden walnuts for inspecting each one, which is really nice. That puts us up to 24 golden walnuts right there. I now have enough to finally fix up the beach area. And we can also do the mermaid puzzle because it's raining. That's going to give us 5 more golden walnuts. We can fish an extra one up there. We can hold up out of the ground just up there too between those 4 golden stars. And we can fish up the stingray as well, which gives us the master angler. And that is all of the fish captured in Stardew Valley. That's going to give us a star drop now for money the next day. I'm also going to enchant some tools here again. I finally got powerful for the iridium pickaxe, so I'm very happy with that. And if we take a look at my sword, it has Crusader. My fishing rod has Master, which is really nice. I will enchant the axe eventually once I get more prismatic shards. The next day, Willie gives me a star drop for catching all of the fish in the game. Thanks very much, Willie. And this is the last day of our challenge. What an experience it was. I have to say the new 1.6 is amazing. But we're not finished just yet. We're going to give the raccoon here some goods, and he is going to give us a raccoon hat, which is a really cool hat in my opinion. I just don't want to know where he got that hat from. Maybe he just made it himself with his own fur. Maybe he just sheds a lot. That's how I'm going to process that. I also fished up an iridium crobus. Now you need a fishing skill of 15 to grab that. Because I had master, I just had to take a buff food to get me +4 fishing, so the seafoam pudding done the job for me there, which was nice. Went back to Clint, got my iridium hoe. All I have to upgrade now is my gold axe and iridium axe. We'll do that right now, so we're good to go for spring. We'll have all the iridium tools. Let me know if you want to see a 200-day video. We're going to go to Sandy. The main crop we're going to use in spring is the rhubarb, and the rhubarb is a very powerful spring crop. It is extremely profitable. So if you don't have strawberries for spring year 2, trust me on this, just get some rhubarbs, you won't go wrong. So we're going to grab all of our lovely purple mushrooms, common mushrooms, red mushrooms, and we're going to convert all those using our dehydrators. We can't convert the red ones, we'll just sell those. And there you have it, folks. That is our 100-day Stardew Valley challenge, or I suppose we can call it a 1 year Stardew Valley challenge, fully completed. I really hope you enjoyed the video. Shadow monarchs of the highest order, slime lords and infinity wielding warriors have descended upon Stardew Valley. To stop these powerful beasts, we will need to build a prosperous farm, befriend strange creatures, unlock our true potential, harnessing incredible arcane powers, and arm ourselves to the teeth with the most powerful weapons Stardew Valley has ever seen. I played 1 year of Stardew Valley, but as an adventurer. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome to another 1 year Stardew Valley challenge. Let's jump straight into the goals. The first goal is to defeat every boss in the game. The second goal is to capture all of the fish. The third goal is to complete the community center and unlock the theater. The fourth goal is to collect every mineral and artifact. The fifth goal is to obtain the max level of mastery. The sixth goal is to become the monster slayer hero by completing every monster eradication goal. The seventh goal is to get married and have kids. And the final goal is to obtain the maximum level of magic. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for more Stardew Valley content and 100% videos. Also, if you could leave a like on this video, it really helps me out and I greatly appreciate it. Let's jump straight into this adventuring challenge and let's have some fun. Welcome to the first day of the 1 year adventurers challenge. As you can see, the farm map looks a little bit different. This is a mod called Lynn's Magic Farm, and you can find all of the mods listed in the video's description. The first thing we're going to do is to cut down a couple of trees. We need to assemble some wood so we can make a chest to store items in. We're also going to hoe up the ground, plant our parsnip seeds and water those straight up. We're then going to look around for forageables. The more forageables we get, the more foraging XP we're going to muster. That means more skill ups for us. There's forageables all over the map. We even get an artifact on the beach here, a dried starfish. We can hand that straight into Gunther for a nice 250 gold reward. We're now up on 750 gold. We can put that to some great use. Because we are going the community centre route, we're going to purchase a bean starter and an early cauliflower. We're going to hoe up some more patches here and we're going to place the crops we just purchased from Pierre. We're then going to water those crops up and we're going to spend the rest of the day cutting down more trees. So we get level 1 foraging today, and the next day we're going to start by watering up our crops, and we're going to make some wild seeds today from all of the forageables that we got. We're going to plant those out on the ground. This will give us a lot more foraging XP when we pull up all of these forageables in just a couple of days. Now this is an adventurer's challenge, so the focus will primarily be on combat and mining, but if we want to unlock all of the mastery tiers and get the end game combat and mining items, we will need to max out all of our skills. So we're going to talk to Linus here and we are going to try to meet all of the NPCs of Stardew Valley just to complete that introductions quest. The help wanted poster has a catfish on it for 200 gold. We will attempt to grab that tomorrow during the rainy day. Also, to the left hand side of our farm, every single day we will get nodes that will spawn, so we can mine these nodes very early to our advantage. We just got a skill up there in mining, which is really nice. The more proficient we get in mining, the less energy we are going to use when we swing that pickaxe around. And I can tell you right now, folks, we're going to be doing a lot of pickaxe swinging in this challenge. For the rest of the day, we're just doing some fishing. Sebastian was the last NPC I had to talk to complete the introductions quest. The next quest was how to win a friend to give someone a gift. I just gave him some clay that I got from a treasure chest. He wasn't too impressed with it though, but who cares? We get some gold for completing that quest. And all this small little gold very early on is going to come in handy. Level 1 mining, as you can see, we learned a recipe for making a magic rock candy. That's thanks to a mod, but it's going to be a very long while before we can accumulate the mats to start banging those out. So day number 3 is a rainy day. Now we're going to start by doing some fishing in the beach area. We're also going to go to Willie here as well. We're going to set him some fishies. What we really want here now today is a copper pickaxe upgrade. So I'm trying to amass as much gold as possible. It would be really nice to enter the mines on day 5 with a copper pickaxe. So we're going to do lots of fishing outside of Clint's. Now, we can get quite lucky and we might be able to get some coal and copper ores from geodes. But geodes will all depend on if we get fishing treasure chests and if we get copper, coal or geodes inside. So a lot of it is luck based. If we don't get any of that, we're going to have to buy copper ores and coal off Clint. So we need to go back to Willie. We need to sell the fish to him, get money, go back to Clint, buy more ores, smelt some bars. What we need is 2,000 gold in total and 5 copper bars. Clint closes at 4 o'clock. That's why I put the furnace right beside his house. So once we put up a few more fish, I just need to sell a few and I'll get up to 2,000 gold again. Thankfully I had some smallmouth bass here that did the job. So as we can see, it was a lot of going to Willie, going back to Clint, vice versa, but it's going to pay off greatly because this copper pickaxe will more or less see us through the entirety of the mines without the need to upgrade it even once. so it just makes for super fast progression early on. Now, normally we could have used that gold to buy more crops and we could have scaled up that way to get tons of cash, but this is an adventurous challenge, so it's not going to really be about how much money we can make, it's more so going to be about the best gear we can acquire before the challenge expires, and there's a lot of gear we can get in this game. So we pulled up the catfish, let's go and talk to Willie and get our reward. We don't actually have to give him the catfish, we just have to tell him that we pulled one up. We get to keep the catfish, which is great. We can actually sell that and get some more money. What would really be nice by day 5 would be a backpack upgrade, plus the copper pickaxe, plus a really nice weapon. I also picked up the eel as well because we need that for the community centre bundle. I might keep the catfish also because we also need that for the bundle, but we'll see as we play along. For the rest of the day we're just pulling up fish. It would be nice to catch all of the fish the game has to offer. We got a lot of fishing levels today, which was great. Level 4 fishing. The next day we start by watering up the crops. Now you're not going to see huge amounts of crops in this video. All we want to do really is just get level 10 farming and then just leave it alone after that. I won't even be selling most of the crops that I do pull up. I will primarily be eating those crops for health and energy. So I got really lucky today. 5 pieces of coal in the treasure chest. I'll take that any day. We're selling more fish to Willie. And now we're going to take a nice stroll up to the lake area. And we're going to pull up a lot more fish up here. It would be nice to maximise fishing earlier rather than later. Just so we can get it out of the way. We get our first book of power. Jewels of the Sea. Fishing treasure chests now have a chance to yield raw. That's going to come in handy down the road as well. Especially for the caviar that we might need for unlocking the theatre. It just prevents us from getting the fish pond. We got a few more levels in fishing. Level 6 fishing, pretty good. It's now day number 5, the mines have been opened. Let's start by picking up all these parsnips, they'll be put to good use. Let's check the travelling cart, super lucky today. The snow yam and the crocus, both items needed for the community centre. What's more, we can actually complete the winter foraging bundle very early now because of those items. I also grabbed the nautilus shell as well. So we got super lucky today with the travelling cart. The sooner we can complete the community centre, the sooner we can get to Ginger Island. 9 cauliflower seeds from Gunther, thank you very much, and the copper pickaxe from Clint. A help wanted quest. Robin wants us to bring her 25 pieces of wood, we'll take it. The reason why we're prioritising all those help wanted quests is because we want to get prize tickets. You can get some really nice rewards from those. The first backpack upgrade, 2000 gold. Well spent. We are now going into the mines with the copper pickaxe and a backpack upgrade. Unfortunately, we didn't get any superior weapons, so we will have to use the rusty sword for now to wipe out these enemies, and it does take quite a few swings. Sometimes you can get lucky and you can get a Neptune's glaive or a broken trident before you get into the mines, and unfortunately we weren't that lucky in this playthrough, but you can't get lucky every time. We made it down to floor 10, we picked up the leather boots. Now, I've used a lot of mods, and you're going to see a lot of these mods in effect in just a couple of floors. They are now bosses in this video, and I kid you not, some of these bosses are extremely hard, and it will mean that we will have to grind later on to get a lot of items to beat those bosses. Some of them are just exceptionally hard. Bring on the Dark Souls bosses. So we're making some quick progress in the mines. I'm just speeding up some of these floors just to show you a lot of the combat. So we're going to make some bug sticks today. They're going to come in very handy for health and energy. I'm also going to sell a lot of these minerals that I'm getting. I'm also going to donate a lot of them to Gunther, because it would be nice to get into the sewers sooner rather than later. It would be nice to collect every single artifact and mineral in the first year of this challenge. We're now going to go to the community centre. We have completed the spring foraging bundle. Our reward, 30 spring seeds. We'll put those into the ground. We're going to donate all of these items out to Gunther, and we have another help wanted quest. Slay 8 green slimes. We do get a prize ticket, so we will absolutely do that. If we get 2 prize tickets, that will unlock mystery boxes. We can get some nice things from the mystery boxes. Now we just got an infested floor here. I got attacked by all these flies. This is actually a blessing in disguise. We'll get some good combat XP for wiping out those flies. There is a small chance, but a chance, those flies may drop ancient seeds. Now we don't get that lucky, but there's always a chance. Level 20, we get the steel, a small sword. It's a little bit better than that of the rusty sword, so we'll swap that out straight away. So we just wiped out all the green slimes there. That is another help wanted quest completed. We just have to talk to the NPC to hand it in. We're now on floor 26. Now it is 120, so we're probably not going to make it down to floor 30. The next day we get another level up in mining, which is great. Because we have the copper pick, we can one-shot those grey stones. I'm going to use up all of my copper ores and I'm going to make furnaces. The reason why I'm making so much is because most of our money is going to come from selling bars and selling stuff that we find in the mines. So I spoke to Mayor Lewis, I told him I killed all of the green slimes, we get 480 gold and we also get a prize ticket. We're also going to give Mayor Lewis a daffodil because it's his birthday today. Now we will try to complete as many birthdays as possible because sometimes you can get really nice things in the mail when you have a certain amount of friendship accumulated with the NPCs. So we reach floor 29 and this is the first boss. It is called the Royal Slime. Now the bosses have a lot of HP. We only have a steel small sword. Every time we hit the boss it gets smaller, but it will get faster. It also hits us for a lot of damage. It also fires out projectiles that we have to watch out for. The biggest challenge here is that when we take a hit, our character slows down, so dodging these enemies becomes a lot harder. Now we do have food on us, we can heal for health, and we do need to pop some of that food very soon. We do complete a monster eradication goal there, which is great, and that monster eradication goal was for killing insects. That means we can get our hands on the insect head. It is an absolutely magnificent weapon to get very early in the game. It has been buffed since 1.6. Now the slime is really small, but it's now gone really fast, so we need to be patient. We can't just whack our way through all these enemies, we will end up getting killed. So we gotta run around, we gotta aim our strikes and strike fast, strike hard. Once this slime boss is dead, we will get some nice rewards. We can then move on to floor 30. Now we cannot dodge these bosses. We must fight them in order to progress through the mines. So it's not going to be easy getting to floor 120, I can tell you right now. It's going to be very difficult. But it's going to be fun. And it's going to make getting that lovely star drop, it's going to make getting that skull key worth it. So we're now on the floor 30s. We're fighting these golems. They have so much HP. They only give 5 XP when you kill them, so it's not the most exciting enemy to find early on in the game. Now, you're going to see a trend here, kind of every 10 floors, every 20 floors, you're going to see a boss. This is the infected golem, and this boss defends the floor to get down into the midsection of the mine. So if we want to start farming iron ores, we will need to beat this boss. Now the weapon we have simply isn't strong enough for this boss. He spawns way too many ads. We're being overwhelmed by all the ads. We're taking too much damage. The boss has a lot of HP. Even if we stack all the ads up like this between the golems and the bats, they're getting in hits and I just end up getting killed. And I got killed because I simply ran out of HP and I didn't have any food on me to heal myself. I lost coal, cherry bombs and rice shoots, and you're going to see this happening a lot. I do die a lot during this challenge, but it makes for a more interesting playthrough. Aren't you just tired of watching people play 1 year of this game and they just stroll through everything like it's easy? This challenge is not easy. Now I do grab the insect head. That weapon is a game changer. What you see here are legendary weapons if we just scroll down a bit more. Now these legendary weapons are part of a mod, but they're very expensive. It's 100,000 gold to buy one. They all have similar stats. The reason why I put this mod in was that if I got rightly stuck on a boss, I mean rightly stuck, I could grind out the game a little bit and purchase one of those weapons. So they're basically there for if we get extremely stuck. Hopefully we won't have to rely on any of those to progress the game. Now with the insect head, this infected golem is a lot easier. We're able to wipe out the ads when they spawn, and then we can get back on the golem straight away and attack it for some pretty good damage. These regular golems don't stand a chance. The insect head's base damage is much better than that of the regular sword we were using just 1 or 2 days ago. So once this insect golem has been defeated, it's going to drop some pretty nice stuff. And the great thing about these bosses is that you can farm them every single day, but you can only farm them once per day. And they drop a couple of bars on their feet. Now they don't drop anything crazy. They don't drop anything that's going to kind of, you know, make spring totally overpowered. We just got some copper bars there. But it's still a nice reward to fight something that's difficult early on. Now we can come back later on with way better weapons and we can kill that thing in a few hits. But for now, it's challenging. We make to floor 40, we pick up the slingshot and on we go. Even if I see copper ores in the midsections, I'm going to grab them. We always need copper for bits and bobs down the road. Iron ores now. Iron bars, we can sell those for money. We can also use iron ores and coal to make bombs once we increase our mining skills. And bombs, they do some decent damage against enemies, so we're not going to rule out abusing bombs to fight various enemies in this game if we have to. So we're picking up glow rings. I mean, look, it's not bad, it lights the way. Much better rings are going to be gotten later on though. We do some fishing at the end of the day and we get some skill ups as well, level 4 mining. So we're going to start the day by picking up all these forageables. It is a rainy day, we could do some fishing, but I'm more concerned about how I'm going to deal with the future bosses. We need to think about our combat level, we need to think about our mining level, we need to think about our character's gear. Now, I am going to try to complete a couple of these fishing bundles as early as possible. The walleye is going to be the big gate stopper there. That fish only pops up in fall, so unless we get that from the travelling cart, we're kind of gate locked from wiping out all those bundles. But you never know what the travelling cart might have down the road. Another skill up in fishing. Now if we can get an early combat mastery, we can get our hands on trinkets. Early trinkets would be very interesting to use. There's a lot of trinkets out there. Some do damage, some give you magnificent buffs, some make you rich. So let's see what we can achieve. We get a skill up there in combat, which is nice. Combat skill ups are very important. Normally if I see enemies, I will destroy them. We need to get skill ups in combat, we need more HP. An early monster compendium is great. Monsters now have a small chance to drop double loot. It makes farming those dust sprites way more lucrative because they drop coal all the time. They also drop coffee beans. It also makes every enemy in the game more lucrative to farm. Every enemy in this game can drop something very valuable that you can use. The bats drop bombs. The slimes can drop all manner of stuff, including minerals like jades and amethysts and things like that. Level 7 fishing there, plus 1 fishing rod proficiency. We don't care too much about getting level ups in the fishing. All we want is just max it out, move on to the next skill and get into the mastery cave. Level 3 combat plus 5 HP. Level 4 combat was really nice as well. We are now on day number 10 and we start off by picking up these carrots. Carrots early on are absolutely amazing. They give lots of energy and they give a decent bit of health as well, and they're just regular carrots. Gold star carrots are way better, they're way more potent. So we're now going to talk to Harvey. We handed in yet another quest. Harvey wanted an aquamarine and we got that from going to the mines. That's another price ticket in the bag. We're getting an axe upgrade, so that's going to be put up to a copper axe. That means we can start getting some hardwood. We also completed the winter foraging bundle on the 10th day of spring. What an achievement for me. And that's just because we had lucky with the travelling cart. So it's just always worth checking out what that travelling cart is going to have, because she can really speed up progress depending on the items you're going to have on the day. It's now time to fight the Dusk Amalgamation. Now this boss is a bit of a tear up compared to the previous couple of bosses we fought. The boss has a very sinister technique. It's basically a huge AoE attack, and it doesn't just hit us once, it hits us multiple times. So we need to run away from this and avoid as many of the bursts of damage that it can do as possible. Now I do have a good few pieces of fish on me, so I need to take these. I need to heal myself. As we can see, you can't dodge the whole attack. The area of effect is just too great. So you really need to be coming into these bosses with lots and lots of food. Now I just managed to kill this boss before I died. I was really lucky. And I picked up a really cool helmet from this boss called the Dust Helmet. And some bosses have a chance, it's a small chance, of dropping like pieces of gear like this that you can equip. Now the gear the bosses drop don't give you any sort of stats. There's just mostly helmets. It's just mostly for visuals. But look how cool that helmet is. It's probably one of the coolest helmets I've ever seen. And I've had lots of headpieces in this game. So we can now proceed onto the next floor. Now that boss was tough, we almost died. But the insect head had the DPS required to just nuke down the boss before we got killed. Now of course if we had a weaker weapon, we just would have had to out-heal all the boss's attacks. But I mean, every time the boss put the sword in the ground, we just took crazy damage altogether. We also picked up a new vest here. It's called the GI vest, or the guy, or whatever you want to call it. So it's just to kind of change things up. We now look like a proper warrior. I got the Master Slingshot, and this is the Mystery Key cutscene. We can now get our hands on mystery boxes because we obtained 2 prize tickets from doing help wanted quests. It's nice to get that early. Level 5 mining, we're going to go with Geologist because I need to get my hands on more minerals so I can sell those to make more money. We can always swap it up later on when we get down into the sewers. Picked up the goby today, we need that for the fishing collection, and we're also handing in Robin's last axe just to get some extra money there as well. That's a nice 250 gold. We're now getting Clint to break open lots of geodes here because we want to make a good stab at the minerals and artifacts for Gunther. I also picked up the bone sword. It's more or less on par with the insect head, except it strikes way faster. So we can do more DPS with this weapon. It's time for the next boss. Now this boss is a bit of a pain. It's got 2 phases. It's called the Living Crystal. First we have to fight the crystal, then we have to fight the ghost within. The ghost inside is an absolute beast. The first attack, the Living Crystal will lay all these mines on the ground. They will explode. We have to try our best to dodge them. The boss will also fire out all those crystals. Those crystals can also freeze you in place, so we gotta watch out. The boss will also damage us if we touch off the boss. And then the boss will fire out these huge chain of crystals and it'll also summon an adds. So there's a lot of attacks there to remember. Now the attacks are very well telegraphed and most of these attacks can be dodged. We just have to kind of get distance from the boss when it's charging up for an attack. Even those crystals can be dodged if we create enough distance we can see it coming. What's really letting us down here is our speed. We're just far too slow to dodge that big chain burst attack. It's doing a lot of damage to us. Now we do have some carrots on hand, but if we die to this boss, we might have to spend 1 or 2 days pulling up a load of fish so we can come back here and kind of out-heal the boss. Now the boss is almost defeated, but this was my first time fighting the boss. I didn't know there was a second phase. So we're just going to have to see and wait how we get on here, you know? Once this boss sustains a few more attacks, the ghost will come out of it and then, I mean, the ghost is just another thing entirely. Now we're not doing too bad at the moment. Sometimes I just decide to take the beating and just try to get as many attacks as I can on this boss. If I can get a few critical hits here and there, it'll be really nice. Now this is the ghost. And as we can see, the ghost just obliterated me there. The ghost does a charge attack, and if that hits you, I mean, it's going to do crazy damage. There's 2 ways we can avoid that. By getting enough distance from the ghost and just by moving, the ghost might miss us. Or we can just parry with the sword and the ghost will bounce off us. So we'll have to come back to that fight later on. On the upside, we got some early red cabbage seeds. We can plant that now later on. We needed that for the community center bundle, for the dye bundle. We did some fishing there too, just to get some fish so we can eat that fish for health for the next boss fight. We're also smelting up some bars there as well. We're going to go straight back into the fight now. Now, what you notice as we're fighting these bosses, the time gets slowed down dramatically, which is great, because some of these boss fights can go on for literally the whole day. Sometimes there isn't enough time in the day to fight these bosses. That's how long these fights drag on for. They're huge boss fights. So this is just another attempt now fighting the ghost, and after a while I can kind of count in my head how many seconds it's going to be for the ghost to launch itself at me before it does that big attack. Now the fight goes on for a while because I can only kind of hit the ghost a few times before it disappears. Then it comes back in again for the charge attack. It was just rinse and repeat and we did it finally. So it was nice getting that fight out of the way. Now if you think that fight was hard, you have seen that yet. There's a lot more bosses to go and they get way harder. They really upskill now after this. So we can now finally start farming gold. And we're going to need to farm lots of gold to make lots of money, to make lots of progress. The weapon we have right now, the bone sword, it's just not going to cut it for the next fight. I'm sorry to say. We need some serious upgrade hits. We need some decent rings. We need some decent boots. We need decent weapons. We need a high combat skill. The next couple of bosses are just crazy hard. Let's go to Marlon here to see what we got. We're going to sell him things we just simply do not need. We got some extra bone swords. We'll sell those. They sell for decent money. Level 5 combat, we'll go for fighter of course. All attacks deal 10% more damage. Level 6 mining, we can now make regular bombs. That's nice. Those regular bombs will come in handy as well. We're now getting our first batch of gold bars. Now we're going to be selling most of our gold bars for money. We need money to get a lot of upgrades, especially if we're going to buy some things off Marlon as well to give us an edge in combat. It's now time for the Easter event because we're now on the 13th. And of course, we obliterate this event because we've done it so many times. so it just gives us a straw hat. But the reason why we do it this year is so we get a prize ticket the next year. We also completed the spring crops bundle, so we get 20 speed grows for that, which is nice. We also have all of the materials now to unlock the mine carts, so the Junimos are super happy with our progress. The mine carts have been unlocked, and that just means handy fast travel around Stardew Valley for us. Level 2 farming today, grand. We get our copper axe, we're going to break open the tree stumps there. We're going to get a nice sneaky prize ticket inside here. This can only be obtained if you have at least a copper axe to break open that tree stump. It's Haley's birthday, we're going to give her the daffodil. It's a good light gift for her, some bonus friendship points. We're also granting Emily's request, she wanted a quartz, so we're going to hand it over to complete another help wanted quest right there for Emily. We're now back in the mines, we're making some progress, we're on floor 89. That means hopefully when we get to floor 90 there won't be any boss surprises, and there isn't. We pick up the obsidian edge. It's a decent upgrade from the bone sword. It is slower, but it does hit harder, so we'll be using the obsidian edge going forward for the moment. Getting diamond nodes like this is always a great surprise. It's also a nice bit of XP, and as you can see, 2 diamonds popped out instead of 1 because of our mining perk. Demetrius pays us a visit the next day. We're going to select the bat cave in this playthrough because we're going the community centre route, so the bats might save us the purchase of a fruit tree here and there. So we're watering up the crops yet again, and we're straight back into the mines. We're on floor 96 now. We are going to hit a ferocious boss when we get to floor 99. Now I did have a few cherry bombs. I decided to use them and save the energy because as we can see my energy was more or less 0. The Sisters of Shadow is the next boss we need to fight. Now this boss is extremely difficult. You've got 3 mini bosses here. They all share a big health pool, but they also at the same time all have their own individual health. Now I didn't notice at the time. One heals, one fires projectiles, and the other will try to lock onto you and hit you with close combat abilities. But the most menacing ability of this whole fight is the fact that you can get the nausea debuff. This means we cannot take any healable foods, and that debuff will continue into all future boss fights. So it becomes very important that we understand the fights going forward and we try to dodge as many of their attacks as possible. These fights end up turning into huge marathons where we have to focus a lot. We need to come in here with buffs. We just got wiped out there, and you're going to see that happen a lot. I lost 1,000 gold. I also lost my obsidian edge, which was a right old pain. But look, I still had the bone sword, so it wasn't the end of the world. It was time to use some prize tickets. Picked up an orange sapling today. We're also going to get those 15 mixed flower seeds as well. We'll plant those too to see what we can get. For the rest of the day, we're just cutting down trees, using up that energy. And we got a level up there in foraging, which was nice. A few more level ups now, and we'll be well on the way to get mastery. Level 7 mining and level 3 foraging. So we got some skill ups today. Not too shabby. That boss though, the Sisters of Shadow, it is a very, very hard obstacle to overcome. Will we overcome it? We're going to find out soon. As we can see, I'm selling gold bars, refined quartz, amethyst, jades, even the diamonds for now because I need money. I'm going to need to buy much better equipment if I'm going to fight those bosses. The next day we get to forage even more lovely spring forageables. So we're going to pick him up, we're going to pet our cat. His name is Dudley. I did skip the scene by accident. I was going to call the cat after one of my channel members, but I misclicked the button. We're getting Clint to break open a lot more Omnigeos, see if we get anything decent out of it. A lot of that stuff now will go to Gunther. If we can get into the stores, that will give us the option to purchase some goodies off Krobus as well. Now I didn't start on floor 95 today, I started on floor 90 because I want to just farm a couple of these floors before going into the boss fight again. I want to get some more level ups. More importantly, I want to increase my combat skill. I feel like if I can just get some more HP on my character, I might have a better chance. Also, there's a chance I can get some much better weapons out of the crates around these floors. If I can get maybe a tempered broadsword or a steel falcon, that might increase my chances to win the fight too. I don't think the base damage on the bone sword is going to cut it. I need a much stronger weapon. I also need items that can give me speed, and there's multiple ways you can get speed in this game, including purchasing books of power off the book merchant when he visits. We can get speed buffs off him as well, but all that requires money. So what are we doing right now? We're doing quests. We're trying to sell as many things as we can to get more money. I made a ton of field stacks tonight. They're not that bad. I know they only give 20 health, but they're fair good for energy, especially in the early game. Level 6 combat, plus 5 HP, we're going to take it. We're picking up some cauliflowers today, which is nice. I'm going to keep those cauliflowers for food for the boss fight. We're also going to get another help wanted quest. Jody wants refined quartz, just keep those easy quests coming. We're going to fix the bridge here to the tide pool area. Every Saturday, all of the forageables will accumulate. We can collect them all for more foraging XP, and we can sell them too for money. We're going to detonate all of the nodes over there. Going to get loads of minerals back, give Jody the refined quartz, and we are going to get back another prize ticket. It's only 150 gold, but we're doing it for the prize tickets. We're going to complete the construction bundle. So we're almost there with the bridge repair. A charcoal kettle, that might come in handy later if we need coal. We're going to run around the farm. I didn't know that the bottom of this farm had lots of forageables you could pick up. Leeks, daffodils, morels. It was also salmonberry season, so we're picking up all the salmonberries. We also got the pot of gold there as well. We get the leprechaun hat. It is a pretty cool hat to get. You can only get it on the 17th of spring every single year by the waterfall there. We get another skill up, the mushroom logs. They might come in very handy. They can generate lots of mushrooms if we're lucky. Purple mushrooms. We're going to fight the Sisters of Shadow again. Now I'm coming in here with a slightly higher combat skill. I still have my bone sword, but I do have lots of healables. If I get the nausea debuff, I can try my best to avoid the attacks to the best of my abilities. The problem is that some of the attacks slow my character down, so I'm basically at their mercy if I get the slow debuff, because it just makes it way harder to dodge their attacks. Now I got the nausea debuff yet again. I also have the jinx to debuff, so my defense gets lowered dramatically. I mean, it's just a fairly difficult fight. Ideally, we don't want to be getting hit with any attacks. We need to utilize a hit and run strategy until all these bosses are dead. What we're seeing here now is myself just kind of getting more used to the fight. I'm trying to focus on dodging all the projectiles. The guy there that's suited for close combat, he's trying to close in on me as quickly as possible. So it's just a matter of dodging attacks. I did die eventually, again, because the nausea debuff hit again. If I can just get something to get rid of that nausea debuff, or maybe even reduce it by 50%, I might have a fighting chance. A gold star parsnip for Pam today because it was her birthday. Lots of friendship points there, 3 out of 10 for Pam, thank you very much. Pam can send you some fair nice stuff in the mail, including energy tonics. So we are back in the regular mines today. There's nowhere else we can go. I picked up the dark boots. Now that was a nice upgrade. Dark boots have a +4 defense, so extra defense means the less damage I take from attacks. Level 8 mining, we can now make mega bombs, which is pretty nice. The next day we're picking up gold bars. Now I'm going to sell most of these to increase my money even further. I need gold. I need money to purchase better equipment. That is a priority right now. So we are going to unlock the desert. Unfortunately, it's the 19th. We are not going to be able to do the desert festival in year 1. We're going to have to wait until year 2. But I was very close to getting it done, and I didn't even sell a huge amount of crops. Just goes to show how powerful mining can be and combat can be if you constantly sell bars and monster loots. That was another room in the community center done. It was time to check out the travelling cart to see what she had today. Now, she was selling a pomegranate, 700 gold. I'm going to take that because we need that for the community centre, and we're not guaranteed to get that with the bats. I also got a cutscene here when I went into the Adventurers Guild. Robin needs 600 pieces of wood, 500 pieces of stone, and 500,000 gold to add a wing onto the Adventurers Guild. Now this is a mod and it just adds some more spice to the Adventurers Guild, and it's a pretty good mod, and we are going to be really delving into the bits and pieces that this mod has to offer in this video. And again, the mod will be in the description of this video. Now the wizard was kind enough to pay the 500,000 gold because the wizard is rich. I just have to get the wood, and that's going to add an extension onto the Adventurers Guild. I might buy the steel falchion. It's a real good weapon, but I need a lot more money to get it. I also might buy the ruby ring because it increases my attack power by 10%. 2 of those ruby rings would mean an attack power increase of 20%. If I grind it out and get level 10 combat, that's a further attack power increase. Now, I totally forgot when I was grinding up the starter floors that the bosses reset. So I just wanted to show how fast I was able to wipe out that boss sign with better equipment. I also made a sturdy ring because it cuts debuffs in half. So I'm hoping with that sturdy ring equipped, the nausea debuff will only last 50% of the time instead of 100% of the time. The Junimo has fixed up the bus. I can now go to the desert. Now I can't enter Skull Cavern because I don't have the key, but I can go to the desert trader and I can get triple shot espressos and spicy eels. Getting early buff food like that is very important when it comes to fighting tough bosses. So we want the speed buff that the triple shot espresso and the spicy eel can give. Now we just got Clint to upgrade our pickaxe there to a steel pickaxe. We're also going to get him to break open all of these geodes in the hopes that we're going to get something decent. So I'm going to pay a visit to the desert trader today. I don't have any diamonds or rubies to trade in buff foods for, but I wanted to see how much the ultimate prismatic blade was going to cost. This comes from a mod. 3 prismatic shards and 250,000 gold, but by god, look at the stats on this thing. 120 to 150 damage, speed, defense, crit chance and crit power. This thing is an absolute beast of a weapon, and one of the goals in this video is to acquire that weapon and lay waste to all of the bosses. It might lay waste to the starter and mid-tier bosses, but there's some bosses in this game I can tell you right now, they're going to be fierce hard to beat. It's going to take everything we have, everything this game can give you to beat some of the fights in this game. It was Shane's birthday today. I gave him a beer just to get some friendship points up. At this moment in time I wasn't too sure on who I was going to marry in this game. So if I see of someone's birthday, if I have a gift I can give him, I'll get it done. I got a fried mushroom off Gus because it gives an attack power buff. So I'm going to try out different buff foods to see if I can beat those deadly sisters. I also got an Autumn's Bounty. It gives a +2 to defense. That might make the difference when it comes to future boss battles as well. I managed to get an ancient seed out of a fishing treasure chest today. So I'm going to plant that down in the farm. Also got some raw as well, so we can sell that. But the ancient seed will turn into an ancient fruit, and we need 5 gold star ancient fruits. It's one of the items needed to unlock the theatre later on. That's if we get that far, of course. Level 3 farming, not bad. Now farming is going quite slow at the moment. That's because we're not relying too much on crops at the moment. We did get a skill up in foraging, which was nice. So look what we can purchase today. The tiger trout for 1,000 gold. I'm going to get that straight away. I can also get the tilapia as well, but we can get that in summer. We can also get the sturgeon in summer, and summer's only around the corner, so I left them alone for now. Even though they're needed for bundles, there was no point wasting money on them because we can just get them next week. It was time to talk to Demetrius. Another quest done. The anchovy population was getting out of hand and we sorted it out. Another prize ticket for us. I also gave Robin the wood she needed to put an extension onto the Adventurers Guild. That's going to happen in a few days, and we're going to get some real interesting quests from that portion of the Adventurers Guild as well. I picked up a dinosaur egg today and an extra Jewels of the Sea. Now, I could actually read that book. It would just give me some fishing experience. I could also keep it, trade it into the book vendor to get back some special items. I just read the book and I got a level up. At the moment, I'm all about getting those skill ups. 2 more prize tickets to hand in. We get some mystery boxes, but more importantly, we get our very first Star Drop Tea, which is basically a universal loved gift that does not have a cooldown. So overpowered. We're going to go to the item recovery to see what Marlon has. Unfortunately, he does not have our obsidian edge, which is a huge shame. I do have 7,000 gold. If I save up a little bit more, I could get the steel falchion. But I was also thinking about maybe getting the ruby ring for 5,000 because the 10% increase in attack power would make all the difference. So I'm going to get the ring and I'm going to swap out the small magnet ring for it. So I went to the community centre today just to kind of fill out some more bundles. With the tiger trout I was able to finish off one of the river bundles, which was nice. Got some deluxe bait for that. It's not bad, it increases the fishing buy rate and the size of your fishing bar. Speaking of fishing, we're also going to buy the fiberglass rod because I can attach bait to that. Attaching bait to a rod means I can get a lot more fish on a daily basis. That means larger fishing XP we can accumulate and the more healing food we have. Now this was very lucky. I got on the beach here a strange doll, but it's one of the expensive strange dolls. That can actually go up to 3,000 gold if you get a certain book of power. We're doing more fishing today, trying to get up our fishing skill. We got level 5 foraging, which was nice. we're going to go with Gatherer, because if we pick up a forageable item twice, we get bonus XP. We can always get Forester later on if we need more wood, but for now, we want to accumulate as much XP as possible. Level 8 fishing, so we're getting there. The deluxe worm bin may come in handy later on. Robin paid us a visit and she said that the new adventurers wing should be finished by tomorrow. And she also wanted to give me 1,000 gold, which was basically thanks for gathering up all that wood. I got my steel pickaxe back off Clint today, thank you very much Clint. It's back down into the mines. We got a level up in combat, very nice, that's level 7 now in combat. That means more HP for us. What we're really hoping for here is a power up, a stronger weapon. So I kept farming these floors in the hopes to break open a barrel to get anything. A steel falchion, a tempered broadsword, anything that's better than the bone sword. I decided to fight the Sisters of Shadow again today. To be honest, at this stage of the game I was getting quite frustrated because I really wanted to do Skull Cavern runs and spring was almost over and I hadn't set foot in the Skull Cavern, so I did feel a bit off. So I decided to do the fight today, see if I could win, and of course I got my ass handed to me because I was just too frustrated to focus. But then I realised what's really killing me here is the fact that my character is just too slow. I needed a faster character to win this fight. Damage output is one thing, but I need to be able to dodge all the attacks first before I can even think about counter-attacking. So I woke up today, Maru found me unconscious, it was the usual story. I clenched my fists and I crossed my fingers and I prayed to God I didn't lose anything too important. And I didn't, I just lost a dwarf scroll, some fibre and some snacks. We'll get over it. Now I didn't go home, it was straight back into the mines. I took some food, it was time to motor on. Look at all these gold nodes, they need to be detonated, that's a lot more mining XP for me. If I see enemies as per usual, we are going to wipe them out. I thought to myself at this stage of the game, maybe if I saved up to 100,000 gold, I could get one of the special weapons and wipe those enemies out. But 100,000 gold is a lot of money for someone that hasn't heavily invested in crops. A level up in combat will make a difference though, all that extra HP does absolutely add up. We're going to get Clint to break open more stuff here to see what kind of goodies we can get. There is a chance we can get some pretty good buff food out of these mystery boxes, so they're absolutely worth breaking open. Even the fertilizers and the speed grows will make a difference because it means if we're planting stuff, he can grow faster and we'll get better quality stuff. Now we have the diamond and we have the ruby. We are going to get the spicy eels and the triple shot espressos. We are going to use those for the upcoming boss battles. We're also going to upgrade our axe to a steel axe. That means we can open up more locations in the game, including the secret woods. We can also get our hands on tons of hardwood as well. Look what I got today, can you believe it? A prismatic shard dropped off a shadow brute. I just couldn't believe it. A prismatic shard, and I thought that it would only drop once you obtained the skull key. If you didn't have the skull key, enemies wouldn't drop prismatic shards. So I was absolutely blessed by luck. Now I wanted to go to the desert, but alas I didn't have enough money. I only had 69 gold, so I started to panic. I really wanted to get that prismatic shard. I ran up to the Adventurers Guild as fast as I could. I spoke to Marlon here. I wanted to sell stuff to him, but I got a cutscene. Let's introduce to you a new NPC. His name is Gabriel, and he is going to run the new extension of the Adventurers Guild. We also meet Zinnia, and she is Gabriel's daughter, and she is going to help us. Once introductions were over, it was time to sell some stuff I didn't need to Marlon just to make some money. So I sold him some rings, I sold him some monster parts, and then it was straight back down to get that prismatic sword. The Adventurers Guild wing could wait one more day, I'm sure. I just really wanted this sword. With the addition of the Galaxy Sword, the other Galaxy weapons also got unlocked, so even if I lose this weapon, it's not the end of the world. Not at the moment anyway. Now as we can see, the Galaxy Sword has been reskinned, and that's all because of a mod, and again the mods are in the description. Straight back down into the mines now with this, a newly acquired weapon. The attack power that this had was just in a league of its own, but we're not going to take any chances. We're taking the triple shot espresso and the spicy eel. We now have a super fast character. We also have a super powerful character. Now I wasn't just going to spam attacks on these three NPCs. I'm going to dodge as many attacks as I can and attack whenever I get opportunities. So I'm looking at this not as a sprint, but a marathon. I still take damage here and there, but my character is quick. Even if I get the nausea debuff, I'll surely be able to avoid enough attacks before the debuff goes away so I can heal up. Right now, at this moment, my health got really low, but I didn't have the debuff, so I ate some cauliflowers and I got my health back up again. It was now time to go on the offensive with this weapon and start wiping some of these guys out. So as we can see, one of the NPCs, the shaman up there at the top, constantly heals the other NPCs when they take damage. But what I didn't realise is that I could destroy them individually, so I just wiped out the close common NPC there. This was a huge surprise to me, and this made the fight a lot easier, because now there was just 2 mini-bosses left to defeat, and all they had was projectile attacks. Like, I just went up into the corner, and I gave him a piece of my sword, and that combination of attacks almost killed him. This combination is going to more or less seal the deal now. I didn't get too greedy, because I don't want my head to drop very quickly. So once I dodged a few projectiles, I ran out, dodged, ran back in again, and I unleashed attacks. There was just 1 NPC left, and this fight was as good as mine. Now, I did have the nausea debuff. There was 1 minute 50 seconds on it. I don't think the sturdy ring has any sort of effect on that debuff, but I could be wrong. Now, I did have some health left, so I played it safe. So I dodged, ran in, attacked a few times, ran back out again, looking to dodge the next projectile. I literally just rinsed and repeated this until I could wipe this last NPC off the face of the earth. And there we have it. Mission accomplished. We finally beat the Sisters of Shadow. It was such a hard fight, and I died so many times to this boss, and it felt really good to win. But by God, the amount of preparation I had to do was just crazy. So we now finally get to floor 100, and we can pick up the star drop, but it's not over yet. Oh no, we still need to get the skull key, and there's another boss we have to fight, and if you think that fight was hard, where will you see the next boss? And I won't spoil it for you. You're going to probably see it in a few minutes anyway. So I sold more gold bars today. 4,500 gold, that's not bad. The next day, we're going to progress through the mines. We're picking up more diamonds. Going to break open all these crates. If I was to get a weapon now out of these crates, I would just curse my luck. We did pick up a relic shirt. I found a golden relic and I've got the shirt to prove it. Well, we don't actually have a golden relic yet. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's an artifact. And it's very common when you break open artifact tropes, but you can also hold up out of the ground as well. So we made it down to floor 110, we get the space boots. They're a little bit better than the boots we have. They give us 1 extra immunity, but our defense stat remains the same. So when we make it down to floor 119, we're going to meet our next boss, and it's a serious badass of a boss. But for now, let's just enjoy our new galaxy weapon. Let's wipe out some enemies, blow some ores up, get some skill ups, and enjoy Stardew Valley for what it is. A nice relaxing farming simulator. Now I thought I had to fight 3 enemies again, and then the dwarf soldier comes down, blows them out of the way. We can't understand what this dwarf is saying, because we don't have the Dwarven Translations Guide. But we will get that eventually. Now this boss is very difficult. But once you learn all of this boss's attacks, he becomes much less difficult. But, I mean, you're punished every time you get close to this boss. He'll trap you in nodes like this. He'll detonate the nodes. And unless you're really fast with the pickaxe, you're not going to escape. This here is a big charge-up attack. It detonates the entire area. The one good thing about this attack is it unearths all the soil. So you get to pick up lots of clay and cave cards. Cave cards do come in fairly handy. Now this dwarf has a lot of HP, but not only that, when the dwarf's health starts to get low, he will take life elixirs and he'll start to heal himself up. So when it comes to beating this boss, it's all about timing your attacks. It's running in, hitting the boss, running back out again. It's just basically hit and run tactics. Now, obviously, the first couple of attempts, this boss is going to really, hand it to us. And we die a lot. So we just died there, lost members, fire quartz. So I lost 99 gold ores. That was bad. That's a lot of money down the drain. But it could have been worse. We could have lost our prismatic sword. So the next day was a rainy day. We are going to stock up on fish today. I'm not going to sell any of these. I'm stocking up on fish. We're going to eat them because some of these fish can give really good health and energy. We got our steel axe off Clint. We're now going to hand in our pickaxe upgraded to a gold. Maybe with the gold I thought I could one-shot the boss's ores. I can get out of those cluster bombs a lot faster. We're also getting Clint to break open more stuff. Now I did sell some things to Willie today just to get my gold up to 10,000. Reason for this, I wanted to get the last backpack upgrade because I kept throwing things away in the mines. So that was basically wasting money. I also visited the Adventures Guild today to see if I can get any new power-ups. I had a chat with Gabriel. Gabriel has a mission. He wants to make Stardew Valley safe. He wants to research monsters. He wants to research the slimes, so he wants me to go out, kill 20 green slimes and report back to him if I've learned anything about him. What I can tell you, Gabriel, from killing thousands of these, no, I haven't heard anything new. Now a new drop gets unlocked. It's called a slime gem. It's a mysterious green gem. Don't know too much about it at the moment, but we'll learn more about it as the game progresses. For now, we just had to wipe out 20 green slimes, and that's what we're going to do. Once the green slimes were defeated, it's time to talk to Gabriel to see what else he had in store for us. So he's going to study the slime gem that I got, and he's going to tell me all about it tomorrow. So we got level 9 fishing today. We're doing pretty well with the fishing. The next morning, Gabriel paid us a visit, and he's been doing some digging, and he found a recipe to create a slime soul. Now we are going to get a quest to try and create a slime soul. We need to combine 10 of these slime gems with some other bits and bobs. Now we also need a life essence. To make that we need a diamond, a starfruit and a purple mushroom. The only thing holding us back there is the starfruit, so we will have to wait until summertime to get one of those. But once we make the slime soul, we can give that to Gabriel and then something amazing is going to happen. I'm not going to spoil it right now, but it's going to add a really cool quest to this game. A cool and cozy quest. So we're doing more fishing today. We got the wood skip. We need that for the fishing collection. Because we have our steel axe, we're going to wipe out all these large tree stumps. We're going to blow away all the ores in our farm, pick up all those beautiful minerals, and we're going to do even more fishing today. It would be nice to get fishing out of the way. Level 10 fishing does mean that we're one step closer to mastery. And the first mastery tier we're going to go with is combat, just so you know. Level 9 mining, we can now make crystallariums. They will come in handy. That's of course if we get the skull caverns in this video, if we can get past those ferociously hard bosses. The back cave has filled up with lots of goodies. We're getting blackberries, salmon berries, spice berries, wild plums, cherries. A lot of those can be used for community centre bundles. I also got back the gold pickaxe, and we're going to get Clint to break open all these geodes. Hopefully we'll get something decent, and hopefully we can get the key to the source sooner rather than later. We're also going to trade in more diamonds and rubies for buff food, triple shot espressos and spicy eels. We need the speed buff to fight those future bosses. It was Emily's birthday, so we give her a nice mineral and it put her up to 3 out of 8 hearts. We're also going to give her the star drop tea, and that's going to put her up to 6 out of 8 hearts. That's right, we are going to try and marry Emily in this playthrough. So we had some new skill ups, we've got a good weapon, we've got some good buff foods as well. We're back down in the regular versions of the mines. Now this floor number 118 was a mushroom floor, and it was a huge mushroom floor. Just look at all these red and purple mushrooms we get to pick up. Once I picked up all the mushrooms, I took on the dwarf again. And I learned a few things about fighting this dwarf. I learned that when the dwarf charges up for a huge attack, it's a good time to get a few attacks in and then you run away very quickly before he does a mass detonation. Also, when he charges his huge AoE attack, you can actually avoid it if you stand in special green parts of the ground. Just like this, some of the ground lights up. Now I took damage there because I wasn't standing directly in the middle of the green zone, and then he ran into me and he finished me off. So that was another death caused by the dwarf. Fortunately, I didn't lose any valuable items. So for the rest of the day, we're cutting down trees. We can have a 6 foraging, we can make lightning rods. They will come in handy for summer when we get the lightning storms. I also picked up a hazelnut off the travelling cart. That will come in handy for the community centre. I'm going to make a barn, because I'm thinking to myself, what's the best way to sustain myself through all these tough fights? I don't want to spend every second day pulling up fish if a boss kills me, so we're going to go with cheese. I also picked up the alleyway buffet. I was able to get that because I had a steel axe and a steel pickaxe, so I was able to make my way up to the golden trash can and get this book of power. It gives you a greater chance of getting items from trash cans, and that shouldn't be underestimated. So we're making good progress in the community centre. We just got 35 seeds there. We will be able to finish off that whole bundle once we get into summer and we pick up some forageables lying around the place. So we're farming iron ores today, we're farming dust sprites. We need to think about our monster eradication goals. You can get some first good rings by doing monster eradication goals. The crab shell ring is a game changer. Plus 5 defense, that would definitely make fighting those bosses a lot easier. The burglar ring for getting more monster loot. Got a fiddlehead fern today in the secret woods. We're going to put that to good use with the chef's bundle. We're also going to wipe out all those tree stumps as well. 25 of foraging XP per tree stump. We also picked up some summer forageables today. We can now finish off the crafts room by just putting in a sweet pea there and a grape. With the crafts room completed, that will repair the bridge. That means we can access a new dungeon that this game has to offer. In terms of community centre progress, I feel like we're making really good progress with it. And that was another room completed. And I wasn't expecting to complete that room so early when I started this challenge. Again, we just got very lucky with the travelling cart. So I bought lots of starfruit today. Reason being, it gives really good XP when you harvest it. We're also going to pick up all of the coconuts here as well. We're going to get all of the cactus fruit. And we're going to rummage around to see if there's any artifacts we can pull up from the ground as well. So we now have to sort out our crops. It is the first day of summer after all. We're going to hoe up the ground and we're going to put down all this starfruit. Now, we can't make quality sprinklers. We don't have the farming skill. So we're going to have to water up those crops every morning. Thankfully, there isn't a huge amount of crops to water. So look, we'll get over it. Eventually, we will get that level 6 farming. We will be able to make some good sprinklers. Now, detonating the ores here outside the quarry cave is a real good way to get XP. And as we can see there, we just got another level up with mining, which is really nice. Because we have a gold pickaxe, we can break open this huge stone in the quarry cave. We can get access to a new area. And this area has coal nodes that spawn back every single day. It's a great place to go to get coal. We're also going to pick up the golden scythe. We don't use it much, but it does come in handy, especially for the green rain that we'll get later. Now we have to remember to plant our red cabbage seed, and we do just that. We also put down some worm bins as well. Now, what I need here desperately is a dwarf scroll. I want to get the Dwarvish Translations Guide. Reason being, I want to get my hands on the Book of Power that reduces bomb damage by 25%. Level 10 mining finally. Now, we're going to go with Excavator for now. Chance to find geodes doubled. Reason being, I want to get all of the minerals the game has to offer. It's just going to speed up our progress to get down to the stores so we can access more vendors. Now I finally got the last scroll we needed to get the Dwarvish Translations Guide. So we're going to get that guide straight away. We're going to head up here, talk to the dwarf, and we're going to get the Dwarvish Safety Manual. I was hoping at the time that this would reduce the dwarf soldiers' bomb damage by 25%. Just going to make the fight just a little bit easier for us. If it doesn't, it's okay. It just means that when we're detonating bombs, we'll take less damage from our own bombs. So it was time to fight the dwarf soldier yet again. Now I had a gold pickaxe, but it still took more than one swing to break open those nodes, so I'm just not going to be fast enough to get out of those cluster traps if he does manage to trap me. I did however manage to dodge his big strikes there by stepping directly in the centre of those green safe zones, so I was getting much better at that. I was also getting much better at attacking the dwarf and moving away, so when he'd done his first jump, and when the first cluster came up, I didn't get trapped. And it was just a matter of attacking him when he charged up and then running away when he was ready to strike with more bombs. As we can see, because we have the Dwarvish Translation Guide, we can kind of understand what he's saying. After a long and arduous battle, we finally beat him. And he dropped gold bars, iron bars and copper bars. Not a whole lot, but I mean, look, it's alright. I feel like I should have got something better though, because it was such a fierce hard fight. I mean, I don't show the hours upon hours of practices I had with that boss. I kind of show 1 or 2 attempts, then I show the attempt where I actually win. I mean, if I was to show all the attempts, this video would go on for about 12 hours. We do pick up the skull key. We can now do skull cavern runs, but we're not finished with the bosses yet, oh no. Time to buy some cattle. We're going to get some dairy cows, bring on the cheese. 1500 gold per cow, no problem. The first cow will be called Grain Break and Gemini Dragon and 47 Shotty. We're also going to get a fourth cow, we're going to call it Alarota. And they're all GamerGuard channel members. And you can be a channel member as well. for a couple of euro per month. And if you are a channel member, I will encourage your name into many of the videos that I create. So we're now back in the regular mines. What we're doing here is we're trying to farm up some iron ores to make bombs, because I want to do a good, decent Skull Cavern run. We also donated enough things to Gunther to warrant the key to the swords, the rusty key. So we can now go down there, befriend Krobus, see what kind of wares he has. So the travelling cart was selling a white large egg today. I picked it up straight away. I now don't have to purchase white chicken, which is really good. Went to the desert, put up some fish, got a sandfish there today. Then I went up to the lake to do more fishing here as well. I really wanted to get fishing level 10, but more importantly, I wanted to get a few sturgeons. The first reason I wanted a sturgeon was for the big Stardew Valley summer event coming up to get friendship, the luau. The second sturgeon is going to be needed for caviar later on. I also needed a sturgeon as well to donate the fishing bundles here, the lake fishing bundle. So we're almost there with the fish tank. As we can see, we are now doing our first official Skull Cavern run. Now I am prioritising enemies here, because they do give lots of XP when you kill them. They also drop some pretty good stuff as well. Now on this floor, number 1, it was an ambush floor, the very first floor of the dungeon. And this is nothing compared to what we're going to fight later on in this Skull Cavern. There's something waiting for us, something extremely hard to kill. Level 9 combat plus 5 HP, and we can make an Iridium Band. That's something we might make later on. Today we have the green rain. Now today is a great day to accumulate tons of moss, fibre, wood, foraging XP. I do have the golden scythe. We're going to run around with that, whack as many bushes as we can. We got lots of fiddlehead ferns there, which is nice. And with these mossy seeds, we can put them into the ground and they can grow into various different types of mystery trees. If we're really lucky, we can even get a fiddlehead fern tree, tap that for fiddlehead ferns. So I literally spent the whole day today just literally foraging. We do get foraging level 7, we can now make tree fertilizers. And that's going to come in very handy later when all of the trees in Stardew Valley disappear, when it comes to trying to max out the foraging skill. We will upgrade our pickaxe to an iridium pickaxe, and the next day we're going to do some fishing. Tilapias, pufferfish, they're all on our radar for community centre bundles. And that is the speciality fish bundle complete. We get some dish of the seas. That's actually a pretty good dish. The extra plus 3 to fish in there does make a difference. We are going to make some tree farms on our farm, when we are going to use our lovely fertilizers to make those trees grow super fast. Once those trees grow, we won't cut them down though, we'll tap them. We just got a Dorado there. It's an incredibly rare fish. Always nice to get that early in summer just to get out of the way. It's very rare. You could be fishing for the whole day by that area. You might never come across one. We also picked up a rainbow trout as well. We got a quest here to gather 15 pieces of coal. No bother at all. Time to wipe out some dust sprites. I mean, we're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone here. Dust sprites are dropping coal. We need coal to make bombs. We need coal to smelt bars. We also need to kill 500 of these things to get a monster eradication goal. So we might as well just try to get this done earlier rather than later anyway. So I went down to the bottom of the farm today. I managed to get a bridal veil off one of the trees. I thought that was honestly just hilarious. How did it end up there? Nobody knows. Maybe Mayor Lewis just chickened out and he wanted Marnie to marry him. Level 10 fishing finally. Let's go with the lore master. Crab pots no longer require bait. If we get trash, we can absolutely put it to use. Lots of trash can be recycled into coal. Our cows have fully matured, so we're going to milk them and we'll turn that milk into cheese eventually. I also got my iridium pickaxe today. That's the best pickaxe now you can get. We're now going to upgrade the axe to a gold axe. I took on the dusk amalgamation today because I didn't realise how much coal it dropped. It dropped 15 coal, which is nice. Now I don't fight the bosses too much once I already kill them. Sometimes I just forget what level I'm on and I stumble into them and I can't escape. So I need to fight them in order to survive. Now you can tweak the mod of course and make the bosses easier, and you can make the floors skippable. But what would the fun in that be? Why make something easier if you can manage it eventually? I got a coffee bean today off a dust sprite. That was incredibly lucky. I was very happy with that. I'm going to make some deluxe worm bins today. Plant those down. The reason why I'm making these is because that deluxe worm bait is really good. I'm going to pet my cows and off we go to Robin. it is time to do some upgrades. Now I need to get a silo because if we get rainy days, you know, I don't want to be going to Marnie all the time purchasing hay. Let's have a look at the monster eradication goals. We're getting pretty close to the dust sprites. We've killed quite a number of them. We're almost halfway there with the slimes as well. We've done the bats so we can get the vampire ring. It's not a bad ring. We've also killed over 1,000 monsters so we can get into the back room there, pick up the mapping cave systems. That is actually extremely valuable to us because we're dying all the time with these boss fights. The mapping cave systems will reduce the cost of Marlin retrieving your items by a whopping 50%. Just got the bait and bobber skill book there. Now we've already maxed out fishing, so we're going to put that aside. We might use it later on for the mastery tiers. We also picked up an extra monster compendium. We could trade that in or we could take it for combat XP. We'll take it for combat XP. It's only a small amount, but look, it's better than nothing. So when these bats come to attack me, I always hang around to kill them. If they drop bombs, you know, that's all you want. Look at all the money I'm getting here from selling these minerals, and this is all thanks to Gus from breaking open these geodes. We're definitely making a profit. I sold the prismatic shard as well for 2,000 gold because I just really needed the money. So today I am getting my hands on iridium bars. Now I don't have the blacksmith perk, so I'm only going to get 1,000 gold for those bars, not 1,500. But I mean, that doesn't really matter. What's more important right now is to get all the minerals the game has to offer. It's now time for the luau, so we put in a gold star storage in there, one of the best things you can put in, and that is going to get us the best friendship effects from that event. Hopefully we'll get some nice things in the mail. I made lots of bombs today. I also had 14 lightning rods. Bring on the battery packs. So we got a gold axe today off Clint, back into the secret woods, breaking open all these stumps. We're level 7 foraging right now. Would be nice to get this maxed out sooner rather than later. I really want to get into the mastery tiers. I want to get those trinkets. Some of those trinkets are just extremely overpowered. We're going around Sinister Forest today, just breaking open trees. The next day, it's a Skull Cavern run yet again. You're going to see lots of Skull Cavern runs in this video. Most of our money will come from Skull Cavern. Now, today was a pretty decent day, you know. I got lots of holes today. We're going to break open lots of bars. Let's see what we can get. I just picked up the mining monthly there. Now, we have our mining skill already maxed out. But look what I got inside a crate. I got a model ship. It's so rare to get decorations like that. And I'm actually going to hold on to that and put that decoration inside my house. Got another hole here. Let's jump in. We fell down 6 levels. And we get another hole. So I show most of the holes I get today, just to show you that if you're really lucky going into Skull Caverns, how quickly you can descend down the floors. What I didn't know is that there is a ferociously hard boss that waiting for us on floor 99, the Iridium Warrior. Now, it might not look like much, but this boss is insanely hard. And I was nowhere near ready to fight a boss like this. I mean, I thought I could beat this boss because I had a galaxy weapon. By God, was I wrong. Now, this boss just hits so hard. The boss will constantly charge at you. The boss has several AoE attacks that are difficult to avoid, so you really need to be on your toes. You do not want to be touching this boss. The boss has a very mean counter attack where he will launch you up into the air and hit you a few times. When you land, you will take even more damage, and you will also get the nausea debuff, so you can't even heal yourself. So you have to be very careful when you're approaching this boss. So there's the combo. He just hits me up into the air, hits me again, then I fall back onto the ground, and now I have the nausea debuff. He's flinging out iridium ores there like there's no tomorrow. Not only will the ores do damage, but the ground pound attacks will also do damage, so you just really have to keep your distance and use hit and run tactics. So I got killed there, but I was lucky. I just lost some wood and some gold ores. I could have lost a whole lot more than that. But on the bright side, we got plus 430, so I got 10,000 gold off Mr. Key. That was very nice of him. We're also going to get our star fruit, so we got to be optimistic as well when we're going through this game, you know. I mean, if we one-shot at every boss we came across, it would make for a fairly boring challenge. So let's just think about this from a Dark Souls perspective. Sometimes you just got to go back, level up, increase your stats, upgrade your weapons, die maybe 50 or 100 times, and then beat the boss. But this is Stardew Valley, so the game is a little bit more forgiving. So we just made our slime soul there because we got a starfruit. We can now bring that into the Adventurers Guild and see what happens. But first, Let's just upgrade the barn to a big barn so we can get more cows. I'm also going to make myself an iridium band, just to give myself some more utility when it comes to going into those dungeons. I'm also going to purchase some melons off Pierre. Now I know it's the 14th, but I really want to make a move on my farming skill. It's very low, it needs to go up to 10. 100 melons hopefully will make a pretty good dent. Now today it was raining, we're going to grab that red snapper, fire it straight into the ocean fish bundle. Just a few bundles left. We'll finish off the crab pot bundle as well, so we just got a few more bits and bobs for that. The warp totem to the beach and the crab pots, they'll be put to use eventually. We just need the walleye. Fortunately, we have to wait until fall to get our hands on one of those. We might as well plant our melon seeds and plant anything else that we need to. At the end of the day, we need to make sure we complete all community center bundles, so we need at least 5 gold star melons. Now I made tons of mushroom logs today, and you do get foraging XP every time you harvest one of those mushrooms. Level 5 farming. Now we're going to take till our crops were 10% more. The only reason we're taking this is because the next perk will allow crops to grow 10% faster. And it's all for the sake of farming XP. Level 6 farming. We can make the cheese press, that's very important. We can also make quality sprinklers. So let's make some quality sprinklers right now. We had the barrels to get it done. Well, we had the barrels to make a good few quality sprinklers, but we'll have to do a bit more grinding to make the rest. So I'm going to give the slime soul to Gabriel here, and let's see what happens. Gabriel is over the moon we managed to get the slime soul. Gabriel has made a special incubator we can put the slime soul into, and it's going to incubate a very special slime. So let's see what happens. Gabriel says it should work any minute, but nothing happens. So his daughter Zinnia comes in and she has iridium, and because she has iridium, the incubator then activates. And what is going to come out of this thing? A brand new NPC is going to grace us. It is a slime indeed, but this slime is friendly. And we can actually forge a relationship with this slime. And it's so interesting. Now we need to give the slime a name. She's going to call the slime Silly. So from now on, everybody, meet Silly the Slime, Stardew Valley's brand new resident. For now, Silly's going to remain here in his room because we don't know what could happen if we just let Silly go outside. Firstly though, nobody understands what Silly says. Silly speaks in the monster language, so we need to rectify that. And hopefully, we'll be able to get something done about that soon. So, Zinnia visits us today, and she just wants to say thanks for siding with her when it comes to building up a relationship with Silly, because we could have sided with Gabriel and the questline would have went a totally different way. But I really wanted to get to know Silly and give Silly the benefit of the doubt. So we're going to visit the wizard, and the wizard is going to give us the ability to understand what Silly says. So we just drink a potion there. We can now talk to Silly, and Silly basically explains to us that slimes and humans used to be friends. But something happened, and there's a reason why we're fighting slimes today. So basically what Silly is saying is that slimes, just like Silly, have real intelligence. And they're intelligent enough to communicate. So we need to build up relationship points with Silly to progress the questline further. So obviously I need to find out what gives Silly loves. We could play it safe, we could go with prismatic shards, golden pumpkins, pearls, things like that. And that's what we do most of the time, you know. So twice a week, we're going to be giving Silly items like that. Now, we just completed a monster eradication goal. That was for dust sprites, which is great. We now go back to the adventures guild and get a burglary. We also made over 12,000 gold today, primarily from selling monster parts. But I also sold 40 battery packs. I mean, they sell for 500 gold a pop. That's pretty good. Lightning rods, in all fairness, are a pretty good money maker. I suppose anything in the game, if you have enough of it, can be a good money maker. Even these mushroom logs. Now, I'm going to keep the purple mushrooms, and I might just sell the rest of them. If I get a dehydrator, I could always dry some out as well, maybe the common mushrooms. So we're now getting a crystallarium there off of Gunther. We now have all of the minerals donated. So from now on, if we get geodes, especially omni geodes, we're going to trade those in for treasure troves, because we can get artifacts out of those. We can also get pearls and golden pumpkins out of those, and they make for great universal love gifts, especially for Silly. So Dara is going to be our new goat. And the reason why I'm getting a goat is because I need one for the community center bundle. I need a large goat's milk. Speaking of community centre, we're still completing bundles left, right and centre, which is great. We just got a quality sprinkler there as a reward, which was nice. We're going to get Clint to break open all these artifact troves. Let's see what we're going to get. So we just picked up a pearl there. That's going to come in fierce handy. Now we could sell the pearl for some decent money, or we could keep it and just give it to someone because it's a universal love gift. The burglar ring will also come in handy to get more items from monsters. Gabriel now is going to talk to us about a book that he found. And it basically explains that when people first moved to Stardew Valley, they found a cave, they went inside, they found slimes, and they made great friends with the slimes. And the slimes then taught the villagers that they had this special item called a slime heart. And the slime heart can heal any ailment that anybody has, basically cure to cancer. But the humans got greedy. They wanted the slime heart all for themselves, so they went down and they killed the slimes to take the slime heart. And since then, the humans and the slimes have been killing each other. So that's what happened. Human greed tore up the relationship, the lovely relationship that the humans and the slimes had. And that's just the start of the quest chain. I mean, it's a pretty decent quest chain, and we will be getting a lot more information on that as the game progresses. It's a fabulous mod as well. Check it out in the description. So Elizabeth and Super Sergi, there were just more animals there we added to the farm. A pig and a sheep, just for more use in the bundles, especially the truffle. The truffle is needed, and we might not be able to get the truffle off the travelling cart. So we'll just play it safe, pay the money and get the pig. So we are doing another Skull Cavern run today, but I have no intentions of fighting that Iridium warrior. I mean, it's just so hard to fight. But we will come here and we will try to get as many resources as possible. I did pick up some great things today. Look at all this great stuff I have. I picked up a Stardew Valley Almanac. This increases farming skill by 250. That got us up into the next farming level. I got swarmed here by a big load of Iridium bats, and I just killed them all. They drop some nice stuff. They drop Iridium ores. They drop life elixirs that give you full health. Finally, level 10 combat. We're going to take Brute. 15% extra damage. That's going to make a huge difference fighting bosses. Level 7 farming as well, so we're getting there with the farming. We will have to pull up a lot more crops though to max that out. Today we made some decent money, 11,000 gold, primarily from mining again. If you just take a look at all the minerals there. Of course I could have refined the quartz and got more money, but I just wanted to keep the coal for other stuff. So we're getting more iridium bars today. I could keep all the bars until I get the blacksmith perk and then sell them all, but I needed money constantly for upgrades and things like that. A rabbit's foot was up for sale today. I purchased that straight away. That means I won't have to purchase rabbits at all because I can trade it in later on for the lucky charm. I also picked up the rare seed as well. That'll be a handy star drop later on when we bring that to the secret woods. So we're going to get a coop today. Reason being, I need some chikorritos. I also need some ducks as well. The duck feather is something that you need for the dye bundle, I believe. So we need to get a duck as well. So I finished off the Artisan bundle by just giving in some honey there. And that was one more bundle done. The cake is a great reward for that. And we will be using the cake because we're going to have to get a Silver Star wine if we're doing the theatre out later on. I'm at 110 tree fertilizers today. And the reason being is we are going to grow 110 trees. So we're going to site away all the weeds down here. We're going to plant all of these seeds, and we're going to fertilize up the whole thing. This will greatly accelerate our foraging skill over the next few days when all these trees fully mature. So we just need to think about maxing out all our skills now sooner rather than later. We're almost in fall. It's about time we start taking a look at those mastery ranks. Went into the bat cave, picked up all these lovely forageables, went to the desert as well. And we're going to get 8 more artifact troves. We'll get Clint to break them open. More pearls, golden pumpkins, they'll be put to great use. But look what I got. A new book of power. The treasure appraisal guide. This will triple the value of artifacts. And it actually makes artifact gathering quite profitable. And there's a lot of artifacts in this game combined with that book of power that will sell for enormous amounts of money. Speaking of money, it was Saturday. Took a trip down to the beach, went to the tide pools here, picked up all these lovely forageables. Level 9 foraging, thank you very much. We were on a roll with the travelling cart this year. She had a Mackie roll today. I picked it up straight away. I had the funds, why not? I know you can kind of easily make one if you have the seaweed and the fish and to get some rice, but I mean, it was right there for the few hundred gold, so I said why not. I gave Silly some items there to increase friendship points, and then it was off to the party. We're going to wipe out every single one of these resources, because we basically need everything, including the moss, the wood, the coal, the iron, the copper. Everything is needed to make progression. I then made some cheese presses, and I made a good few. We will start putting milk into those cheese presses. Now we're going to get back some cheese. Cheese is a really good food to bring down into the dungeons, especially when you need health. More iridium bars and gold bars that we can sell. We're going to go to Robin now and upgrade our coop to a big coop. This means I can get ducks. We're also going to finalise the axe here. We're going to get the iridium axe. Now just 3 swings and a tree is fully wiped out. So it just means getting wood will be much faster. Got some diamonds today, sold some prismatic shards, iridium bars and gold bars. Get loads of money, got over 10,000 gold. We've got 12,000 gold at the moment. I picked up a Slayer's helmet today, and this is a reference to Doom, which is a magnificent game. So we now really look the part. We've got the Crucible, and we have the Slayer's helmet. But we're not finished just yet. There's more really good items we can get as well, and we get those later on. For now, we're back in the regular mines. We're focusing on monster eradication goals. We're also focusing on just getting important resources as well, such as diamonds, rubies, other bits and bobs like that. If I come across void spirits, we're going to wipe them out straight away. If I come across diamonds, gold nodes, we're going to pickaxe them up. I actually got lots of diamonds today. It was a real nice day for diamonds, and I can sell a lot of those diamonds. Monster eradication goal completed for the void spirit. That was nice. The next day we are going to visit Marnie. It's time to purchase some more animals. So we're going to get a duck anyway, because we need the duck feather. We also need the duck egg. That's going to be Natasha B. You're going to be our new duck. We also picked up our iridium axe from Clint. That's the best axe in the game. And all of our trees have also fully grown. So we're going to wipe out all these trees in the hopes to max out our foraging skill. Now we got very lucky here while we were cutting down trees. Woody's secret fell out of one of the trees, and this is a great book of power. Woody's secret will give us an ability to double the amount of wood we get from felling a tree. Now it's only 5%, but when you have big tree farms like this, you'll be very surprised how often that will actually activate. So it's a nice passive ability to get. We just got lots of mushrooms there as well, and it was time to upgrade our house here with Robin. The reason why we need to upgrade the house is that we need to get our hands on those aging barrels so we can get a silver star wine later on. So let's finish off the Enchanter's bundle. We had a rabbit's foot from the travelling cart, so that was another bundle done. 5 gold bars, it's alright, we can sell the gold bars, or we can keep them. So we're wiping out skeletons today. I just want to complete more monster eradication goals. The more goals I can complete, the more power-ups and the more items I can get off the Adventurers Guild. Today all of the melons also fully matured, so we put all of them up. We got our farmers get up by a few levels, which was nice, but it is still not level 10. Now we finally got a large goat milk today, so we're making some good progress. We're now going to visit Pierre. It's the 26th. It's the best time now to purchase tons of wheat. We'll get lots of hay back from that too, so that'll keep our animals going for a long time. We're going to re-hoe the ground, plant all the wheat, get the harvest out in a few days. Level 8 farming, we can now make some kegs. The next day we get to harvest lots of battery packs. Now we can keep those for iridium sprinklers, crystallariums, things like that, or we can just sell them. We then got our watering can upgraded, and we're now going to get Clint to break open all these mystery boxes. The first 2 yielded are very rare and nice items. We had a Book of Stars, and we also had the Book of Mysteries, which is a Book of Power. Now the Book of Mysteries will give you an increased chance to find mystery boxes. It's a very nice Book of Power to get. The Book of Stars will give you XP towards all of your skills. It's only really worth activating though if you're going for mastery, but because I was so desperate to max out all of my skills as quickly as possible, I just popped them. I don't know how this activated, but when I went to bed I got level 1 wizardry plus 1 mana regeneration. Now, I know I downloaded mods in the hopes to make the magic mod work, but the magic mod does not currently work. So I wasn't too sure what that was about. If you look on the left hand side of my screen, you will now see a mana meter. But we'll get back to that later on in the video. I did go to Krobus though, and I purchased the star drop, so that is 1 more star drop in the bag. I also went to the desert trader and I purchased tons of staircases. I finally picked up a truffle today. I actually got 2 truffles because of my foraging skill. So we're going to bring that into the community centre. The chef's bundle has now been fully complete. We get back some pink cake, not bad. It was the last day of summer though, so we now get to enjoy the fantastic visuals of the moonlight jellies. It was now the 1st of fall. We picked up our first duck egg. We need that for the animal bundle. All we need now is a duck feather. Help wanted quest from Clint. He's looking for someone to go out and find him 8 gold ores. We'll do that, no problem for you, Clint. We're now going to go to Pierre. It's time to purchase some pumpkins. We'll get 100. That will guarantee us to get at least 5 gold star pumpkins. We also purchased one of every other crop as well, just for the sake of collections and things like that. So we finished off the animal bundle. Very nice indeed. That rewarded us with a cheese press. Very nice, because we're actually using cheese presses in this challenge. I purchased an iridium rod. I also purchased a trap bobber. Now I missed out on a few legendary fish, but there's still a chance we can capture all of the fish in the game if we can acquire magic bait later. I purchased all of the recipes off Gus, including the hash browns. I might not use them, but it's better to have them than to not have them. We're going to go for the legendary fish today, the angler. It's one of the easier legendary fish. So we also got the salmon as well, just for the fishing collection. The next day it was time to harvest all of this lovely wheat. And we actually needed the wheat for the community centre as well, so 2 birds with the 1 stone, of course. We're also getting hay, which is also needed. So that gave us a level up in farming, but we had 1 more level to go before we could max out farming. So we're going to have to plant a lot more crops down to get that farming up to level 10. We were very close. We just need foraging now and farming, just 1 more level from each profession, and we can start going for mastery levels then, and we can start seeing the real end game. I got a golden mask in the desert today, and we can also take on community quests now as well. We're going to start with community cleanup. Linus gives us this quest. We just have to pick up some trash or fish it up. We're going to get some fiber seeds as a reward. Penny's birthday, she got the sandfish. Then it was down into the mines, and we are wiping out enemies left, right and centre. Now we got a mushroom floor today. Super lucky, we're picking up all these mushrooms, additional XP for us for foraging. I also spoke to Clint. I told him I got his gold ores for him. Clint was delighted. 330 gold in the bag. And we're going to make a start on doing this community cleanup by fishing up some trash. The next day we are planting some seeds down in the ground. We'll fertilise those as well. And we're going to run around Cindersap Forest, and we're going to wipe out any trees that we see to get our hands on even more foraging XP. We're very close to level 10. So if we see wood, it's going to get axed. I didn't realise you could get a midnight carp on the farm here, so it was nice to get that and add that to the fishing collection, but I wanted trash. So I got an ancient fruit wine. We'll keep that and we'll try to turn that into a silver star wine later on. I also went up to the bathhouse area to get even more trash. I found a book of power here called Jack Be Nimble, Jack Be Thick. It gives a +1 to defense, and that's a permanent +1. I also fished up the walleye, and that's needed for the community centre bundle as well. We also visited a travelling cart, and she has an unlimited supply of Stardew Valley almanacs, and they give 250 farming XP a pop. I can only afford 3 of them though, so I popped all those. That was 750 XP, not bad. So we now got a duck feather. We're going to complete the dye bundle, and that completes the bulletin board. 1 more room done. I also got the walleye, and that is going to complete the fish tank. So we are well on our way now to go to Ginger Island. So these past few days in fall have been real good days. We got real good important skill ups. We completed several bundles, and now we're going to go on and can finally complete the community cleanup quest. So the Junimos there will get rid of that boulder. That will unlock panning for us, level 10 foraging. We're going to take botanist, of course. Any foraged item we pick up will be of the highest quality. The next day we get the fiber seeds off Linus, and we're back in the regular mines. We're farming up iron ores just so we can make more bombs, because we want to do more Skull Cavern runs. We get the flames shirt. We're going to swap that out. I think the cart looks much better now. We have the Slayer's helmet and we have the flames shirt. We're now a force to be reckoned with. We're going to make loads of bombs today. We have tons of coal. We're going to trade in some prize ticks. We got a really cool looking bed there, and we got 4 preserve jars. What I really want though is that book of power, the friendship 101. So we got a quest here to kill a squid kid. And that's what we're going to do. Down into the regular mines, wipe out the squid kid. We actually just spent the day in the mines. We're going to obviously put that bed out as well. It's way cooler than the first bed you start with. Now we're going to talk to the wizard. Because we've accumulated so much friendship with the wizard, he's going to teach us all about magic. So we created what's called a magic altar. Now it took me a while to get the hang of this, but there's 3 trees with this magic altar. You have attack, offense, and utility. Now the only thing I'm really interested in here is the attack, is the fireball. So I tried to make a projectile attack. And I'm not going to bore you with the options here, but I figured it out after a while, and I called the spell fire. So for the group area, I put in projectile, and then for the add-on, I put in a condition that it does damage. So I can now fire basically magic projectiles. I should have called it Rasengan. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. If you do know what it means, well, good for you. Isn't it just a great enemy to watch? So we're now back in the regular mines. I have my mana. I wanted to upgrade it. I needed coffee for velocity, makes the balls go faster. A barbed hook for piercing, makes the balls go through enemies, which makes it even more deadly. I needed slime for the bounce effect, so they'd bounce off stuff until they'd hit something. So these magic balls will become deadly balls of destruction, is the best way I can describe it. They just disintegrate enemies. I mean, look at this. Just rapid firing Rasengans, just wiping enemies out left, right and centre. I mean, these magic balls were so powerful, I thought to myself, I wonder could I take on the Iridium Warrior on floor 100. Those rain totems are going to come in so handy later on. I'm so happy I kept them. So we have mega bombs, we have regular bombs, we're blowing the place open. We're getting lots of Iridium ores. We are getting lots of cool valuable items. So I decided to fight the Iridium Warrior, and look how easy the magic makes the fight. Now at the same time, I knew his big AoE attacks were going to come, so I knew to keep my distance. But I mean, my mana bar wasn't going down at all. I didn't understand why. And I was just spamming these magic balls. Honestly, it did feel a little bit like cheating, but I was just really curious as to what this boss was going to drop when I killed him. So I just kept spamming him with Rasengans, and eventually he died. I got a prismatic shard and 5 iridium bars. And because I have magic, it just trivialized that whole fight. Now I will go back later on and I will fight that boss legitimately. Don't you worry folks. You will see a serious fight later on in this video when I have proper gear. So I got level 5 wizardry. We have mana regen, or we have mana efficiency. I just went for the regen. Not that's going to make much of a difference. I completed the help wanted quest for Robin. So we're still doing the help wanted quest. We still want the prize tickets. And it was just a quartz, so it was easy enough quest to do. For the next community quest, we're going to go with Gus's famous omelets. Now, in order for us to get this quest done, because it has 12 days, we'll go and purchase just a couple of chickens, just to get that quest sorted out. And the reason why I took it over crop order is because I really didn't want to grow a ton of cranberry crops on the farm, so I just went with chickens instead. And you know what, we can just turn those eggs into fried eggs when we're finished with them. We can eat those for health anyway. So those of iridium ores, turn all those into iridium bars, sell them, and there you go. 42,000 gold, primarily from iridium bars and 11 diamonds that we picked up in the Skull Caverns. Now, we're going to trade in more Omni Geodes, we're going to purchase a lot more artifact troves. We'll get Clint to break those open. Let's have a chat with Robin today. We're going to construct a deluxe coop. Reason being, it comes with an auto feed system. I don't want to be feeding the chickens or whatever's inside the coop every time we get a rainy day. I want to be in the dungeons where I belong. So we keep giving Emily gifts here now, and I'm giving her amethyst because she loves those. I'm going to try to get her up to 8 out of 8 hearts and then get her up to 10 and get married. We're giving Silly more loved gifts. Prismatic shards are a good way to go. We're getting lots of those because we're doing Skull Cavern runs. We're growing even more trees today. Look how much money we made today. 17,000 gold from the iridium bars, and we made a ton of gold as well from selling all these artifacts. And not these artifacts are selling for almost 1,000 gold because we have that book of power. We also got a treasure chest from one of the artifact troves. That thing sells for 5,000 gold. The pearl sells for 2,500 gold. It's very nice money indeed to get, just for kind of sticking with the mines. Now, we're going to purchase some books of power today off from our seller. We're going to get Way of the Wind Part 1. That is a permanent speed increase. We also get the Horse Book of Power, or Slither Legs, and the Price Catalogue. We don't really need a lot of those. I just want them to complete the collections. The Way of the Wind Part 1 though is a game changer. Because I purchased that, I can now get Way of the Wind Part 2. However, I currently cannot afford Way of the Wind Part 2. Now, if I want to make a magic rock candy, I just need one prismatic shard and a sugar. So I did that straight away. I made 2 of them actually. And I'm going to use those now for future Skull Cavern runs. I also got a steel pan back off Clint, but I'm going to hand that back in straight away with upgrade to a gold pan. You can get some pretty good stuff from panning, including lucky rings. We're going to purchase chickens today. Mars Meduse, Caroline, you're now chickens. You're going to make loads of eggs for me. I sold a ton of bars to Clint today. Copper bars, iron bars, gold bars, he can have them. We don't really need them at the moment. Let's go to Robin and make a slime hutch. We're making this for one reason only, and that is to give the slimes the ability to drop slime balls when they die, because some of those slime balls can sell for huge amounts of money. We also fished up the mutant carp as well. That's another legendary fish added to the roster. So today's Sunday. We can trade in jades for staircases. We're going to pop a spicy Eid, and we're also going to pop a triple shot espresso. You're probably wondering why I'm not using my magic rock candies. They're being saved for much tougher fights down the road. We're going to need those buffs. Now, today was a great day. We got down pretty far. And the great thing about Skull Cavern is that if we get holes, we can actually bypass floor 100. So you're not, unless you spam staircases, you're not going to run into that boss all the time, the Iridium Warrior. Now, all these pumpkins have finally come to fruition. We're going to pull them all up, and there you have it. The final level up. We now have level 10 farming, thank God. We now have all skills maxed out. Once we get the first mastery rank, we can then go and unlock the overpowered trinkets. Also completed the pantry. Get back a preserve jar and a bee house. The Junimos are super happy. Goodbye. We can now fix up Willie's boat. We can go to Ginger Island and we can start farming the volcano cave. Now, because the greenhouse is getting repaired, you just see a squirrel there who's going to run down into his little tree house. We can start doing squirrel quests in a couple of days as well. Level 10 farming, we'll just go with agriculture for now. All crops grow 10% faster. So if we have to grow crops down the road, it'll come in handy. Today is the Stardew Valley Fair. We've got quite the assortment of items. Magic rock candy, prismatic shards, animal products. We got first place, of course. We'll gamble it on green. Use the start tokens to purchase a star drop. We'll also purchase one of the rare crows, and we'll purchase a price ticket as well. The pepper poppers were pretty good, you know, +1 speed, +2 to farming. Very handy if you want to increase your odds of getting gold star crops, but we don't really need it right now. We will go to Robin and get another house upgrade, because we really need to unlock that cellar. And here is a fabulous cutscene of the community centre, back up and running. We have fabulous balloons. We've got Jas with her lovely rope. Marnie is over the moon, and Mayor Lewis can't believe what is going on. Pierre has had enough of Morris, and he now wants to have a fist fight. Let's see who's going to win here. Victory, Pierre. And we get a nice little gesture here, you know, where Pierre turns around, puts on the glasses. I mean, you can't, you know, so much respect for Pierre there, you know. Morris and his cronies were never heard of again. We're going to go with a curious substance here from Rasmodius. So once you accumulate more friendship points with him, maybe he can teach me some other cool magic abilities. We're also going to purchase an auto grabber off Marnie. I do not have to milk the cows anymore, which is going to be a game changer for me. You've also noticed that I'm using a different spell. So I've got 2 spells. One gives me a speed increase for 30 seconds. The other fires out magic balls, which I call Rasengans. I also used a huge amount of skill books that I've been saving up, because I can now get mastery skills. And if we take a look at my mastery, I've got a long way to go. I need to get that to 10,000 to get the first skill. I also realised if you press on the Junimo a few times, because I've completed the community centre, I get a cool screen down there. It gets slightly modified. The door to the old Georgia Market gets blown open. we can now tackle the final bundle, but we have a long way to go. If we're going to fix up the theatre, we need a lot of endgame items, and upgrading the house is a step in the right direction for that. We're also collecting artifacts. We're almost there with the artifacts, but we're missing just a small handful. But the handful we're missing, they're just not popping up for us. So it's all down to the gods of RNG. Now I managed to beat a ghost in the mines, got an ectoplasm. I'm going to give it to the wizard here. He's super happy. He's going to give us a reward. He also gets a solar essence as well to get more friendship points. Prismatic shard, caviar, dinosaur mayonnaise, void salmon, ancient fruit, and a silver star wine. Now we have the prismatic shard. The caviar will be... all that's going to be easy except for the silver star wine, because that's going to take a while for it to mature. So we're fighting against time now at the moment, because we're on the 18th of fall. It's a 1 year challenge. I got the slime jack today. I also picked up the void talisman as well, just so we can motor ahead with the other quests. There was a strange windstorm during the night, so that is going to start the quest for the squirrel, which is great. We're also going to go in here as well, and we're going to fish up a void salmon. We need a gold star one though for the final bundle, and we were lucky enough to get that. So that's one less item needed. Another help wanted quest for Robin. She wanted a cranberry, we wanted a prize ticket. It was a good deal, and Robin is the happier for it. Now we need to get friendship points up with Robin, so she'll give us the drum block and the flute block. We need those for golden walnuts over on Ginger Island. It's now time to get the Friendship 101 Book of Power, and it just means we get a few extra friendship points when we're doing good deeds for the NPCs around Stardew Valley. As we can see, our collection of books is growing. We now almost have all of the Books of Power. It was time to fix up the broken tree stump. 100 pieces of hardwood is a small price to pay for what's to come. The raccoon is going to be indebted to us, but first, when the raccoon moves in, we will have to get him a huge assortment of different items, including smoked goods, fish, things like that. But it's well worth it. You get some really good prizes. So we now got our void mayonnaise. Now you could fish one up inside the witch's swamp, but it's now incredibly rare to get. It used to be super common. It's been nerfed to the ground. So we're picking up lots of stuff today from the crab pots. Reason being, the squirrel here requires a snail, also requires a smoked chub. Now, the smoked chub will be easy, but the 5 snails may take a few days. We do have some crab pots there, so we might put down just a few more to speed up that process. We're going to give the henchman here a void mayonnaise, go into the house, we're going to pick up the magical ink, give that to the wizard. It just means we can access his magical terminal. So if we get far enough into the future with this challenge, we might be able to get some obelisks, and we might be able to get the gold clock. We also finished off Gus's famous omelette quest. Got some decent money for that, more friendship points with Gus. So we're going to get Robin to build a fish pond, and the only reason that we're building that is to get a caviar, because I have a sturgeon in a chest ready to go for that. As you can see, my character is now much faster because of the buffs that I'm using. I've got a magic buff that increases my speed. I also have Way of the Wind Power 1, so we're a much faster character, and this is going to come in fierce handy when fighting the bosses. Sandy wanted an iron bar. I obliged, of course. Friendship points with Sandy, but more importantly, one step closer to another prize ticket. So we're going to get the fish smoker off Willy. It's 10,000 gold, but it has to be done. We're now going to go back into the Skull Cavern, and we have our lovely magic balls, and we are just disintegrating enemies with these. The serpents, the purple slimes, it doesn't matter what it is, it simply doesn't stand a chance against our superior magic powers. I got a dinosaur floor here. It was also an infested floor, and these dinosaurs just get disintegrated. I got some dinosaur eggs, prehistoric vertebrae, got some bones. Oh, I picked up a crystallarium inside a chest. That's going to come in fierce handy. We took on the Iridium Warrior again with our new and improved magic Rasengans, and we just disintegrated it. Got some Iridium sprinklers in a chest as well today, which was great. And we're getting tons of Iridium nodes. Now, we made it down really far today. We came across multiple floors with dinosaurs, which is really good, because if we want to get all of the monster eradication goals done, we need to prioritize the dinosaurs. They can be quite rare to find. We passed out on floor 203, but because I got a hole down to this level, I didn't get the 2 treasure chests, which was unfortunate. Not to worry though, we have got tons of iridium to smelt into bars to make tons of money. We just completed the first raccoon quest. We got 25 powder melon seeds back. The reason why we didn't get broccoli is because it's very close to winter, so the raccoon is smart enough to understand how far we're in with the season to give us an appropriate reward. We picked up another community quest as well, and we're going to get Clint to break open all these artifact troves in the hopes to get something that we haven't given into Gunther yet. Everything else can just be sold. So we're going to fix up the boat. We have finally assembled 200 pieces of hardwood. We already done the battery packs and the iridium bars. That means we can go to Ginger Island the next day. We're also giving Silly 2 gifts every single week. We're just giving him prismatic shards and other bits and bobs to get the friendship skills up. His quest still hasn't progressed, so we need to get his friendship up higher. We've also unlocked our first mastery level. What are we going to get? Well, you guessed it, and I have been saying it all along. We are going to get the combat mastery. The anvil can reforge trinkets. The mini forge is basically a dwarven forge, but you can have it anywhere you want. And more importantly, the ability to now amass trinkets. There's many trinkets in this game, and they're all really good. So we got level 5 mining. We're just respecing. We're now going to get 1+ ore per vein, and we're going to get blacksmith metal bars worth 50% more, so we can make even more money. So we're now going to take the boat down to Ginger Island. Because it's the first day on the island, I would like to accumulate enough gold walnuts so I can fix up the house and sleep here, so I don't start back over on Stardew Valley. Now, I've done this so many times. I know exactly where all of the golden walnuts are. I know where to go. So I'm going to home up out of the ground. We'll shoot them down with master slingshots. We'll fish them up. There's a total of 5 golden walnuts you get from fishing. If you talk to the new bird here, the cost will scale with how many golden walnuts are left to find. So if you're very close to 100 and you have lots of money, you can always just use that to get the last few if you just want to start doing the keys quests sooner rather than later. Now, we don't do that in this challenge. We just get the 100 naturally. The hardest ones to get, in my opinion, are the ones right here. They're quite rare to get inside those muscle nodes. But we're very close now to getting the 20 we need to fix up the house. And there's tons of them around the beach area here. Just need to know where to put the hole down. There's also a few hiding behind trees or on bushes like this. But there's also some very sneaky ones, like the one up here, just behind Key's secret walnut room. And that's a very sneaky one. There's also one you get from killing all the enemies. Now you have to kill them all for that one to unlock. And then just 2 more you can get here as well. One's on a bush, one you can hoe up out of the ground. There's also one down here, but you need a weapon or a scythe, and you also need a pickaxe to get rid of all the debris. And there's a few hidden ones around here as well. We can hold this one up. And there's, if you have the glow ring, or any sort of ring that makes you glow, this one's pretty easy to get. So once we fix up the house, there's a little bit of time left in the day. So we might do just a spot of fishing, just to get some fish. The lionfish is a new fish, so it's nice to get it added to our collection. We're also going to go into the volcano the next day. We're going to make some serious progress in here now. The magma cap is an absolutely magnificent forageable to get HP and energy back. And because we have the botanist perk, we're going to get iridium quality magma caps. And we're going to keep those and use those because it's just a great food all around. We need to kill a ton of magma sprites, magma sparkers, if we want to complete all of the monster eradication goals. Our first trinket is the fairy box. Now, it's only a level 2 fairy box, so it's not going to heal us for huge amounts of HP, but it's nice just to have it because those trees, those 4s, they add up when you're in the heat of combat. So we're just getting more golden walnuts today. Inside these chests, we're getting some real nice prizes. We picked up the mermaid boots. That's an upgrade. That's more defense, more immunity for us. It's only 1 extra defense, but you know what? We will take all of the defense this game can muster. We reached the summit, so we're going to get a free prismatic shard. And we have accumulated enough minerals, enough cinder shards, to get some upgrades done. So let's combine our iridium band with our lucky ring. That's going to free up a ring slot for us. For now, we'll use the protection ring. It just makes us immune a little bit longer when we take damage. That'll come in handy against bosses, but that'll be swapped out eventually. So we just freed Professor Snail here from his imprisonment. He is going to unlock some really cool archaeology quests for us. Once we complete all these quests, we're going to get a ton of golden walnuts. And his quest is now easier than ever to complete thanks to the 1.6 update. Snake vertebrates are now extremely common. They're not the nightmare item they used to be. They're just so common now if you just mine open rocks and pop out of it like there's no tomorrow. Because we accessed the new area here, there's more golden walnuts we can collect. Now, there's a good few mini games around the island we can play, but first let's try to focus down these artifacts. So I just fished up there a fossilized spine. We got the mummified frog from whacking open the weeds here in this area. We also pulled up a few letters that the previous inhabitants left, and that led to another nice golden walnut for us and a pearl. We got level 10 wizardry, we'll just get the mana reserve. Despite the fact that mana doesn't move when we use our spells, it's not going to make much of a difference except that the left hand side of our screen now has a giant mana bar. So we now got the fossilized tail, which is great, and we just got the snake head there too. We're also giving Silly more prismatic shards. He's now on 5 out of 10 hearts, which is nice. So we're getting there with the Silly NPC. So we're going to give Emily a bouquet today because we want her to know that we want to take things up a notch. We want to get married. We want to have some babies. We got her up to 9 hearts out of 10. There's one more heart to go and we can get married. We're also going to give Robin 100,000 gold to upgrade the house one final time, which will put a cellar inside it, and then we can upgrade our wine to Silver Star wine. If we're lucky, we might be able to get some fairy dust and make that process happen immediately. So we are back down in the regular version of the mines today. And you're probably wondering what we're doing down here. Well, we're hunting Duggies. We're trying to get the monster eradication goal for Duggies completed, and farming floor 15 over and over again, in my opinion, is the best way to get it done. There's other floors too where lots of Duggies might spawn, but floor 15 you can just leave, come back in straight away, farm it over and over again. So once the monster eradication goal was done, it was time to go to the nice Halloween event. We'll get the jack-o'-lantern recipe and we'll get the rare crow. We'll then go through the maze and pick up the golden pumpkin. What's amazing is if you do this in year 2, the maze dramatically changes. We're also going to bring our sweet gemberry into the secret woods, hand it over to the statue there, and we get another star drop. Now, the travelling cart had a caviar. We picked it up. That means I didn't have to bother with the fish pond that I got Robin to make. All I need now is a Silver Star wine and we can unlock the theatre. Now I had some cinder shards, so we're going to increase the damage of our Rasengans, and there's one more perk that we can get called Explosion. That means our Rasengans will explode on impact, so now they're going to become stupidly powerful. I mean, just take a look for yourselves. It's just crazy. Monster eradication goal done for skeletons. So we're now in winter. This is the final month of the challenge, the last stretch. Let's make it count. We're going to get another community quest here. Robin's project, 80 pieces of hardwood, no problem at all. We also got Krobus's magnifying glass, and it was his birthday, so we gave him a gift. Now, despite the fact that we have level 10 farming already, I just wanted to plant some powder melons and make use of the little piece of farming land that we have here on this farm. I tried to do this godforsaken puzzle for the whole day. I know you could take out your phone and record it, but I'm a very stubborn player and I don't like to cheat that much. Despite the fact that I'm using magical exploding Rasengan balls, I still don't like to cheat that much. Now, the raccoon has a quest here. We need powder melons and we need some crystal fruit jelly. Easy enough to get, we just have to wait for the powder melons to mature. We're trying to get Emily up to max hearts. We're almost there, just a few more gifts and we can get married. Now, it doesn't rain in winter, but if we pop a rain totem, the mariner will appear the next day and we can purchase the mermaid pendant off him. I want to accumulate a lot more hardwood to complete Robin's quest. That's another accumulated quest in the bag. 2,000 gold, but more importantly, more friendship points with Robin. So I found that floor 87 here was overrun with monsters. The perfect floor to start accumulating kills with those pesky rock crabs. They're so rare to come across. So I will hit this floor as many times as I have to wipe out those rock crabs. When we killed 4, that was another help wanted quest done. So we're going to get a nice reward for that. We picked up a parrot egg. Now it's only level 1, so I didn't get too excited. This thing was up to level 4, and the higher the level, the higher activation chance you have with the parrot. Basically, when you kill an enemy, there's a chance it'll drop gold. We also just put a wine into the cellar there, and we activated our rain totem so we can purchase the mermaid pendant the next day. So we went to the desert today to pick up some coconuts. We also picked up a berry basket. We are going to make Linus's day. We're going to give him the basket. We are also going to give him an iridium star coconut, and that is going to slingshot him right up to 10 out of 10 hearts. I also gave Zinnia a gift because she was there by the fire and she didn't seem too impressed. So I got some garlic seeds inside the skull cavern. I'm going to plant those down, plant the melons, and plant the wheat. In a couple of days, that's going to be 15 golden walnuts, 5 for each crop that the mystical frog will reward us with. Now, we are going to go into the Pirates Cove area today, get a few more golden walnuts. Then we're going to get Clint to break open some stuff here. Now, we needed that fossilized skull. That's the last artifact we needed to finish Professor Snail's archaeology quest. We picked up the mermaid pendant, give that to Emily, and now we can have a real cool winter wedding in just a couple of days. Me and Emily for the win. We finally reached another mastery tier. What are we going to go with? I suppose it would make sense to select mining since this is kind of a dungeon challenge. So that's going to unlock the statue of the Dwarf King, heavy furnaces, and gem bearing rocks. Now have a chance to drop double the minerals, which is absolutely amazing for us. Bring on the money making techniques. So we just finished all of Professor Snail's archaeology quests. We gathered everything that he needed, and that's a lot more golden walnuts for us. We just picked up one of the most overpowered rings in the game, the Hot Java ring. I suppose all the rings can be overpowered depending on how you use them. We also traded in 10 diamonds to get the Diamond Hunter. That's a real good book of power. It just means that if we break open a regular rock with the pickaxe, there's a chance a diamond will pop out. That will stack with other perks, so you can get multiple diamonds now, especially if you hit open a diamond node. There's a chance you can get 4 diamonds out of it. We just completed another Monster Slayer goal there, and that one was for mummies, which was great. We're now using our magical exploding Rasengans, and we're just wiping out enemies in the Skull Cavern. I mean, it's not even challenging anymore. We're just running around with magic balls and bombs, and we're just detonating the whole place to the ground. We're getting lots of iridium ores. We are getting lots of monster kills as well. We're getting lots of valuable items. And because the balls explode, the mummies don't even stand a chance. So I made heavy furnaces today, and this is going to make short work of all of the iridium nodes that I've encountered. I also brought a maple syrup to the secret woods, because why not? The bear is now going to give us a secret technique that will enhance the price of salmon berries and blackberries by 3 times their worth. I got a prismatic shard out of a mystery box today. I didn't even know you could get prismatic shards out of regular mystery boxes, so there's one for you. I also handed in a rabbit's foot today, and I got back the special charm. This gives me a permanent luck increase. I have been somewhat neglecting my chickens. There's a lot of eggs here to collect, so we're going to pick them all up. And I'm probably just going to sell them because I have all of the community center bundles complete. I had a ton of milk here as well inside the auto grabber, so we're going to convert all of the gold star ones at least into cheese, so we get back gold star cheese. I made 118,000 gold today, primarily from mining. Just look at all the money here we get from the iridium bars. 42,000 gold, just really nice. I made lots of money from farming too, because all of my animals, I mean, I wasn't going to waste time just processing all that, so I just sold it. I didn't really need the money that much anyway. So today was my wedding day, and I kept on my Slayer's helmet just to remind people what I do for this community on a daily basis. Me and Emily are now one. It's Caroline's birthday, and she said to me, "Are you feeling relaxed, I bet?" Not really. I've got a lot of challenges left to do, Caroline, and not very much time to do it. So I've sold a lot of weapons to Barrington. I've got 182,000 gold. I'm saving up for that prismatic blade that I showed you earlier in the video. It's such a godly weapon. We're still building relationship points with Silly by giving him prismatic shards on our bits and bobs. We also participated in the Festival of Ice, and we were victorious. We got some nice rewards there from Lewis, thank you very much. I also got to pull up all of the powder melon seeds today, which was great. I can now dry out some of those, give those to the raccoon, and get another valuable reward. Now, the drying process will take about a day. That's going to be worth it. Now, because I'm using the Hot Java ring, I'm getting tons of coffees and triple shot espressos. So all of those extra coffees I'm getting, I can turn those into even more triple shot espressos. We've reached another mastery level today, which is great. The amount of XP you get in the Skull Caverns via mining and combat is just insane. Especially when you start blowing open all those Iridium modes. They're giving 50 XP per node. We're wiping out more dinosaurs today, and we're blowing open more nodes. We are simply just unstoppable. There's absolutely nothing in this game that can stop us. Magic is just too overpowered. These magic balls are a bit insane. Now eventually we do lose the magic balls because of issues with mods. We'll get back to that later. Now the Basilic's Paw I thought was a game changer artifact because it makes you immune to enemy debuffs. So surely if I equip that when fighting the bosses in the future, doesn't matter what kind of attacks they land, surely I won't get any debuffs with that trinket equipped. Now we just completed the Raccoon's quest today. We got the Raccoon Journal. This is another book of power that we get to activate, and weeds have a greater chance to yield mixed seeds. It's a very nice book of power indeed. And mixed seeds are still valuable because you can trade those in to the Raccoon's wife. She's actually a shop. She can sell you lots of valuable stuff. So we're going to go with Foraging Mastery today because I want to unlock the golden mystery boxes. There is a chance, I believe, that you can get a fairy dust out of a golden mystery box. We're also going to take Rock Rejuvenation, and that's a quest for our wife, so it just means more friendship points. Once we accumulate enough friendship points, we will get a star drop off Emily. So we got some gold there as well from doing Rock Rejuvenation. We're also going to pull up the Glacier Fish as well. This is another legendary fish added to the roster. We're going to put the Glacier Fish into this fish pond because when I was doing this challenge, I read that a new patch came in and you can now have legendary fish ponds. So I couldn't resist and I had to throw it in there. Now I will be doing a 1 year Fisher challenge soon enough, but that's just a little taste there of a legendary fish pond. You'll be seeing hundreds of those though in the next video. Hundreds of fish ponds. I'm getting some real good rings here. That crab shell ring plus 5 defense, that's a game changer, especially for the harder bosses. That's going to give me a significant edge. If bosses only end up doing 1 or 2 damage to me, I can just soak up the damage and spam attacks. I made lots of money today from mining. 52,500 gold from iridium bars. I sold lots of diamonds and other bits and bobs as well. Look at all of the other items I sold. Triple shot espressos. The reason why I sold those is because I just have too many, because the hot Java ring is just a glorious ring. 3 prismatic shards and 250,000 gold. We are now going to upgrade our weapon with the prismatic blade. Pride, everybody. We are going to annihilate bosses with this weapon. They will not stand a chance against the powers of the prismatic blade. It's just too strong. I don't even need magic anymore. This blade will just massacre enemies. The reason why we're doing so many Skull Cavern runs right now is because I want to max out my mastery. I want to have full mastery before the first year is out. It would just be really nice to get that completed. It just never gets old. Unleashing hundreds of magical balls, watching all of his enemies just disintegrate and explode is just so entertaining. We also had to think about our monster eradication goals. We still needed monster eradication goals for the serpents, but there was just a few serpents remaining. So I'm hoping to get that monster eradication goal done today. I finally got a star drop off Emily. That was 1 more in the bag, but there's still a few more star drops we can get our hands on. Now, I managed to get a book of stars. I'm going to trade that in to get some fairy dust. That fairy dust is going to save our hides. We're now going to activate a few skill books here as well, just to get some more XP so we can get into the next tier of masteries. We just have 1 mastery level to go, and that will be all of the professions fully maxed out. So I just used the fairy dust there on an ancient fruit wine. Now have a silver star. We can take that out, put that into the missing bundle, and that is going to unlock the theatre. Now the next big question for us is, can we bring Silly, the NPC, to the theatre? If we can, it's going to be great. The final Junimo is saying goodbye. Thanks so much for your help. No bother at all. We got a nice cutscene there of all different coloured stars shattered across the screen. So it's time to get the next mastery. We're going to go with Fishing Mastery, the Advanced Fishing Rod. is an absolute beast of a fishing rod. We can now equip 2 tackles to this at the same time. We're going to use the challenge bait as well, and it just means that getting the 8 squid is going to be simple. The reason why we're doing this event is because I wanted to get the Book of Power, the Art of Crabbing. It's absolutely amazing, but I just wanted it for the collection for this challenge. A 25% chance, which is pretty big, that crab pots will yield double the loot inside. That is a significant power boost when it comes to the crab pots. There's just 1 Book of Power left to get, and you can only get that in Year 2, unfortunately, off Marnie. And it makes Marnie redundant, which is absolutely amazing. We made tons of money today. Purple slime egg, 5,000 gold. We saw some iridium sprinklers, slime gems, superstar espressos, iridium bars, emeralds, diamonds, rubies, aquamarines. Just lots of money to go around. We got some glacier fish raw today. 530 gold for a roe. Let's put one into a preserve jar and see how much an aged roe will get us. Now, we don't have the artisan perk, but it'd be interesting to see with artisan how much we would get. I'm also getting golden mystery boxes. It'll be very interesting to see what we can get inside some of those golden mystery boxes. Now, we're doing the regular mines today. Reason being, I needed to get a topaz for Robin. I figured if I go to the regular mines I'd get that easy enough. We now have Robin on 8 out of 10 hearts, so we're going to get the recipes now for the drum and the flute box. We just have to activate the cutscene, and the recipe is as good as ours. We're also handing in quests here to the wizard. He gave us a kill quest for ghosts. That was simple to do. That was another reason we had to go to the regular mines. And we're giving him solar essences and void essences as well. Now, I purchased 2 cinema tickets, gave one to Silly, and Silly said, yay, let's go. Now, I was kind of stuck in terms of what I should get for Silly here. So I went with the rock candy, because it's very similar to a magic rock candy. The good news was Silly loved the theatre, so lots of friendship points there. Silly also loved the rock candy, so that's going to get me even more friendship points. When we came out, Silly said, thanks Gamer. Silly loved the show. So we're now getting very close to kind of getting into the end quests with Silly, and they should happen very soon. We're now going to talk to the frog here. We're going to get 5 golden walnuts for every specific crop that we planted. That was 15 golden walnuts there from the frog. We managed to get 2 more from these muscle nuts as well, which was great. And we finally managed to complete this godforsaken pylon puzzle. I think the game took mercy on me after a while and just made it a bit easier. That was 5 more golden walnuts there. We went into the Pirate's Cove. We done the dart game. Now, you can do this a total of 3 times, but every time you're successful, you get less and less darts to throw to get the score down to 0. That was a handy 3 golden walnuts right there for us. I also fixed up the Ginger Island merchant as well, and I went back into the volcano cave to kill some of these magma sprites and magma sparkers. The big question was, will I have enough time to achieve the monster eradication goal for those before the challenge is finished? Now, we are going to perk up this prismatic blade. 3 rubies dramatically increases its attack power. Let's give it a prismatic shard in chat to see what it gets. We're hoping for Crusader we get vampiric. That's actually pretty good. That will heal us for the portion of the damage we do against an enemy. We're now going to go to the night market. We picked up the Red Eagle painting there, but we're not finished just yet. We're going to go down here now and pick up the spookfish, the midnight squid. I also managed to pull up an octopus, and I didn't get the octopus during summer, so it was nice to get that, and we also get the blobfish as well. So we're now very close to capturing all of the fish. We're going to get the cave patrol. The quest is simple. We just have to slay 50 of these grubs. Now, because we had the hot jabber ring and because we have the parrot, not only were we getting XP for killing these and bug meat, we were getting coffees, triple shot espressos, and money. So it's actually one of the most profitable ways you can make money in the game right now. If you come in here with a level 4 parrot and start wiping out grubs. If we had a monster musk, it would have even been better. 6,000 gold, which is pretty nice. We also got some gold off Sam there for giving him a gold bar. And because we had accumulated so much friendship points with Silly, we got this really cool cutscene of bringing Silly out to the big Stardew Valley Pelican Town Square and talking to everybody to let them know that Silly isn't violent. And we wanted to explain to everyone what happened between slimes and humans. And everybody accepted Silly, which was great. Leah accepted him, she thinks it's just fine. Gus said he's welcome here anytime. Jody thought it was great. Elliot said this place keeps getting interesting day by day. Alex said to Silly that they can play ball anytime they want, and even Haley wanted to give Silly a makeover. Gabriel then said, is that the slime heart? And Silly made a slime heart for everybody to use. Not only that, but Silly will also allow me to purchase slime heart seeds off Year. So the slime hearts are really cool food, +2 mining, 2 defense, and 2 attack, and it gives a lot of energy and health. And you can grow these any season. So it was a real nice reward to get by getting friendly with Silly. If that is the end of the mod, I'm not too sure, because we're almost finished the first year. But I will look into the mod again, and if you want to see a second year challenge, let me know. There's just still a lot to do. So we finished the mermaid puzzle by putting down the flute blocks. We managed to get into Key's secret walnut room. We have a choice, Key's cuisine or Key's prismatic grange. We're going to get the prismatic grange. 100 of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple items. Now for the red, that's simple, we'll just make some cherry bombs. We have copper and coal for days. For orange, we'll just use the copper ores themselves. For blue, we'll just spam the Georgia machine here and buy Georgia colas. Now look, it's only 75 gold per cola, so it's not going to cost us that much. We got fibre for green, sap for yellow, and we have the bug meat for the purple. That was a nice easy quest to do. We have 35 key gems. We'll use these wisely now. Let's get the key to the town for the first 20. That leaves 15 gems. We're going to get magic bait, 60 in total, because it's 20 for 5 gems each. With the magic bait, we can get fish that we missed. But first, we're going to get the stingray. Then we're going to go to night market. We're going to pick up another painting here because these paintings are really cool. They're also quite rare because you can just get them once per year. So using magic bait, we're going to pick up the crimson fish. Regular bait, we're going to get the lava eel. Magic bait, we're going to get the legend. And that is all the fish collected. We're now getting more friendship points up with Silly. I wanted to see if I get Silly to 10 out of 10, will anything happen. I also have a lot more prize tickets, so I can now get another Star Drop tea. And I'll probably end up giving that to Silly. Emily asked me, should we have a baby? I said yes, and the next day, Willie is going to send me on a Star Drop for capturing all of the fish in the game. Nice one, Willie. And I thought it was a cool coincidence that Emily asks to have kids, and then Willie gives you the Star Drop because he says he doesn't have any kids. It's a bit sad though. So we're now doing lots of regular quests here just to accumulate more friendship points with people, because a lot of the mods I downloaded have little secrets to them, you know? So I thought to myself, if I just accumulate friendship points with everyone, maybe more secret things will happen. I'm going to get Mayor Lewis's shorts here. I'm also going to give Clint an iron bar he's been looking for ages. We'll give Mayor Lewis his shorts. He was looking for those in summer, so it's nice to get those back. The wizard visited my farm because I accumulated more friendship points with him, and basically he's going to turn my whole farm into a Ginger Island farm, so it's going to be a huge giant greenhouse, which is absolutely amazing. So now we get to see spring or summer or fall crops in winter, so it's going to make for an absolutely magnificent aesthetic to the regular farm. So the thing with Ginger Island is that, like, the layout never changes, the weather doesn't really change, but at least with the regular farm, if you're in winter and you have spring crops planted, it's going to look really cool. So we're going to use mega bombs and hoe up the ground. I used my bombs the wrong way and blew up some of my heavy furnaces, but you know what? We're at the end of the challenge, so I'll just make more later on. The reason why I'm doing this is because I wanted to plant a ton of crops today, and I just had a regular hoe, so not a whole lot of time to hoe the ground up. Now I'm going to build another fish pond because I want to put more legendary fish into them to see what they look like. I'm going to plant rhubarb. It's a very powerful spring crop, highly profitable, but I want to see if I grow it in winter just to see what it looks like on a winter farm. So once the rhubarb has been planted, we're going to get the legend and we're going to put the legend into this fish pond. As we can see with the glacier fish pond, the water looks a bit different, which is really cool. We're going to take a perk here with the statue of Dwarf King. I'm going to go with +1 ore per vein, so I can get even more ores if I want to do a dungeon run today. I'm going to plant mixed flower seeds on the farm. I want to see because it's a greenhouse effect where I get flowers from all different seasons. I'm also going to play the crane game a few times to get some decorations. You can get some real nice decorations from the crane game, including these lovely deluxe trees. There's also lots of secret items you can get from the crane game as well. I'm then going to bring Silly back to the cinema. We're going to watch The Miracle of Co-Star Ranch again. It was so good the first time, we went back a second time. I got Silly up to 10 out of 10 there. So I was just wondering to myself, will anything else happen? Nothing else did happen, but maybe something will happen in year 2. So I just put the crimson fish into that fish pond. That's 3 legendary fish ponds we have right now, which is really nice. Give Robin some hardwood, just been asking for that for a while. So we now have Robin up on 9 out of 10 hearts, which is pretty good, especially for the first year I think. We're now going to get Robin to make us a stables. Now I had a really cool mod picked out for this, but it didn't work, so you're just going to see a regular horse unfortunately. We're going to go with the prismatic jelly quest. If we complete that, we will get the monster musk. That's going to make monster eradication goals real simple. I spent the whole day today trying to get the prismatic slime. It just wouldn't appear. Off into the next day, it popped up quite early, which was nice. So that was the prismatic jelly. We can give that back to the wizard. I'm curious to see if I get the wizard up to 10 hearts, because I have all these mods installed, will anything good happen? He's already given me so much. He's given me magic. He's made my farm a greenhouse. What else can this wizard possibly give? I'm getting loads of money from completing this quest, which is great. So I started guessing the mineral combinations, and eventually I guessed right when I got more golden walnuts from doing that mineral minigame. It was time for a new quest here. Danger in the Deep or Skull Cavern Invasion. I'm going to go with Danger in the Deep because it permanently unlocks the hardened versions of the regular mines. And it would be nice to do that for this challenge since it's primarily a dungeon challenge. So we're going to go down through the mines here now. We have lots of stuff here. We've got spicy eels, triple set expressos, regular bombs, mega bombs, staircases, and because our weapon is so powerful, it doesn't take a whole lot of swings to wipe out these enemies. And these enemies, because we're doing a quest, they're dropping key gems, which is really nice as well. Now, some of the enemies in these mines are very difficult to destroy, but because of the gear that we have, they won't pose too much of a threat to us. Radioactive ore is a brand new ore that we want to get our hands on. 1 radioactive bar with the blacksmith perk will sell for a whopping 5,000 gold. Now, that's absolutely insane. And we do get our hands on lots of radioactive ore for this challenge. But we can also keep some of the radioactive ore and make some endgame items later on. That all depends if you want to see a year 2 of this challenge though. So we got the monster musk. We're going back into the mines today to make more progress. Now, what I've noticed here with the hardened versions of the mines is that the bosses don't appear. They don't spawn. I did get a bit worried and I thought to myself maybe there'd be hardened versions of the bosses, but that's not the case. Today is Christmas. I got Abigail. I gave her the spicy eel because apparently she loves those. Now, I got Caroline for mine. I was hoping for something good and I got something horrendous. Let's just see what we get here now from opening up the present. So I got a purple mushroom. I mean, come on, after all the work I've done for this village this year, I thought I'd get something better, you know? I got a lousy purple mushroom. It's not much, but I hope you like it. In all fairness, Caroline, go stuff yourself. So, I got the Void Witch event tonight. She's going to convert one of my eggs into a Void Egg. I could hatch that into a Void Chicken, but you know what? I just left it. Because we're almost finished the challenge. And the only thing I was concerned with now was getting to the bottom of these mines. Just to get more key gems, just to say that I've beaten the hardened versions of the mines. Now, I did equip the Basilisk Paw. It makes me immune to debuffs, so it didn't matter if I got hit with the crossbow. Didn't slow my character down. The shamans couldn't jinx my character to lower my defense. The bows couldn't darken my screen. It's just a beautiful trinket. When I got down to 420, I got an achievement, Danger Deep. I also got some more key gems. And I can now unlock the hardened versions of the mines if I want. I also have loads of artifact troves. We're going to get Clint to break all those open. A few more dolls there that we unlocked. But we're missing a few things. So let's open up the inventory and I'll show you what we're missing. So we're currently missing 3 items. The prehistoric skull, and we're missing the trilobite, and we're missing the palm fossil. Now, the trilobite and the palm fossil, I think are most common at the beach. Now, I've been going to this beach a lot. I bring the hoarder with me, and I just wasn't lucky enough to hold those up this year. But maybe we can get them next year. Let's talk to the raccoon. We can give him a cave carrot, some dried mushrooms. Another quest complete, we get the raccoon hat, which is nice. Now, I still much prefer the Slayer helmet, so I'm not going to swap my hats out. When I went down here, I hauled up a prehistoric scapula. I got excited for a few seconds, but then I realised it wasn't a prehistoric skull. It was some other body parts that wasn't going to help out. I went to Ginger Island, I detonated all of the nodes over here. There is a chance I could have got some of the artifacts over here, but it just wasn't in the cards today, and today was the 27th. Now, I decided to go to Skull Cavern with my lovely upgraded prismatic blade, and we're going to wipe these enemies out. You've probably noticed by now the mana bar is missing from my screen. That's because the space core mod just wasn't working. And because that mod wasn't working, a lot of the mods I had installed also weren't working. And I didn't want to sit on this video, I didn't want to wait a few more days to finish it, so I just plowed on. The only thing I was missing was the UI Eco Suite, the magic, and I think that was it. So it wasn't too bad. I made it down to 400. We're going to get the lovely Iridium Snake Milk. This will give us a permanent health increase of a whopping 25, which is great. We also got the monster eradication go done for the serpents as well. So we've done really well. Now, we didn't complete all of the monster eradication goals. We still had the magma sparkers and the magma sprites. So we're not going to get all the goals done in year 1. But if we do a year 2 challenge, we will absolutely get those goals done. It is now time, before we finish this challenge, for the boss rush. We are going to fight every single boss today using the best tools we have acquired. We have our prismatic blade, we took a magic rock candy, we took a triple shot espresso. Let's see how many swings for the first boss the game has to offer. Boom, 2 swings, boss dead, copper bars in the bag. Onwards to the infected golem. Let's see how many swings it's going to take to wipe this thing off the face of the earth. It's probably going to take 1 or 2 swings. It took 1 swing, the golem is dead. Now, they are going to get much harder. On to the next boss, the Dusk Amalgamation. Now, this boss was fairly hard the first time we fought it. We did almost die the first time we fought this boss. Let's see how many swings it's going to take to kill this boss now. It actually took a good few swings now in all fairness. But, again, the boss is just trivial in the face of the prismatic blade. On to the slightly harder bosses, the Living Crystal. Now, we died a few times to this one. That ghost second phase was tough. Did one-shot us a few times. Let's get some revenge. A couple of swings, the crystal gets disintegrated. The ghost pops out. Let's hit the ghost a few times, and the ghost is more or less dead right now. The next boss, I believe, was the ludicrously difficult Shadow Sisters. Now, it took us a while to beat this boss, but before I go into this boss, I just want to show you my other setup. I have the Basilisk Paw, so I'm immune to debuffs. I've got the Crab Shell Ring plus 5 defense, and I have a combined ring here of a Lucky Ring plus 1 luck, and I've got the Iridium Band attack damage plus 10. I've also got the Mermaid Boots plus 5 defense plus 8 immunity. The Prismatic Blade, it can max out at 195 damage. If it crits, it's going to destroy things. Magic Rock Candy for more attack and defense, and of course the Triple Shot Espresso for speed. It's a pretty good layout, and I'm hoping with all this gear I'll be able to floor the next couple of bosses. In terms of books of power, we have the Jack B. Nimble, Jack B. Thick, plus 1 defense, which is permanent, and we have the 2 books of power that gives us a permanent speed increase as well. So we have Way of the Wind Part 1 and Way of the Wind Part 2. So, I mean, we are kitted out. We've got some pretty good stuff. Can we get better stuff? We can, but I feel like the stuff we have right now is enough to wipe out the following bosses. Now, the Sisters of Shadow gave me a very hard time. It was probably one of the toughest bosses to learn, you know, to beat. It must have taken at least a week or 2 to beat this fight, at least. I died so many times to this boss, and it just feels so good to come back in here with all this gear and show these guys just who the boss is. Now, I wanted to fight the dwarf, but the altar is in the way, so if anybody is watching this video, if you made it this far, if you could please tell the legendary person who made this mod to please move the room that you need to go through to fight the dwarf again. That'd be great. Just move the room somewhere else, maybe just over to the left a bit or over to the right a bit, and that'll fix that. Now onto the serious fight, the Iridium Warrior. Now this fight isn't going to be a cakewalk like the last fights. This fight is going to be hard, extremely hard, and it's going to take everything we have to win. Now this boss opens up with the huge ground slam and the Iridium projectiles, and look, it just tears through our health dramatically. Now I have ghost art shields I got from the cows, thank you very much. So we're going to take that, heal ourselves up. The boss charges us, fires us up into the air for the combination attack. We now have the nausea debuff. I do attack the boss a good bit here. I drained a good bit of health off the boss. But I have to watch out here, because if I take 1 or 2 more hits, I'd say 1 more hit, I'm going to die. I need to wait 6 more seconds before I can heal, so I have to run away, I need to dodge, I need to focus. Dark Souls mode activated. The boss now uses a new move here. This scared the crap out of me. He fires out a ton of Iridium ores. You can dodge this, but you gotta get in closer to the boss. And I also need to be fast. That attack can hit multiple times. Now I need to be very careful about getting close to the boss again. If he hits me with that charge, he is going to lodge me. And I am going to get the nausea debuff. Now, I do have the Basilisk Paw, but even with that trinket equipped, the boss's abilities just override that trinket and I'm still getting the debuff, which is a pain. If I had to replay this boss, I would probably take out the fairy because she would heal me occasionally. And I could use the anvil and try to level up the fairy to get maybe level 4 or level 5 fairy. And then I could probably go ahead and spam this boss. If I really struggled, I could probably sacrifice my luck ring and I could equip another crab shell ring for another +5 defense. So there is a lot more optimization I can do to make this fight easier, but I just wanted to see with my current configuration, could I actually beat this boss? Now this fight goes on for ages, and the reason why I'm showing you the full fight is because I want to show you the struggle, I want to show you the determination that I had to go through in order to actually beat this boss legitimately, without using the overpowered explosion or Sengun balls. Now this boss has a lot of health left, and at the moment most of my time is spent dodging his attacks. I also have to be mindful that eventually that timer up there will speed up dramatically. It's at 11:30 at the moment. I don't have an infinite amount of time to wipe this boss out. I need to get a bit aggressive. I have started attacking this boss, but at the same time I need to watch out, because if I get too greedy with attacks, that boss will charge me, fire me up into the air, I'll get the nausea debuff again and I'll be helpless then for a couple of seconds. So it's going to be rinse and repeat of avoiding the boss's attacks, running in, striking the boss, running out again, dodging the attacks, rinse and repeat until this boss is dead. Now as we can see, I'm starting to dodge a lot of the attacks, but that dash attack is just wrecking me. Anytime I want to go in and take some health off the boss, I am immediately punished. I am assaulted. I'm thinking to myself now, would this be the best time to launch an attack when he's firing those Iridium ores? What if I got really close to the boss and I moved, attacked? So I do start trying different things here now. The boss now is on half health. I got a nice hit in there. If I can get a crit attack on the boss, it will deal a lot of damage. But most of the time when I attack this boss, I don't do great damage. Sometimes I only hit him for like, you know, maybe 20 or 30 or 40 damage. I don't hit him for, you know, 100 or 200 pieces of damage. So I have a lot of health at the moment. I've got lots of gold star cheese left and I'm feeling pretty good. I'm thinking to myself, maybe I can win. I'm now quite versed with the boss's tactics. The hit and run strategy should work. I just have to remember to not get greedy with the attacks here. The magic rock candy has a lot of duration left on it, and I still have the buffs of the Silver Shot Espresso, so I can still be quick and I can still be deadly. Now I reckon if you came in here with an Iridium Needle, and you had that buffed up to the last, and you had all of the crit chance gear on you, you could probably melt this boss in a matter of seconds. Easily. Because that needle crits for insane damage. So it would be worth coming back here with different builds to see just how well you can do against the Iridium Warrior. And I would recommend everyone who watches this video who's made it this far to download the mod and test your combat skills, test your combat builds against this Iridium Warrior, because it's a magnificent fight. And hats off to the person who put the time and effort into making this mod. I have to say, it's probably one of the best mods I've ever experienced. Now, we're whittling down this boss's health. It's 240 at the moment. It's getting a bit late, so we need to hurry up a little bit. So we need to get at this boss, get in, strike him. If we take damage, you know what? We just have to deal with it. We need to get his health down a bit more. I took a lot of damage there, but I'm trying to retaliate now when he's doing his big charge attacks, and maybe I can soak up some of the damage. The only attack I have to watch out for is his dash attack, because if he gets me with that, he will fire me up into the air, and he will apply the nausea effect on me. So I suppose I could get a bit greedy if he's doing his charge attacks, but I still have to be careful. Also, sometimes when I go to strike him, I miss. Now, I do get very greedy here, and I just soak up all that damage and I strike him. I didn't do a whole lot of damage, which was unfortunate, but we're not going to give up. He is almost dead. He hasn't used any new abilities. There is no second phase. I just have to have a bit of patience. Hit, run out, dodge, rinse and repeat, and this fight will be in the bag. Now, I was going to cut this fight down. I was going to make it a lot shorter, but again, I need to show you the full fight. I need to show you how fun it can be to fight something that's very difficult, to remain focused for a long duration of time, and then finally, hopefully, come out victorious. Once I got used to all of the boss's mechanics, the fight turned from a very nervous fight into a very fun fight for me. So we're almost there now. We just have to hit him a few more times. If we can land the crit, happy days. I managed to almost dodge this attack fully, but he keeps landing at least one hit on me with that attack. Very difficult to dodge. This attack has become quite trivial to dodge. All I have to do is remain a good distance and just dodge the Iridium ores. Thankfully, his ground pound doesn't exceed that of the screen, so if you do run away far enough, it's not going to hit. Now, I had to land a lot more attacks on this boss. It was at 5 o'clock. I needed to get in some damage. I didn't have the nausea buff, so let's heal and get straight back in there again and apply some damage. If I get the nausea buff, I can then evade some abilities. But now was the critical moment. This is the time where I start to get nervous because I'm very close to victory, and there we have it. We wiped him out. We got the prismatic shard, the iridium bars, and we even picked up his mask, which is called the Iridium Mask. Now, I put it on to see what it looked like. It didn't look half as good as the Slayer helmet, so I'm going to keep the Slayer helmet on. And there you have it, folks. That is 1 year of Stardew Valley as an adventure. Now, I really hoped you liked this video, and if you're still hanging around, if you made it through the 2.5 hours, I have to say fair play to you. I could have made the video shorter, but I really wanted to show all the boss fights. And this is what our farm looks like on the final day. So thanks again for watching. Please subscribe to me if you like these kind of channels, and hit the notification bell so when I do release content, you're not going to miss out. I played 1 whole year of Stardew Valley, but as a trash panda. Hello everybody, this is Gamer Gar. For this challenge, I am going to take inspiration from my good friend Linus and spend my days digging through the trash cans of Pelican Town to see what treasures the villagers are foolishly throwing away. I'm going to give myself the best possible start, so we are going to use a Book of Power introduced in 1.6 to give us a significant advantage. If you like seeing different 1 year Stardew Valley videos, make sure you subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. The first thing we're going to do before we get started is to use the Book of Power called the Alleyway Buffet. This is going to give us a much greater chance of finding items amongst the trash bins of Pelican Town. We're going to compare how much we can get from the trash using this Book of Power against the previous video I completed in the 1.5. If you haven't checked that video out, I'll put a link of it in the description. To clear up my inventory, the first thing I'm going to need is a chest. I'm just going to spend a bit of time to chop down some trees until I have 50 wood, and then I'm going to make a chest. I'm just going to place it here outside of my house before we go foraging some trash. I'm going to pop all of my tools and anything else in my inventory into the chest so I have enough room for what I'm going to collect. Off into town now, and I'm going to start with Jodie's bin, where I just find some broken glasses. But then we're going to open up Emily and Haley's bin, and just as I open it, I get caught by Haley. Not exactly off on the right foot there now, am I? Anyway, off I continue. I get a pine cone from Mayor Lewis's bin. I'm then going to slowly make my way over to the Georgia Mart, where we get some more broken glasses. We're then going to take a nice stroll down to Clint's place, and you can probably guess what we're going to get from this bin. You guessed right. We get even more broken glasses. I wonder why everyone in Stardew Valley is going through so many glasses. At the end of the week, I've collected a lot of random stuff from the trash. It's time now to sell it all to see how much profit we've made. I got 5 Georgia Colas, a few food dishes, and even some copper ores, which is really nice. Even though it's only 8 in the morning, it's time to head off to bed to see how much profit we got from our first week of being a trash panda. We didn't do too bad in terms of collecting trash. We made a total of 840 gold. That's not too bad for the start of the challenge. As I'm here minding my own business, rummaging for some goodies, I'm rudely interrupted by Shane. He tells me to stop doing what I'm doing. Yeah, buddy, that's rich coming from you. The next morning, as I'm heading into town, I get ambushed by Mayor Lewis. He's trying to guilt me into fixing up the old community centre. No thanks, everybody knows I love Georgia. Mayor Lewis, you just have to stop trying, buddy. Georgia forever. Again, I'm interrupted by Shane. I really do think that giving him trash as a gift at the end of my last trash video wasn't as well received as I thought. And now, it's time for the Stardew Valley Easter event. Talking with Shane, he seems to have forgotten about our altercation the day before. It's now time to talk to Mayor Lewis and show these kids just what a trash panda is capable of when it comes to hunting down eggs. I run past Vincent here and I get a hidden egg in this bush. Now, to the back of Mayor Lewis's house, I find 2 eggs here. I'm also wondering to myself, what else is hidden behind Mayor Lewis's house, huh? I suppose most of us know at this stage, but Mayor Lewis is up to some sneaky shenanigans indeed. Time's up. I got a total of 10 eggs, which wasn't too bad. That's surely enough to have beaten all of these kids. I didn't see to pick up a single one. And yeah, I won. Now it's time to reap the rewards, get the straw hat. Even after the fair has ended, I'm still dedicated to my mission of becoming the ultimate trash panda. At this rate though, I may not make it back to my house in time before I pass out. This is the latest I've managed to stay up, since I'm usually in bed by 8. It'd be handy though, if this minecart here beside Clint's was operational. The next day was a rainy day, but that is not going to stop our trash panda adventuring spree. I'm going to head down here to the museum to loot this trash can. 10 million points for you if you can guess what we're going to get. And you guessed right, we got some more broken glasses. I could even give these to Evelyn, as they're now a liked gift in the 1.6 update. I bet you didn't know that. But no, I'm going to sell them all because we need money to survive as a trash panda. 3 perfectly good loaves of bread, some cookies, and even some iron bars. I have no idea why the villagers of Pelican Town throw away such things. It's the end of week 2 now, and this time we only received 675 gold. Not the best, but it's free money. Over outside the Star Drop Saloon, I managed to pick up some pepper poppers. This should sell for a decent bit of money. It's also salmonberry season, and the bushes here are filled with fresh salmonberries for me to collect. Too bad I can't sell them though. They do, however, make for a tasty treat. I need to spice up these repetitive days, of course. Again, I find some more bread that, unlike the salmonberries, I'm not going to eat. The next morning, Marnie arrives at our door with a stray cat. She asks me if I can take him in. Why she thinks that I'm the best person to give this cat is anybody's guess. I've been feeding myself out of people's trash cans since I arrived in Pelican Town. But again, there's no way I can turn down this cute cat. Maybe he likes the taste of soggy newspaper. I decided to call the cat TC. If you're old like me and remember the cartoon TC is from, comment the name of the show down below. Over outside Mayor Lewis's house now, and I got the rare garbage hat. This was of course inevitable considering the amount of trash bins that were opening all the time. Bye bye straw hats, you didn't last very long. I know exactly what to do with this straw hat now. I'm going to head on down to the river and chuck it in. My inventory spots are like gold dust after all. Speaking of inventory slots, I decided to dump anything that was in my chest that didn't come from a trash can or was not a tool. I don't want to make the mistake of selling these when they didn't come out of a trash can. I really want to see how much I can make just by going through the trash in one whole year. Another day, another trash can. I do wonder what the villagers of Pelican Town think when they look out the window while eating their breakfast and see me outside with my head in their trash can. It doesn't really matter to me because anything they throw out is mine for the taking. It's free game. It's a competition between me and Linus after all. Like this lovely field snack I just got from Mayor Lewis's trash. If he's not going to eat it, well, I might as well sell it, of course. And then, another one in the trash outside Georgia Mart. They must all be past their expiration dates. But again, it doesn't bother me. I'm still going to sell for the same price when I place them in my shipping bin. You know, it'll probably end up on the shelves inside Pierre's shop. It is the end of yet another week. It's time to sell everything that we got this week. See how much we can get from all this free trash. This chest was definitely a good idea, as I can just pop everything into it and sell them all at the end of the week for one big paycheck. The most interesting things I got this week were the pepper poppers and a sardine. Let's just pop these broken glasses into the shipping bin and find out how much we get in total this week. Better hurry into bed. I can't believe it's already 10 past 10, well past my bedtime. From everything I got this week, it totaled to 590 gold. The challenge isn't looking too good at the moment, but we do have a long ways to go. I wake up the next morning now, and I didn't want to get out of bed. I headed over to the window to see the rain outside. Days like these, I wish I could just curl up like my cat here and just sleep for the day, but I didn't. I decided to head off and yet again start collecting some trash. The first thing I got today was a leek, followed by an acorn. I also got some copper ore from Clint and a soggy newspaper as well. Thank God the weather the next day is a little bit better. This is probably because today is the Flower Dance Festival. When I finished all of my trash hunting, I sat on the bench outside the Star Drop Saloon waiting for the festival to start. Once it hits 9 o'clock, I'm going to head down towards the forest and I'm going to join the festival. I really wanted to take part in the festival, so I asked Hayley to dance. Her response, ew. No, that's fine Hayley, I don't like you anyway. But maybe, just maybe, Abigail might want to dance with me. I head down here and find Abigail beside the refreshments table, asked her to dance. She says no, but at least she was way more polite than Hayley. I think I have the courage to ask one more person, so I decided to ask Emily. I head on over and find Emily and ask her to dance. Unfortunately, she says she's already agreed to dance with someone. You'd swear that there's a smell out of me or something, and that's why everybody turned me down. Oh well, there's always next year of course. For now, I just have to stand at the sidelines and watch everybody else enjoy themselves. Not how I expected it to turn out, to be honest, given my exclusive Trash Panda abilities. So much so that I'm putting Linus to shame. It's back to the farm now, and I need to put the thoughts of the flower dance behind me. On my way out to do some more trash hunting, I find a few trees are starting to grow back in my path. I'm going to quickly take out my pick, make short work of them. As today is the last day of the season, there's a fairly good chance that they could be fully grown by tomorrow. Time to head off now to town, see what I can collect on the last day of spring. I got some of the usual bread, maple seed. I also picked up an acorn as well. It wasn't a bad day in all fairness. After looting all of the trash cans around Pelican Town, it was time to head on back to our cozy farm and sell everything that we picked up so far. I'm just going to pop everything here now into our shipping bin, and I'm hopeful it might reward us with a bit of gold, saying that I'm not very hopeful. The only high value item really I got was that crispy bass. At the end of it, I made a total of 645 gold. Honestly, that wasn't too bad considering we're just rooting through trash cans. At the start of summer, we now have a total of 3,250 gold. That's not far off what we got in an entire year when I completed this challenge for the 1.5. So even now we can already tell that there's a significant difference when it comes to using that fabulous book of power. I'm going to head outside and realise that yet again, my path is blocked. I need to take out my pick again and clear my way, as it turns out it was a weed and not a sapling. I'll just clear away some weeds to try and stop the spread, and I'm going to dump the fibre and mixed seeds that I got, just so I don't end up selling those by accident. At the end of the first day of summer, I managed to get a Georgia Cola and 2 pieces of trash. Not exactly the best start to the season. I did get a geode out of the museum trash, that wasn't bad. As we closed in on the end of the first week, I did get really lucky and I found an amethyst outside of the Georgia Mart here, which is quite rare. Moving on down to Clint's now. He doesn't have anything good. Another geode from the museum. I don't understand why Gunther is throwing out geodes. He should really be letting Clint crack them open so he can get some minerals and artifacts. But hey, that is just one trash panda's opinion. It's now time to head back home and put everything into my shipping bin. It does make me wonder, when Lewis comes to take away everything from my shipping bin, does he ever find anything that has come out of his trash? I'm sure he can find me rooting through his bins early every morning. This week's high ticket item was a rhubarb pie that I found in Gus's trash. I do think the best trash can to look in is the one outside of the saloon, as Gus sometimes throws out the dish of the day. It's another rainy day. I'm not impressed. I'd much rather wrap up than head out in that, but I drive on ahead. In Geordie's trash, I got a soggy newspaper, and a Georgia Cola in Emily and Haley's trash, not too bad. I got a parsnip suit from outside the Stardrop Saloon, and maple seeds out of Evelyn's trash. Next thing, flash and a loud bang. Maybe it was just a once-off. I'll keep going. Then again, flash and a loud bang. Right, it's time to rush home. I'm not very confident being out in a thunderstorm wearing a metal hat. I run as fast as my little legs can carry me, and I finally make it inside. That's it. I'm not heading outside anymore today. First thing the following morning, I receive a trash catalogue from one of the bins. Super rare. I'm going to place it down here in the corner, and it's going to allow me to turn my boarding house into the house of my dreams. Would you just look at all this lovely, lovely trash? Now I certainly feel like I'm home. We're now living the ultimate Trash Panda experience. And guess what? The next day is another rainy day. Looking out the window, doesn't look like it's going to clear anytime soon. Right. Today, I'm not taking any chances. Unfortunately, my trash hat has to go. The last thing I want is to be struck by lightning after all. I quickly run around and I check all the trash cans. Based on what I got, I probably should have stayed in bed. I only got some cookies and broken glasses. The next day though, however, it's another glorious day. I pop back on my trash hat and off I go rummaging the bins again. I have my route pretty laid down by now. I can get around really quickly. The next day was another rainy day again, and the first thing I do is take off my trash hat. Once I've done my route, it's time to ship everything I received this week and head off to bed. TC, you have the right idea. Curled up, cozy on that mat. Halfway through summer now, and this week we made a whopping 1,005 gold. Absolutely incredible for the sticking through trash cans. Outside the Stardrop Saloon, I got a red plate. This is one of the most high-priced items you can receive from a trash can. I excitedly place all the items I collected this week into my shipping bin and race off to bed. Before I do, I realised I nearly forgot this bream, so into the shipping bin you go, buddy. Now it's time to find out how much we got this week. This week, we made a whopping 1,210 gold. This is by far the most we've gotten yet. Outside the Georgia Mart, and we've found yet another trash catalogue. We're going to have a collection of these by the end of the year, I reckon. And now Mr. Key is dropping mystery boxes all over Pelican Town. Too bad they would all go unopened, because there's no way the Pelican Town NPCs are smart enough or hardworking enough to grab any of those. The next morning when I wake up, there seems to be a mysterious green rain. Luckily, lightning doesn't come with it, and as usual, we're going to back on our trash collecting panda route. Start with Geordie's house, where they get broken CDs. Then we move on to Emily and Haley's house. Today, they're giving out nothing, which is unfortunate. I did not expect to find anyone out, but I ran into Clint. He tells me that in situations like this, a person's true character is put to the test, and immediately followed by him screaming at me to stop rooting through his bins. Oh well, I did get another trash can catalogue, so I'm not complaining. Time to put them on display here outside my farm, and place them here by my shipping bin, so anyone that comes to visit can see them. Right, it's time to get out of this green rain before I mutate. The green rain is gone, and I am back hunting for trash. It's the last day of summer, so I'm going to head around and collect all of the trash. I got a bowl of stuffing from Gus, which was really nice. That's about the only interesting thing I got today though. I did get some bread from outside of Clint's workshop. That was an added bonus, and that will sell for some fairly alright money as far as a trash panda goes. It's now time to head on back to the farm, sell everything, but we're not finished just yet. We're going to take a nice stroll down to the beach because it's the last day of summer and enjoy the fabulous display of the Moonlight Jellies. Lewis sends out his light and the sea is lit up with hundreds of jellyfish. After everything I sold this week, it only calculated to 885 gold. We have done better, but at the same time, we've done worse. We'll keep motoring on. We're now going to head into fall and everything has turned lovely shades of red and orange. I think fall is my favourite season so far. It's not too hot and it's not too cold, it's just right. It's also not as wet as spring tends to be. I'm back gathering all of the trash from everyone's trash cans today. I didn't seem to get very much apart from a Georgia Cola, some cookies, a broken CD and a geode. The next morning I run into Lewis and Robin. We're placing up a new special orders board for all the villagers of Pelican Town. Unfortunately, these are all going to go uncompleted as we are a trash panda. We have embraced our trashy ways. Gus has gifted me with another dish of the day. This time, it's a fabulous trout soup. This would come in handy if I was going to fish, but nope, into the shipping bin it goes. This week's profits were fairly good, 720 gold in total. If you were doing a non-spending a cent challenge, using trash cans is definitely a viable option to make money, especially very early on. It's that time of the year again. It's time for the Stardew Valley Fair. I'm going to head on over to my display case and pop in 9 of my hard-earned items. After I filled up my display with the most exotic trash collectible items you can get in Stardew Valley, it is time to head on over to Mayor Lewis, and I told him I am ready for this competition to start. Mayor Lewis and I are practically birds of the same feather. I go through trash bins, Lewis goes through shipping bins. We're bin fanatics. Hey Lewis, don't you think this one should win? Hey, where are you going? Oh, I see. This is Marnie's display. Well, if she wins, I'm going to tell everyone why you picked hers. And the judging is over. Let's head back to Mayor Lewis to find out what is our score. When we go talk to him, we find out we got a whopping 47 points. I suppose nobody in Pelican Town has an appreciation for trash like I do. Maybe I would have won if Linus was the judge. For now, I'm going to take back all of my trash and head on home. I do think that fair was fixed though. On the 21st, I managed to find a lovely catfish outside of the museum with the carp and a largemouth bass. This week, I managed to catch that fish without using a fishing rod. That's how good a trash panda is at fishing. You don't even fishing rod to get the likes of a catfish. Time to pop them onto my shipping bin now, see how much I made. Time to head to bed. This week, I managed to make a whopping total of 1,650 gold. That's not too bad for just being a trash panda, right? For all you players who complain of the difficulty of catfish, no excuse, you can get it from trash bins. It is now time to enter the big Halloween event of the year, and we're not going to miss out on the fun, of course. I'm going to navigate my way through this haunted hedge maze. Let's see if we can find ourselves a nice golden pumpkin. It's nearly Halloween time, guys. And if you're dressing up this Halloween, let me know in the comments what you're going to go as. My 2 little girls are mad about Frozen. And this Halloween, they're going to go as Anna and Elsa for trick-or-treating this year. Is trick-or-treating a thing in your country? I know it does tend to be a very popular tradition in America. Anyways, at the end of the hedge mirrors, we get gifted with a golden pumpkin. Now this golden pumpkin is worth a lot of money, but I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to place it here on my table in the middle of my room and hope it doesn't rot. We have made it all the way to the end of fall. I'm going to cash in everything that I've managed to collect over the last week. I'm going to throw it into my shipping bin. It's now time to head off to bed. Let's see how much money we're going to make. It's been a pretty long season, but I have made almost 10,000 gold so far, believe it or not. Now that's actually pretty good for just looting trash cans. At the end of this week, I've managed to make a total of 810 gold. That's not too bad. We have done better. We also done worse, of course. Now it is time to enter the final season of this Trash Panda Challenge, Winter. And when heading into town, we've run into Krobus, who does a vanishing act. Unfortunately, since there's no trash cans up towards the community centre, I don't think Krobus will ever be found. Sorry buddy, you might as well get comfortable inside that bush. Gus is again throwing away some lovely hot meals, and even Evelyn has given me some bread. We do need those extra calories in winter to help us combat the cold, of course. I don't know how Linus is going to survive, but he'll find a way. I suppose everyone in Pelican Town really do just look out for one another. Question that I have for everybody watching: have you ever seen the videos where people go dumpster diving outside the department stores, and in the dumpsters they find loads of unopened and unused stock? And these things could range from housewares to electronics to sport brand clothes. Do you think these are real, or do you think the items are planted in the dumpster? Part of me finds it's very hard to imagine that stores would throw away this much undamaged merchandise. But that's just my opinion. Let me know in the comments. It is now time for the night market. So you know what that means? It means free coffee. I'm actually going to head on down here and get my free coffee that I can use tomorrow morning. The first things first though, once I step outside my door, I'm going to drink that coffee from the night before. That is going to warm up my cold fragile bones, and it's also going to give me a speed buff so we can loot trash cans even faster. I wish I could have had coffee for every day for this challenge, and it was pretty grindy. But anyway, back down to the night mart for tonight to get some more free coffee. This is going to speed up our trash collection days. I'm going to go down and take advantage of it every night that it's available. Hey, I'm all about getting free stuff. It's night time again, and it's time to head off to bed. I do think I'm doing pretty well so far in this challenge. With the amount of money that I have made, this week we got 1,430 gold. The next day we get a very special letter from Mayor Lewis. It's time for the gift giving season to start, and Sam is going to be my special friend. We're going to try our absolute best. We are going to use our lovely Trash Panda skills, try to get Sam a really good gift. We got super lucky again today. We picked up yet another trash catalogue. That is a total of 4 so far in this challenge, so I've reached 4 trash catalogues and 2 trash can hats. You could say you are twice as likely to get a trash catalogue than a trash can hat. It's time to head back into town for another day of trash hunting, when I realised today was actually the feast of the Winter Star, and then I realised I got nothing for Sam. I was too caught up in my trash hunting activities. I panicked and decided to pick up this crocus. That will have to do. Let's go and find Sam, and hopefully he would appreciate the gesture. I'm going to head on over here by the big winter tree, find Sam and Vincent. It's time to give Sam this well thought out gift. He seems pretty happy with something that I just picked up from the side of the road on the way here. Time to find out who is giving me my gift this year. And would you look, it's my favourite person in the whole world, Linus. I think me and Linus do have a special bond, so we're both trash pandas. When I opened my gift to realise that he has given me a lovely tasty purple mushroom, at least this is something I can use. I'm pretty happy with my gift, thanks Linus. But don't think for 1 second I'm going to ease up on my Trash Panda activities. You will still have fierce competition going forward, and this purple mushroom will only make me stronger, faster, smarter. Pelican Town will now see the evolution of the Trash Panda. They will see something that they've never seen before, a force that comes round to Pelican Town every single day without fail, and loot trash bins. Today is the last day of the challenge. I'm going to head around and do my usual route, and I realise I made a lot of money so far this year. And from doing nothing but selling what other people have thrown away, what I find so funny about this challenge is what I place in my shipping bin gets sold back to the people of Pelican Town. I wonder if anyone actually purchases any of the trash that they had dumped. I did get a lovely blueberry tart here out of the bin outside the Star Drop Saloon, and just 2 bins left outside Clint and outside of the museum, and I finally get soggy newspaper. It's time to ship off everything for one last time. I'm going to make sure though to eat that purple mushroom that Linus gave me, because I don't want to sell it by accident. They do sell for a good bit of gold, and at the end of the final week we made 810 gold. That's not too bad, and it's not a bad figure to end the challenge. It is the first day of spring and the challenge has come to an end. Let's look at the total earnings that we have made. From looting trash and selling it, we've made a whopping 13,655 gold, and that's just 1 year of being a trash panda. I think when I done this challenge back in 1.5, I made about 5,000 gold. So you can see that the Book of Power dramatically increases the amount of trash that you get. So it's definitely worth picking up. I played 1 whole year of Stardew Valley, but as an animal farmer. Hello everybody, this is GamerGar. Welcome back to another Stardew Valley challenge. For the purposes of this challenge, we're going to try and amass as many animals as possible, sell all of the animal products, and make tons of money. Let's see how much money we can make in this video using primarily animals. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, could you please hit that subscribe button? If my channel grows enough, I can become a full-time YouTuber. That means you're going to get videos like this a lot more regularly. A huge shout out to all my channel members. Thanks so much for supporting me. I have incorporated all of my channel members into this video in one way or another. You'll have to watch it and find out in what way you're incorporated though. So let's jump straight into this Stardew Valley challenge. We're on character creation screen here at the moment. We're going to select the Meadowlands farm because this farm starts with bluegrass, and bluegrass will give your animals bonus friendship points. The reason why we want our animals to get bonus friendship is that friendship will affect the quality of their animal products. We don't start with the usual parsnips when we select the Meadowlands farm. Instead we start with 15 pieces of hay, and that is really good because we also start with some chickens. We get 2 chickens at the very start of the game here, which is really nice. So we're going to put some hay down in the coop, and we are going to name our chickens. The first one, we're going to go with channel member Elizabeth, followed by Kimmy. And this is how I'm going to incorporate all the channel members. You will all be named after animals. We're then going to cut down some trees. We're going to use the wood and make a chest, and then we're going to clear some space on the farm, and we're going to get some crops going as well to make some extra money. If we want to amass tons of animals on the first year of this playthrough, we are going to need thousands upon thousands of gold and wood and stone. So very valuable resources indeed. For the first day, we're going to say hi to all of the lovely Stardew Valley NPCs, and we're going to pick up as many forageables as we can find as well. We do want to get farming mastery so we can get those lovely golden animal crackers that are on in the challenge. For that, we will have to max out all of our skills, go to the mastery cave, and get the lovely mastery perks. The next day, we are going to start by petting our lovely chickens. As you can see, I have sighted away all of the regular grass. This will entice the chickens to feed on the special bluegrass, giving them some friendship bonuses. I also hold up some artifacts here as well. We're going to hand those straight into Gunther. As a reward, we get 250 gold in the bag. This is really nice for the second day. We can buy some crops with that, or we can even get some animals. I tried to buy some animals here off Marnie, but she literally just walked past me as if I didn't exist, and she decided to close for the whole day. I guess Mary Lewis is more important than my needs. For the rest of the day, we're just going to do some fishing to try to increase our fishing skill. I did reach fishing skill level 2, so I could have bought the fiberglass rod. I just couldn't afford it, but I can always pick it up the next day. It's not the end of the world for us. The rest of the day is spent up by the lake area here, and we're just pulling up more fish so we can make some money from fishing, and also to further increase our fishing skill. The next day it was raining, so the animals will stay inside, but they now have fully matured. Chickens do mature really fast in this game. They're actually one of the most profitable animals in the game, bar a few others. We also get our first batch of eggs as well. We're now going to take a good stroll around Stardew Valley today. We're going to pick up some forageables. We're also going to take a look at the Help Wanted quest as well. And it seems that a parsnip is needed here from Marnie herself. I also got really lucky and I managed to fish up a diamond here. I can sell that for 750 gold. We won't give that to Gunther because we really need money at the moment. If I got some catfish, it was a bonus. They give really good fishing XP. They also sell for really nice money as well. So I'm now talking to all of the NPCs around Stardew Valley just so I can complete the introductions quest as well. So we just had a chat with Clint there, sold him the diamond, and I also sold him some artifacts here that I got from breaking open geodes. I then went to Willie, sold him a couple of more fishies. I had 4100 gold. I decided to buy the fiberglass rod. Main reason being, with the fiberglass rod we can attach some bait. That means we can hook and fish even faster, and the fiberglass rod gives you a much better loot pool when it comes to opening up treasure chests. As we can see, I picked up a combat quarterly inside that one, and that gives some really nice combat XP as well. So I'm just talking to some more NPCs here, but the main reason I came here was to talk to Marnie. I wanted to buy some more chickens. At the moment our coop can hold a total of 4 chickens, so I'm just going to buy 2 more. So we're going to call this one 47 Shotty, and this last chicken, number 4, will be called Fallon. We're then going to go back to Clint here now, and we've just completed a Help Wanted quest here from Clint who was gathering coal, so we get some nice money for that. We also got fishing level 5 at the end of the day. We're going to take Fisher for now. Fish were 25% more. The next day we pulled up some carrots. These are really good for health and energy. We're going to go back into our coop, pet our chickens. We now have 2 baby chickens and 2 adult chickens, and they are going to be the first of many. By the end of this challenge, you're going to see hundreds upon hundreds of animals. Just so you know, prepare yourselves. So I had a lot of money on me now. I decided to get the first backpack upgrade. This means I'm not going to be throwing away stuff, especially when I'm fishing. Getting the jellies early is a necessity, especially if we want to accumulate some smoked goods for the squirrel quest later on. Marnie also visits us, and we decided to go with the cat in this challenge. So we are actually going to take that cat off Marnie, and we're also going to give the cat a name. The cat is called Sabrina. So we're now going to go into the mines, and we're going to try to get down to floor 120 as quickly as possible. But if we see any sort of copper nodes, iron nodes, or gold nodes along the way, we'll prioritize those as well, because we need all those to make the cheese press or the mayonnaise machine, etc. There's a lot of machines we can make to increase profits later on. So I managed to get down to floor 19. My energy was really low. I managed to make it down to floor 20 with hardly no energy left. We picked up the steel small sword, but as we can see, I do have a Neptune's glaive. This is going to massacre enemies for at least the first 50 levels of the mines before we get onto the harder enemies the game has to offer. I managed to make it down to floor 30, which was really nice today. Good progression for the first day in the mines. Let's keep it up and see if we can get down to 120 as quickly as possible. We also got some skill ups as well. That means we're going to wake up tomorrow with a full stamina bar, and that's exactly what we want. The great thing about animals early on is that we get farming XP for petting the animals. We also get farming XP for picking up the chicken eggs. It was raining today. I decided to take a break from the mines and just spend it on fishing. Catfish is still a great way to go for early money makers. I'm also going to be actively glued into the Queen of Sauce to get as many recipes as I can. So I decided to visit Robin today. I decided to upgrade the coop to a big coop. And the reason why I got the big coop and I didn't get another small coop to save money was because I wanted to get a good variety of animals. I didn't want to have the whole farm just covered in chickens. Because at the end of the day, this isn't a chicken challenge, it's an animal challenge. So now, once that coop is upgraded, I can save up and get some ducks. I went back to the mines today. Made it down to floor 40 and picked up the slingshot. If I saw dust sprites, I would normally prioritise those. Reason being, once you slay 500 you can get the burglar ring, and that comes in fierce handy when you're doing your dungeon crawl runs. When I made it down to 450 we get the usual Tundra boots. It's a nice boot upgrade, the more defense we get the better. I had a visit to Pierre's today. Now I spent all my money on kale because I really wanted to increase my farming levels. Kale is also a pretty good money maker early on as well. For the rest of the day I just spent it cutting down trees because I needed to get more wood if I want Robin to make more buildings for us, especially coops and barns and things like that. I made sure to pet Sabrina every single day and fill her bowl up with water to increase her friendship points. If you get your pet to maximum friendship, there is a chance they will find some really cool stuff for you. I now had 4 fully matured chickens. That means every single day I was guaranteed 4 eggs, which is really nice. So that's extra money in the bag for us. The great thing about chickens is regardless of weather condition, they will generate eggs for you every day. I also completed one of the community centre bundles by giving it loads of spring forageables. So I also made some extra spring forageables too, but I'm not going to plant those. I'm just going to sell them for some extra money because I really wanted to get more animals. I wanted Robin to make more buildings as quickly as possible. So I do sacrifice a lot of resources in this challenge to prioritise animals and also to prioritise the buildings of animals so we can put even more on the farm. I managed to get the Woody's Secret Book of Power, and it's nice to get that early. It's got a really nice effect and it's going to come in super handy for us. Basically, it has a 5% chance to double the amount of wood that is dropped off of a tree. Now, you might think 5% is pretty small, but by the time we upgrade our axe a few tiers and we start wiping out trees left, right and centre, you're going to see a lot more wood gains. Demetrius paid a visit because our money reached a certain threshold. Because we're going to go with the community centre in this video, I chose the Batcave because it's real handy for community centre runs. We're also going to visit Clint and upgrade the pickaxe to a copper one, just so we can make some faster progress in the mines. Now I wanted to get a coop off Robin, but I couldn't really afford one. But then I realised I needed a silo to store hay, because I actually didn't have one and I didn't want to rely on Marty all the time for hay, so it was a silo we're going to build. I had 4,500 gold, ducks cost 1,200, so I decided to buy a couple of ducks today. So we're going to name this one Tanisha, followed by Sarcasm, and then followed by Caroline. Now I didn't have enough gold to get a 4th duck, so I had a choice. I could purchase a chicken or I could wait one day and then purchase a duck. I decided to just go with another chicken, and this one will be called Sleepy Brit. Today was a day of fishing down by the new waterfall area, and you can actually put up a new fish here as well. It is called the goby, and it's actually a real profitable fish too. I don't think it's as good as the catfish, but it's still a real nice fish if you can get one with a good quality level, like a gold star or a iridium star. I now had lots of chickens and ducks inside the coop there. Within a few days they would all fully mature, and on a daily and bi-daily basis you're going to see a lot more profits coming into the farm. I got another rainy day, which is pretty cool, so I managed to put up the eel today along with some other bits and pieces of catfish. The next day it was time to put up all of these lovely carrots. I won't sell any of the carrots, I would actually use those for my dungeon crawl runs because they're so good for energy. I also picked up my copper pickaxe off Clint, so we can now go back to the mines if we want to. I also gave him the axe to upgrade to a copper axe, because when the axe is upgraded I can get rid of all the large tree stumps as well. Today I didn't go into the mines for progress, I went into the mines to look for earth crystals. Reason being, you need earth crystals to make mayonnaise machines, and because I was now going to have so many chickens laying eggs on a daily basis, it was going to be very profitable for me to turn all of these eggs into mayonnaise and then sell that for even more money. So I put all of the mayonnaise machines inside one of the coops here just to save some space outside. Today was the Easter event, so I spent all of my gold on 98 strawberry seeds. I'll get 2 harvests from that. I also won the Easter event because I've done it about 100 times now, so those kids didn't stand a chance. The next day it was raining again. I just don't understand why I was getting so many rainy days. I think it's because I had so many animals. The game just wanted to punish me and not have them go outside to eat the grass, so I had to invest in even more hay. So I think this is the reason why I was getting so many rainy days, to be honest. I sold all of my kale to Pierre today, and some mayonnaise. It put me up to 5,500 gold. I then went straight up to Robin's and I'm going to commission her to make me another coop. Even though it's a tier 1 coop, because we have a higher tier coop on the farm, I can put ducks into that coop if I want. That's the great thing about upgrading buildings in this game. It was Haley's birthday, so we're going to give her a daffodil. She was super happy. We also got level 10 fishing. We're going to take angler, fish worth 50% more. We went to the pantry today to the spring crops bundle. Once all of the crops were donated, the reward was 20 speed grows. Now it was a bit too late to apply that to the strawberries to get 3 harvests, so I just kept it around. I also completed the construction bundle. The reward for this was a charcoal kiln. That's not too bad, especially if you're really stuck for coal. I got my copper axe off Clint today, which was really nice. I can now clear up all of the tree stumps. But one of the real big reasons I wanted the copper axe was to get rid of the tree stump just to the north of the Joja Mart. You can actually get a free prize ticket up here. It's really nice to get that early on. If we can accumulate 5 prize tickets, we will get a Star Drop tea, and that tea has the power for an early marriage with almost any candidate in the game. The Star Drop tea is most potent when you give it on someone's birthday, along with an additional loved gift. You'll see the friendship points shoot through the roof then. Went back into the mines today. I fought an elite slime. It dropped a magnet ring. That was a real nice ring to get early on in the game. It's always nice to have things float towards you. I also picked up a monster compendium. Monsters have a small chance to drop double loot. It's a real nice book of power to get early on in the game, and we got it on day 16. When I got down to floor 60, I picked up the crystal dagger. The crystal dagger is a weapon that should not be underestimated. When it crits, it will do a lot of damage to monsters, but we'll keep the Neptune's Glaive for now. Today I got iron bars and refined quartz. We're aiming for quality sprinklers. We also went to Robin. It was time for her to build a barn for us so we can get cows and everything else that comes with it. I went to the Joja Mart today just to give Pam a topaz because she wanted that as part of a help wanted quest. We're doing as many help wanted quests as possible to get prize tickets so we can get really potent prizes like the Star Drop teas, for example. Another rainy day meant we were doing some fishing. We also went back to the farm too, and I was petting all the animals daily, putting all the eggs into the mayonnaise machines, so you're going to see a lot of that as well. I gave Pam a parsnip for her birthday. She actually loves parsnips, so it's a real easy loved gift to get for Pam in spring. We're then going to visit Haley. She wanted a smallmouth bass as part of a help wanted quest today, so we completed that and we actually managed to get another prize ticket, which was really nice. We're now going to visit Marnie. We had 13,000 gold in the bag. We're going to purchase 4 chickens off Marnie today, and we are going to name them Fluffy Fish, Glitter Sparks, Sarah, and last but certainly not least, Kathy Walsh. Welcome to the lovely cozy animal farm. We're then going to go to Clint and we're going to upgrade our axe to a steel axe. This way we can get rid of the large tree logs all around Stardew Valley. I also had a lot of geodes from going into the mines. Clint will break open all of those and we will donate all of the minerals and artifacts to the museum in the hopes to get that rusty sword key so we can get down to Krobus as quickly as possible so we can access his wares. Krobus does have the void egg, so if we want to guarantee ourselves 5 chickens, then we want to get access to Krobus. I picked up a bone sword today in the mines. I'm going to swap out my lead rod with that. The bone sword is really fast and it does some really nice damage, so it's very nice to get it when you reach level 70 for the first time. I also got some skid ups today as well in combat, which was nice. When I got down to floor 80, I managed to pick up the Firewalker boots. That's a real nice boot upgrade there. I can now access gold ores as well, so I can make the gold bars. I can also pick up the fire quartz. That means I can complete all of the mining bundles, which is really good. This is going to be an early unlock for the travelling carts. So that's some fast travel all around Stardew Valley, which wasn't too shabby on the 19th. I also got some really nice rewards there too, such as the magnet ring and the furnace. They're going to come in super handy in the near future. When I went back to the mines the next day, I got a small cluster of gold. And it's really nice to just put a bomb beside that, save yourself some time and energy and just detonate the whole thing at once. All of these void enemies do give really good XP. They can also drop some void essences and they actually sell for nice money. That night the Junimos are working their magic to get the fast travel working for us. We also get level 5 mining. We'll take miner plus 1 ore per vein. We also get a steel axe off Clint so we can now get rid of those large tree stumps. We're also going to visit Pierre today. We're going to sell him some mayonnaise just to get our funds up into the 10,000 mark. The reason why we're selling stuff directly to Pierre is because I want to get Robin to upgrade buildings and to make new buildings, I also want to get Marnie to sell me some animals as well. Now, I purchased a bear today off of Gus. That's going to be a present for Shane later on. We're now going to buy some cows today. So we've got TY, we've got Kenzie, and we've got Pink Blossom. They're all going to be super nice cows. And we have the awkward Brib as well. You're also going to be a cow in this video. So we got 4 really cool cows added to the farm. And eventually they'll fully mature and we can get milk off them and turn that milk into cheese. So we're just checking on monster eradication goals today. And I'm also selling weapons off to Marlon that I just don't need anymore. There's no point storing weapons in your chest if you're never going to use them. It just makes more sense to sell them off and save yourself some space. So I gave Shane a bear today. Now if we can get Shane up to 7 or 8 hearts, I think it's 8 hearts, we will unlock a cutscene and he will give us the ability to purchase blue chickens off Marnie. And the blue chickens are the exact same as the white and the brown chickens, they're just blue, but they're really cool, especially for aesthetic purposes. Today we get to harvest all of the strawberries. We're also going to make some wild seeds today as well, and we are going to sell all of this to make loads of money so we can get more farm buildings on the farm and we can purchase more animals. So we're going to go to Pierre directly again instead of putting items into our shipping bin. I also gave Jodie a cauliflower because she asked for one there in terms of a main quest. So that's a cauliflower for Jodie and that's some money in my pocket. I went to Robin again today. I was going to get the big barn. Now I did have 23,000 gold. If I got the deluxe coupe, that comes with an auto feed system. That's a huge time saver for me. So I decided to take the deluxe coupe straight away. Gave Robin the diamond that she requested. I also gave her her last axe. So it was a nice couple of friendship points there at Robin. Plus some really nice money too. The diamond quest is such a nice reward. Especially if you get it early. You get over 2,000 gold for handing in that quest. I also went back to Clint. We're going to upgrade our pickaxe again to a steel pickaxe. That's the minimum requirement when it comes to a Skull Cavern run from my experience. Because I had the steel axe, I could get into the secret woods. We're going to farm all those tree stumps now to stock up on hardwood. For level 5 farming, we're going to get rancher animal products worth 20% more. That was a no-brainer. Level 6 farming means we can now make some quality sprinklers. I also got level 5 foraging. I'm going to go with forester for now. Trees drop 25% more wood because wood is just so important when it comes to getting Robin to make those buildings or to upgrade them. So for the rest of today, spent primarily just cutting down trees, tons and tons of trees. I also did some fishing today as well because I was really low on money. So the more fish I caught today, the better. The next day starts off with me just petting the animals. As we can see, we have a lot of chickens now and ducks. And we've got some cows down the ways too. So we're getting there. But that will explode within the next season or two. You're going to see way more buildings go up. A lot more animals you're going to get purchased. And before you know it, we're going to be a fully fledged animal farmer. You're also going to see a lot more mayonnaise machines as well. So I got my steel pickaxe off Clint today. We're going back into the mines. This time though, it's time to make some progress. So I'm trying to get down now as quickly as I can. The red slimes didn't pose much of a threat. I had the obsidian aged and it does pack in most monsters in a couple of swings. So there's nothing to be worried about there. It's real nice when you pick up a diamond off a slain enemy. When I got down to floor 100, I got the first star drop of the challenge. This will increase my maximum energy, which is really nice. Level 5 combat, we're going to take fighter. Attacks deal 10% more damage. And for the flower dance, I managed to hook up with Shane. This is going to give me even more friendship points with Shane, which is really nice. One step closer to getting those lovely blue chickens. The next day, it was the final strawberry harvest. We're now on the 25th of spring, so we're almost finished our first season. I'm going to visit Marnie today. I picked up a milk pail. I don't have auto grabbers yet, so we're going to have to milk these cows manually. It's very painful, but it's profitable. I'm going to sell mayonnaise, I'm going to sell loads of forageables, and all of the strawberries to Pierre. It puts me up to 32,000 gold. Because I had so much money, I decided to get the final backpack upgrade out of the way. This gives me more inventory slots, maxing me out at 36 slots. We're then going to upgrade our barn to the big barn. This means we can get different types of barn animals now, such as goats. And goats are similar to cows except they produce milk every 2 days, but the goat's milk is quite profitable. So because I had steel tools, I was able to get rid of the big tree stump and the big stone, and I got the alleyway buffet. This is a really nice book of power. it gives us a greater chance to find items in the trash. And that is very overpowered, especially early on. So we now start checking the trash cans almost every day we walk past them. I did more fishing today. I had a help wanted quest to put up 5 anchovies. That took quite a lot of time. The next day I handed it in. Willie was pretty impressed. The reward was very small though. I mean, I was hoping for a bit more than 150 gold for putting up 5 of them. So I purchased a new rabbit today. Manya Inyanya is our first rabbit. We're also going to name our second rabbit Valiant Chick. Even though you're a valiant chicken, you're a rabbit in this video. On floor 110 we get the space boots. It's a nice armor upgrade, and that is probably going to be the best boots you're going to see in this entire challenge. Unless we get to Ginger Island, of course. When I got down to floor 120 I picked up the Skull Key. We can now do Skull Cavern runs, and there's some great things we can get in Skull Caverns. We can get auto petters, auto grabbers, prismatic shards, better weapons. I made some cheese presses today. If I wish, I can now convert animal milk into cheese, so this includes cows as well as goats. So I spent a good portion of today just clearing up stuff on the farm, just gathering resources in general. I also went into the fruit bat cave here, and there was an awful lot of stuff to pick up. I got really lucky there too, picked up a pomegranate. They're pretty rare, so it's always nice to get one of those. So I managed to get another level up in foraging today from cutting down tons of trees. Before the day ended, I totally forgot it was Emily's birthday. Thankfully, she was just leaving the saloon, so I managed to give her an amethyst. I made some lightning rods today. I don't think you get thunderstorms in spring ever, but they will come in handy in summer. When we do start getting those storms, we will get some early battery packs. Rest of the day, we just spent it fishing, trying to max out my fishing skill now. We're now in summer. The first thing we did was put down lots of sprinklers. This means we don't have to water crops anymore. We're then going to visit Pierre. I'm going to purchase lots of melon seeds, one of most of the other crops, but I'm also going to purchase lots of corn as well and sunflower seeds. The reason why I've purchased so much corn is because corn is needed for the few community centre bundles. The rest of the day was spent just doing some farm management. I was just hoeing up the ground, planting down the seeds. I was going to try to water all these up too before the next day. I had a lot more sprinklers than what I needed, but not to worry, I'll leave those sprinklers there if I decide to get more crops down the road. The sprinklers aren't going anywhere. I really wanted to talk to Marnie again today to purchase more animals, but she decided that she had better things in mind. Mare Lewis. Marnie's just all over the place when it comes to her shop. So it was time to walk around Stardew Valley today, collect as many forageables as possible. Once I had all of the forageables collected, I completed the summer foraging bundle. The reward was 30 summer seeds, which is really nice. I also went down to the beach, picked up a rainbow shell. That was a silver star, 375 gold. That's not bad at all for just picking something up off the ground. I also decided to do some fishing today. Now, the big bad fish of summer is, of course, the octopus. If you can pull that thing up, consider yourself a pro fisher. Went to Robin today. We're going to get her to build a big coop. We're also going to visit Marnie. She finally was back in service. It's now time to purchase some goats. They're 4,000 gold a pop. Rabbits are 8,000 gold. So I wanted a combination of both. I had 21,000 gold on me. So it's time to purchase some good old animals. In terms of goats, we're going to go with Marastic, Taylor H, Vice City, and Ashley Harris. In terms of chickens, we're going to go with Bonkers Busy. Brown chicken, we go with Dara. So, big shout out there to all of those channel members. In terms of the help wanted quest, Clint was looking for the rainbow trout. I would oblige, of course. Also, upon completion, we're going to get ourselves a prize ticket. Once I put up the rainbow trout, I went straight up to Clint. Quest complete, another prize ticket in the bag for us. I also went to visit my coop today as well. As we can see, there's lots of eggs on the ground. There's also a piece of wool there as well that come off the rabbit. Eventually, if we get lucky, we'll see some other things that come off rabbits as well, such as the rabbit's foot, and that's a really nice item to get early on. I also repaired the bridge just so I can get over to the east portion of the beach here, the tide pools, to get even more forageables. I now had enough stuff collected to complete the crab pot bundle. As a reward, I got 3 crab pots, and we'll put those to good use. I had a daffodil on me today. It was Jass's birthday, so I discovered that as a present. I then went into the cave and I pulled up some fish here just for the sake of the fishing collection. we got the ghost fish, and we got the stonefish today. We then get the cool cutscene here of Mr. Key. And they're just mystery boxes that he's putting all over Stardew Valley. That gets unlocked if you collect over 2 prize tickets from doing quests. We got the wood skip in the secret woods today, and we're also going to pay Willy a visit. We are going to get the iridium rod. Reason being, I wanted to use the trap bobber to get the harder fish. The octopus was a real hard catch. It took me 2 goes to get that. I also pulled up the crimson fish as well. I also went down into the mines, down to floor 100, and I pulled up the lava eel also. It's a pretty difficult catch, but with the trap bobber, they're not too bad. It's also worth noting too that I missed the legend fish, but if I decide to do another challenge with this file, I can always get it next year in spring. And there's just a chart there with some of the animal products. As we can see, the duck mayonnaise sells for 450 gold a pop. That's pretty nice. So I wanted to get Robin to make another building. We're going to go with another deluxe coop upgrade. We're also going to visit Marnie again. We had 2500 gold, so it was time to get some more chickens today. So in terms of naming the chickens, we're now running out of channel member names, so we're going to go with Pantox and Mergen Booma. Now Mergen isn't actually a channel member, but she's been one of my longest subscribers. It only made sense to give Mergen a shout out in this video. Big shout out to you, Mergen. So we're now going to visit the secret woods today. We're going to stock up on more hardwood, more foraging XP. Then we're going to go back into the mines as well. And what I was really looking for here was just regular resources and lots of gold. Level 7 foraging, finally. That's a big milestone for me because I can now make 3 fertilizers. So we get the green rain today. This always happens in summer, and this is by far the best day in the whole year to stock up on as much moss and fibre as possible. If you see weird spiral trees like that, you can cut them down. You get fiddlehead ferns, which is really nice. I also did a help wanted quest for Evelyn there. She was looking for a red mushroom, and I had lots of those from going into the caves. I also had a chat with Demetrius, don't mind me, GamerGar, and just collected some samples. So funny to see him in the hazmat suit. It was time to complete the fodder bundle. I managed to get 3 apples from the Batcave, which was really nice. A heater is actually a very nice prize. I can put that into one of the coops or barns before we get into the winter season. I also completed the animal bundle as well. And as a reward, I got an extra cheese press. That was a really nice prize for me. I'm going to put that to great use. I went back to Robin today to construct another building. This time, we're just going to get her to make another coop so it can hold 4 more lovely animals. It was Gus's birthday today, so we're going to give him an orange because he loves those. And this is just some footage here of me milking up the goats. So we now get goat's milk, and we can get regular cow's milk too. Now the goat takes 2 days, but for the cows, it just takes 1. The goat's milk is worth more, but in the long run, cows are actually more profitable. I made 7 more lightning rods today because I wanted to stock up on battery packs. There's a few things in this game that require battery packs. One of them is a crystallarium. So what we're doing here now today is just go back into the mines. We're trying to get combat XP, mining XP, because I really wanted to get farming mastery as quickly as possible. So this is why I'm farming the mines. I picked up the steel falchion today. This is probably the best weapon, one of the best weapons you can get before you pick up a galaxy weapon or an infinity weapon. It's a magnificent sword, very fast, high DPS. So we're making more 3 fertilizers today. We are going to plant tons of seeds out on the ground, grow them up fast with the fertilizer, and then cut them all down for thousands of wood. It is a fairly drawn out process, but it's definitely worth it, because we won't have to worry about wood anymore now that we have 3 fertilizer. So I'm getting lots of mayonnaise today, which is really nice. Paid a visit to Cindersap Forest. Lots of trees have grown back here. With our steel axe, we're going to cut them all down. Today it was time for the luau, so we're going to throw in a gold star cauliflower. That's one of the best things you can put in there, and the governor was super happy with that. Lots of friendship points to go around with all of the NPCs. Let's take a look at our lovely chickens today. It was a rainy day, so all of our animals were indoors. When I checked out the second coop, I spotted a rabbit's foot on the ground. I was really lucky to get that this early in the challenge. I can sell it for lots of money, or I can keep it and give it to someone as a gift. I now had enough money to unlock the vault. I was thinking about not unlocking the vault and just spending it on more upgrades, more animals, but I really need to get access to the desert, access to the Skull Cavern to get some real good stuff in there. So I decided to get the vault out of the way now. We had a rainy day today. It was spent fishing. I got the red snapper that can only be gotten during summer on a rainy day. So if it is summer and it's raining and you want to complete the fishing collection, pull yourself up a red snapper. For the rest of the day, I just went up to the lake here, pulled up the sturgeon as well. You can only get that on a rainy day also. It was time to complete the ocean fish bundle, so that was done. The next day, all of the minerals came to fruition. So I was going to put all these up, and this was going to get me to farming level 9. I just needed one more level to max out farming, so I was very close with that. I went to Marnie again today. It was time to purchase some more animals. I had 9,500 gold. Because I'm now out of channel members, that's right, I don't have a whole lot of members, but the members I do have are absolutely awesome. The naming convention has stopped. But if you do become a channel member, you will get incorporated into big videos like this in one way or another. So I went to the fruit bat cave today, got some more oranges, which was really nice. I went back to the community centre, went to the pantry and finished off the artisan bundle. As a reward, we managed to get a keg, and that keg will be put to great use because we need to use that to complete some community centre bundles. Went to the desert, pulled up the sandfish. The reason why I needed the sandfish was to complete the speciality fish bundle. That required the pufferfish, ghostfish, sandfish and woodskip. So we're now very close to completing the fish tank. Dish of the Sea is a real nice reward there. It gives a +3 to fishing, so it does give the edge on the harder fish. For the exotic foraging bundle, that was simple enough to complete once you get access to the desert, because there's coconuts and cactus fruit all over the place. Let's take a look at our farm right now. As we can see, we now have lots of animals on our farm. We do get lots of XP when we pet them every day, but that is going to multiply in the next couple of weeks. So Clint was looking for some gold ores. That means we'll be taking a trip down to the mines today. But first, we're going to complete the summer crops bundle. We are halfway through summer now. A quality sprinkler is nice, but we don't have a whole lot of room for that, so we'll just sell that. I did have over 5 gold star melons, so we will throw that into the quality crops bundle. With all of the iron ore I've been saving up, I decided to make 31 regular bombs today. They're going to be put to good use in the regular mines and also into future Skull Cavern runs. I had some diamonds and rubies, so I went to the desert trader and I traded those in for spicy eels and triple shot espressos, along with a couple of staircases from jades I got in the regular mines. Now today was 12:20, but I wanted to get to floor 25 in the Skull Cavern today. If I can do that, Mr. Key will send me 10,000 gold in the mail, so it's worth doing and it's not too hard to get to floor 25. I did get level 7 combat today and I got level 8 mining. I gave Clint the gold ores that he requested, but we weren't finished with Clint right now. It was time to upgrade some more tools just to make our future mining runs more efficient. I wanted to upgrade my steel pickaxe to a gold pickaxe. Eventually, we'll upgrade that to an iridium pickaxe as well. Linus was looking for an earth crystal, so we gave him that, another prize ticket in the bag from good old Linus there. I also got 330 gold for gathering some gold ores for Clint, so that was even more money. I had 32,000 gold on me right now, so we're going to go to the deluxe barn. This means we can get sheep and we can also get pigs. They're high tier animals and the sheep are not to be underestimated. They are now just as good as pigs, especially if you upgrade them with animal crackers. I also got 10,000 gold off Mr. Key for making it past floor 25 in the Skull Caverns. Most, if not all, of our chickens are now fully matured, so I'm just picking up tons of eggs here. A lot of these eggs too will eventually turn into large eggs. They'll be gold star eggs, so we're going to get high quality mayonnaise from these. Lewis was looking for the diamond. 2,250 gold. How could we say no to that? I also got some good luck in the trash bins today too, and I picked up some nice stuff including the copper bar. I gave Lewis his diamond, he gave me 2,200 gold, and we were both happy people. So I got some iridium bars and gold bars today from the furnaces. As per usual, most mornings is spent petting all of the animals we have now accumulated, milking the cows and also milking the goats. What we really needed now though was some auto grabbers, big time. It was back to Robin again, and as you can see here now, there's a trend. Every time Robin is off building cooldown, we get her to build something else. So every 3 days Robin is going to be building something for us. I purchased some recipes off Robin too, just so we could put some cool pets down on the farm. It was time to purchase more animals as well off Marnie. I had 43,000 gold, so I was looking at the pigs and I was also looking at the sheep. So I ended up purchasing a couple of pigs, and with the gold I had left over, I purchased one sheep because the sheep are 8,000 gold a pop. They're pretty expensive. Also fished up the Dorado as well. It's a pretty rare fish to get in summer. And here is a quick checklist of how much I'm getting for all of these animal products. As we can see, the iridium large eggs sell for 228 gold a pop, but they just don't measure up to a gold star mayonnaise. So it's still worth, even though we don't have the artisan profession, it's still worth converting all of our eggs into mayonnaise. I got the gold pickaxe off Clint today, so we're now going to give him our steel axe and upgrade that to a gold axe. I went back into the Skull Cavern today, but it's not really a serious run. I just wanted to get some combat XP, so I was more interested in fighting monsters than I was getting down deep to get thousands of iridium ores and prismatic shards and things like that. Now I do get lucky today, and I do get some goodies such as a prismatic shard that we can swap in for the galaxy weapon, and we'll do that later. But for now, we were processing eggs back into mayonnaise. Once that was done though, we then took a trip out to the desert and we swapped in our prismatic shard for our very first galaxy weapon, and this is the galaxy sword. And it's a magnificent weapon to get, especially halfway through summer. I paid Lee a visit today to complete her help on the quest. We got a prize ticket as a reward, was really nice. So that was a cave card for Leah. 75 gold is terrible, but we're just doing it for the prize tickets. I purchased an ice cream off Alex today, 250 gold for that, but it was Demetrius's birthday and Demetrius loves ice cream, so it was some good friendship points there. We finally had over 5 prize tickets accumulated. This was our first star drop tea. I also put a spiceberry into the cake. I got packed spiceberry wine. The only reason I did that was to complete a community center bundle. I got some great luck today as well. I picked up a pomegranate along with some other stuff too, such as peaches, cherries and blackberries. I went into the bulletin board today into the community center, had a look at the enchanters bundle, and I had all items gathered to complete that bundle, no problem at all. 5 gold bars as a reward. It's not bad. I have gotten worse things. So I got the Mackie roll recipe off Gus today. We needed a Mackie roll for one of the community center bundles. I didn't have my house upgraded, so instead I made a cookout kit. With that I made a fried egg, and I also made a Mackie roll as well for the chef's bundle. So that's the real handy thing now about the cookout kit. You can now make it much earlier because of the new patch 1.6. It was time to upgrade tools yet again. I had a choice between the axe and the pickaxe. I went for the axe so I can just wipe out those trees in a few swings. Wood was still really important. I had 35,000 gold, so I spent that in some pigs. I also picked up a shears as well off Marnie because I had to shear the sheep every couple of days to get wool off them. So it was now I really needed an auto grabber. But once I get level 10 farming, I'll be able to buy at the very least an auto grabber off Marnie. They do cost 25,000 gold, so I was really hoping to get one in the Skull Caverns, but luck just wasn't on my side with this challenge. As we can see, we now have tons of animals. The ducks do occasionally drop duck feathers, and it's a real nice item to sell. It's also a loved gift for Elliot. I managed to make a pale ale. I'm giving this to Pam just to complete a quest that she gave us there at the start of summer. Because you know Pam, she loves to drink and drive. Pam just loves to drink in general though. A help wanted quest, we had to kill a monster known as Ghost. You had to slay 2 of those, so we can go into the mines later on and wipe out those no problem. I got my iridium axe back off Clint. This is going to make gathering wood much easier for us. Back into the secret woods, and we go to the secret woods most days to wipe out these tree stumps. It's really nice foraging XP. Plus, we're getting hardwood at the same time. I then went into Cindersap Forest. It was a full day cutting down trees. We did get level 10 farming, so we're going to go with Shepherd. Befriend barn animals quicker, sheep produce wool faster. It's so nice to get hay off Marnie. That's why, if you have a farm and it's full of animals, it's always worth befriending Marnie, because she will occasionally send you hay in the post. So I wiped out 2 ghosts down the regular mines here, spoke to the wizard, he was happy enough with that. Another quest complete, 500 gold in the bag, one step closer to a prize ticket. Let's just take a look at all of the lovely mayonnaise we're getting here on a daily basis. So the money now is starting to flow in because we have so many animals that are generating so much animal products on a daily or bi-daily basis. I did purchase an auto grabber because I just didn't have the motivation anymore to manually milk goats and cows and shear sheep. This auto grabber will do everything for me, and it will even give me the farming XP for doing that as well. So once we get into the mastery tiers, that auto grabber will really shine for us. I made a full stack of rustic plank floors today just to put some patio down on the farm. I also moved an awful lot of my barns and my coops down to the kind of middle of the farm because there was loads of blue grass down here. All of the blue grass at the top of the farm was almost gone, and I wanted all of my animals to be eating that blue grass to get bonus friendship points. The great thing about Robin is that she lets you move buildings for free. It's one of the things I love about Stardew Valley. You're never penalised if you want to move stuff around. You can move it to your heart's content. So I gave George a gift there as part of a Help Wanted quest, and then I went back into Clint and I got him to break open loads of geodes just to get more minerals and artifacts, so we can try to get that key to the source so we can get the void egg for void chickens. I then pulled up tons of forageables on the beach, and I had a quest then to put up 3 tunas for another Help Wanted quest. It was then back to Robin for the usual. This time though it was a big barn, so we can hold even more animals. It was time to do some more farm management, so I decided to pickaxe up all of these mayonnaise machines. I thought it would be a better idea to put them outside instead of having them inside the coop. It just means I could access them faster. I went down to Skull Caverns today, but this time I came down here prepared. But I really wanted to max out my combat skill, so I was just looking for a fight over anything else. If I came across iridium ores, fair enough, I'd pick those up. If I got prehistoric levels like this, I would stop and make it my mission to wipe out all of these pepper rexes. There is a chance they will drop a dinosaur egg, and it would be nice to have a few dinosaurs on the farm. They're not the most profitable of animals, but variety is still nice. The next day it was raining. It is going to be a day of processing eggs into mayonnaise. We're also going to visit the dwarf here as well, and we're going to purchase a new book of power. This is the Dwarvish Safety Manual, and this will reduce bomb damage by 25%. It's a huge increase in defense, and I always end up hitting myself with my bombs, so it's especially useful for players like me. For the rest of the day, I just spent it massacring enemies in the hopes to increase my combat skill. I really wanted to max out combat just so I can get into the mastery cave. I really wanted to get the farming mastery. I would love to see all of these animals equip with golden animal crackers because it doubles their produce, so it turns animals into super animals. I donated one dinosaur egg, I'll incubate the other one. I also went back to Clint. It was time to upgrade our pickaxe to an iridium pickaxe. Because we had the iridium pickaxe now, or we will get it in a few days, we'll be able to one-shot most nodes inside the Skull Caverns. I did spend a great deal of time today cutting down trees. It just took a few swings with the iridium axe. We were now on the first day of fall. We had 55,000 gold. We're going to pick up a Help Wanted quest here. Robin is looking for the bream. We will oblige, of course. We're going to have a chat with Pierre, purchase one of each crop, but we'd purchase 50 pumpkins just to make sure that we can get at least 5 gold pumpkins to finish off the quality crops bundle in the community centre. So today it was just hoeing up the ground, planting crops. I also visited Robin, and I'm going to get her to give me another deluxe barn. The more deluxe barns and coops we can get, the better, because they come with auto feed features, and it just means I'm not tapping into the silo all the time and manually feeding my animals. I also completed the fall bundle as well there for forageables. That got me 34 seeds. I just sell those though. I'm now collecting even more mayonnaise today, and all of the trees I planted here at the bottom of the farm could now be cut down and the wood collected. I also got my iridium pickaxe off Clint today, so I now had an iridium axe and an iridium pickaxe. I didn't really need to upgrade any of the other tools, but I did so just in case. So it was Penny's birthday today. Penny loves sandfish, so I gave her one, and that made Penny really upset but happy at the same time. I could also take on the special orders as well, so we're going to go with rock rejuvenation for the first one here. That's an easy enough quest to do. We just have to give Emily one of each type of basic mineral. So I gave Robin a bream, she gave me a prize ticket. I also completed Chef's bundle as well. and as a reward I got 3 pink cakes, which is pretty nice. I spent the whole day today in the Skull Cavern, wiping out enemies in the hopes to increase my combat skill. The only thing that was stopping me now from getting mastery was my combat skill, so I was prioritising this quite a lot. I got level 9 combat, I could make iridium bands. That's a fierce nice ring, and if I do save up on the resources I will absolutely make 2 of those. So I made some crystallariums here, they're all generating jades for staircases of course. I then decided to complete rock rejuvenation and gave Emily 1 of each mineral that she requested. When the quest was complete I gave her an additional amethyst just to get some bonus friendship points with Emily there as well. I purchased another auto grabber off Marnie. Reason for this, I want to basically fit out all of my coops and barns with auto grabbers because it just means I don't have to manually pick stuff up off the ground anymore. The pigs were now fully mature and they were finding truffles for me like no other. There's actually a very small chance when you try to pick up a truffle it'll turn into a truffle crab, and if you destroy that you have a good chance of getting a prismatic shard, but it is extremely rare and it has only happened to me once so far. So if you have made it this far into the video, put the word truffle crab into the comments. I would greatly appreciate it. The next day I got a sewing machine of Emily. I never used a sewing machine, but it's still nice to get it. If you have a lot of cloth, you can do some really nice experimenting with that machine. I did have enough resources though to make 2 iridium bands. That is a 20% increase in attack power, real nice magnetism, and we glow up in the dark. What better combination could you want when you're midway through the game? Our good neighbour Linus was looking for that hazelnut. We will oblige, of course, extra friendship points for us. I picked up another help wanted quest. This time it was to kill 10 red slimes. This was perfect because I was trying to grow my combat skill, and this quest would just be hitting 2 birds with the 1 stone. Finding foraging floors like that is really nice. I also visited Marlin again today. I had a ton of weapons and items stored up to sell him to get more money. Because I had over 1,000 enemies killed in this game, I managed to get into the back room of the Adventurers Guild, picked up a new book of power called the Mapping Cave Systems. It gives you a 50% discount on Maryland's item recovery service. It's very handy if you lose precious items down the road. I got another prize ticket today and I had a quick chat with Mayor Lewis about killing those 10 red slimes. I got some nice gold there as a reward. I'm now going to harvest all of this lovely cheese from my cheese presses. Some of that will be saved for Skull Cavern, the rest will be sold. We're going to go with blacksmith perk there for level 10 mining. Metal bars are 50% more. Because I had 59,000 gold, I decided to purchase another auto grabber off Marnie. Reason for this, I want to automate as much of the farming process as possible. Rest of the money was just spent on sheep. The more sheep, the better. As you can see, I now have an auto grabber in a lot of coops and barns, so this is going to give me a lot more time every morning when I wake up. I also made some crystallariums today, and I'm going to fill those up with jades just so I can accumulate more staircases to do better Skull Cavern runs in the hopes to get auto petters, auto grabbers and goodies like that. So it was Elliot's birthday today. I gave him a duck feather and a star drop tea for extra friendship points. I also got my copper hoe back off Clint. I decided to just give the hoe back in for the steel, but then I realised I didn't have the funds for it. I forgot that I purchased so much sheep. I did use up some basic resources there. I made some bombs just for a future Skull Cavern run. I also decided to make an oil maker just so I can start making some truffle oil, because that's quite profitable as well. And if you don't have the artisan profession, truffle oil is actually more profitable than truffles. I decided to fish up a legendary fish today, known as the angler. It's one of the easier legendary fish. The next day it was raining, so all of our animals went indoors. So I decided to loot all of the lovely auto grabbers. They save so much time. And even though you get farming XP from picking up the eggs, you still get it using the auto grabbers. So if you're concerned about losing farming XP to auto grabbers, don't be. The auto grabbers will still give you all that precious XP, even when you're going for the mastery levels. Went to the desert trader today. We're getting our triple shot espressos, our spicy eels, and we're going to purchase a huge amount of staircases here as well, so we're ramping ourselves up for a really good Skull Cavern run. I also sold a load of items to Pierre today, bringing my monies up to 33,720 gold. Marcelo visited Stardew Valley. I'm going to purchase the combat quarterly off him today. That's going to give me some combat XP. I'm also going to purchase Way of the Wind Part 1. That's going to give me a minor movement speed buff, but the more movement speed we get, the better. All of the other books I don't really need at the moment. Horse the book is handy if you get a horse down the road, and the cedar legs can be quite handy too for traversing the farm. I managed to fish up a walleye today. This was the last fish I needed to finish off the fish tank in the community centre, so we're doing really well at the moment with that. The reward was a glow ring. We'll just sell that back to Marilyn. But we do get a pan now off Willy, and the great thing about the 1.6 update is that you can now upgrade your pan all the way to Iridium. It makes panning really fun now, and there's a lot of extra perks to panning. I made a huge tree farm there as well, made lots of tree fertilizers. The next day we begin by cutting down all of the trees we can find, because we still need lots of wood if we want Robin to continue to make our lovely coops and barns. It's also berry season as well, so if we see berry bushes, we'll harvest those. We now get a very small XP gain for those berry bushes, but getting 3 berries off one is pretty neat as well, because they're pretty good for energy. So we're going to take another special order here. We're going to go with Robin's project, and we are going to accumulate some hardwood. It's always nice to get diamonds in the mines, even if you're kind of in the mid game or the late game. It's always so satisfying to pick one up. So I completed a quest here now for Clint. He was looking for some ores. We collected those, no problem at all, and it was another 390 gold in the bag, but more importantly, it was one step closer to additional prize tickets. I handed in the slime kill quest to Linus. He was pretty impressed, and then it was running around the valley, looting all of the lovely berry bushes. Getting all those lovely blackberries was a real treat. To ensure I completed Robin's special orders quest, I planted a ton of mahogany seeds, put some fertilizer on them. This will ensure I'll have that quest done in no time at all. I then visited the desert and I cut down all of the trees that were up there. Once I was satisfied with all of the berry bush harvesting, I decided to give Linus back his berry basket. I then started to work on Shane, giving him some loved gifts as well, so we can get those blue chickens. Here is just a little screen here of how much the wool actually sells for. The Iridium Star wool sells for 816 gold, which is absolutely insane. Do not underestimate the power of sheep, and that's going to get way better. We can now even convert that wool into cloth, make even more money, especially if we take the artisan perk as well. Let's now pet all of our lovely cozy animals. We have so many animals on the farm right now. We've got almost every single animal you can get in the game, bar a very small handful, which we will have later on. I decided to incubate some dinosaur eggs. It'd be nice to have a couple of dinosaurs roaming the farm as well. Why not? I then decided to loot all of the auto grabbers that I had now placed in most of the barns and coops, and it was just so satisfying to loot. Once I was finished getting all the hardwood in the secret woods, I went back down into the mines, primarily looking for stone, and those big stone clumps were perfect to break open. Each one awards with at least 10 stone, which is really nice. Every single day now it's going to be a matter of just going to the auto grabbers, looting them all, and then processing most of the animal goods into artisan products, or just selling the goods raw as well. I decided to go to Robin today. We're going to get another deluxe coop. There was another help wanted quest here. Harvey was looking for the midnight carp, and it was a great reminder for me because I actually hadn't hooked up that midnight carp yet. It was something we needed for the fishing collection. We also gave Jodie a birthday present today as well, and we finally got the last level up there in foraging. So all we needed now was to get combat to level 10, and we could then go for the mastery levels. For level 10 foraging, we're going to take lumberjack. All trees have a chance to drop hardwood, and because we're going to be cutting down so many trees, we're going to see some pretty big hardwood gains through normal trees, which is really nice. The rest of the day was just spent wiping out enemies, trying to get as much combat XP as possible. Because we have the Skull Cavern unlocked, there's also a small chance that any one of these enemies could drop a prismatic shard on defeat. And if we get a total of 3 prismatic shards, we can trade that in for the magic rock candy to the desert trader on a Thursday. I just picked up a prismatic shard there from killing a regular bat, so it's really nice to get that. We finally hit combat level 10. We're going to go with Brute, 15% additional damage. Combine that with our 2 Iridium bands and we have a 35% damage increase. We're then going to go back to Robin and we're going to upgrade yet another coop to a deluxe coop. We're also continuing with our help wanted quests, and we're going to visit Marnie today as well. We had 17,000 gold. That's enough for a sheep, but we're also going to get a rabbit this time as well, because I just wanted a few more rabbits on the farm, just for those lovely feet that they can drop. Today was a day of farm management. It was cutting down a ton of trees and it was processing a ton of animal products that accumulated over the last couple of days. Once I harvested up all the pumpkins, I decided to complete the quality crops bundle. The reward was a preserves jar, which was pretty nice, and I also had all of the crops to complete the fall crops bundle as well. The reward there was a bee house. I now had another community center project finished. This time the greenhouse was going to get unlocked. We then paid lovely Marnie a visit yet again. This time we were going to go to the supply shop. Because we had a lot more buildings now on the farm, I decided to purchase another auto grabber. I also gave Marnie some amaranth there too, because she just gave me a quest to get one, and I had enough friendship points accumulated to sneak into her room and rob Mare Lewis's underwear. I also completed Robin's special orders quest, and I gave her 80 hardwood, so that's going to get me a lot more friendship points with Robin. I gave Mare Lewis his shorts there as well, just to complete another quest and get more money. Primarily I was just looking for friendship points with as many villagers as possible, because if you get really friendly with all of the Stardew Valley NPCs, they send you so many gifts inside of the mail. Because the greenhouse has now been completed, we now get access to the raccoon quests. We're going to select the community cleanup quest today, and that's going to give us access to the very potent fiber seeds, so we won't have to worry about fiber anymore. I decided to fill up the greenhouse with wheat. Reason being, I had so much animals on the farm, they were eating through my hay like no other, so this will take the edge off a little bit. It was then time for the Stardew Valley Fair. I came first place with a rating of 100%. I decided to take my 1000 star tokens and just gamble them on green like I normally do, until I had enough star tokens to purchase all of the goodies from the Stardew Valley Fair vendor. The star drop was the big win there. I got another prize ticket by doing another help wanted quest, then it was back to Marnie to get, you guessed it, another auto grabber. But I also decided to buy some heaters as well, because we're going into winter now sooner rather than later, so I wanted to have all of the barns and coops equipped with some heaters. I also purchased some more rabbits off Marnie as well, and I got Robin to make me a big barn. The rest of the day it was just spent fishing up trash to complete the community cleanup quest. 500 gold is always a tiny reward for completing that quest, but the big reward comes the next day. Linus sends us on the recipe for those fiber seeds. It was back down into the mines again. The quest here was to wipe out some rock crabs. We did so. Then I spoke to Demetrius. He was pretty happy about that, so we're getting more friendship points off him and more money, and one step closer to another prize ticket. I got Robin to make a deluxe barn, gave Jody an eggplant, and then it was off to the prize machine to trade in all of our tickets. We had a ton of tickets here to trade in, and there was some real good goodies to get. The blue pinstripe bed there is a pretty sweet skin that you can put into your house. What I really wanted was this book of power, and this one is called Friendship 101. You become friends with people a little faster, and that makes all the difference when you're striving for perfection. The next day I roamed around the farm petting the animals, making sure they're all fed and happy, and I was also picking up truffles. I had a good few mature pigs on the farm, so between the few of them they were finding a good few truffles here and there that I could pick up, and all of those truffles would be sold for tons of money. I then brought a largemouth bass to Jody's house, and I got a cool cutscene there of me throwing the bass on the ground. Sam will have to clean it up. I then decided to grow a load of wheat on the farm just to get more hay, because hay was something I really needed because I had so many animals. If it didn't rain it was okay, they could just eat the grass outside, but if I got a rainy day it was going to cost me a lot of money indeed. 87,000 gold. It was time to purchase lots of sheep and lots of rabbits. The reason why I stopped purchasing pigs is because it was coming into winter pretty soon. The pigs aren't much good in winter. As we can see, I'm getting tons of wood here from wool and truffles. That ghost art truffle goes for 937 gold. It's really nice. You can get more for truffle oil. I just have to make some more truffle oil machines. I decided to donate 100 pieces of hardwood to this big tree stump here, so the squirrel would move back in, and then we can start doing all of the cool squirrel quests. You can get some real cool items by completing those squirrel quests. I also had a ton of jades now accumulated from all of the crystal arms on the farm, so traded those in for tons of staircases. It was then back to Robin for the usual barn or coop. This time we're going to go with the barn. I am now on a path to get as much sheep as possible. Give Evelyn a bream there. She gave me a prize ticket, thank you very much. I then went back into the regular version of the mines. Primarily I just wanted to farm coal and iron ores so I could make more bombs, because I wanted to stock up for the real good Skull Cavern run, and the more bombs and staircases I go into the Skull Cavern with, the more success we are going to find. The next day, the morning yielded lots of really useful items, such as battery packs, purple mushrooms and other goodies that all the farm animals produce. The squirrel decided to give us a quest here, 5 oysters and a smoked midnight carp. Easy enough to get. The oysters can be gotten from the beach and they can be gotten from crab pots as well. So we had a choice here of Gus's famous omelette or cave patrol. The omelette was just going to be way too easy to do. I decided to do cave patrol because it would just give me another excuse to go back into the mines and farm more coal, farm more iron ores, make more bombs. If I got some gold ores or solar essences, I could even make mega bombs as well. So it was just me wiping out dust sprites. The next day, Clint gave me the recipe for the Geode Crusher. These have now been buffed, they don't require coal anymore to use. We finally got Shane up to the heart requirement to unlock the blue chicken cutscene. We can now purchase blue chickens off Marnie. Blue chickens don't have any sort of, special abilities. They work the exact same way as the white or brown chickens. We also got a new baby lizard today as well, so that is our first dinosaur to come onto our lovely cozy farm. So we're now going to get blue chickens, we have dinosaurs. All that was left was the void chicken and the ostrich, but we can only get the ostrich if we make it over to Ginger Island. So it was time to visit Clint today. I had a ton of geodes I needed Clint to break open, and the reason why I'm getting him to break open all the geodes now is because I wanted to get down into the sewers to get access to Krobus and his wares for the void chicken. Now there is a chance we can get a void egg before getting the key to the sewers, but that chance is very small, and it all comes down to if the witch will visit your farm or not when you go to sleep. So for the first mastery, we're going to get the farming mastery. The iridium sight is going to come in super handy. But what we're really after are those lovely golden animal crackers that double the output of any animal in the game except for the pigs, because we all know that the pigs are still pretty overpowered. So I managed to pull up a midnight carp tonight, and I went around looking for some oysters to complete the quest for the squirrel. In order to speed up the progression with oysters, I decided to buy a ton of crab pots off Willie. I'm going to make some crab pots as well. I also purchased the fish smoker recipe off Willie as well, so I can smoke up that fish. I also went to Robin and decided to upgrade my barn to a big barn, and we're going to visit Marnie and we are going to purchase another auto grabber. Now because I had so much money, I purchased 2, and the rest of the money will be spent on fabulous sheep. Oh, we're going to see a ton of sheep in this challenge. It was George's birthday today. He's going to get a high quality rabbit's foot, freshly pulled from one of our rabbits this morning. For completing the squirrel quest, I got 25 powder melon seeds. I can use those in winter. It was then time for the Big Skull Cavern run. I hit a ton of treasure rooms today. Unfortunately, I didn't get any auto grabbers or auto petters. I really wanted auto petters, but it just wasn't meant to be. I got tons of everything else. I got lots of prismatic shards, lots of iridium ores. I got lots of XP from blowing up all the iridium ores as well. Just wasn't in the cards for an auto petter. Maybe next time though. Let's take a look at all of the loot that I was able to accumulate from doing the Skull Cavern run. 8 prismatic shards, over 600 iridium ores, diamonds, and iridium bar. I got a cool blue cowboy hat there as well, some rain totems, all real nice stuff indeed. All of those prismatic shards can be put to great uses later on. We can use them to enchant our items, or we can trade them in for magic rock candies. We can also donate one to Gunther as well. It was time for another mastery skill. This time we're going to take foraging mastery, just for the sole chances of finding golden mystery boxes, because those golden mystery boxes have a chance to give us golden animal crackers. I got Clint to break open a ton more on the geodes today in the hopes to meet the criteria to get the key to the source. It was back into the greenhouse, and we do this every couple of days. We fill the greenhouse back up with wheat harvested, and it's extra hay for us for the animals. The next day, Gunther finally paid us a visit. He gave us the rusty key, and we can now use that to get down into the sewers and befriend a lovely new cozy Stardew Valley NPC by the name of Krobus. We are now on the 27th of fall, and the morning starts by petting all of these lovely animals. As we can see, we have a lot of animals on the farm, so you can now understand why I want auto petters so desperately, because it actually takes a long time to pet all these animals, and it's very important we pet them because we need to get their friendship points up so we get lots and lots of money out of our animals. So I went back to Robin. We're going to do another deluxe barn upgrade. Then it was after the Halloween event, and I picked up some recipes there along with another rare crow. I completed the Halloween event by getting the golden pumpkin, and I decided to make Statue of Blessings today as well. I had the resources to make it. It is a very expensive statue to make, but once you have it made, you've got it for the rest of the game, and this statue will give you one very powerful perk every single day. This time we got the movement speed buff. The next day I decided to use the rusty key, go down into the sewers, meet Krobus and purchase a star drop off him for 20,000 gold. I then made a few more oil makers and decided to put them just beside my bat cave there, and before we knew it we were in winter. Unfortunately, the animals don't come outside during winter, so you're going to see a very bare looking farm. These animals are also going to consume hay at incredible levels. Getting that Iridium Star Rabbit's foot was so nice. It was Krobus' birthday today as well, so it would make total sense to give him that Iridium Star Rabbit's foot for maximum friendship points. It was time for another special orders quest. We had Juicy Bugs wanted from Willy, and we had the Biome Balance from Demetrius. Now I decided to go with Biome Balance because I needed the farm computer if I do decide to do perfection on this file. The farm computer is an item that you have to get, because one of the achievements for perfection is to craft every single item in the game. So we did a little hide and seek with Krobus today. He gave us the magnifying glass, so that's a great tool to get some more goodies. I then got Clint to break open lots of mystery boxes, and we finally got the Book of Power. It is called the Book of Mysteries, and it increases the odds of finding more mystery boxes, which is pretty cool. So we decided to go community center today. We completed the craft room bundles. That will unlock the quarry cave for us, which is pretty cool. So that's an extra place we can go to now for adventures. I also tried to finish off the bulletin board. The problem now is that we need one item to finish off this whole community center, and that is the red cabbage. Now I have been checking the traveling card every time the traveling card spawns. It has yet to sell me a red cabbage, so I'm hoping I get the red cabbage in winter and that I can go to Ginger Island. I also put up the glacier fish as well, and the Junimos are going to fix up the bridge here so we can get access to the quarry. And since the 1.6 patch has been released, the quarry has been buffed. You can now go there every single day, go into the quarry mines, and you can farm coal inside there. Coal nodes spawn in there every single day. Did some fishing today as well, pulled up a squid. It was Linus's birthday today, so he gets a rabbit's foot off me. It put him straight up to 9 out of 10 hearts, which was really nice. I decided to give Jody a diamond today because of a help wanted quest. I was getting really lucky with the help wanted quest, especially the ones where NPCs were requesting diamonds. That must be at least the 3rd or 4th help wanted quest I got so far on this file where people wanted diamonds. I decided to purchase a full stack plus some more hay off Marnie because my animals were just going through so much hay because they're all indoors. I had 149,000 gold and I had space on the farm, so you know what? We're purchasing more sheep. The only thing holding us back now was the fact that we had to wait a few days for Robin to complete a construction for us. For the rest of the day, we just spent fishing, trying to complete the special orders quests for Demetrius. I had to pull up a ton of ocean fish. Once the quest was done, I got 1500 gold, but more importantly, I got the farm computer off Demetrius. I also had a sweet gem berry. I totally forgot about this, so I took it out of my chest, ran into the secret woods, and I managed to get another star drop for the win. I don't know why I had it in my chest. I think I was just having a bad day and I forgot about it. I also made some mystic tree seeds as well. I was going to make more, but I ran out of mahogany seeds. The next day, I get the recipe from Demetrius, which is the farm computer. I also hold up another book of power. This one is called Jack Be Nimble, Jack B. Dick, and this gives me a permanent +1 to my defense. That's actually really nice, because the more defense you have, the less damage you take from enemies. And if your defense is especially high, enemies will only hit you for 1 or 2 damage, making you more or less invincible. Here's just some footage of me wiping out floaty skulls. There's a very, very small chance those floaty skulls can drop magic rock candies. It's super rare, but if you really want magic rock candy and you don't want to wait until Thursday, it's worth your time going to that cave on a daily basis and killing some floaty skulls. So there's another help wanted quest here from Clint. He was looking for some coal, 15 pieces in total. There was a prize ticket up for grabs, so we went straight back into the quarry. There's a new section of the quarry cave now. You need a pretty good pickaxe to get in here. I believe it's either at least a gold or maybe an iridium pickaxe. You can break down those big massive rocks, get into this section and farm all of the coal. As we can see, I now have a ton of eggs, and these eggs generate every single day because it's so many chickens. So a great deal of time is spent processing those into mayonnaise and other things. I had some golden mystery boxes. I decided to get Clint to break open all these in the hopes to get something good, get something exciting. I got some triple shot espressos. That was pretty nice. I'm also getting Clint to upgrade the hoe yet again, so we'll upgrade that to the next tier. And I completed the quest for the coals as well, so that made Clint happy. 500 gold in the bag and another prize ticket. I got a quest from Clint to give Emily an amethyst. So I told the truth and I told Emily that it was Clint's idea, but she got the wrong idea. she still gave me a kiss on the cheek. It was just so funny. So I picked up another star drop tea there from doing the ticket machine, which was really nice. And I decided to loot all of the auto grabbers today. It's so nice when you get an iridium star rabbit's foot. I went back to Robin today. It was time to upgrade our coop to a deluxe coop. This means we can purchase even more rabbits. I also put a void egg into the incubator here. I purchased a void egg from Krobus, so that's going to get us some lovely void chickens on the old farm as well. But I also wanted the blue chickens. So I selected chicken and I kept going in and out until I got the option for the blue chicken. That right there was a white chicken. So that's all you have to do to get a blue chicken once you get the cutscene with Shane. You just have to go in and out of the chicken selection until the blue chicken pops up. And I did that over and over again until I had 5 or 6 or 7 blue chickens on the farm. So as we can see, I'm checking the travelling cart today. There is no sign of a red cabbage. I got Caroline actually up to 2 hearts. I went into her green room as she's going to teach me the recipe for, you guessed it, you should know it by now if you watch my videos, the tea sapling. It used to be one of the most overpowered items in the game. It's now been nerfed to the ground. I gave Caroline a rabbit's foot today because it was her birthday, so I got lots of friendship points with her. And it was now time for another festival. This is the Festival of Ice. So I purchased some trees of the Winter Star. I also purchased some decorations there, some rugs and some paintings I can put up inside the house. And I also got the snowman rarecrow as well. Once I purchased all of the decorations, I decided to take on the fishing challenge. I won no problem at all, and I got some really cool stuff there as prizes, including the sailor's cap. The next day I finished off the raccoon bundle. As a reward I got the raccoon journal, and this is a pretty sweet book of power. Once you activate this book, anytime you whack weeds, you have a greater chance of getting mixed seeds. And you might think to yourself, it might not sound that overpowered, but a mixed seed is a free crop, and you can get some pretty decent crops from that, especially if you bring the mixed seeds over to Ginger Island. You can get pineapples from them. Pineapples are pretty good. It was time for another special orders quest. This time we're going to go with a curious substance. Best way to get the ectoplasm, in my opinion, is to just take a nice stroll down the Discal Cavern, wipe out some carbon ghosts. They have a much higher yield to give you the ectoplasm than the ghosts from the regular mines. So I just killed literally a few ghosts there and they dropped it no problem at all. Went back to the wizard today. It was also his birthday. So not only did we complete the special orders quest for him, but we also gave him a void essence as well. So we're going to get lots of friendship points there with the wizard. Now, as we can also see, I've now completed every quest that these NPCs have thrown at me. I also give Sebastian a frozen tear as well because he loves those. So I'm going to go back to Robin today and we're going to get Robin to build another barn. I also decided to take up 5 crystallariums here. I'm going to take the jades out of these and I'm going to put earth crystals into them instead. The reason for this is because I needed to make a lot more mayonnaise machines to keep up with all of my newly acquired chickens. I now had white chickens, blue chickens, white chickens. I had every chicken you could think of except for the super overpowered golden chickens, but we might get those in the future. I also completed some monster eradication goals today as well. I found a gem of a floor at number 61. I also got a spare monster compendium as well, so I can literally rinse and repeat that floor for the whole day and get tons of kill counts up on monsters. As a reward from completing the Wizard Special Orders quest, he gave me the teleportation shrines. That's pretty good. I made a lot more mayonnaise machines today, and as we can see, I now have so many matured animals now on the farm. These auto grabbers are just filling up to the top. I also gave Valiant Chick, he's actually a rabbit, a golden animal cracker, so there's now a much higher chance that rabbit is going to give me more of his lovely limbs. I made a ton of tree fertilizers today. Wood is something that I'm always low on because I'm constantly getting robbed to make new structures and to upgrade structures. So we're going to make huge tree farms again. We're going to give back in the hoe to Clint. We're going to upgrade that to the iridium hoe. Let's take a look at our lovely blue chickens. I think they're probably my favourite coloured chickens in the game. Between those or the white chickens. The blue chickens are pretty cool though. Here is just what I made today. 144,000 gold. That's what you're making now every 1 or 2 days if you save up on animal products. And we haven't even got into the end game yet with these animals. We're still just training up these animals. We haven't even filled the farm up with animals yet. So could you imagine a farm filled up to the top with animals and every single animal has a golden animal cracker? Could you imagine the money that you would get passively, especially with sheep? So today was the Squid Fest and I had lots of squid bait here from putting up previous squid I caught into the bait maker. Once I captured 8 squid, I had a chat with the NPC here and I was able to reap all of the lovely rewards. What I wanted the most was the Book of Power, known as the Art of Crabbing. Crab pots now have a 25% chance to yield double. That is absolutely amazing. At 25%, it's a pretty big percentage, especially if you have a lot of crab pots put down all around Stardew Valley. So I purchased all of the skill books off Marcelo today because all of these will count towards more mastery levels. I also got Way of the Wind Part 2 to give me a further movement speed. And I purchased the rest of the Book of Powers as well because I had so much money, I might as well just unlock all of the perks that I can get. So most of those perks might be useless now, especially the horse one, but it'll come in handy later on if I do decide to get a horse off Robin. Just to have a quick look at my skills, I'm very close to level 3 mastery. When that is achieved, I can choose another super overpowered skill, and I almost have all of the books of power the game has to offer. So I got my iridium hoe back off Clint today. We're now going to hand in our pan and upgrade that to a steel pan, and we'll try to upgrade that all the way as well. Taking a look at the help wanted quests today, it's time to go back in and wipe out some more crabs. We'll do that no problem at all. Once the crabs were defeated, we decided to go back, have a quick chat with Demetrius, claim our reward and get some extra friendship points. The great thing also about completing these special orders quests is that each one will give you a prized ticket. You just have to go back down to the big bulletin board to collect it. Today was another day of farming management. There was so much stuff that I had to process. I needed to make more cheese presses as well. As we can see, I have got quite a number of mayonnaise machines put down there behind my barns and my coops. It was Harvey's birthday today, so I gave him a coffee. He was very happy. We're now halfway through winter, and there was still no sign of this red cabbage. At this stage of the game, I was getting pretty worried about it. You know, there is a great possibility here that I would have played the whole year through this game without completing the community centre, and that's why I never go the community centre route, because there's a chance I won't get to see Ginger Island on this file. I got another Book of Power there, Jack be Nimble, Jack be Thick. Because I already had the skill, instead of it giving me the skill yet again, it just gives me some XP towards my mastery level, which is pretty nice. So I managed to get a powerful perk today off of our lovely buff statue, and that spawned the prismatic butterfly. Finding that butterfly will give you either a prismatic shard or it will give you a lot of money, and the money is based on how much money you have accumulated so far. So I do get a good few thousand gold when I find that prismatic butterfly. Today I decided to get a house upgrade over getting a coop or a barn put on the farm. Reason being, I just needed a bigger house, and we were almost finished the first year of Stardew Valley. It was back to the auto grabbers to loot all of this fabulous loot. Just look at all of these Iridium Star products. We had so much stuff here. Eventually we're going to have so much sheep, all we will need to do is just sleep. The auto grabbers will take care of the rest. They will harvest that lovely wool off the sheep every single day. So it was time for the night markets, and the travelling cart was active again. I purchased a sandfish off of the travelling cart. Reason being, I just wanted to give it to Penny for some friendship points. I also got a rare cutscene here too of the witch coming along there. She's going to convert one of her eggs into a void egg. It's kind of irrelevant now because we already purchased a void egg off of Krobus. So we're going to get void chickens on our farm anyway. I also pulled up the blobfish today as well by using the submarine minigame. We also got our hands on the spookfish, and to top it all off, we got the midnight squid as well. You can only get those fish by doing this event. So if you are looking to complete the fishing collection, make sure you bop into that submarine and go down into the watery depths to grab those fish. It was time to upgrade our pan to an iridium pan, and that's going to be the best pan you can get. You can even enchant that pan if we get to Ginger Island. Went back to the night market again and I purchased the Solar Kingdom painting off of the old famous Lupini there. I had another look at the travelling cart merchant in the hopes she'd be selling a red cabbage or even a red cabbage seed, but it was not meant to be. We're now on the 18th day of winter and panic was starting to set in. Am I going to get this red cabbage before year 2 comes around? So we got another help wanted quest here. We just had to gather 10 pieces of coal. That was easy enough. Looking at the monster eradication goals, we were very close to getting the slime kills. We had most of the legacy monsters done, bar the dust sprites. If we take a look at the rock crabs, we're almost there. And if we take a look at the skull cavern monsters, we were a good ways off. The question mark monster is the lava sparkers and the lava sprites. You only get those by going to Ginger Island. I still got some pretty good rings there though. The Savage ring is an exceptionally good ring, especially if you're going for a speed DPS build. Every time you kill a monster with a Savage ring, you get a speed buff. After completing some more quests, I picked up the dried purple mushrooms for the sole purpose of giving that to the squirrel. He wanted some dried purple mushrooms and some cave carrots. The reward was a cute raccoon hat. I then checked out the travelling cart, crossed my fingers, prayed to God she will have a red cabbage, and she didn't. So I went to Robin, purchased the big chest recipe, just so I can upgrade the few chests that I have on the farm, and we're going to get Robin to make another barn there as well for us. Went down to the Statue of Uncertainty here. I'm going to swap up my fishy profession, and we're going to get some new fishing perks. I'm also going to purchase an absolute ton of crab pots, and we're going to go back into the mastery cave. I had another mastery level and I decided to get the fishing mastery, and the main reason I got that is because you can get golden animal crackers from the golden fishing treasure chests. Level 5 fishing we're getting tapper, but we're also getting lore master. Crab pots no longer require bait. This is especially potent when you've unlocked all of the wares in the raccoon shop. The raccoons and the crab pots make for an awesome combination when it comes to getting some cool stuff in this game. I decided to give Evelyn a star drop tea today and get up to 9 out of 10 hearts. Evelyn deserves it. She is the Stardew Valley Granny of the Year every year, in my opinion. Despite the fact that she's the only granny. So I got some mystic syrups today. These are absolutely amazing. Not only are they needed to craft some endgame items, they also sell for 1,000 gold a piece. I went to Marnie's today to purchase some animals. With over 200,000 gold, almost 300,000 gold, I decided to purchase lots of pigs because we're going to be in spring soon, and it would be nice to start year 2 with an absolute mountain of pigs roaming around finding truffles. So I'm going to speak to Robin again today. She's going to make a barn, and for the rest of the day I'm going to cut down this huge forest that I made using 3 fertilizers because we have to keep up with our wood stocks if we want to get all those animals rolling into the farm. I got my iridium pan off Clint today. We're now going to take a nice stroll down to the special orders billboard, and we're going to take the prismatic jelly quest. Completing this quest will give us the monster musk, and this is going to make monster eradication goals trivial. because when you take a monster musk, it spawns a lot more monsters. Now, I was unlucky today. The prismatic slime did not appear. That's because it was an unlucky day. I also gave Leah some goat's cheese because she loves that. The next day, I was really lucky and I found the prismatic slime. Now, believe me when I say this, it is not to be underestimated. That prismatic slime is an end game monster. If it hits you, it will deal a ton of damage. So if you do encounter it, don't get cocky. Just swing your blade or hit it with the hammer until it's dead. 5,000 gold for the quest complete and a monster musk recipe in the bag. It was time to go back and loot all of our lovely auto grabbers, and we're going to sell all of these goodies to make even more money. We're now going to upgrade the watering can because why not? Everything else has been more or less upgraded. Might as well get out of the iridium tools. Went back to Robin again today, and it was another big barn upgrade. Marcella also visited Stardew Valley, so we are going to purchase the Book of Stars. This gives XP towards every profession. It's an amazing book, especially for getting mastery levels. We're going to pop all those books. We're going to get all that lovely XP, and let's hope we can grab another mastery level soon so we can make use of all of the endgame perks. So I was Jazz's secret gift giver. I gave her an iridium star rabbit's foot. I mean, you can't get any better than that. For my secret gift giver, I got Harvey. He gave me a blackberry cobbler, and that's going to look really good inside my shipping bin. Because there's not less I'm going to do with it. So I got my copper watering can back off Clint. We're going to hand it back in now straight away, get the steel watering can upgrade. And then we're going to give Clint a jade as well, because it was his birthday. Happy birthday, Clint. I had 14 golden mystery boxes, and I just crossed my fingers that I was going to get something really good from this. I got some triple shot espressos. It's alright. Get some saplings as well. I could put them inside the greenhouse. But I managed to get some golden animal crackers too. I was super happy with that. I decided to give that one to my sheep. The rest of the day was spent petting my animals, making sure they're all happy, making sure they're all fed. I'm going to do a sneaky skull cavern run today, and I was really hoping for some sort of an auto petter or an auto grabber. I picked up a golden animal cracker, which was really nice. Made it down to floor 100, and I got the Mr. Key cutscene here because I found a secret note to go down to floor 100, and I got a permanent increase of 25 points to my health, which was really nice. 2 extra golden animal crackers, I'll put those to great use. 6 prismatic shards and almost 500 iridium ores. So that was more or less set for the rest of the game when it comes to enchants or magical candies or things like that. It's so many prismatic shards now in a chest. Final look at the travelling cart. Alas, the red cabbage was not there. Now I did select red cabbage at the start of the game. You know, there's that box you can tick to guarantee year 1 completion of community centre. So I'm just going to round it up to the fact that I probably forgot to check the travelling cart at the start of the adventure. So we're going to have to wait until year 2 before we get into Ginger Island. I then go back to Clint and I continued to upgrade my watering cans. It would be nice going into the new year with a gold or an iridium quality watering can. We're now in year 2. And I just wanted to show you the first day of year 2 to see all of our lovely animals. Look at all of our lovely blue grass. As you can see, there's no green grass here because I eradicated it all. It's just blue grass that grows on our farm. So we've got lots of blue chickens. It's kind of hard to see the blue chickens because they're kind of camouflaged in with the blue grass, but there's lots of them there. We've got sheep, pigs, ducks, rabbits, all different coloured chickens, you name it. We got it. So that is the end of our Stardew Valley 1 year challenge as an animal farmer. Please let me know in the comments what you thought about this challenge. I really appreciate the feedback. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet and you do enjoy cozy games like this, consider hitting the subscribe button. It really helps me out. I just want to say again a huge shout out to all of my channel members and a big shout out to all of my active subscribers as well. I really appreciate you. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you in the next one.